Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei was betrayed and humiliated by female Vali and become evil? Part 2. Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the RageRevan for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. The next day, days before the fight, Lucifad, Underworld AM, Serzex was pacing around the room. He remembered how Issei dealt with Ajuka. He still had fears of what Issei had done to him, and refused to tell anyone about it. What's worse, was that Sikveria and Latia refused to come to the Devil Society. To them, they were sold to Issei, to save their skins, and they decided to not contact anyone. Lord and Lady Agars were devastated when they heard that their daughter refused to come back to them. They blamed the Satans for this, and are threatening to sever ties if their daughter does not come back. Serzex gritted his teeth. He was anything but happy with this, as he knew that Issei was not someone to be messed with. He was strong enough to deal with a super devil and a high god class being like it was nothing. But despite this and the doubts he had recently, he still believed that his future brother-in-law, Issei's own brother, will defeat him and get him to his side. Like always, he will solve the problems that they created. Moments later, Grafia had teleported inside. She needed to tell him something important. Lord Serzex, I have something to ask. Grafia spoke in a neutral tone, as Serzex's anger went off and changed into a worry smile. Is something wrong? Serzex asked. What do you think will happen in the fight? Grafia asked with worry. She, like her husband, was also having doubts. I believe Dai will win. Serzex spoke with assurance. However, Grafia could sense some opposition to his very assurance, as she asked, but you are not so sure of this, right? Serzex looked away, as he spoke. I have doubts, Grafia. Honestly, I am not so sure now. Serzex's words made Grafia worried. Hayato was able to be strong enough to make Ajuka and Lord Zeus terrified of him. He does what he feels like, and taking them both down seems to be heavenly dragon level, and that was what I fear. Hayato is too strong, so I doubt Dai would be able to take him. If anything, he might be the strongest opponent Dai would face. Serzex's tone was serious, as Grafia was now concerned, as she spoke with worry. So will Dai do it? Grafia asked. We all saw him as the weak and liar brother of the pillar, but now he has become strong enough to take down Lord Ajuka and Lord Zeus. That is exactly why I am concerned, Grafia. Let's just hope that Dai is able to pull a miracle, like he usually does. Serzex spoke, to which Grafia nodded, as she then teleported out of the castle, with Serzex once again being frustrated remembering what had happened. I hope you win, Dai. You are our last hope in getting your brother to our side. Serzex spoke with horror and fear. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Dai would lose. Michael, Uriel and Raphael were discussing on the fight that would happen in the next 5 days. As Gabriel couldn't come due to her terrible condition, it only worsened when she had heard that Elizabeth and Mirana were sold to Issei, thanks to Zeus. She blamed Michael for letting this happen. Elizabeth had come back, but Mirana did not, as she was happy that one of them chose to come back. Unbeknownst to anyone, Elizabeth only came back due to Issei convincing her to do so. So, only 5 days remain, huh? Michael spoke, trying to start up a conversation. As Uriel and Raphael spoke, they weren't happy with Michael not standing up for his angels. Indeed there is, so what now? Raphael looked at his leader, as he did not want to converse with him. Do you think Dai will win? Uriel asked. He was having doubts in his ability, as Michael shook his head, and spoke. Are you having doubts, brother? Michael spoke in concern, to which Uriel responded seriously. No, what Hayato did in the meeting, he released Nyx, and removed the seals. He then did something to Lord Beelzebub and Lord Zeus, and dared us to do something about it. Raphael agreed to Uriel's words, as Michael spoke with confidence. Dai will win, he must win, otherwise our faction is done for. Uriel and Raphael only looked and shook their heads. You are right, brother. Our faction will be really done for. Uriel spoke, as they both then teleported out of there. Michael waved them goodbye as the men left. Elizabeth was spying on them, as she thought. I must report this to Lord Issei. Elizabeth flew from there, while using her disguised angel wings. Scene change. Underworld Hospital, AM. Azazel, how have you been doing? Shemhazai spoke, with happiness in his voice. He approached Azazel, who had a sad look on his face. Tell me, Shemhazai, Barakweel is gone? Azazel spoke. His tone was full of sadness and despair. Shemhazai could only nod in response. I see. Azazel clenched the sheets of his bed. He had just woken up from his coma. He was going to make Malik pay for killing one of his friends one day. The rest? Azazel asked, to which Shemhazai responded truthfully. Team/Dog is still being healed up. They are in a comatose state. Same goes for most of the cadres. You were the first to wake up. Azazel gritted his teeth in fury, not happy with what happened. As he spoke, when will he see that innocents are suffering? Has he not had enough? Azazel exclaimed in despair. To him Issei was being selfish in not helping them. He hated his selfish nature, along with his perversion, which he believed was too much. Shemhazai then spoke in a serious tone. I think a lot of things you should know. Shemhazai spoke. As Azazel widened his eyes, he then asked in an annoyed tone, what did I miss? Shemhazai had no choice but to reveal everything that had happened while he was in comatose. Damn it! Couldn't you be against this, Shemhazai? Azazel shouted, not happy with what he heard. If he was not hospitalized, he would have punched the table. He was too weak to do anything, and too hospitalized as well. No Haida wants to challenge the pillar. This is our only chance of ever getting his help. Azazel rubs his forehead in annoyance, and speaks. Well shoot, our faction has already close to become fallen. In a literal way, all we can do is hope that he wins. His tone was full of annoyance. As Shemhazai nodded, his last hope was Dai winning, else it was game over for this alliance and the leaders. Scene change. Yukai territory, Kyoto, AM. Yasaka and Kunu were having their breakfast. As they were conversing on the latest events that have been happening, with Kunu asking, Mother, can I ask you something? Kunu asked, to which Yasaka nodded and smiled at her daughter. When will Dai come to visit us? Yasaka did not know what to answer, as she responded in a sad tone. He has been very busy, due to the fight his brother challenged him to. Kunu widened her eyes. She remembered the challenge Issei had given his brother to do so. But why? Dai has been a nice man. Why does his brother want to hog whatever he does so much? Kunu spoke with disgust, as Yasaka shook her head in response. I don't know, my dear. He was always a jealous man, but now, he has gone too far. Yasaka spoke with disgust, as she hated Issei's new attitude. She always hated Issei before due to what Dai had told her about him. However, either Yasaka nor Kunu knew that all Dai spoke were lies. They don't even know that they couldn't sense Dai being deceitful. I hope Dai wins this fight, because I can't hope that Issei wins, because if he does, we are done for. Kunu spoke with slight hope, yet there was slight fear in her voice. Malik's attacks had devastated all factions, and Kunu feared that her faction might fall next. Yes, I believe that Dai needs to win. He must win, otherwise everything will be lost. Yasaka spoke sadly with downcast eyes, as she did not hide everything from her daughter, with Kunu speaking in a cheerful tone. Don't worry, mother, Dai will win this. He will. Kunu spoke, hoping that her future father figure would win this fight, as Yasaka put her hand on Kunu's cheek and spoke with a smile. Yes, he will. Kunu smiled in response, as they continued to have their breakfast. Scene change. Asgard AM. The All-Father, Odin, was watching the scene in sadness, as he was with Gondel, Thor and Frigg. So you have heard right? Odin asked, looking at his wife, son and trusted Valkyrie. Indeed, we have. Odin. Frigg responded, not happy with the news. She was aware of Issei's challenge and how strong the man had become. So father, what should we do? Thor asked. He did not want to risk provoking the Red Dragon Emperor. I was going to put some seals in the match, to weaken Haida's power. Odin's words caused many to widen their eyes in shock. Even inner Gondel was herself shocked at this. While Gondel pretended to be shocked, she knew Odin was not to be trusted. You see now, Gondel, that's your All-Father, who is willing to even cheat to do this. Gondel spoke to her inner self, who was shocked at all this. She couldn't believe Odin would even think of such a thing. She knew he was perverted, but he was never deceiving. As Odin then continued, but then I heard that the Red Dragon has eyes and ears everywhere. If he comes to know of this, who knows what he will do to us? Odin spoke with worry, as Thor and the others breathed a sigh of relief, with the god of thunder speaking. And we don't even know who they are. I wish we find them as soon as possible, before it is too late. Thor spoke with frustration, as Gondal internally smirked, much to her inner self's horror, thinking, "It's a shame that you don't even know that one of them is right in front of you." Gondal looked at the scene in interest as she asked, pretending to be worried, "All-Father, what should we do?" Odin looked at her and responded, "We have no choice, we must believe and die. He is our last and only hope." Odin spoke, with Frigg and Thor agreeing. Gondal then internally smirked, "Such a shame that your hope is a lie." Gondal enjoyed seeing this scene, as she sensed that they were starting to become even more desperate. Inner Gondal knew that Dai would use, but at the same time, she doubted Odin, knowing that he wouldn't hesitate to deceive if need be. Scene change. Olympus AM. Zeus was sitting angrily on his throne. He was unhappy with what Issei did. All the Olympians either loathe him or dislike him for his actions. The ones that hate him the most were Leto, Artemis's mother, and Apollo, her twin brother. Both of them blamed Zeus for losing their daughter/sister for his actions. "Damn you, Hyade!" Zeus angrily yelled. His only hope was for that boy Dai to win, otherwise he would lose both of his daughters permanently. His reputation, even among the faction leaders, is at an all-time low, since many blame him for them losing their loved ones, or in Michael's case his angels. He was surprised when Artemis came back, as she responded in a cold manner to him, and most of the Olympians, except for Leto and Apollo, both of whom she was the same, like before, with her being cordial towards only the two of them. "I hope that kid wins, otherwise I would lose my girls to the Red Dragon," Zeus declared as he knew that nothing was going to happen. He remembered what Hyade did to him, and how powerless he was when he fought against him in the dimension created by Dimension Lost. He couldn't use his powers to defend himself, due to him using God's Slayer magic. Unbeknownst to him, Artemis was watching him. She couldn't help but be disgusted to think that her father was no different from most men. She hated what he has become, but at the same time, she was grateful to Issei for making her realize that even women can be like that, as she remembered how the DxD girls were charmed by a man by his looks. "Oh, how much I am going to watch you suffer, father," Artemis muttered coldly. As she walked away, she was planning to ask Issei whether he could spare her mother or brother, but either way, even if she doesn't, it would be fine. Scene change. Mount Kailash AM. In one of the coldest regions of Tibet lies the location of the Hindu faction, one of the strongest, and potentially the second strongest faction to ever exist, as Indra and the Trimurti discussed the matchup against Issei and Dai Hyade. "So that brat thinks he can win, he is in for a big disappointment," Indra spoke with a mocking tone, as Vishnu retorted, who was described to be a green-skinned human, almost the height of Shiva. He is considered to be on par with Shiva and Brahma. He has limitless bottomless eyes just like Shiva, and has superiority which made many lower beings respect him, unlike Shiva that made people terrified. But even then, you cannot deny that Hyade has become strong. Vishnu's words made Indra not happy, but he had to agree that Issei had become strong enough to toy with one of the super devils, like he was nothing. "So what should we do?" Brahma asked. He was described to be an old man, that had a beard similar to that of Odin, and unlike Shiva or Vishnu, he did not seem to be a middle school child. He was much taller, however, like the other gods, he has limitless bottomless eyes just like Shiva and Vishnu, and has superiority which made many lower beings respect and be terrified of him. "I don't know, even my magic cannot kill Malik, he is strong enough to even counter my own magic." Shiva spoke with worry and anger. He remembered Malik telling him that he was one of the few to give him a challenge so far, which made the bald man grin, in excitement. "I think we should hope that Hyade desires to help us." Vishnu spoke, with a serious tone, and like his fellow gods, he wondered what will convince Issei to help them. He remembered that he was not someone to be taken lightly. "Either way, that brat Dai will beat Hyade." Indra spoke with a confident tone, to which Shiva and the other gods only shook their head. Something told them that it was going to be very wrong in the future. They saw a vision of the future, where Malik reigns supreme, wiping out everyone in his path, as a shadow looms over him. They had a feeling that Malik might not even be the supreme leader of this new robot faction. But they needed to discern this vision before they could even decide to tell it to their fellow factions, or not. Either way, if they had to stand a chance against Malik, they had to find a way to counter the anti-magic robot army he has procured. Scene change. Hyade residence, PM. Sekiruuyetei was walking across the Hyade residence, She did not want to talk to her fellow devils, since her state of mind was not in the right. This was because Ajuka had compromised her with Issei Hayato. She was not going to lie. She was angry that she was engaged without her consent, or worse, she was engaged to the brother of Dai, just so that the devil faction could prosper. She never knew what Issei was really like, and like Latia, she has never officially met him, until 2 days ago. She saw his character. He enjoyed tormenting the factions, and saw his hatred for them. She always wondered why, as due to the fact that he did not hesitate to torment Ajuka and Zeus without any problems. Furthermore, to her, Issei did not show any hatred towards her or Latia. He even stated that he was not going to take advantage of them, which destroyed any rumors of them, stating that he was a pervert. They were right in not believing them. Sniff, sniff. Sigvaria heard some sniffles as she turned around to see a room, as she heard crying. Who is crying? Sigvaria looked around. As she looked around, she saw her friend who was devastated, sitting beside none other than Goddess Athena, from where the crying came from. Sigvaria went inside as she was greeted by an extremely sad Latia. She was wearing a regular gown. She no longer wore her makeup, or even had the eyes she usually did. She remembered how devastated she was when her uncle Ajuka gave her to the Red Dragon Emperor. Latia had cried endlessly, as displayed by her tear-stained cheeks. Sigvaria was concerned for her friend, as she approached her and asked in concern, "What happened?" Latia could only point to Athena, who was crying endlessly. Sigvaria turned her attention to Athena, and asked in worry, "Lady Athena, what happened? Are you okay?" Athena did not even look at her. She kept on crying, due to what had happened a few days ago. "Lady Athena, please tell us." Sigvaria spoke with concern, to which Latia responded to her friend's question. "Do you think the factions even care for us?" Latia spoke with a devastated look. She was unable to handle that they just sold her to Issei. Just like that, there was no hesitation in Zeus's voice, and none of the other faction leaders, including Ajuka, tried to stop her, or convince her otherwise, out of fear. "I honestly don't know. I think they care for us." Sigvaria tried to fake smile, to convince Latia. However, even she knew that it is not true, since only her parents tried to contact. Not even any of her fellow Satans even tried to contact her, as she then asked, "Did your parents or your uncle contact you?" Latia shook her head, in response, as she muttered, "No." This was audible enough for Sigvaria to hear. That is when she heard a voice that had a complete sadness. They both looked to see the goddess of wisdom speak her words. "They won't. Zeus gave me to the Red Dragon Emperor without even thinking twice, and because of him, you girls are also doomed along with me." Athena spoke with tears falling from her eyes. She was devastated with what Zeus did to her. Among all the Greeks, Athena was the most loyal of them. She hated the fact that she was only meant as a bargaining chip just to make sure that her faction remained intact. Along with her being one of the few to suspect Issei Hayato, everything she did was for the benefit of Olympus, and he just abandoned her without hesitation. "I am so sorry that you two had to be dragged with me, because of my father." Athena spoke with complete devastation. As she burst into crying, Zeus completely broke her. "No, it's okay, you are not at fault. It was my uncle's idea to give us to him." Latia spoke while rubbing the goddess's back. She was equally devastated, as her uncle gave her to Issei, without even consulting her. At first, she was angry that Issei asked for them, only viewing her for her body during the meeting, but when she asked him this question, he refused to take advantage of her. She was happy with this, which made her believe that he was only putting up the act of villain, to harass the factions. But why? All her questions would be answered very soon. Sigvaria clenched her fist in anger. She was not happy with what Ajuka and the other Satans did. She realized that she had to stick together. But even then, I can't blame Hayato. He did not ask for us in any way. Latia spoke while trying to keep her calm. It was our uncle along with the rest of the faction leaders that offered us to him, and didn't even try to stop him. Latia spoke with sadness, as tears fell from her eyes. With Sigvaria consoling her friend, things have become bad for them, and at the very least they know that Hayato will not try to do anything with them. There is only one thing we can do. Sigvaria spoke in a serious tone. They knew that in their house, only they themselves could stand for each other, and must stick together. "What?" Latia asked in sadness, with Athena looking at her at the same time. "We must stick together. We can only trust ourselves, since we are in the same situation. We cannot trust anyone completely. Who is going to help us out of this situation, even Issei? We are grateful for him to let us have our own rooms, but we know of his violent nature and aggressive attitude, so we need to be wary of him, and I presume he even hates us. Once we know who he is, then only we can trust completely. Sekiruuyetei spoke with a deep thought. Both Latia and Athena looked at her, and spoke. But Hayadu won't take advantage of us. Are you sure we should be wary? Latia asked, to which Athena responded in agreement to Sekiruuyetei. He won't, but Sekiruuyetei is right, he hates us, and we should be little careful of him. Athena spoke seriously, to which Latia nodded reluctantly. They feared that if they tried to attack or lash out at him, he may do something drastic. They could barely trust anyone except for the others that have been paired with Issei, just like them. He did not hesitate to deal with his father when he harassed Nyx, and who knows what will happen. Hayadu doesn't love or care for them, that is one thing for sure, they are aware of. I think we should tell this to Mirana as well, she deserves to know. Athena spoke seriously, to which the girls nodded in agreement. They must stick together, as things for them are looking pretty bad. However, unbeknownst to them, Nyx overheard the entire conversation before hiding herself, as the girls headed to Mirana Sharatova's room. I see, you girls are still weary. Nyx spoke with a worryful smile, as she looked at the girls and responded, soon you will realize that your engagement is a blessing, not a curse. Before changing into a proper smile, as she disappeared into the darkness. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Latia and Chibi Sekiruuyetei eating cookies in happiness. Days before the fight. Hidden base AM. Issei walked into the base, where he was greeted by 2 battle droids. Supreme Leader. Both bowed in front of him, as he looked at them and responded, bring me Malik, Grievous and Kalani, this is important. The battle droids nodded, and moments later, they announced the 3 generals' arrival. So what is it you want us to do? Malik asked with interest. He was almost done with his speech. I hope we are invading another of the supernatural scum faction. I am going to enjoy their despair. Grievous spoke with an excited tone, as he looked at his fellow generals, who were all interested in it. I have something better for you guys. Once the fight with Dai is concluded, we will go after our next target faction, and that is the Yukai faction. Issei spoke seriously, but had a smile on his face. He is going to make Yasaka suffer for his treatment of him. 6. So what is it, Issei? Kalani spoke in a cheerful tone, as Grievous was also happy. With the news, Issei activated a purple mist and took them to his own personal dimension. The reason for this was because the weapon was too big for it to be fitted into the hidden base, as they looked at 2 huge battleships. Are we going to pilot them? Grievous asked in surprise, as Issei responded. Indeed, both you and Malik will, since you will be taking the fight to them. Say hello to the Malevolence and the Leviathan. Malevolence was a dark purple ship that measured meters. It had a cannon at the left hilt of the ship that could fire an energy pulse meant to completely shut down magical barriers. It had several cannons, and was inspired by the real-life Bismarck of the German army. It had 2 special compartments that looked as if it had chomped on someone, with several processing units which would be operational, with a yellow glow that indicated its presence. Leviathan, on the other hand, was almost meters long. It had a U-shaped appearance, with its color being silver in color. Leviathan, on the other hand, was almost meters long. It had a U-shaped appearance, with its color being silver in color. It had a similar hilt that airplanes have on their bodies. It also had several machine guns meant for wearing down several of the supernatural soldiers, and is the most effective against the Asgardian forces. It was also capable of using ion cannons that could wipe out entire countries in one strike. Is this for us? Malik asked, as Issei turned to his allies, and gave a smile. Leviathan is for you, Malik, while the Malevolence is for Grievous. Kalani, you will get yours very soon. It was really hard designing these 2. Issei spoke with a tired sigh, as Kalani shook his head and responded, with Malik and Grievous waiting to try it, and were really happy about it. No, it's all right. Take your time, Issei. I shall await it. Kalani spoke with a cheerful tone. As Issei looked at the designs, they were ready to be sent into the battle. They returned back to their dimension, as Issei gave a side glare to Kalani and asked, is everything ready for the big event? Issei asked, to which Kalani gave a nod. As he spoke, the hidden speakers and television screens have been set up, It has been hidden across every single faction populace minus Grigori. Given its status, Issei nods in response. And I have prepared a speech that is going to devastate the factions. Malik spoke with a grin. As Issei smiles in response, he wanted to see the factions lose their morale after their fight. I am going to sit at the sidelines and enjoy the scene. Grievous spoke with a shrug. He was not the face of this unknown army, like Malik, nor was he super intelligent like Kalani was. He was more of a warrior meant to bring about destruction, an aggressor if one might consider him. Good. Everything is going as I have foreseen. Dai's time as the faction hero will end in 3 days, and even if the leaders don't execute my sorry excuse of a brother, he will still be either imprisoned or humiliated by the rest of his life. Issei spoke seriously with a sinister grin. Malik and the two generals nod, as they begin their plans of the big event that will change supernatural history forever. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Issei designing the Death Star. 6. A few hours before the fight. Underworld AM. Well, today is the day. Issei spoke with a massive grin. Everything was going as he had planned. He looked at the 3 girls that will be accompanying him. They were Charlotte, Nyx and Quinella. Nyx now wore a white top, with a black jacket. She additionally wore jeans, along with a belt, and heels. Well, I am surprised that you didn't wear your godly killer virgin clothes. Issei spoke with a smile, as Nyx shook her head and responded. Oh, you like it? Persephone took me shopping to buy these. Issei gave a nod, as he spoke. Like. I love it. And have you grown a bit? 'Cause you seem a bit taller. Issei asked as Nyx nods, and responds with a smile. It wouldn't be nice of me to remain short, especially now that we are in the modern day, so I grew a few meters in height. Nyx looked at Issei. She almost seemed feet 6 inch, almost being shy of a single inch of Issei's own height. Her facial expressions seemed to be matured a bit. They both fell into their own trance. It was like their own world, as both Quinella and Charlotte seemed to be annoyed, as they exclaimed with slight jealousy in their voices. Lord Issei. We have to go. Quinella looked at Issei, causing them to snap out of their trance. Yeah. Are you two not going to go for the fight? Charlotte had the same attitude. As Issei sighed, he then activated his ring portal, and entered into it. Nyx chuckled at Issei's attitude. As they entered, they saw the 2 guards at the entrance. No sooner than they recognized him, they immediately opened the doors. They sensed the 2 girls among them were to be Satan descendants thanks to the aura they emanated. It seems like the 2 of you made quite the impression. Nyx spoke with a smirk, to which the 2 girls chuckled. Before they enter inside, Issei spoke quietly yet seriously. You 2 know how to act, right? Both Charlotte and Quinella nodded in response, as they both head inside, with both of them not intending to disappoint their lord. Once they were inside, the mood of happiness changed into a mood of sourness and anger. The most of the devils recognized the 2 girls to be descendants of either Asmodeus or Beelzebub, as Zeus angrily demanded, What is this woman doing here? Zeus was ready to attack, with several others being ready for Issei. Nyx had her darkness swirling in her hands, ready to take this god down if he tried to do anything with her, her love interest and her allies. Meanwhile, Seorg, Dai, Saji and Riser all looked at the girls with hearts in their eyes. They were clearly charmed by the 2 girls, ignoring the scuffle that may break out between Nyx and Zeus, as they were all snapped out of their trances by their friends, or in the case of Dai and Riser, their lovers and queen respectively. 6. However, before the fight could escalate, Issei put his hand in front of Nyx, as he spoke seriously and coldly. If I were you, Zeus, I would stand down. Issei's tone then changed into a mocking tone. Besides, do you wish to deal with me? Remember what happened last time, right? Issei's words made Zeus fear. As he remembered what he did, he gritted his teeth in rage for his humiliation and harassment. But he couldn't do anything since Issei would kill him and dare the rest of the faction leaders to do something about it. That's what I thought, Issei scoffed, as Serzex then spoke seriously and coldly. Hayato, you know damn well that she is still a criminal, yet you allowed her to come to this fight. Issei shook his head and responded in a mocking tone. Not my monkeys, not my circus. Issei ignored the glares everyone gave him, as Serzex and several of the other leaders clenched their fists in anger, as Issei spoke with a smile. And besides, Nyx is not the only star of this show. We'll meet the last 2 descendants of the Satans, Charlotte Beelzebub and Quinella Asmodeus, Issei declared, as many white in their eyes, except most of the devils. And yes, they are half-bloods, meaning one devil parent and one human parent. Issei revealed with a smile. It is nice to meet you, my name is Quinella. Asmodeus. Quinella feigned arrogance, as she looked at her fellow Satan, who nodded, and spoke with an arrogant smile. My name is Charlotte Beelzebub. It is nice to meet you, lowly beings. Charlotte feigned arrogance, just like Quinella, who sighed in relief. Charlotte tried really hard to make an arrogant expression, as she was not the type to be arrogant. If anything, she was the opposite of that. She was kind and empathetic. And even Issei praised her due to her hard work. Many were taken aback at their attitude. As the devils sighed, this was nothing new for them, since many of the high-class devils were known to be like this. It seems like the act is working well, Nyx muttered as Issei gave a chuckle and nod. And before you ask, no, they are not part of the Devil Society and will not be part of it, no matter how much you convince them. Issei spoke with a mocking grin. As the devils clenched their fists in anger and fury, Issei enjoyed seeing their despair-filled expressions. How can you? They are important to the Devil Society because Sarafal spoke angrily, as Issei interrupted, and responded, breeding stocks. Isn't that why most of the devil women are important, so that they can be used as rabbits meant to repopulate your race, right? Issei mocked Sarafal. As she clenched her fist in anger, Issei dashed in front of her, at speeds that made it seem that he teleported in lightning speeds. I can sense your anger. Issei had the true Longinus aimed at her head, causing her to shiver in fear. Attack me at your own peril, cause it will only take me a minute to erase you, Sarah-chan. Issei spoke coldly. Sarafal fell to her knees, with an angry expression, as tears fell down from her eyes. Most of the devils were furious at what Issei did, as he walked away to his group. So when is the match? Issei asked. Brother, are you that energetic to lose? Dai spoke in a mocking tone, but in reality, he wanted to postpone his demise as far as possible. He really feared what would happen. Indeed, he is my love, he will lose big time, and then he will be one of our slaves, along with those two girls. Who would be your lovers? Rias spoke, with a mocking tone, as she gave aid to her lover. Issei then turned his attention to her and grabbed her throat, as this forces her to be split from Dai. Issei Hayada! Let her go! Surzex shouted. However, Issei was not in a mood. He grabbed Rias, and before anyone could react, he grabbed the Satan Lucifer by his throat. Issei had two lightning slayer gloves in his hands. They were terrified of what Issei would do. Both of them were struggling from Issei's grip. They tried to use their power of destruction, only to see that lightning was being generated from the gloves, implying that Issei would kill them in an instant. He was releasing his aura, which made many terrified of him. Nyx counteracted this by using her own aura to protect Charlotte and Quinella. But even she was worried. He was not going to tolerate any insults from. Keep in mind, you may be a super devil Surzex Lucifer, you may be strong, but if you are not on guard, then a well and very strong enough holy spell will be enough to critically wound if not kill them. And this is for you, Surzex. Just imagine what would happen to Rias. Issei spoke with a sinister grin. They too were fearful, with many of the guests being terrified of what might happen, as Issei shouted. Ajuka, Shiva and several others noted that his aura was on the level of a heavenly dragon, and that was without his gear. They couldn't imagine how strong he was with his gear. The others couldn't process what was going on. All they knew was that his aura was draconic, and it was stronger than most of them, and like Ajuka and Shiva, were terrified of the prospect of if he had used his sacred gear. Bitch, I dare you to save this weakling brother of yours who is struggling for his own life in my grip. Issei looks around to see if there are any volunteers, only to see everyone shivering with fear. Huh. Is there someone who will dare to save this bitch? Now listen and listen very well. If someone in this entire room insulted me and my girls, or even dare to eye them or mock me in any way possible, I swear you, Surzex Gremory, I will start with your wife and son. But by the time I am done, the word devil will be just history, nothing but history. And if anyone dares to address me any other way, except for Lord Issei, they can say their goodbye to their lives, especially for you, so-called gods. From today it's Lord Issei, God, especially you, Mr. Cheating God. Issei screamed while eyeing Odin and everyone else, making everyone even more terrified of him. His aura increased even more due to his wrath. They wanted Dai to stop Issei, only to see him covering in fear. As they realized something horrible was going to happen in the match, he turned his attention to his guests as he demanded, "Is that clear?" Issei shouted, as they all were too frozen in fear to do anything due to the outburst. Even the Hindu gods were nervous about what Issei would do to them. "Is that clear?" Issei screamed, as many minus Nyx, Charlotte and Quinella nodded their heads rapidly in fear. Issei then dropped the terrified Serzex and Rias, with the latter passing out due to her fear. Her friends and loved ones desperately tried to wake her up, with Serzex being helped by his queen Graphia. They did not even hesitate to stop him, as Issei commanded. "When is the match? I demand to know now," Issei commanded, as Graphia spoke with a gulp, fear laced in her voice. "Lord Issei, it is in an H-hour. This was meant to prepare yourself for the fight." Issei nods. As he walks towards his girls, he stops releasing his aura, as he spoke with a sad tone. "I am sorry for scaring you three," to which Nyx nodded, in response, and gave a loving smile. "It just shows how much you care for us." Nyx spoke with a smile, to which Quinella and Charlotte nodded. They both had a blush on their faces. Issei turned to the devils and declared, "Keep in mind, the girls are not breeding tools. If you disagree, you know what will happen, right?" The girls agreed to this as Issei and the girls walked away. They all just watched Issei and the girls walk away. The smart ones made a mental note to not mess with Issei or his girls. Seorg and Riser mentally thanked their friends/queen for stopping him from making a mistake, while Saji and Dai were horrified, as fear consumed their bodies completely. This was true for Dai, as he knew that his brother was miles, if not further ahead of him. 6. He brought his future brother-in-law Serzex at his mercy. Everyone was terrified of him. His aura matched Crom in his opinion. No, it might even be stronger than him, and that was with his boosted gear. Graphia. Prepare the match. Graphia looked at Serzex, who managed to catch his breath. He was furious at how Issei humiliated him. Graphia nodded, as Dai feared when he saw Graphia prepare the dimension. He knew that his brother would show him no mercy. If Serzex was brought to this condition, then he wondered what Issei would do to him. Gulping, he headed to the changing room, with Crom wanting to mock him. But he had a better idea. He wanted to be released. He proposed to strike a deal with Issei. He would do anything to get rid of this idiot. 6. Back at the podium, Serzex, while angry, was also terrified. He gritted his teeth in fury. Issei dared to humiliate him and threaten his wife and son, along with the rest of the devil faction, while he was helplessly under his control. He even dared the gods to stop him, and not even Shiva or Dai could do nothing but watch. This was the first time he felt fear. So much so, he wanted to escape along with his loved ones against the monster in front of him. He had never experienced this, not in his career as a Satan, or not during his time as the heir of the Gremory clan. He can destroy the devil race right in front of his eyes, make him watch and dare him to do something about it. There was nothing he could do. Never he has used his boosted gear against the Satans, and if he does, well, let's just say devils will be nothing but a history. Arena, Underworld PM. The leaders had all gathered in the watching booth. As they took their seats, they all took a seat and watched the fight. They couldn't see Issei and Dai, which meant that he was in the changing rooms. As they came to sit, they saw 3 additional spectators. This was revealed to be Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella. This did not sit well with the leaders, who were not a big fan of the girls being in the same location as them, but feared that if they said a word, they would do something that would anger Issei. And angering him is something they did not want to do. They sat a few seats away from the leaders. Humph! Nyx scoffed, something that was audible by the leaders near her, for instance, Zeus, who clenched his fist in anger. But he was unable to do anything. Hey Nyx, how long will this fight last? Charlotte muttered to Nyx, who smiled at her fellow ally. Give or take, I'd say, a few minutes at most, but that mostly depends on Issei. Nyx responded silently. To which Charlotte was confused, as she asked, I don't understand. Quinella responded to her friend as she explained to her with a smile, albeit silently so that the leaders don't hear her. It means it depends on whether Issei wants to torture him, or he wants to make it quicker. The more he wants to torture, the more time he will take when he wants to make him suffer. Charlotte nodded. She was happy and excited to see the fight happen. Either way, the real show will begin after the fight, right girls? Nyx muttered in a sing-along tone. As the girls nodded, That was the part they were excited for the most. Meanwhile, as this was going on, Issei and Drake were preparing for their fight. Drake was excited to see the plan Issei had for him. So partner, which sacred gears we are going to use? Drake asked in an excited tone, as Issei rubbed his chin. Well, for starters we are going for the good old boosted gear, then we will go for the true Longinus, and incinerate Anthem, to name a few. I mean, Dai is so weak that any of our Longinus will deal a good amount of damage, even kill him. Issei spoke with a smile. There are a good amount of sacred gears he can use to take him down. The options are wide. He wanted to make this as painful and beautiful as possible. That is when all of a sudden, the changing room changed immediately, and they both were caught off guard. Issei could release himself from this trap, but he was curious about who wanted him there. The two looked to see, and Drake was surprised. It was a dragon, but a majestic jet-black dragon with a black and golden aura surrounding him. Since he has black wings, the dragon was a Western dragon. I never thought you would be seeing us here, Crom Crutch. Drake spoke with surprise, as Crom bowed in front of Issei. I beg you, please remove me from Dai. This surprised the two. Drake had once told him that a dragon would never give up his pride, no matter what happens, as Issei and Drake had to hear what the Crom had to speak. Why should we? What does it have in us? Issei asked. Drake also did not trust Crom. He was an evil dragon, and unlike regular dragons, they are rarely to be trusted, but at the same time, he would never come to him, not when he was willing to give up his pride. I would never bother you, and if I tell my future host that to never mess with you or Drake ever again, Crom begged Issei. He was willing to do anything to let himself be freed from Dai. Dai never cared for Crom, Issei, or anyone. Perhaps he did love his parents, but even that is uncertain. He cursed himself for ever getting into this situation. He is not to be blamed for Dai's sins. If anything, he couldn't control his host even if he wanted to, else he would do that a long time ago. Additionally, Crom envied Drake, not because of him being a heavenly dragon, given that his strength was on par with his, but it was because of having a good friend like Issei as his host. Not to mention, Drake highly trusted him like his very own. So tell me, Crom, how did you get into this situation? Issei asked, to which Crom responded, you see, when I had heard that Drake and Albion were fighting, I also decided to join as well. Needless to say, the biblical god was not happy, since dealing with 3 heavenly class dragons could wipe him and his faction out. However, I refused to back down. I took down any archangel that was in my way and nearly killed Gabriel. That was when God snapped. He viewed Gabriel as his daughter, and in his rage, he cut me into millions of pieces and sealed me in this gear. And well, I guess the rest is history. Crom explained as Issei and Drake nodded. That would explain why Gabriel was weary of Dai. Issei spoke with thought, as he remembered that Gabriel was fearful of Dai, to the point that angels did not come near him. He gritted his teeth, remembering more of his past. It was when RageRevan attacked heaven, and managed to take fruit of life and fruit of wisdom. Gabriel had nearly died. However, Issei managed to save her. But even when she fell for Dai's lies, which was this time supported by Irina Shidu, as the girls presumed them to be truths, she pretended to care for Issei, as she then talked behind his back about him being a pervert. He was surprised that she did not fall, but then again, the devil was once an angel. 6. Issei sighed. He was not gonna lie. Seeing her in despair and a broken state made him happy. Well, either way, it was to decide whether he should help Crom or not. I will think about it, Crom. Crom nodded, saddened by the outcome as dimensions returned to normal. Drake wasn't surprised. He felt like his partner had a plan, as he knew that Crom will not be staying with Dai for much longer. Well, Drake, let's get ready. Drake nodded, with him returning to his excited state. It's showtime! Issei exclaimed as Drake responded. Indeed, it is a partner. Both head outside, and he noticed a man, then announces, he remembers him to be Nod Gamajan. He had black hair, with a tuft of purple hair, and wore formal clothes, befitting of a devil. Welcome everyone to the fight of the century. On one corner, we have Dai Hayadu, the bearer of the crescent circle dragon Crom Crutch, and the pillar of factions as well as the savior of the world. Nod announced in an excited tone. Many cheer for him, as many exclaim in happiness and cheerfulness. Go Dai, teach your fool of a brother some manners. Show him his place, Dai. We love you. Dai. The spotlight changed to Dai, who enjoyed all the glory, or that's what it seemed. Internally he was afraid of what will happen, since he saw his brother with his eyes closed. He was waiting for when the match would begin. And on the other end, we have the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Hayadu, the one who brought terror in the eyes of many. Please welcome the competitors, with a round of applause. The spotlight changed to Issei Hayadu with many of the civilians booing and jeering for Issei. He was getting annoyed by this, as he shouted, "Shut up!" Issei raised his aura, silencing everyone. They were forced to be quiet, due to fear of provoking him. Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella sighing in disappointment. The leaders were worried that Issei, due to his anger, might go after innocent civilians. However, Issei looked at Nod and nodded. He understood that the match must begin. Right. The match between Issei Hayadu and Dai Hayadu will commence. Fighters, take your position. Issei activates his boosted gear, and True Longinus at the same time. This makes the Devils and Indra worried about what he will do next. Dai removed his crescent circle gauntlets. As he had gotten into position, he also removed Ascalon to face off against his brother. And begin, Nod announced as both brothers dashed in front of each other ready to end this clash once and for all. Issei changed the songs since he wanted to put on a show, and he knew the perfect song to do so. He secretly removed his unknown dictator and hacked into the song systems, and played the song. The announcer was shocked by this. He tried changing the song but failed to do anything. He could only watch as the song was being played at full volume. Either way, he couldn't deny that the song was catchy. Issei kept the Longinus active and kept it in his pocket dimension, as Issei and Dai were clashing with each other, with their melee weapon skills being on par with each other, as he was surprised that Dai was able to keep up with him, even though he was not trying. I guess as a fraud, you managed to pick up some skills, yet they are disappointing. Issei spoke, feigning sadness. Dai gritted his teeth in fury, as he pushed Issei away. Managing to recover his balance, Issei unleashed a holy beam at his brother, who was barely able to dodge it. This was due to his true Longinus. He decided to use his balance breaker for later, since he, like Chow Chow, was able to master Paranakarana. Many were surprised by the weapon skills Issei possessed. As Dai charged at Issei with Ascalon in his hands, he was ready to strike him down. As he blocked with his spear, he kept slashing, while Issei was blocking them with each strike. Both charged towards each other, as Dai punched with force enough to even shatter the ground. Issei blocked the punch with ease, as he shook his head in disappointment. "You disappoint me," Issei spoke in a cold tone, as he slashed Dai's chest, making him shout in pain. This was due to True Longinus, being a holy relic, as a burning pain increases in his body. Issei twirls his spear and rests the blade on his shoulder. "You know, there are a number of creative ways I could end this match, you know?" Issei spoke with a sinister grin, as Dai widened his eyes in shock as Issei exclaimed, "Balance breaker! Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker! Balance breaker! Polar Knight Chakravartin!" Issei activated both of his balance breaker modes, along with orbs coming from behind him. They all had the same appearance, making each one harder to identify, as Dai had no choice but to activate his balance breaker. "Balance breaker," Crom reluctantly announced. "Curse Moon Balance Breaker. Well, would you look at that? A copy of the boosted gear." Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as Dai gritted his teeth and shouted, "Copy! I will show you a copy!" Dai charged at Issei, as his older brother fired a dark shot at Issei, with Issei using one of his orbs while speaking, Manaratna. The cursed shot was redirected at him, making him grit his teeth in pain. "You know, this wouldn't have been a problem if you actually fought Chow Chow, or even watched the fight, instead of hogging all the credit," Issei spoke with a mocking tone. Dai managed to recover, and he dashed in front of him intending to stab the dragon with Ascalon, only for Issei to use his second orb, and that was Kakuratana. Issei managed to use the second orb to shatter Ascalon upon contact. Dai was shocked as his only weapon was destroyed. He was defenseless, and that made him afraid, as Issei spoke with a mocking tone. "Defenseless? I was expecting you to at least take on the entire list of orbs. It seems like you are weaker than I thought," Issei spoke with a mocking tone. Dai felt fear. He was defenseless without his blade. However, it was too late to back down now. He could only watch, as Issei readied his third orb, Hatharatna. Scene change. Hayada Residence, PM. Most of the audience was surprised to see this. Even the ones that knew of Issei's abilities knew that he was holding back. Now they are starting to suspect him on whether his abilities are false or not. The girls that were betrothed to Issei stayed back because they did not want to go to the Underworld. He broke Ascalon with just one of his orbs. Sigvaria spoke with surprise, as she continued, "How is this possible? Each of the true Longinus's orbs created from Polar Knight Chakravartin has a unique trait. If I remember correctly, the first one redirects attacks, and the second one can break any weapon," Latia explained to her friends, as Athena continued her explanation. "But that's not all." Everyone looked at the goddess, who explained, "The third one can allow teleporting, the fourth one seals the ability of women for a short time, the fifth can lift any objects, and the sixth can create armies similar to Gremry Knight's balance breaker, and the last can unleash a blast strong enough to even take out an ultimate class being." Many except Latia were surprised by this. Even Artemis and Elizabeth were not surprised, due to them knowing Issei's abilities firsthand. "So how long do you think this battle will last?" Artemis looked at her younger sister, who responded, "If anything, I don't think Lord Issei is even using his full power." Athena spoke with deep thought, not realizing that she called Issei her lord. Something that Artemis sensed. "It seems like you are waking up," her sister Artemis thought in happiness. She was happy that her sister was realizing the error of his ways. The others minus Elizabeth were confused as to why Athena called Issei her lord. "Well, either way, let's watch this match. I believe that it would conclude sooner than we anticipate." Athena spoke with deep thought, as many were surprised by the goddess's words. They wondered what Issei has up his sleeve. Scene change. Watching booth, Underworld Arena, Underworld PM. The leaders were in complete denial about what was going on, as Michael spoke with shock and fear. Ascalon was destroyed. Ajuka shook his head and responded, "It shouldn't be surprising. You should have known that each of the true Longinus's orbs is capable of doing that." Zeus gritted his teeth in anger. "What more powers does this brat have hiding in him?" Zeus watched as Issei bombarded Dai with several huge rocks, making the pillar of the faction struggle in complete shock. Yasaka and Sarafal were not happy seeing their love being beaten to this state. They wanted to intervene but couldn't. Primarily one was that Issei will not hesitate to kill them in the most brutal manner possible, and two, this was an official match. "And I don't even think that is his strongest form." Shiva spoke with deep thought, with many being surprised. The fear among most of the faction leaders rose up again. Rhea shivered in fear on hearing this. She remembered how he had nearly killed her a while back. She had woken up a few minutes before the match had begun, and was terrified of the monster Issei was. Not even her older brother could stop him. She looked at her bishop Asia, who was equally scared of him. Valerie and Ingvild kept quiet. However, unlike the leaders in Dai's harem, they had no sympathy for this liar, as they knew that Issei was much more powerful. Valerie shivered, remembering how she was made to deal with the holy flame versions of Grendel and Layden during his fight with him. Kaneko, Kuroka, Lefei and Irina were terrified of him, to the point that they knew that messing with him is a death sentence. They knew that he was not the weak and glory-hogging brother they knew him to be, but he was much more sinister and scary. He could kill them, and not even feel empathy for any of them. Irina gulped, remembering what she had spoken to him during their visit to heaven, and only prayed that she would be spared from the Red Dragon's wrath. 6. The same could be said for Zenobia, Rosweiss, and Ravel. They all were frozen in fear when he had nearly killed their master, or fellow pure-blood devil in Ravel's case, and even Surzex couldn't stop him. He was a monster to them in every shape and form, as he knew that he would kill them without hesitation, and nobody would even stop him due to how powerful he is. The Citri peerage was nervous, especially Genshiro. If word got out that he had helped Dai in his rumors across his school, then he would lose everything. However, there was one thing that made him relieved, was that he could still be spared due to his lack of influence in Dai's actions, since he could lie that he was doing this only because Dai asked him to do. In other words, he would put Dai under the bus, while making sure his skin gets saved. The Baal and Phoenix peerages belonging to Seorg and Riser were nervous. They were happy that they were not on the receiving end of Issei's anger, as they did not know his full strength. Meanwhile, Issei pelted a huge boulder at Dai, which dealt significant damage to Dai. His armor was starting to shatter. Asaratna Issei used one of the orbs on himself and teleported right behind Dai. Before Dai could notice, Issei punched him hard on his face. That broke his helmet, revealing his face. Dai tried to respond with a dark shot, but Issei teleported to a different location. 2 blasters emerged from the back of Issei's armors, and before Dai could react, Issei fired a combined blast from his blasters. As he spoke, Paranakaratna. The combined blast of the 2 Longinus was enough to make Dai scream in pain. Ayahaha! Dai screamed as his armor completely withered away. However, Issei's intention was not to kill him. Not yet. He wanted him alive, since killing him would be mercy. But he had another idea. Smirking internally, he knew what he needed to do. Dai was completely in his human form, with no armor, nothing. He was helpless. The factions and most of the spectators couldn't believe what they were seeing. Dai was completely at the mercy of his brother. They knew that Issei hated Dai, and they feared what Dai would do to him. He then asked Drake to send a message. Hey Drake, can you do me a favor? Issei mentally spoke to Drake, and he responded. What happened now? Drake spoke, clearly annoyed by the fact that Issei was ruining his fun. Just send a message to Crom. His release is confirmed. Tell him to meet me later, that is if he can. Drake nodded in response, as he did what Issei asked him to do. Well Dai, let's end this, shall we? Dai then spoke with fear. Nah please, can we just talk about this? Dai begged his brother for mercy. Many were surprised to see Dai act like this. Those that knew Dai assumed that he would come up with a way to turn this situation around. Issei was chuckling seeing this. Many feared what would happen next. Oh little brother, you made my life as miserable as possible. You think that I am going to show you mercy, when I didn't show any of the other faction leaders mercy. What makes you think I will show you mercy? Issei smiled evilly, as he kept his true spear in, as a rock came on his hand. Say hello to Rock of Jerusalem, another of my Longinus. Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as what seemed to be a hardened sponge came from his hand. Rock of Jerusalem was another of the holy relics. This time it was a holy sponge, that was meant to feed Jesus during his crucifixion. Scene change. Watching booth, Underworld Arena, Underworld PM. Michael and Gabriel were shocked to see another of the holy relics, let alone as a Longinus, in Issei's hands. That meant there needs to be others that can do the same. If Issei was able to recreate them, that meant there would be other relics of Christ that might have turned into the Longinus. No way, Michael spoke in disbelief, as Yasaka looked at him, and asked, Is it really what Issei means? A Longinus? Michael gave a nod. Many were shocked and fearful of what Issei will do, as he was strong enough to bring Dai to his knees. This fear was present in all the girls that Dai loved, as they were worried about what Issei would do. Even the faction leaders were fearful of what Issei is going to do next. Michael and Gabriel needed to locate the others, believing that they must have become Longinus. This is where the fun begins, Nyx muttered with a smile, as she turned to the 2 girls, and gave a signal. Both girls nodded in agreement, as they left the room, leaving Nyx in the same location. Due to the fear of what was going to happen, they saw as Issei started to begin his plan. Scene change. Arena, Underworld PM. Issei's body radiated with holy aura, as he then exclaimed, Balance breaker, gates of Babylon. The rock started to glow with a radiant golden light, as several portals of golden color started to appear behind Issei. Before anyone could react, several holy spears appeared from those portals. As Issei directed them towards Dai, the spears dashed in front of him, and he screamed in pain, due to the holy energy coursing through his body. Many closed their eyes in fear. Several were crying due to what was happening to their hero. The girls that loved Dai were crying their eyes out, while the leaders helplessly watched this happening. Issei then brought out chains enchanted with holy magic. As they all had hooks, he inserted these hooks onto each of Dai Haida's limbs, and he pulled his younger brother in an upright manner, as he muttered, Drake, release every last one of my memory to the public. Drake grinned in response, as he spoke. As you wish, partner. All of Issei Haida's memories were for the world to present, as many were horrified by what they saw. Every battle, everything that Dai had told the factions he had done, was in reality done by him. Many were in shock and disbelief at what Issei had shown. Issei was the true hero of the factions, not Dai. There were still some angry protests despite the truth. Issei knew that many were so entangled in the lies of an impostor that it was impossible for them to see the truth. However, someone else decided to join in, and this was the evil dragon Crom, who decided to support Issei in that matter. Every memory you see is true. My host, Dai Haida, is nothing but a liar and deceiver. He betrayed all of you, took all the achievements of Issei Haidu. He only cared for the girls for their bodies. This is especially true for Rias Gremri, Akino Himejima, Yasaka, and finally Ingviled Leviathan. Crom declared, shattering many of the hearts of those girls. They were devastated when they heard of this, minus Ingviled, who already knew of this. The leaders were horrified, but there was still some skepticism about the supernatural. But he did everything just to spite his brother. If it wasn't for Haidu Issei, his life would have never been this great. Every single achievement was to his name. But he did not stop there. He only did this for fame, glory, and women. Allow me to now show you his memories. Crom declared angrily, as Dai begged. And no, please, Crom angrily retorted, shut up. Words cannot describe how much I hate you, Dai Haidu Issei. Once you remove me, promise me to make sure to kill this pathetic whelp, or at least torture him. I would love to watch that. With that, Crom decided to show all of his memories to everyone in his world, making everyone horrified by what kind of a man, no monster this Dai Haida was. Many looked at Dai in disgust, as a line reverberated across the Colosseum. This is something you will never enjoy. Dai looked down, in tears. His life was as good as gone. Many of the people booed at him, and the kids destroyed the Issei dragon figurines that Dai was a part of. He cried seeing this. Moments passed and he snapped, as eventually, he shouted in a crazy tone, "This is all your fault. Why didn't you die?" Dai screamed to his brother, "You should have been gone, else I would have all these women in my life. But no, you always want to take something I want." That alone sealed the final nail in the coffin. Everyone had lost any respect for the pillar of the factions, and their expression changed into disgust. Scene change. Watching booth, Underworld Arena, Underworld PM. No way. Yasaka spoke in disbelief, as she realized that her lover was just like most men, only interested in her for her body. She was horrified that she treated the one that saved her like absolute garbage. Kunu was crying her heart out as she realized her future father was like the scum of the earth. Both mother and daughter held each other, crying their hearts out. 6. Sarafal was also heartbroken. He, like several others, only viewed her for her body. She also saw that he was annoyed by her childlike attitude. The leaders were shocked and horrified by this. The worst affected was Surzex. As he viewed him as a little brother, he gritted his teeth as a singular tear fell from his eye. Shemhazai was happy that Azazel was not here, else he would have been devastated by what occurred here. However, he was worried that in the hospital things would get worse. Many were furious, and this was true for Zeus, Shiva, Indra, Vishnu, Brahma, and Odin. But were more angry at themselves for believing his lies. The girls that loved Dai, that being Rias Gremri's peerage, were shocked and horrified. Rias was shocked. As tears fell from her eyes, she couldn't believe that Issei once loved her, and she made his life a living nightmare. Asia fell unconscious when she realized everything was true. Akino only nodded. Due to what happened, she had lost any and all color from her eyes, and she barely had no emotion. Kaneko and Kuroka could only hug each other for comfort due to how devastating things had become. She now hated Dai. Zenobia hated herself as a tear fell from her eyes. Like the others, she was misled by Irina and Rias, believing that it was true. Speaking of Irina, the girl was devastated, as her wings became black with guilt. This horrified Michael, as he shouted, "Irina!" Michael rushed to his ace. She saw her crying her heart out. She lost the only one that cared or loved her for who she is. Michael brought her close to her, and as she cried into him, he was worried that Gabriel might suffer this fate. Gabriel herself was barely controlling it. Her wings were constantly on the edge of falling. She tried her best to stop the guilt from affecting her wings too much. Sona Citri and her peerage were horrified, with the Citri girl crying due to the immense betrayal, with Saji fearing what might happen due to Dai being exposed. Haidu Issei might go after him next. The other girls were devastated. Ravel Phoenix was crying, due to what she saw. She couldn't believe that the man she loved was the scum of the earth. Riser and Roval hugged their sister, as they glared at Dai with hate. Ingviled Leviathan and Valerie Lucifer weren't that affected. They already had their experience, and now the factions are in a downward spiral. They could only hope for a better future. You see it now. Nyx spoke with anger in her voice. This is the face of the hero you put on a pedestal, a pathetic disgrace of a human being. I hope you are proud of yourselves. Because of what you did, you lost the gem of a human being. Nyx shouted as she turned their attention to Valerie and Ingvild. And don't you two think of having any forgiveness. You might have known of Issei's past earlier, but he will never forget what you did to him. Especially you, Ingvild, Nyx shouted as the two girls looked down in shame. And why didn't you tell us any of this? Zeus asked with slight anger, as Ingvild exclaimed. It was because you would never believe the two of us. The lies of Dai Hayadu have wrapped you around, to such an extent, that no matter what we do, you would never believe us. Rias then shouted as tears fell from her eyes. We would have believed you. And Rias was interrupted by Valerie shouting, Don't kid yourself, Gremory. I am not going to completely blame you like you would in a situation like this. But even I know what you said was utter bullshit. You would have admonished and looked down upon her, just like you did to Issei Hayadu. Valerie shouted as a tear fell from her eye. I fell for yours and his lies, which you believed without thinking twice. And you have the audacity to say this, that you would have believed Ingvild. Shame on you, Rias Gremory. Shame on you, Valerie shouted as Rias was taken aback. She fell to her knees crying. No word of Valerie was a lie. Zeus was also silent, like Valerie, even though he believed Rias and Dai. He was ashamed of himself. I hate myself for listening to you, Rias. Had I never listened, I would be with the one that truly loved me. Now just shut up, for everyone's sake. Ingvild shouted as Valerie agreed to Ingvild's words. They looked at Dai's pitiful condition, wondering what Issei would do. She hardly had any empathy for him. Scene change. Arena, Underworld PM. So brother, how does it feel to have your life ruined? Issei spoke with a sinister smile, as he looked at his furious brother, gritting his teeth in fury, as he glared at his older brother with hate. Issei looked around. The boos and jeers that were directed at him earlier were now directed at Dai, as he thought. We are not even close to done yet. Issei waited for the signal. Until then, he spared time. He knew what he had to do. It was time to keep his promise. Issei remembered the ritual of sacred gear removal, as he remembered the ritual that Rainier performed in Asia. Almost 2 years back, he did not see much, but he remembered that the target must be imprisoned and chained. But upon gaining the book, he gained knowledge of how to remove them properly. Issei muttered, It's time this time. A book came in front of them, which many recognized to be the Book of Conceptual Records. The book started to glow a yellow light. As it then matched the wavelength of Dai's aura, Dai screamed in pain. As his soul was being ripped out, many were horrified. Like Shemhazai recognized it to be the sacred gear extraction method. Eventually 2 gauntlets came out. It was the crescent circle gauntlets. Thank you, Issei Hayadu. I remain in eternal gratitude for what you did for me. Crom exclaimed in happiness, as Issei now wielded the 2 gauntlets. Dai weakly spoke. Give that back. It's my power. Issei chuckled darkly, as he responded. Nope, now it's mine. Well, time to finish you anyway. Issei started to pull the chains that were attached. He remembered a medieval punishment. As the pull started to increase, the arms and legs were ripped off, and Dai screamed in pain. He was now a limbless torso. He then died due to the sacred gear removal, as he then died due to blood loss, as many were looking away or puking from the brutality of his death. The children were made to look away, which was especially true for Kunu, who was still horrified by what she saw. Yasaka pulled her away to prevent her from being further traumatized. Well, what a brutality! The winner of this match's nod was suddenly silenced, as Issei got the news of Charlotte and Quinella speaking telepathically. Everything is done, Lord Issei. You can tell Malik now. Issei grinned as he gave the order to Malik. Malik, you are good to go. Malik nodded in response. The screen suddenly changed to Malik, who showed up. Issei feigned fury, as he growled. You have some nerve to interrupt my fun, Malik. Malik only snickered in response, as he spoke. Don't worry, and besides, a commendable show you put on there. Issei gave a dark glare or pretended to give a dark glare as he spoke. Your army is of no match to me, Malik. It will only take me a snap of a finger to wipe you all out. Malik feigned fear but had respect for Issei, which was not a lie. The faction leaders were surprised by this, as they were shocked that Malik himself was afraid of Issei. Malik spoke with a tone slightly hinting of fear. Oh, don't worry, I have no quarrel with you, Red Dragon Emperor, my target is only the factions," Malik declared, making the factions terrified of the monster in front of him. "But either way, you can't deny the injustices that they did to you. I mean, you completely refused to help them." Issei gritted his teeth, feigning anger once again. He was right, but internally he was grinning in happiness. Here we have the false hero of the factions, who has done nothing but steal your achievements, your glory, your life, so that he could live on his own accord. While you rot in the background, this is your hero, factions, the ones chosen by your leaders. "How pathetic!" Malik shouted. Issei and Nyx had to applaud his acting skills. The people were terrified of what was happening. The leaders feared what Malik was doing. He was trying to turn the populace against them. As they watched panic and chaos ensuing, they tried to contact the room where Nod was, but they didn't receive anything. They feared that they must have hijacked the communications. I should have expected this. Wiping the supernatural factions would be a service. If anything, I couldn't be disappointed that these are the ones that are leading us. Believing a false hero, while humiliating and admonishing the real one, making the false hero stand on a pedestal, and the true hero in his shadow. But it does not stop there. Oh no! The screen suddenly changes to the meeting that was held in secret. The Hindu gods looked at the screen in horror. As they were not there for the meeting, they only heard of it. As they remembered Issei's deal of fighting Dai, as they know everyone saw the meeting, the other leaders feared what would happen. The meeting revealed that the faction leaders would even give off girls just to make sure Hayate Issei helped them. I pity Miss Athena and Miss Artemis for having a sorry excuse for a leader and father like Zeus. He willingly gave his own daughter off just to sell his own skin, which is really disgusting. I always knew from stories you weren't the best god. But this just shows how much you have fallen. And why did you do it? Because of fear, or because of your loss of pride? Either way, you really are a pathetic disgrace. Malik mocked the Greek god of thunder, who gritted his teeth in fury. That bastard. Zeus thought angrily, as Shiva, Indra, Vishnu and Brahma glared at Zeus. I am not even done yet. The girls that Issei Hayate loved were easily swayed by Lai's courtesy of Dai. But even then, it was Rias Gremory and Sona Citri who managed to spread Dai's lies, believing it to be true. Fools of a sister, have even foolish older siblings, that happen to be cis-cons, and you know this results in nepotism. And nepotism always results in disaster, Malik declared, as the people looked at Rias and Sona, who fear what was going on. Either way, it's disappointing to see you fools like this. But that isn't going to stop us from attacking you and wiping you out. We won't tell you. When we attack, it may take a day, may take a week, or even a month, but we will attack you. Malik chuckled darkly as the people started panicking and running around. After all, the anticipation of the threat is sometimes worse than the threat itself. Goodbye, foolish factions. With that, Malik ended the speech. Issei mentally smirked, happy with Malik's speech as he saw chaos all over the arena. People that looked down upon him, people that hated him, were all suffering. He then revived Dai, using the Holy Grail, as he was surprised by this. A/N. I don't own this GIF or misfit of the Demon King. A/N. I don't own this GIF or misfit of the Demon King. Huh? Where? Dai spoke with surprise as Issei bounded him by the chains, making him scream again. Issei waited for the girls to come. He promised them that they would get a front-row experience in Dai's torture. He was going to die. The number of years, he made Issei's life a living hell. Moments later, the girls teleport next to Issei, with a microphone so that everyone could hear them. Nyx was watching at the booth with her smirk, while Ingvild and Valerie were silent, wondering what would happen next. Hello everyone, my name is Quinella Asmodeus, and this is my friend Charlotte Beelzebub. This is a message we would like to give everyone, both having satisfying smirks. The people stopped for a moment, as Quinella spoke seriously. Now let me make this clear. Once and for all, either me nor my friend will be used for breeding tools, so don't ever come to us with the intentions of that. Quinella continued in a mocking tone. And as for the girls of Dai's harem, Quinella spoke with a glare aimed at Rias Gremory, and her peerage primarily. If you so as little think of approaching Issei thinking that he will forget everything and make amends, then you are wrong. You lost your chance when you chose Dai over someone that would have loved you more than anyone else. And I don't care how guilty you feel about it, You admonished and humiliated him, broke him, and even went so far as to attack him. Some of you even spread rumors about him. Shame on all of you, Quinella declared with fury in her voice, reducing the Gremry peerage and some others to tears. But you don't have to worry about his future, cause we are with him. We are grateful that you never came into his life. He doesn't want false people like you to love him. I mean, how stupid can you be to not check on the rumors and words someone says? I am pretty sure you even believe this man because he has a good face. We have first-hand experience on how looks can be deceiving, but no. You didn't even do a background check. You did everything Dai did, even worse. You are all pathetic. Charlotte was the one to speak. She was equally angry, as Quinella spoke in disgust. And then you asked him for his help. No, you force him to have you help you guys. Quinella glared at Valerie, who looked away. Why should he help you? Why should he care for any of you? If I was him, I would have left far away never to be seen again. Leaving you guys to your fates. And then you have the guts to give some of your ladies to get him on your side, and even go as far as to threaten him. Why the hell should he help your sorry asses? Quinella shouted, as the faction leaders looked away in guilt, except for a few who were angry that a half-breed like her is talking back to them. Oh, and if you are watching this, Azazel, the fact that you are the most eager to get Issei's help, despite the fact that you did the same treatment to Issei, you are beyond pathetic. Do you expect him to actually save you? You are a hypocrite, Azazel. You fell due to your perversions, yet even when false rumors spread of him, you criticize and admonish him. Tell me, how many have your faction murdered for recognition? Some even went so far as to toy with them, and kill them for their enjoyment. I am glad that your faction is on a steady decline. If our Issei wouldn't have saved us from your fallen, then we would have been dead by now. You and Shemhazai both have zero control over what your subordinates do. Case in point, Rainer, a fallen angel so pathetic that our Issei defeated him in just a single punch, yet she still did so much damage, and would have gotten away with it too, if it wasn't for our Issei defeating her. Charlotte shouted with rage in her heart. If anything, I hope you enjoyed dying a painful death, you perverted crow. Charlotte ended the speech. Many were silent, however, no one clapped. They were guilty of what they did. Issei then looked at the girls and muttered, the show still has its final act remaining. Issei came to his brother Dai and used his own sacred gear to punch into his stomach. He dug into his body as he created a holy light magic bomb, and left it on. He activated the bomb, causing Dai to explode in a barrage of blood and other organs. Issei had activated the barrier, before that, to make sure he and the girls didn't get dirty. Issei revives him again. This is his second death. Dai begged Issei to show him mercy, but he ignores him. He then charges an electric current with his hands, and zaps him. He continues this until Dai is flatlined, and his body was completely burned and scarred. Issei smirks seeing this. He is dead. Issei revives him again, much to everyone's horror, as he kept punching him in the face. He was a bloody mess. Issei then crushes his skull, as he spoke in an annoyed tone. Ugh, me shoes got dirty. He revived him a fifth time, as Dai was already holding his head in pain. Please stop, please. Issei ignored him and summoned the divine dividing. He divided his strength, making him dizzy, and he kicked him so hard in the pelvis that a skeleton came out. Issei reviewed him another time. Many were looking away, many were begging him to stop, and the leaders watched helplessly at what was going on. They wanted him to stop, but they failed to do so. Ingvild passed out seeing this. While Valerie was puking, she was not interested in seeing anatomy like this. Issei had lightning in his hands, as he started to shock his pelvis area, making him scream in pain. His pelvis was as good as gone. He then summoned 2 holy dragons using Incinerate Anthem, and activated his balance breaker. The holy dragons burned him alive, leaving nothing but a charred mess. As Issei revived him a 7th time, the holy dragons disappeared, and he decided to bring out Absolute Demise, which was Lavinia's sacred gear. Well, brother, you have experienced heat. Now it is time to experience the cold. Issei spoke with a grin. As he froze his entire body into ice, he brought out an ice hammer, and he smashed the body into tiny bits, killing him a 7th time. He revived him again, an 8th time. This time, he used his true Longinus to carve an opening into his back, as he cut it in half. He then separates the victim's ribs from their spine, pulling their bones and skin outward to form a set of wings, and removing their lungs from their chest cavity. He then blasted the heart, as he screamed in pain during the entire procedure. He eventually died, as Issei revived him a 9th time. This time, he had already lost whatever sanity he had left. He fired 2 dragon shots aimed at his chest, as he then kicked him, sending him flying. He then fired a final, stronger shot, killing him a 9th time. All the spectators had one thing in mind: they begged him to stop. However, Issei ignored them, and they tried to leave, but the girls also made sure to lock any entrances. It would take time to open, even with the Juka working on them. He revived him for the 10th and final time. "It's time to show you my ventriloquist skills," Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as he ripped Dai's heart with his bare fist. He then used his leg as a support to pull the upper torso, as the spotlight came onto him, thanks to Quinella secretly controlling the lights. "Brother, why don't I get any girls?" Issei spoke in a mocking tone, imitating Dai. "It was because of your attitude that you get no bitches," Issei explained to his brother in a mocking tone. All in all, while Dai slowly closed his eyes, hoping that it would be the end of the pain, both Charlotte and Quinella were happy to see the brother that tormented him suffer like this. However, Issei revived him again. Many thought this show wouldn't end. Dai was running away in fear. However, before he could react, Issei sent him flying with a roundhouse kick that cracked his chin, sending him flying. His bones were partially broken. He was knocked out completely. He was too mentally scarred to even do anything. He passed out, hoping that it would end his pain. With that, the show has ended. Issei spoke, bored. He was no longer interested in torturing Dai, especially if he was too broken. As he and the girls walked towards the entrance, everyone could only watch in horror at what happened. They saw as things dawned upon them. One of the things was, he was the monster they created. Citri Hospital, PM. Goru was watching the match at the hospital. He saw everything from his lies to even how everyone was viewed by him. Even though Dai cared for his parents, he had no love for his sister, his harem, and his own older brother. No, Goru muttered in disbelief. He had multiple machines that was meant for his recovery. They would normally use Phoenix tears to keep him alive. But that was not the case. Since they were at a shortage due to Malik's attacks, his eyes then widened to see Issei brutally kill Dai in a brutal way, and revive his brother over and over again. Goru started to have chest pain, and difficulty breathing. As his eyes started to blur, he wanted to ask Issei to stop, but he was unable to do anything. Fortunately, a devil nurse was passing by. As she looked at Goru's condition, she rushed to him. As she looked at Goru, "What the dash? How did this happen?" she exclaimed in horror and surprise. She tried to calm the old man down. She sensed this was the initial symptoms of heart attack. She wondered how did this happen. Goru pointed to the television. As all she saw was Issei finishing Dai once and for all, she widened her eyes in horror. However, her primary focus was try to get Goru calm. He followed it up by nausea and cold sweats. Goru was coughing up. At the same time, the nurse did not hesitate and used electric shock pads to shock his heart. She used a method called defibrillation. As he bounced up in shock, however, it had no effect. Whatever he saw on that television must have caused this. The nurse muttered. He was stable, but was unable to move due to the wounds. The nurse sighed in relief. He was still alive but passed out. It was a surprise this happened. If I did not sense this, he may not have survived. The nurse spoke with fear. She was worried that if anything happened to this man, the factions would suffer. The woman had no idea of the exposure of the pillar that had happened. The nurse decided to inform his wife and daughter, since she saw them near the hospital. Meanwhile, as this was going on, Miki was bawling her eyes out. She saw what happened in the match. Even Aika herself was devastated. She believed her brother's lies, and what's worse, he killed him right in front of the whole supernatural world. And not just one, not just two, but times. Brother. Why? Aika muttered as tears fell from her eyes. She consoled her mother. As she rubbed her back, she hated herself for believing her brother who once loved them more than anything else. What should we do, Aika? Miki asked her daughter. As Aika was speechless, she then spoke. I don't know what we should do. Aika spoke with a shaky tone. Dai's real nature was a huge slap to the face, as the nurse from earlier showed up, and spoke. Mrs. Hayadu, Mississippi. Aika. The two looked at the devil nurse, and as she then spoke with a tone full of worry, Mr. Hayada had a heart attack. The news only made things worse, as Mickey rushed to the nurse and grabbed her by her outfit, as she exclaimed, "Where? How is he?" The nurse spoke with slight concern. "Don't worry, he is only passed out. I managed to reach him, and defibrillated him, before things could get worse." Mickey, on hearing this, as she released her, she apologized to the nurse, who shook her head in response. "No ma'am, we understand. This often happens in hospitals, so your actions is understandable. He is sleeping right now. I would suggest to let him recover." Mickey nodded, on the nurse's words. As the nurse walked away, both Aika and Mickey decided to go to Goru's room. Mickey and Aika watched as a hospital beep ran constantly. As Mickey sighed in relief, her husband was fine. He must have seen the match. Mickey spoke with fear, seeing the television remote near him and not at the television table, where he usually kept it. "So what should we do, Mom?" Aika asked her mother, as Mickey responded, "We need to talk to your brother, and beg him his forgiveness." Mickey spoke seriously. As she looked at her daughter, Aika saw this and considered this to be a bad idea. Talking to her brother would definitely result in a disaster, since because of what her father tried to say to Nyx, this completely devastated the primordial goddess. She had heard Issei convincing her that she was the reason that there was still a light in his life. She really felt guilty for what she did to her brother. She felt worse, while her brother became no better than RageRevan Levon Lucifer, someone who was worse than a monster. The leaders were speechless. They just witnessed Issei kill his own brother 10 times, and revive him over and over again. Sarafal thought with fear. "He is a monster." Sarafal looked at the body of her former lover. She was fearful of what happened to him. She hated herself for falling for him. Yasaka was also fearful. As Malik's message was directed at the factions, she was not in the right state of mind. She had a feeling that her faction might be the next on her list. She feared her daughter's life, as Malik did not hesitate to kill children if needed. Furthermore, she was horrified by what happened to her former lover Dai. Issei showed no mercy or empathy for him. He killed him times, and broke him. He could only imagine what he was going to do to her, and her daughter if they got in his way. She feared him even more now. This was a man that would have given her everything, but now, he won't hesitate to take everything from her, if she dared provoke him. Kunu also had similar thoughts. Yet, she hoped that one day, she could ask for his help, to protect her faction. Such a dream will never be fulfilled. The girls from the Gremry peerage hated Dai, and this was true for Rias Gremry. However, there was immense fear also among them. They did not even want to go to the Hayate residence, on the fear of what Issei would do to them. The leaders looked at each other. There would be much chaos in their factions, as they would need to quell them before anything could happen. All in all, there was only one person they blamed, and that was Dai Hayate. "Grafia, bring 2 guards at the arena. Send this Dai Hayate first to the hospital and then to put him in Tartarus. He will await his trial once we set up a date for it." Serzex spoke coldly and seriously, to which Grafia nodded without hesitation. She agreed to it, as she teleported to give the instructions. Serzex and the other leaders watched as 2 guards picked the boy up and put him in the hospital. The faction leaders were speechless. All they could do was deal with their factions, before they could meet to settle things down and decide the fate of Dai Hayate. Scene change. Hayate residence, 6 p.m. So Issei Hayate was the hero all along? Latia spoke with utter surprise. She knew Issei was not a bad person, but this opened her mind. "I had a feeling that he was a good man," Latia said with a smile. "But even then, you saw how brutal he was with Dai, right?" Sigvaria spoke with slight worry. She was happy that she was engaged to such a man, but even then, she was a bit concerned. "Not that I care about his bastard of a brother, but this worries me, that he hates the factions." "I know, Sigvaria, but you can't deny that it is way better than being engaged to that Dai." Latia spoke with a smile on her face. She was smarter than many people give her credit for. She understood that this was more of a blessing than a curse. But despite this, she couldn't deny that Issei's hatred might affect them as well. However, she no longer wanted to go back to the faction that did not even consider her anymore. Her own uncle gave her without hesitation, and she will never forgive him for that. On that we couldn't agree anymore, Sigvaria exclaimed with a smile. As even Marana agreed to it, she then spoke. "See, Elizabeth, I guess we were right on not going back to heaven." Marana looked towards Elizabeth, who gave a nod. She was really happy that her lord won the match. She had a small blush on her face. "Well, Artemis, Has your opinion on men changed now? Athena asked with a smirk, looking at Artemis, as she scoffed, and responded, Well, I guess they are not so bad. Artemis spoke, while looking away, hiding her subtle blush. With Athena smiled, her sister was changing, and for the good. I believe those girls will be coming up very soon, Athena spoke with a smile. As the girls nodded, they decided to put off the television and head back to their rooms, not wanting to deal with any drama. They wanted to talk to Issei, as they were curious on what his opinions for them are. They wanted to at least get on a friendly start, unlike the factions who wanted to use Issei. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Artemis and Chibi Elizabeth trying to please Chibi Issei, but only failing, which causes him to chuckle, making them pout. A week later, Hayate residence, AM. Issei was sitting bored. Next to him Nyx was resting her head on his shoulder. She seemed to be tired. Earlier Issei had confessed to her, and with that she had officially become his lover. They were seated beside the window as rain fell on the ground. It was predictable, since many knew that he loved the primordial goddess, and she loved her. She no longer wore her godly killer virgin clothes, as this may hurt Issei, due to him being, well, a virgin. Not to mention, she no longer needed it, as she was not bothered by most of the residents in his house anymore. She already noticed Charlotte and Quinella having feelings for him, since he was kind and nice to them, not to mention he saved them and defended their honor from the devils, who only saw them as breeding tools. He never even lied to them, which caused their feelings to flourish, especially after they called him our Issei. Issei, on the other hand, was playing Brawl Stars. He was trying to defeat that pesky Shelly who hid inside of the bushes, attacking his colt whenever he tried to locate her. She ambushed him from the bushes, killing him every time. He sighed as he saw the losing screen, as Drake tried to cheer him up, asking, Don't worry, you will get that bush camper next time. I think I should use Terra. Her gadget allows me to detect those pesky campers. It really helps me when I get ambushed every minute in maps like these. Issei exclaimed in an annoyed tone. This unfortunately caused Nyx to wake up. Did something happen? Nyx spoke weakly, looking at her lover as Issei shook his head. He then spoke. Sorry, I just raged at a lost game. Issei apologized while rubbing his head. As she nodded, with a sweat drop, she knew how much her lover hates losing games. She understood this, as she held his hand closer to her body, making him feel good. Can I ask you a question, Nyx? Issei asked, as Nyx looked at him and spoke with a smile. Go ahead, Issei nodded as he asked. Did you have no one to visit when you were in the void? Issei asked, to which Nyx looked sadly. That was the only memory. I don't want to remember, I see. It's alright, if you don't want to answer. Nyx shook her head on Issei's sad words, as she spoke with a smile. No, you should know. After all, you see, me and my brother were the two things that were born from the darkness. My brother and I created Thanatos, Hypnos and Honoroi. And before you ask, no, I didn't do it with my brother, hence I wouldn't be able to wear the godly killer virgin clothes. Nyx spoke with a blush, making Issei snicker, as Nyx continued in a sad tone. After that, all four of them left to explore the world, leaving me all alone in the void. Erebus visited me for a while, before disappearing altogether. Issei felt sad for Nyx. She must have been alone for a millennia. As Issei brought her closer, making her blush, she then continued her story, with a flustered look. Well, after that, I saw Ingvild. I decided to keep her with me in the void. She seemed to be pure of heart and a nice person. And well, I think the rest is history, right? Nyx ended with a smile. If she did not kidnap Ingvild, she would have never met her love, as Issei at her on the forehead, making her immensely blush. Nyx was more than happy. She found the one that would love her. She would cherish him for all eternity. She was internally mocking the girls that chose Dai Hayadu. They were complete shadow of their former selves. She remembered how the house had become more peaceful due to the lack of their presence. Well, I heard that your brother's sentencing is today. Wanna go watch it? 'Cause I am bored and I want to see his suffering. Nyx grinned, showing her sadistic side. She was cheerful to those that she cherished. However, those that were enemies, she showed both her cheerful and sadistic side to them. Alright, normally I wouldn't go, but for your sake, let's see his trial. Issei spoke with a smile, as he activated his ring and the duo then teleported. He also decided to call Quinella and Charlotte, who happily joined him. Scene change. Tartarus, Underworld PM. Dai was being chained in Tartarus. the once hero of the factions, was now in this condition. He had everything, but now he was all alone. Not even Crom stayed by his side. This is all because of my brother, Dai thought angrily. He hated his brother even more now. He hated what his brother did to him. But he couldn't do anything. He was stuck here. He had no power or strength to escape. He was barely fed just so that he couldn't run away or escape. Moments later, a man comes in. As Dai recognizes him to be once his former brother-in-law, he looked at Dai with complete apathy. He couldn't believe that he fell for her lies for so long. Because of him, everything in the Devil faction has been a complete jeopardy. Hello, Dai. Serzek spoke with coldness and hatred. The red-haired Crimson Mao hated Dai to the point he could have killed him, but he chose not to, not until the trial. He still remembered on how the Devil population cursed him and Sarafal wherever they went, to the point where she isolated herself in a room. She no longer showed her love for cosplaying as magical girls. She was completely in despair for what had happened. She even refused to talk to her fellow Satans. Furthermore, Rias has been in her room crying ever since the incident. She was being consoled by her parents and her sister-in-law. They all fell for Dai's lies, and as a consequence, the whole Devil race has been messed up. Due to the manipulations of Dai, Rias, not only was she demanded to give up her status as the heiress, leaving it to her nephew Milikas, but also many even demanded her execution, as because of her, they turned their back on someone that saved them. Sona Citri herself was facing a similar fate, where she was demanded to give up her status. She, on the other hand, was lucky, due to the fact there was no known heir or heiress to take up the Citri household. This, however, had another consequence, as the Citri household's reputation plummeted, which would only worsen if she results in being the new leader of the household. This only brought in more sadness for the Citri sisters. Rias's peerage was in equal turmoil. Aquino refused to even move. The betrayal was the last straw. As a result, she became a doll, making her unable to move. She had no one to comfort or console her. Her parents were dead, her lover was a traitor, and her only relative that cared for her, Suzaku, she was in the hospital, making he stay in that state. Asia cried endlessly. The one she loved turned out to be this way. She was influenced by the people around her to treat Issei like garbage. Asia often used to take influence from whomever she deemed to be an inspiration, which was Rias and Dai, and well, she did the same things Rias and Dai did to Issei. Kaneko and Kuroka lost the light of their lives. They believed that Dai would love them more than anything else. But in reality, he only was interested in their body, which made Kaneko look down in shame. She took it the hardest as she was no better than Dai. She attacked her brother-in-law at every step. Kuroka, on the other hand, saw Dai to be just like her father, and she became just like her mother. In a cruel manner, history repeated itself. Kaneko even became more stoic and aggressive than before. Le Fay was in a similar situation. She cried endlessly now that her contracted dragon was someone like Dai Hayadu. She hated herself for falling for his charms. The only person who cared for her was Arthur and the Pendragon family, who were consoling her at every step. Irina was much worse. She couldn't stay in heaven. Due to her guilt overtaking her, she had become a fallen angel, and Michael could only help her cope with her guilt. Even her parents could not help much. Tuji himself endorsed their relationship, as he hated Issei, due to the lies. He and his wife cried their hearts out when they found out about the truth, and now her life is completely ruined. Zenobia and Rosweiss, despite their attitude, were also broken. They thought that Dai would love them, or at the very least care for them, but were heartbroken when they found out about that. They hated themselves for falling for his lies, and they did not stop crying. Gondo consoled her, but that was to show that she pretended to care for her, while inner Gondo was devastated. She hated Dai even more now. Ravel herself was devastated due to the fact that she was the manager of a fraud. She hated herself for believing her lies. She had become even more aggressive as a result, to anyone that came near her. Riser and the rest of the Phoenix family were helpless seeing Ravel like this. They blamed Dai for ruining her life. As for the boys, Kiba and Gasper felt like the biggest pieces of shit for supporting the wrong person, as Issei helped or tried to help them with their trauma, but they were only dismissed like the piece of shit they saw him as. Gasper became even worse, as he locked himself in the box, almost all the time, refusing to come out even when the Gremory family called him for food. The Citri peerage was horrified with Garu taking the worst, since he saw Dai as a warrior. The rest of the peerage was devastated. The ones that took it the worst was Tsubasa Yura. Seorg Bale and his peerage were also affected. Seorg saw him as a rival, who turned out to be a fraud. All in all, everyone was affected after the truth of Dai Haidu was revealed to the whole world. Surzex remembered everything, and he was also to be blamed for believing someone like Dai Haidu. What now? Dai spoke in an uninterested tone. This was not the Crimson Satan's first visit. Surzex gritted his teeth in fury. But he reeled it in. His anger was not going to do any good. I just wanted to tell you that your trial will be in a few hours. You better get ready, Surzex spoke while walking away. Dai gritted his teeth. There was nothing he could do. In just a few hours he was going to die. And his demise was inevitable. Scene change. Dai's trial. Underworld Court, PM. Dai was brought in chains. He looked at the same people that once looked up to him. And now they hate him with all of their hearts. No sooner than he entered, he was bombarded with jeers and boos, as they shouted, "Boo! Die already, faker! Go back to hell! Because of you my daughter is in depression. You were the reason we abandoned and hated the real hero." Dai gritted his teeth in fury. He couldn't do anything. As he looked ahead, to see that the leaders were all present, he could see each man representing their factions. He saw Surzex Lucifer from the Devil faction, Michael from Angel faction, Shemhazai from the Fallen Angel faction, Nurahayan from the Yukai faction, Shiva from the Hindu faction, Zeus from the Greek faction, Odin from the Norse faction, and Valerie Teeps from the Vampire faction. The reason some leaders couldn't show up, because they weren't in their right mental state. This was true for Yasaka, the Queen of the Yukai, and Elmenhild from the Vampire faction. Today, we all are here for the trial of the false hero of the factions. Surzex started declaring this, as the boos and jeers increased even more. You have been accused of fraud, deception, and betrayal. Michael spoke coldly, as he then asked, how do you plead? Not guilty. Many were angry at what Dai said, as Shemhazai asked coldly. 6. How so? The proof of your taking your brother's achievements was shown to the whole supernatural world, along with what you think of us and your own parents. What do you have to say to that? Dai was silent, as Shemhazai spoke. No words. I see. In that case, you have pleaded guilty for all the aforementioned crimes. Your sentence will be executed. Shemhazai spoke. On that I completely agree upon. Because of this brat the whole Yukai faction has been humiliated. Nurahayan spoke with hatred. Dai only clenched his fists in anger, as Shiva spoke seriously and with disgust. I should have seen this coming. I am more ashamed by the fact that I fell for the boy. Even then, you should be ashamed of doing this to your brother. He even was willing to let you leave twice. But no, you had to make this life as miserable as possible for him. It's no wonder now he doesn't want to help us. Dai was getting even angrier. Let us get this over. We already have a lot of problems back at our factions. Odin spoke with a frustrated tone, as many refused to believe in him after what he had done. Something that many faction leaders agreed to do to the problems they were facing. Dai, who has had enough, decided to speak. May be a coward, but his death is inevitable. He never really had any love for the faction's leaders. And now, he had nothing left to lose, aside from his life, which will happen in a few days. Him dying over and over again made him no longer afraid of death itself. Oh really, put all the blame on me. But at the very least, even I pretended I still tried to keep the girls happy. Dai shouted with a mocking tone, which angered the leaders. If you think by executing or imprisoning me, you can appease my brother, then you are wrong. He will never help you. Sure, I have lied to you, betrayed you or deceived you. Even then, you guys are no saints either. Case in point, Surzex Lucifer, a certified cis-con, who believed his sister without thinking twice. Surzex was getting angrier with Dai's words. Then we have Michael himself, who couldn't find out about the truth until it was too late. Michael looked away in shame. He did not deny Dai's words. Shemhazai and Azazel, both of whom fell of the sins of lust, yet criticized Issei for being a pervert. Shemhazai clenched his fist. Shiva, who could see the future, yet failed to see what my brother was. You even ignored your visions and believed my lies. Shiva, like Michael, looked down in shame. Odin, just like Azazel and Shemhazai, looked down upon Issei because he was a pervert. You assumed that he was a glory hogger. Some all-father you are. Odin gritted his teeth in fury. Dai was right about him. Valerie Teeps is the only one I would respect. But even she failed to stop Elmenhild from listening to Issei, due to blindly believing her friend, that foolish transversite vampire Gasper. Valerie was ready to take this man down. And finally the great blunder god Zeus, whose past and present are riddled with lies and deception. Zeus's hands were crackling with electricity. You can't even stay loyal to your own marriage with Hera, and you even sold away your own girls to make sure my brother helps you. You are the worst amongst them. Dai ended the words as Zeus got up from his seat, as he shouted, "You bastard!" However, Shiva put his hand in front of him, and shook his head. He reluctantly stood down. He looked at Dai and spoke, "You are right, we screwed up. But we won't stop fighting. We will find a way to stop Malik, and we will do anything your brother asks us to do," Shiva declared, to which Dai only shook his head. "If you think that will work, and if you want to kill me, go ahead. I am not going to stop you." Dai only surrendered. His demise was inevitable, as Shiva nods and he speaks. "At least you spoke the truth. Your execution will be in days. You may take him away," Shiva spoke, as he calmed down the rest of the angry leaders. 2 guards took Dai away, with the leaders pondering on what will happen next. Scene change. Outside, Underworld PM. Issei, Nyx, Charlotte and Quinella looked surprised, especially by Dai's words. They were expecting him to beg for mercy, but he did not show that. "Normally I was expecting him to beg, but this is not what I was expecting," Issei spoke with a tone full of surprise, as Nyx responded, "Me too, but it shouldn't be. You did kill him in a brutal way times, so comparatively, the factions killing him would be merciful," Nyx explained to her lover, as Charlotte spoke. "Either way, it was nice to see the faction leaders get angry." Quinella spoke with a cheerful tone, especially Siscon Lucifer. "You really hate him, don't you?" Issei asked, to which both Quinella and Charlotte both nod, in agreement. "Indeed we do. Not only does he not act like a leader at times, but he often shows nepotism, which is not good when you are a leader of a huge faction like the Devils," Quinella explained, to which Charlotte agreed. Issei couldn't deny the words. "Furthermore, I will never forgive him for what he did to you, Issei." Quinella spoke with disgust, to which Issei nodded. Charlotte then spoke silently. "Speaking of which, we should probably head back. I mean, if we leave for too long, they might get suspicious." Issei shook his head in response. "They won't," Issei spoke. "They are too busy protecting their own skin from their factions, so we can relax for a moment. They will not try anything." Charlotte nodded, as she looked at Issei, wondering what he thought about her, as Issei and the girls teleported back to the Haida residence. Once they entered the house, they noticed the house was too empty, compared to before. Most of Dai Haida's ex-harem did not want to be in the house that gave them false good memories. Due to this, Issei was mostly at peace. The only ones that did stay here were Valerie, Ingvild and Asia. He was surprised at Asia staying back, but at the same time he remembered this was the only place she could have called home. All her times were her crying and falling asleep, having nightmares of her tormenting Issei or being with Dai. Aika and Miki tried to talk to Issei, with him avoiding them like the trash they were. They treated him the same way once upon a time, so it would be fair to do the same to them. They tried to tell about the heart attack, as he scoffed in response. He did not care what happened to his father at this point. He tried to emotionally manipulate Nyx into leaving Issei. As a result, all bets were off, and Issei has had enough of his so-called father. "Well, the good thing is the house is quieter," Issei spoke to his girls. Nyx nodded in agreement. "Indeed, let's all just rest for the night. I am too bored anyway." Issei, Charlotte and Quinella nodded. Issei heads inside, leaving Nyx alone with Quinella and Charlotte. Nyx looks at the 2 girls and asks, "Can I ask you 2 something?" Nyx's question caused the 2 girls to give nods. Nyx's expression changed into a smug smile. "Do you 2 like Issei?" The girls immediately became a blushing mess, as Charlotte stammered, "Yeah," as Quinella exclaimed with a blushing face, "WW, what are you talking about?" Nyx chuckled. That was all she wanted to hear about. They gave her the answer she needed. However, the scene soon changed into a slight sadness. "Even if we do love him, we cannot take our side as his lover, as he belongs to you," Charlotte spoke. Quinella agreed to Charlotte's words as Nyx shook her head and responded with a smile. "No, if Issei loves you, and you love him, I am no one to stop you." The girls smiled, as Nyx then became serious as she spoke, releasing some of her own aura. "Hurt him, and I will make sure you regret it. The girls gulped at the prospect of even them hurting Issei. They would be no better than Valerie or Ingvild if that was the case. As Charlotte spoke, Issei gave us a second chance at life. We would rather stay dead than hurt him ever again. Charlotte declared as Quinella spoke. We would be no better than those Gremory girls if we did that, Nyx. He made sure we did not become a breeding tool for those factions. We would never hurt him, no matter what happens. Quinella spoke in a serious tone, which made Nyx change her expression into a smile. As she spoke, I know you will make Issei happy. Well, I can wish you two good luck. To gain his affection, he is slow to trust due to constant betrayals. But I believe that he will trust you sooner than later, and even love you. That is what I believe in. Quinella and Charlotte nodded as they headed to sleep in their rooms. Nyx herself went into her room. She remembered a few days ago, on how the girls easily infiltrated the announcer's booth, as Charlotte eliminated most of the females by killing them, using her signature ability King of Flies, which allowed her to kill anyone, by commanding flies, which tore off any flesh that got in the way. She also hid them with ease, so that no one could trace her. Quinella was much easier. Her ability Charm allowed her to manipulate the low-class devils, by making them infatuated with her, and they were easy pickings for them to be eliminated. Most were knocked out, and taken out before they could pose a problem. The reason for their deaths was that anyone would find out about them, and it would be traced back to them. Even Nod was taken out before he could be a problem. And with Issei's unknown dictator, it was easy for them to hack the system and control it, which Issei remotely did when the transmission cut out. Nyx entered Issei's room, where she saw him finishing his bath. His hair seemed to be partially wet, implying that he finished his bath. Oh hey Nyx, where were you? Issei asked, to which Nyx spoke, nothing, just having a chat with the girls. They seemed to be nice. Nyx responded with a smile. So what do you think? Me? They are honestly way better than the Gremory peerage, that is for sure, and are even loyal. Issei spoke with a smile, not to mention, their speech was something the factions, especially the devils and that crow Azazel, will remember for their short lives. Issei ended the statement. He genuinely felt that those two have earned their spot on his group from that day onwards. Why do you ask? Issei asked his girlfriend, to which the goddess responded, nothing much, I just wanted to know what you think of them. I am just happy it was nice. Nyx spoke with a smile. Issei was happy. They acted as friends, if not sisters at times. She has never been this happy. Speaking of which, I was thinking, want to go on a date in a few days. We are free, before we get back to business. I would love that, my dragon. Nyx beamed with a smile, as the two then headed to sleep, holding each other together, not caring for anything in this world. The only ones having a sleepless night are the faction leaders and several of Dai's former lovers. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei and Chibi Nyx, going on an outing, while the Chibi ORC spy on him. 2 days later, city of Lucifad, Underworld AM. Dai Hayato was walking on chains, being dragged by 2 guards. As he was walking, many of the Underworld citizens started throwing tomatoes and other fruits at him. Some even pelted stones at him. Many shouted, Die, traitor! You doomed us all! Killing you is a service! Our hero left us, because of you. Dai just walked, bearing the humiliation. Aika, Asia and Mickey were crying, as their son was going to die today. They hated themselves for believing his lies. Mickey was the most affected due to this. She felt like the biggest piece of shit for failing her 2 sons, first Issei due to neglecting him, and second Dai, who became the way he is because of what is happening. The Gremory peerage were watching the scene with contempt, due to primarily falling for his lies. They lost someone they cared about. They completely blame him for that, failing to see the error they themselves committed. Same went for Citri peerage as well. Genshiro watched from the corner of his eye, hoping that Issei did not discover him, before it is too late. All of the supernatural factions were watching with contempt and hate in their eyes. They were happy that justice was being served. In a way, this was the best outcome for what could have happened. However, Issei was not happy with the execution, not because he did care for Dai. It was because of the people of the Underworld, and how they acted as nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. 6. Damn them, they acted as if they did nothing wrong. Issei exclaimed in slight anger, as Charlotte asked, What's the matter, Issei? Issei calmed down as he spoke. It is because the people of the Underworld look down upon me, because of the lies Rias Gremory and Dai Hayato spread. If anything, they are equally responsible for what they did to me. Nyx understood this more than ever. She doubted that if Malik and his faction did not attack them, they wouldn't have seen Dai's truth, and most likely they would have still remained in their lies. And the worst perpetrator is Rias Gremry and her peerage themselves. They are the reason why almost everyone in the supernatural hated me. Yet here they are blaming everything on Dai. As if they are never involved, they sicken me to the very core. Bloody hypocrites! Issei spoke with anger emitting from his tone. This gave him even more reason to wipe them all out. Do you wish for me to eliminate them? Quinella spoke as magic was eliminated from her palms. Not yet, that would be mercy, Quinella. And I don't show mercy to those whores, and knowing Rias's spoiled nature, she will demand me sooner or later. Issei spoke coldly, as he continued, if anything, I would love to eliminate her right away, causing her older brother to despair. But that would be mercy. No, I want her to suffer. I want her to be in pain. Issei spoke coldly, as Quinella nodded in understanding. So we watch? Issei nods upon Charlotte's question. From what I have heard, Rias has lost her status as the Gremry heiress due to public pressure. People are even demanding her head. Charlotte spoke with a slight tone of happiness, as Issei responded. That's just the beginning, Charlotte. Issei spoke with a smile. Once I am done, Rias will be begging for death. Charlotte nodded, as they watched the procession of Dai Hyadu. Quinella then asked, but what about the Citri heiress? Why is she still the heiress? Wasn't she also complicit in the rumors? Issei nodded, as he responded, it is because the family doesn't want them to lose their only valid heiress. Many don't know this, but they have another sister. However, there was barely any information about her, since the Citris have hid her from the public. This surprised even Nyx, as she along with the rest did not know of this. As Nyx asked, how did you know about this? Issei then explained, you see, I managed to overhear a conversation between Sona Citri and Sarafal Leviathan. It seemed like they hated her for some unknown reason, but all I know is that she existed. Issei looked at the girls, who were surprised by this, as Quinella asked, so what do we do? Issei then responded, while shaking his head, as much as I want to know, I am going to need more information about who she is, and why is she kept hidden from most of the supernatural world. Quinella and the other girls nodded in agreement, as Issei asked, I never gave a thought about her before since I figured she was happy where she was, but I think I will ask Ophis about this. Issei spoke, earning a nod from the girls. They watched Dai standing over a magic circle, meant to kill him. The executioner looked at him coldly and asked, any last words? Dai nodded his head, as he spoke with a mad smile. This execution, let me tell you, supernatural faction, nothing is going to change. You may kill me, but sooner or later Malik is going to kill every last one of you. Dai spoke, instilling anger into many. My brother won't help you, no matter what you do to me. Your time is coming. Make peace with however you have wronged, because your time will soon be up. Dai spoke, as the boos and jeers increased to the point where there was nothing left. The executioner then activated a magic circle as a blinding blaze of holy light burned Dai alive. He screamed in pain, but this was nothing compared to any of the deaths Issei put him through. Despite this, he wished that the pain would end, and when he passed out, he was gone, leaving only the pawn pieces he had in him, which belonged to Rias Gremry. The executioner then took the pieces and announced, with that the execution of Dai Hyada is over. Many cheered in response. The children destroyed any and all merchandise of Dai Hyadu, and destroyed anything related to the Pendragon show, which was discontinued immediately after his lies were revealed. People went home hours later, after destroying the merchandise, and wondered what happened next. They hoped that Malik and his faction would not attack them. However, little did they know that one of the factions would soon be under attack. Issei and his friends also went home. He wondered what would the girls that were engaged plan on doing. He was planning on getting Mirana, Sigvera and Latia to his faction. He wondered whether they would accept it or not, since they still have some care for their loved ones and families. Tamakagara, Kyoto, AM, the Shinto trio, who comprised Amaterasu, Sasano, and Tsukoyami. They were discussing what has been going on with the faction leaders. Out of all the factions, they were the least affected by Malik's attacks, but they still had to be weary. Amaterasu was a physical appearance as that of a fit young woman with long black hair. Her hair is also tightened towards the bottom to prevent it from freely moving. She wears the standard clothes of a Miko, a Japanese priestess. She wears the standard clothes of a Miko, a Japanese priestess. Tsukuyomi dresses up in old Japanese clothes. He has a crown with the picture of a crescent moon on his top head. His face has beautiful scenery, with long golden hair and matured body posture. His face has beautiful scenery, with long golden hair and matured body posture. Susanoo resembles a young man with long and spiky black hair and gold eyes. He is always dressed in what appears to be 10th century Chinese armor. It consists of 5 parts: the white undergarment, the gold pauldrons, the gold and red vest, gold arm bracers, and gold and white pants. I believe you two know why you have been called here, right? Amaterasu asked in a serious tone, as Susanoo and Tsukuyomi gave nods. They were aware of Malik's attacks, and how much the Yukai faction was devastated by them. I believe you two know why you have been called here, right? Amaterasu asked in a serious tone, as Susanoo and Tsukuyomi gave nods. They were aware of Malik's attacks, and how much the Yukai faction was devastated by them. I wish I could fight Malik, he seems strong. Susanoo exclaimed, showing his battle-maniac nature, which caused Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi to glare at Susanoo, to which Tsukuyomi spoke with a sigh. He can beat you in a minute. Tsukuyomi was aware of what Malik was capable of, as he was able to go toe-to-toe with Shiva, one of the top strongest beings. This caused even Susanoo to lose his nature, and revert back to normal. Either way, what should we do? We can't just stand here and do nothing, right? Amaterasu asked her fellow gods. She may not like them, but she had no choice. They had to work together. He can go toe-to-toe with Shiva, and I believe that he can even handle Vishnu and Brahma without a problem. Tsukuyomi spoke with deep thought. He wasn't happy with Malik's assault on Grigori, causing it to be near extinct. The fallen angels are as good as gone, and soon several others will be as well. Then, are you asking us to wait till he wipes us out? Amaterasu exclaimed with anger in her voice, as Tsukuyomi shook his head and responded. No, we need to train ourselves. We have no other choice. Malik is strong, but he is not invincible. No one is. Tsukuyomi responded to his sister in a calm manner, to which Amaterasu calmed down, after which he asked, speaking of which, how is that fox Yasaka doing? Not good, that is all I can say. Amaterasu spoke with sadness. Hayate's betrayal had broken her for the first few days. She managed to regain her mental state, but she had become cold and distant, almost hating anyone that tried to ask her out. She is getting slightly better, as she is still the same cold and distant person a while back, but she is more understanding now, although I doubt she would take any dates. It was to be expected. And do you think Issei Hayate will help us? Susanoo asked the others, to which Tsukuyomi shook his head and responded, no, I don't think he will. Tsukuyomi's tone was full of sadness, as Amaterasu looked away. Like several others, they believed the wrong brother, and this was a consequence of their action. There was nothing they could do. Hayate residence, A.M., Office, Issei, Artemis, Elizabeth, Nyx, Charlotte and Quinella were all sitting on the living room of the residence. They were all on the couch. Office, I called you here, because I need your help. Issei asked Office, who looked at Issei in surprise. He usually never calls her or requests her, unless it is important. Go ahead. Office spoke emotionally and with a smile, as Issei asked, can you get me more information about the Citri sister that was hidden from the supernatural world? Office looked at Issei and gave a thought, as she spoke emotionally. I can't. Issei looked a bit sad. I will ask Great Red about it, and see what he says. Issei nodded, as Office teleported away, leaving the rest alone. I wonder, why is she so hated? Issei asked in thought, to which someone spoke something. Can I answer that, Lord Issei? Issei looked at the person, and this was revealed to be Artemis, who raised her hand, as Issei looked at her and spoke in a neutral tone. Go ahead. Artemis then spoke. You see, in order to hate someone to this extent, you are going to need a reason, a damn good one. Artemis spoke, remembering her initial hatred for men, as Issei agreed to it, with which Issei responded. But what, Artemis? I know you need a reason, even if it is stupid as possible, but what is it? Issei asked, to which the goddess of hunting responded. I think it would be best if you ask my sister Athena about it. She is the best when it comes to questions like these. Issei nodded, as he spoke in a tone of gratitude. Thanks, Artemis, I will see you all later. Issei spoke, making Artemis slightly blush, as she spoke. Yeah, Issei walked away, leaving the girls alone, as Nyx asked, "Speaking of which, why Athena?" Artemis shook her head, as she responded, "If anything, my sister needs to know what kind of a man the Red Dragon Emperor is. She and the girls that are engaged to Issei think that he is not to be trusted." Artemis then spoke. "I think the smartest woman needs to know that Issei is not a threat, otherwise, it can be a problem." I see. Nyx spoke with an understanding tone. "So that way a trust can build between your sister and Issei?" "Indeed." Artemis spoke, causing Nyx to crack a smile. "Very well, then I hope we can find out more about this Citri sister. I never expected Sarafal or Sona to be jealous of anyone." Elizabeth spoke with a surprising tone. When she heard of this, she was genuinely surprised. Why would someone like her be jealous of anyone? Jealousy is a nasty thing, Elizabeth, but she is kept hidden from the rest of the underworld. It seems like the devil families have more secrets than we realize. Artemis responded to Elizabeth, which caused nods of agreement in both Quinella and Charlotte. There was a moment of silence amongst the girls, as Nyx then suggested, "How about we girls go shopping?" This earned some nods from the majority of the girls, who all agreed to do so. There was nothing to do in this house anyway, and Malik nor Issei are going to attack the faction any time now. Scene change. Issei headed to Athena's room. As he did so, he encountered Sekiruuyetei, as he asked, "Hey, is Athena there in the room?" Sekiruuyetei then spoke in a bit of a suspicious tone. "Yes, but why do you need her?" Issei spoke in a neutral tone. "Well, I have a question for her, so I assumed that asking the goddess of wisdom would be a wise choice." Sekiruuyetei nods at this, and leaves, as Issei gave her a satisfactory answer. Issei knocks in the room, as he does not get any response. "Athena?" Issei asks. As he does not get any response, he knocks a bit louder, trying again. "Athena!" Issei's voice became louder. He decided to enter inside the room. Seeing that it was empty, he looked around to see the room was completely dark. Moments later, a door opened. As Athena came outside wrapping a towel covering her chest and other private parts, she switches on the light. She sees Issei. There was a moment of silence between the goddess and Red Dragon Emperor, before Athena started to get flustered. "I am so sorry. I will give you some privacy," Issei exclaimed as he rushed outside and closed the door, leaving Athena with a steamy blush on her face. Moments later, Issei was waiting outside, as a voice comes from inside belonging to Athena. "You can come in." Issei came inside, where he saw Athena wearing something else. She wore a silver dress, along with silver slacks. Her hair was still partially wet, as she wore the same necklace Artemis had given her. "First, I want to apologize for coming in. I knocked, and when I saw no response, I assumed you were sleeping, so I am sorry." Athena shook her head, and responded, "I should have realized this. You knocked and I didn't respond." Athena spoke with a smile. Issei sat beside her, as she then asked, "Why did you want to talk to me?" Issei looked at her and asked, "Let's say I know someone who has a hatred for her sister. Hatred usually has a reason, so what could be the reason?" Issei asked the goddess of wisdom, as she then spoke, "Is she a criminal or hurt someone that this person cared for?" Issei shook his head in response. "No, I doubt that." Athena understood what Issei was trying to ask, as she then spoke with a smile. "I think this sister of that person has something that this person does not have, and cannot ever have in their life. This would cause the person to hold anger against the person. That is why this person hates their sister." Issei understood, as he then speaks while getting up. "Very well, thanks for your words, Athena." Issei spoke with gratitude as he left the room. Athena then responded, "I hope that was helpful." Issei gives a nod, as he leaves the room. Athena then wonders who this person Issei was talking about. Once outside, Issei thinks about what does this sister have that Sarafal and Sona don't, causing her to turn on her completely. He was thinking about all the possible things that Sona and Sarafal don't have. They are not the strongest devils, and Sona is still weaker than most high-class devils. She is not as gifted as Rias when it comes to demonic power, but she is a tactician, despite the fact that she lacks demonic power. And then we have Sarafal, who is Satan class. That means this girl needs to be possessing something that would be unobtainable by both of them. Issei spoke with deep thought. He then decided to think about it more. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Nyx, Chibi Elizabeth, Chibi Artemis, Chibi Charlotte and Chibi Quinella having some fun in the pool. A few hours later, Dimensional gap, PM. Hello, Issei. Ophice spoke emotionally without a smile, as he saw Great Red above him. Here, catch! Issei exclaimed as he threw a bag of Skittles at her, which she caught. What is this? Ophice asked, to which Issei responded. Candy, you should try it. Ophice nodded, as she opened the bag, and started to eat the Skittles. It's good! Ophice exclaimed. Her voice was louder than before, which surprised both Great Red and Issei. Don't finish it, these things are supposed to last for days. Issei spoke to her, to which Ophice nodded. You spoil her too much, Hatchling. Great Red spoke in a worried tone, as Issei responded. Don't worry, I only give her a new packet, once a week. Issei spoke, to which Ophice retorted in an emotionless tone, as he pulled her Skittles towards herself. You are just mad just because I am not giving you any. Great Red sighed at Ophice's antics. He was not even going to argue since anything he wanted to eat could be manifested in her dreams. Anyways, Great Red, did you find anything about the Citri sister? Great Red nodded, as he announced. Her name is Miyuki Citri. She is the youngest child of the Citri clan. Her age is years younger than Sona Citri herself. Great Red announced, surprising Issei, as he continued. However, due to an incident one day, she was locked up in the Citri mansion, similar to what humans call house arrest. House arrest? But why? Did she commit a crime? Issei spoke in surprise. He hardly believed that someone younger than Sona would have committed a crime, to which the dragon responded. No, Hatchling. You see, I was able to enter into the dreams of Sona Citri and Sarafal Citri, and manifest it right in front of me, and well, it turns out, it was something worse than that. The primary reason was jealousy. Issei understood this. This was something even Athena told him, as he then spoke. Makes sense, I did ask Athena about this. That means that this Miyuki has something that both Sona and Sarafal don't. But what is it? Issei asked Great Red, to which the dragon responded. Her power involves both water and ice manipulation to a level that is considered above God level. She was considered a natural-born ultimate class devil. Her power was so strong that even when she was a newborn baby, the whole room froze around her. Great Red's words made Issei find some similarities between Surzex and her when he was born. But that doesn't explain the fact that she is locked up. Issei spoke, in disbelief, as he continued. Shouldn't the Citri family be happy about this? Great Red shook his head, and responded. No, Hatchling. Sarafal and Sona's lies of her being considered dangerous convinced her parents eventually of her to be imprisoned. They were jealous of her, and her power has the potential to reach super devil levels. They once loved her, but when they found out that she has the potential to surpass them, they started to get jealous, and hence why this happened. Issei nodded. He gritted his teeth. As this girl could find similarities between him and this girl, she was treated the same way as he was, both fooled by their lies. So where is she right now? Issei asked, with a little hint of anger in his voice. Right now, she is in her room. She has never been to the human world even once, and she is completely unaware of the modern world. Issei nodded in agreement to Great Red's voice, as he spoke in a tone full of gratitude. Very well then, thanks you two. Issei teleported out of here. As he left, Great Red looked at her, and asked, Can I have some? Ophice shook her head in response, making him fall in sadness, as his head drooped down. Scene change. Hayata residence, PM. Issei reached home, where he saw the girls missing, as he grew worried especially for Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella. Hey, we are back! Issei turned his attention to the girls, all of whom are now wearing casuals. Quinella now wore a navy blue shirt, with white sleeves and collars. She also wore slacks that stuck to her legs, along with heels. Her hair was now tied in a bun. Charlotte now wore a casual coat, with a strapless top. The coat was black in color, and this was strapped at the center using buttons. She also wore a checkered skirt that reached to her knees. She additionally wore heels as well. Artemis wore a casual light orange dress and brown short pants. She was additionally holding a purse which was purple in color. And finally Elizabeth wore a white dress, covered by a short pink coat, and fluffy white and pink winter boots. You guys went shopping? Issei asked, as Nyx gave a nod in response, as she speaks. Indeed we did. It took a while to get Artemis and Elizabeth to decide on what they wanted, but we got. Issei nods, sighing that there would be a dent in his debit balance. So how many clothes did you girls buy? Issei asked. As Artemis spoke, we each bought Lord Issei. Hope you don't mind, Artemis spoke while looking away with a blush. As Issei sighs, the clothes are brought, and Artemis and the other girls were wearing this. I don't. Did you girls enjoy your day? Issei asked. As Elizabeth responded, oh, we did. We all did. Artemis wouldn't stop eating popsicles. Artemis became flustered due to embarrassment. As she spoke, I couldn't help it. Elizabeth chuckled in response. As Issei sighed again, the girls enjoyed their day after all. Well, you should rest for the night. I need to do some work. Issei spoke in a neutral tone. So did you find anything about the Citri sister? Quinella asked, to which Issei gave a nod. You did. Tell us more? Quinella spoke with an excited tone, as Issei took a deep breath and responded. Her name is Miyuki Citri. She is the third child of the Citri clan, and she was under house arrest by her own clan. It turns out both the Citri sisters were jealous of what she is capable of, hence they lied to her parents to her being a threat. As a result, she was in house arrest for most of her life. Issei spoke with a serious tone. As several were angered by this, they wanted to rescue her as soon as possible. But for what reason was she in this state, and why was she considered a threat? Artemis asked, while suppressing her anger, to which Issei responded. You see, she has absolute control over water and ice. According to Great Red, her power was so strong that when she was born, she froze the entire room she was in. Her aura almost rivaled that of ultimate-class devils. Furthermore, she has the potential to be a super devil, hence why the Citri clan hides her. And as for Sarafal and Sona, they are jealous of what she is capable of, hence why she is in house arrest. Issei spoke seriously, causing Artemis to understand this. Honestly, just when I thought Sarafal couldn't sink any lower, she did the unthinkable. Quinella spoke with disgust, as Issei responded. Agreed, she is no better than Dai, yet hates him as if she is in the right. She is mentally a child at this point, in my opinion. Issei was equally irritated at what she did to him. She and Sona both were hypocrites, and he was going to make them regret what they did. So when do we rescue her? Charlotte asked, as she was willing to do it right away. She wanted to save her from their sisters and the family before it was too late. At midnight, when everyone is asleep. But first I will need to research her properly. Like how and when do the Citri family interact with her, and when should we strike? Issei spoke, earning nods of agreement. As Artemis speaks, I can help you in rescuing her. My stealth magic can make sure you are undetected no matter what happens. Issei nodded in agreement, as he spoke with a smile. Thanks, Artemis, you have been helping me quite a while. Issei appreciated the goddess of hunt, who nodded in happiness, while Elizabeth seemed a bit annoyed by the praise, although she did not show it. Speaking of which, Gondel has been keeping me up to date with what is going on in Asgard. Issei spoke, earning interested looks from the girls, as he responded. It turns out many weren't happy with Odin's leadership, due to him favoring Dai and insulting Issei, with a civil war having a chance of breaking out. I see. Greek is even worse. People hate Zeus because of the scandals. Artemis spoke while shaking her head. As she continues, he still blames you for it, along with Dai Hyadu. It's to be expected of that blunder god. All he does is make mistakes and does it again. He is an idiot who cannot learn from his mistakes. Artemis nodded, in agreement. And as for the angels, no one was happy with what Michael did to you, and he hopes to make an alliance with you in the future. Elizabeth spoke with an annoyed tone. And we all know how that will end, right? They are desperate, Elizabeth. That is why they made the execution of Dai public, so that they think I would help them. Issei spoke coldly. Fools, they don't even know what is going on. So do you wish for us to continue spying? Elizabeth asked. Yes, I would like that. Report to me whatever happens, all right? Elizabeth nodded, as Issei continued. And you too, Artemis, and do tell me about Zeus's despair. I want to see that gods suffer. Issei spoke coldly. Yes, I don't mind. Artemis agreed to it, as Issei spoke. Either way, thanks, both of you. Issei complimented the girls, causing them to be flustered. They then teleported to their respective locations to keep an eye on the factions. So Issei, what do you ask us to do? Quinella asked, as Issei spoke. Rest for now, girls, and meet me during midnight. Tell this to Artemis and Elizabeth as well. Quinella nods in agreement, as the four then eat their dinner, while being watched by Valerie. I know you are out there, Valerie, come here. Issei commanded coldly, causing her to come out sheepishly. Right, Lord Issei, I need to talk to you about Team/Dog, they have been recovering. Issei nods, as he responds, I see very well, you can leave. Valerie nods. She did not want to ask Issei to rescue Lavinia out of fear of what he might do to her. She only hoped that she could gain his trust sometime in the future. Anywho, Charlotte, tell Grievous that we will be attacking our next faction by tomorrow. Tell him that he and Malik will be the one in charge. Charlotte spoke, as she teleported to the hideout to give the information. As for us, let's rest, and wait till midnight. Issei spoke, as the two girls nodded. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei eating his cheesecakes. Citri household PM. A girl was sitting on the bed with a sad look on her face. She was a lovely, beautiful girl who captivates whoever sets their eyes on her. Her arms and legs are slim, slender without looking too unhealthy. She has a defined and curvaceous figure, and was described to having an aura of serenity despite her being a pure-blooded devil. Miyuki, here I have kept your food. Miyuki, here I have kept your food. The girl now known as Miyuki looked at her mother. She was described to being an older version of Sarafal. With blue eyes and black hair, she wore noble devil clothing. Right, mother. Miyuki spoke in an emotionless tone, as she took her food. Her mother left her. Miyuki remembered how no matter what she did, she was always met with scornful glares from both of her older sisters, while her parents kept her inside her room, with only them saying that, it's for your own good. Why do I even bother? Miyuki asked silently. As she ate her food, she was sad, as she couldn't explore the human world. Anytime she tried to teleport Sarafal and Sona somehow managed to locate and find her, and force her back. She managed to see their condescending smirks. Before she passed out, she wondered if she would ever get to see the outside world in her life. She ate her food and went to sleep, not knowing that today will be the final day in this house. Meanwhile, Issei, along with the rest of his allies, were watching the mansion with a cold manner. The only who was not present was Elizabeth, who had to perform some work for Michael. She couldn't let anyone know that she is working for Issei. As Issei spoke, we cannot kill anyone here, unfortunately. Our mission is to secure Miyuki. Citri. Issei's voice was cold, as it even brought shivers to his own allies, minus Nyx. This was personal to him, and he was going to make Sarafal and Sona regret this. So when do we begin? Quinella asked. We begin right away, Artemis. Put the magic on us, and Quinella, most of the guards are male. You know what to do, right? Issei spoke, as Quinella nodded with a smile. Leave it to me. Issei smiled in response, as Artemis put the stealth magic on the group, as she then spoke, you have an hour more until they find out. Good luck, Lord Issei. Everyone else. Understood. Well, Quinella, Nyx, Charlotte, we go as planned. Issei spoke, earning nods from the three girls. Nyx created a portal that would direct access to the center of the compound. There they would have to deal with the guards. Quinella, you're up. Issei spoke, as Quinella used her magic charm to infatuate the guards. They all were made to fall asleep, as they tried their best to remain awake. No one saw that it was they who did it. Charlotte, disable any cameras and check for anyone that is nearby. Issei spoke through a magic circle, as he had given unknown dictator to the Beelzebub descendant. She can also use her ability to see if there was anyone that could be a problem like Sarafal Leviathan, as she could ruin the stealth mission. After a while, Charlotte spoke. Everything is clear, you may go. Issei nods, as the three head inside Miyuki's room. She was asleep. Issei lightly tapped her cheek, causing the girl to wake up. Who are you? Miyuki exclaimed in worry, as Issei spoke. Relax, we are not here to hurt you. My name is Issei Hayato and this is Nyx, and my ally Quinella Asmodeus. They both greeted the third Citri sister. As Miyuki calmed down, Issei explained who he is, and after a while, she asked, What does the Red Dragon Emperor want with me? Miyuki asked with worry. She was well aware of the two Dragon Emperors were capable of. They are strong. I want you to get you out of here. Issei spoke seriously, to which Miyuki widened her eyes. However, her eyes suddenly fell away as she spoke. I think you should leave. Miyuki spoke with sadness, as Issei asked, Why? Miyuki shook her head as she spoke with a sad tone. Because even if I want to leave, they would come and imprison me back. They know when I can teleport, Lord Issei. Issei understood that the girl was being tracked. As Issei sighed, He activated a magic circle, and spoke with a smile. I know what I need to do. Once the magic circle was run through her, she felt no different than before. He then spoke. I believe you should pack your stuff, and come with me. Issei spoke with a smile, as she asked, Does that mean I can go out? Issei gave a nod, as Miyuki beamed at this, and immediately rushed to pack her stuff. She had 2 suitcases full of them, as Issei asked, Is that all? Miyuki gives a nod, as he then summons 2 teleportation circles, one for his group plus Miyuki, and the other for Artemis and Charlotte. They are all then teleported to the Hayate residence. Scene change. Hayate residence, AM. Issei and his group enter the Hayate residence. They settle for a moment on the job well done, as Issei speaks. Well, Miyuki, pick a room. You would be living here from now on, alright? Issei speaks, as Miyuki comes close to him and hugs him, as she speaks looking up and with a genuine smile. Thank you. Issei was taken aback. He could sense some jealousy coming primarily from Nyx. As he gulped in fear, he then spoke. No worries, just rest. For the night. Issei spoke with a tone of nervousness. As she nodded, she then took her suitcases and headed to an empty room. He sighed, as he turned to comfort Nyx, who was taken aback by this action. She blushed immensely as she hadn't experienced this in a while. I see? Nyx asked with a flushed face. She was surprised to see Issei act like this. The other girls pouted with jealousy, hoping that Issei would one day do this to them, while Artemis was watching the scene in amusement. They're happy? Issei asked with a smile, as he earned a nod from the primordial goddess. As Issei then split up from her, while Nyx remained blushing, he then spoke. I think you all should rest. Tomorrow we will begin the attack on the next faction. The girls nodded. Thankfully no one was there to even try to watch them. As the girls head to their rooms to rest, Issei and Nyx head to Issei's room, as Nyx was actually preparing the bed, as Issei snuck from behind her, and embraced her, as she blushed again. I see? Nyx stammered, as Issei spoke. You seem jealous, so that is why I thought you would feel nice if I did this. Nyx smiled genuinely. She held Issei's hands, as they both decided to head to bed. Nyx then asked, I was thinking, what should we do once this all gets over? Issei looked at his girlfriend and responded, Honestly, I haven't thought about that. Once the factions have been dealt with, we can go on a nice vacation, and mostly, we don't even know what will happen. Issei spoke with a smile, while bringing Nyx closer to him. As she spoke, 2 would like to properly settle down, not as the Red Dragon Emperor and the Primordial Goddess, but as a regular married couple, nothing more, nothing less, and with our new family. Nyx responded with a cheerful smile. As Issei nodded, he would also have loved that. He then brought her closer, as she cuddled him. Both then sleep for a good day. The night, all in all, was calm for everyone, as they all slept peacefully, knowing tomorrow is a good day for them. Scene change. Sarafal's residence. AM. Sarafal suddenly woke up, when she sensed her magic going off, as she was horrified to see what had happened. No, Miyuki has escaped. Sarafal spoke in disbelief, before exclaiming in fury, as she remembered the girl, her own younger sister. She was jealous of what she is capable of. She feared her power would surpass her, and eventually she would be the next candidate for a super devil. She never got the chance to become a super devil, unlike Surzex and Ajuka, as she was not strong enough. She trained, but no matter what she did, she couldn't do it. She eventually gave up. However, when her sister was born, she showed talent that was similar to Surzex. This caused jealousy to build inside of her. She vowed to make the person that released her regret it. Whoever did this, I will make sure that they regret it. Sarafal shouted. She was going to make sure that they pay with their lives. She needed to find her little sister, so that she could take her back to the mansion. Unbeknownst to her, doing such a thing will be her undoing. Ko Academy, 6 a.m. Sona and Sarafal were sitting in the student council office. Sarafal is here, as she was informing them about what happened with Miyuki. Wait, she ran away? Sona asked, surprised. How? I assumed that our seals were strong enough to detect whether she would escape or not. Sarafal shook her head and responded in a serious tone. No, Sotan, whoever released her not only knows about her existence, but also is strong enough to remove it. They can be a problem. Sona widened her eyes at this. But if she is out, that means she will know why we had locked her up. We had locked her up, because Sona trailed off as she remembered that her sister surpassed her by miles. She could easily take her down if she wanted to, and with the right training, she could surpass even her older sister. Because she is stronger than the both of us combined, Sarafal spoke with slight fear. She feared her sister's potential, and honestly, she couldn't let her take her place, since the Devil Council will consider her a candidate for Satan, and may replace her. Sotan, you must look for her at all costs, eliminate anyone that would stand in your way, and if you can't let me know, I will step in, even I will look for her. Sarafal spoke seriously as Sona nodded in agreement, as she teleported, leaving Sona all alone. Damn it! Why did she escape? How did she escape? Sona slammed the table. She remembered what her sister was capable of, and she was terrified and jealous of what she is capable of. Her life has been a downhill ever since Issei acted out of line. He was responsible for not helping them. Not that she blames him for that. And after that everything went worse for her. Hayate's truth was revealed to the rest of the world, and everyone that had connection to him was severely affected, and Sona and Rias were the worst to be affected. Whenever and wherever she went, people started to boo and jeer at her. Any and all respect was as good as gone. She hated Dai for what he did to her. He betrayed both her and her sister, without hesitation. Furthermore, she couldn't do anything as the people demanded her removal of her as the heiress, and demanded her execution. This was something Rias also experienced, and coupled that with Dai's betrayal shattered her completely. The only reason she was still sane, due to her parents and her siblings trying their best to be able to help her. Dai's one or several lies was starting to shake up everything. The false pillar managed to succeed what Kao's brigade could only dream of, to bring the alliance to its knees, and it was at an all-time low point. Issei, not working with them, was only making things worse. Despite this, she still couldn't blame him. They treated him like garbage, and now, they are in the same situation. I hope I can find her, before it is too late, Sona spoke. As she headed out to greet the Ko Academy students, she only hoped that she could find her before anyone did. Unbeknownst to her, Artemis had recorded the entire conversation, as she spoke silently. Bunch of hypocrites, Artemis teleported out of there. To her these two were no better than Dai Hayato, the only difference being, despite the fact that he was a fraud, he still spoke the truth at the end. Hayato residence, AM. Quinella and Charlotte were training Miyuki in her magic. They were given access to the dimension lost by Issei, and were asked by the latter to train her. The reason for Issei not being there was because he had to go to Ko Academy to avoid suspicion. She is amazing, Quinella spoke in disbelief, by how strong this girl was, or more accurately she was amazed by the potent strength she showed in magic. Indeed, I can see why that midget Satan wanted her sealed. She could take over her in no time. Charlotte, who was also amazed, agreed to Quinella's words. They were happy that they saved her before it was too late. All Quinella had to do was teach her the basics of the magic, and that was it. She was able to understand it. Even Quinella herself admitted that it would have taken her at least a few minutes to master it, but here she is who managed to do it in a few seconds. So how did I do? Miyuki asked, in happiness, as the two instructors snapped out of their amazement, and Quinella appreciated her. You did amazing, Miyuki. Never have I seen such prowess in magic. You will be strong in no time. Quinella exclaimed as Miyuki spoke in gratitude. Thank you? Miyuki looked away. As she spoke, it is the first time I was appreciated in my life. Miyuki remembered what Sona Citri and Sarafal Leviathan, her two older sisters, had told her. I can't believe I have a sister like you. You are such a disappointment. You know we are doing this for your own safety. You cannot go out. You are a danger to everyone. Oh, don't listen to your sisters. You are amazing. Even we are amazed by how much control you have. Charlotte spoke, snapping her out of her saddened state. I guess. Both Quinella and Charlotte understood that she lacked confidence, as Quinella spoke. How about this? We can go outside. You do deserve to know about the outside world, right? Quinella spoke with a smile, as Miyuki looked at her in amazement, widening her eyes in surprise. This was the first time she would visit the human world. You mean it? Miyuki asked, as Quinella gave a nod and a smile. As she speaks, you should go with Issei once he gets back. He is the best person to know this place. Miyuki gave a nod and beamed. As Charlotte returned the dimensions back to normal, Miyuki headed to her room as Quinella and Charlotte were in disbelief. she had no idea of the outside world. I wonder, how much sheltered in her life was she? Quinella spoke in shock and amazement, angered by what lies could do to someone. I know, Quinn, but even then, the fact that her own sisters did this, it is really disgusting. Charlotte agreed to her friend's words. However, to many, they would seem like sisters more than friends. I just hope that Issei is able to help her. He is really patient when it comes to matters like these. Quinella spoke, remembering his time with a certain blonde. Well, either way, I wonder when will Issei let us come with him to Ko Academy. I would love to teach those humans a lesson so that they don't hurt our Lord again. Charlotte spoke with anger in her voice, as Quinella rubbed her head and spoke. Relax, Charlie. I believe Issei will be dealing with them personally, and they would be afraid of him, eventually, just like those faction leaders. Charlotte nodded at Quinella's words. Speaking of which, how about we see what Malik has planned for his next attack? Quinella asked, to which Charlotte nodded. They then teleported to the hidden base. Scene change. Malik's base, PM. The duo of girls teleported to the base, where they were greeted by the battle droids. The base had become bigger than before, with it now resembling a whole army base, with several battle droids guarding the entire location. The duo of girls teleported to the base, where they were greeted by the battle droids. The base had become bigger than before, with it now resembling a whole army base, with several battle droids guarding the entire location. There was both the Malevolence and the Leviathan were ready for their operation, as they both were powered on. However, what caught the eye were several small silvery space ships that had V-shaped component. They had blaster cannons and special self-operating systems. They also were capable of fast travel and fast evasive abilities. Quinella noted that these were the variable geometry self-propelled battle droid, Mark I also nicknamed the Vulture droid. The other was much bigger than the original, as it was silver in color. As it was in its walker method, it had a red eye at the center. It was more rigid in shape. This was the Hyena-class droid fighter, also called the Hyena bomber. So the droid ships are done? Quinella asked, as Grievous approached from behind and spoke. Indeed they are, and we will begin the attack on the Yukai faction relatively soon. Grievous spoke with a grin. He couldn't wait to put the fox Yasaka down. Her huge form will be a problem, but he had the vulture droids and hyena bombers, as they could easily damage her skin and fur without any problems. Charlotte then asked, I believe so. Issei should come back from his school by PM, so we can attack then. He has a score to settle with Yasaka and Kunu for their treatment, right? Grievous nodded, as Malik then spoke. That is why we will capture her alive, and she will be our sleeper agent. She will be the one to turn any remaining Yukai into dust. And besides, Issei does have a grudge against them. Malik spoke with a sinister grin. It would be amazing for a mother to kill her own daughter. Indeed it will be. It is hard to have any empathy for them, and the fall of that faction would be a massive blow to the alliance. Quinella spoke with a sinister grin of her own, as Kella then asked, but there is both East and West Yukai faction, right? So who is going to attack what? I will bring in the Leviathan to take out the defenses of the East Yukai faction. Comparatively, that faction is weaker than the West Yukai faction, so they will fall fast. Malik responded to Charlotte, who nodded. Malik then continued. Plus each hyena bomber and vulture droid has buzz droids, and these are known to tear apart the flesh of even supernatural creatures. They can penetrate any magical defense and completely destroy them. I see. How long will this invasion take? Quinella asked, to which Malik responded. A few hours. We are also bringing in legions of battle droids, and according to Kalani, he has an hailfire tank on standby which will wipe out any low to middle class Yukai. Grievous nodded, as Kalani approached them and spoke. The chances of them escaping are very low. The Yukai faction will meet the same fate as Grigori, but if there are some survivors, we will leave them be, to make them suffer a slow death, so they can either die today or later. Either way, it is a win-win for us, Kalani explained. As the two generals nodded, Malik then asked, What will the two of you do? Both the girls spoke in response. For now, we will watch the show. You can enjoy the carnage. Quinella spoke, as Charlotte responded. Just think what will happen. When they find out that Issei was the mastermind behind everything, they will lose any and all hope. Charlotte's words earned laughs from all characters. It would be game over for the factions. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Issei avoiding being detected by the Chibi faction leaders. Yukai territory, Kyoto, PM. Konu and Yasaka were walking across the fields of Kyoto. The good thing was that Dai's betrayal was able to get the two to recover from the physiological and emotional wounds that he had inflicted on her. It was slow, and they are now stable enough to actually handle themselves. It was not the first time they were betrayed like this. Their mate had abandoned them a long time ago. As a result, they had a hard time trusting men. Even the male Yukai wasn't an exception to this. But now, they would hardly trust anyone due to Dai's betrayal. Issei would have been one of the people they could trust, perhaps even love. But that was a long time ago. Now he hates them more than anything else. If anything, they now fear him, because of how brutal he is, and fear that if he does not help them, they will be screwed. Malik was clearly afraid of him, meaning that he was their only hope. Mother, how will we get Issei to help us? Konu spoke with a sad tone, as Yasaka shook her head. No, Konu, he hates us. If anything, he wouldn't even bat an eye if any of us dies. Yasaka did not hesitate to tell her daughter the truth. As Konu started to cry, Yasaka hugged her daughter and spoke with a hoarse voice. It will be okay, Konu, it will be okay. Konu cried onto her mother. As a tear fell from Yasaka's eyes, Dai's lies affected the two of them a lot. As she fell for them, she was ashamed of herself for falling for them. Suddenly she peeked up. Her instincts were telling her to flee. As she saw that the sky had suddenly turned a dark purple, she immediately created the sun shower barrier. As there was a sun shower that happened recently, she tried to move the Yukai population to safety. However, fire the ion cannon! A voice commanded. As a ship appeared from above, the design intimidated the Yukai queen, and a purple energy cannon was aimed at the barrier. It was the Malevolence. A/N. I don't own this GIF or Star Wars, the Clone Wars. Yasaka turned her attention to the blast, as it completely nullified the barrier, leaving her people vulnerable. No! Yasaka shouted as Konu looked up to see the ship. She watched in horror. The sun shower was still present, but to create another barrier, it would take time, and time was what she did not have. Fire all cannons! The same voice commanded as a barrage of plasma blasts were aimed at the Yukai. Yasaka tried to protect the people along with Konu, but it was too late. She hugged her daughter to protect her while shielding herself from the blasts. When the two opened their eyes, they were met with the shocking sight. Many Yukai were killed right in front of them. Several were critically injured. Those that were unlucky had plasma wounds on their body, which was a black charcoal skin along with some of it being burning. However, no blood was drawn. Damn it! Who dash? Yasaka turned her attention to the man responsible. As she saw the droid general himself, gritting her teeth in fury, she looked at Konu and spoke seriously. Konu, you need to run. Yasaka spoke while gritting her teeth. She knew that the droid general, in front of her, was dangerous, as Konu retorted. But Yasaka looked at her with an angered yet pleading look. As she responded, save yourself. I will hold him off and come to you soon. Yasaka lied to her, assuring that she will be fine. However, she was not sure if she would survive the fight. Konu looked at her one final time and reluctantly ran. Grievous! You have made a big mistake attacking us. Yasaka turned her attention to the droid general, and shouted, with the droid general just cackling. He commanded the battle droids and his legions of BX series of commando droids to attack any Yukai, and show them no mercy. Yasaka could only watch in horror as her Yukai were being massacred by the blaster bolts of the battle droids, or gutted by the commando droids, which resulted in blood being spilled everywhere. You will pay for this, you bastard! Yasaka shouted, as she then got news from Nerarihion that the East Yukai faction was also under attack, and this time it was by Malik. Scene change. Yukai Fields, Kanto, PM. Malik was watching as his Leviathan was using turbo laser cannons on the Yukai, wiping them out with ease. There was no mercy shown as Magari, the Yukai Nikomata, unleashed a blast of fire at the Leviathan, but it had no effect. Damn it! Malik only cackled as he announced, if this is your prowess, then you stand no chance against us. Malik announced from his battleship, with Magari gritting her teeth. Malik used the Leviathan to approach underneath the Yukai. Magari, get out of Nerarihion, warned her, but it was too late. Malik followed by an orbital bombardment as she screamed in pain, due to the plasma cannons hitting her body. Once the bombardment struck her, she was completely charred, with her reverting to her small cat-like form. You bastard! Nerarihion shouted, as Malik used telekinesis, making the Yukai choke himself up, but before he could do anything to defend himself, Malik started to suck out his life energy, as the Yukai could only watch but as his life force was being sucked out. It was a good thing I prepared myself for nature energy, otherwise it would have been a problem, Malik thought with a serious tone, as the Yukai couldn't do anything but watch as his life energy was being sucked out, leaving nothing but a husk of his former self. The Nirarahyon was no longer breathing, he was gone. Magari, in her anger, used whatever energy she had to unleash the strongest fire blast intending to burn the bald man alive. You bastard! She managed to land a hit, causing an explosive hit on Malik, which resulted in a massive explosion. The other Yukai sighed in relief, hoping that would kill Malik. They only hoped that this would end the madness he was unleashing onto the supernatural race. However, as the dust settled, Malik was fit and fine. His body, even when being struck by an attack like that, was durable, which shocked and terrified the Yukai. Magari was even more terrified. She passed out due to exhaustion as Malik commanded the droid legion under him to lay waste on the Yukai, as they were mercilessly wiping out any Yukai that got in the way, as even the Leviathan joined in, unleashing quad laser barrage and turbo laser barrage, showing no mercy to them. It seems like the Yukai faction of the East has fallen, Malik spoke with a mocking grin, as he commenced several more orbital bombardments on the East Yukai faction. Scene change. Yukai Fields, Kyoto, PM. Yasaka was struggling against the droid general, and the immense gunfire, as she was trying to hold him in place. However, he was extremely evasive, with him striking Yasaka when she was least expecting it. Using his 4 light blades, he was able to deal severe plasma wounds to his enemies, and Yasaka was on her knees from the attack as she held herself in pain. She gritted her teeth due to her helplessness. Out of desperation, she transformed into her fox form, which was a giant 9-tailed fox, with golden fur, as Grievous described it to be meters in height. You will pay for destroying my people, Grievous. Yasaka's voice boomed across the fields. She unleashed fox fire, as the droid general kept evading the attacks with ease. Grievous was aware of her fox form, however he saved the vulture droids and hyena bombers for later. The huge fox kept unleashing fire blasts aimed at Grievous, who kept evading the attacks like anything. She had to use the ley lines to keep up with the droid general. She unleashed a poison field, but it had no effect on the droid general. It seems like Dai's betrayal has affected your intelligence. Grievous spoke with a mocking tone, as Yasaka growled in response. The poison field had no effect on the droid general. He moved through it like it was nothing, as he easily tried to slash the fox's skin with ease. Aya! Yasaka shouted in pain, as he then commanded his battle droids. Send in the hyena bombers and vulture droids. The battle droids responded to their general's commands. Roger! Roger! The droids commanded the ships. As they were aimed towards her, the droid ships started gunning her down, with defensive blasts, while the B battle droids and B super battle droids gunned down any Yukai that was nearby. Yasaka, herself, was too focused on the ships, as she exclaimed, You damn cheater! Yasaka furiously shouted towards the droid general, who just scoffed. In a war, there are no rules! Grievous exclaimed in response, as he commanded the hyena bomber and vulture droids, deploy the buzz droids. Several small droids the size of a human being, which looked similar to a beetle, showed up, as they were silver just like the other aerial ships. The buzz droids attached themselves to Yasaka. As they started biting onto her flesh, she screamed in pain. As the buzz droids tore off her flesh, the buzz droids attached themselves to Yasaka. As they started biting onto her flesh, she screamed in pain. As the buzz droids tore off her flesh, Yasaka desperately tried to remove the buzz droids, by shaking them off, or using foxfire, but the buzz droids bit into her inside flesh to such an extent that she was unable to move. They tore off her flesh and threw it on the ground. Seeing an opportunity, Grievous activated his 4 sabers and charged at Yasaka. While she was distracted, Grievous twirled his lightsabers at such high speeds that the centrifugal force was strong enough to even cut through the air. He propelled himself up in the air, and started tearing off her flesh. Ayawaha! Yasaka screamed in pain as her flesh was burned. She cried in pain. As she looked at her wound, it was charcoaled as the blades burned through her fur and skin. You bastard! The buzz droids continued to tear off her flesh until she passed out due to the loss of blood and flesh she had. She reverted from her vulpine form to her human form. Except she had the same wounds as before. She was groaning in pain. Wherever the buzz droids bit her and tore off her flesh, she was bleeding and passed out due to the loss of blood. The wounds were almost all over her body. As her shrine maiden clothing was stained with blood, the Yukai faction was falling soon. Normally I would kill you, but he would love to have a word with you. Grievous approached Yasaka, deactivating his light blades. As he carried her, Kuna tried to run to save her mother, but she couldn't due to fear. Furthermore, there were battle droids everywhere, along with vulture droids. They wouldn't hesitate to take her down, and someone needed to inform the factions on what had happened. No mother a tear escaped from her eyes before she hid herself. Out of fear, she couldn't do anything, as the droids would gun her down in an instant. For now, she could only watch the droids take away her mother, while she was helpless to do anything. There was only one truth she was made highly aware of. The Yukai faction had fallen. As she watched the droids disappear into thin air, scene change. Malevolence, 6 p.m. Grievous and Malik had reached inside atop of the Malevolence. Earlier Malik had autopiloted Leviathan back to his base. She was under restraints. She is unconscious, with her arms spread apart, along with her legs, as Malik spoke. So this is her, the Fox Yukai Yasaka? Grievous gave a nod, as he then spoke. Indeed, she was a bit annoying but not beatable. Some buzz droids and she was done. I see, Issei would be happy to see her in this condition. Malik spoke with a smile, as he lightly tapped the Fox Yukai with his hands. Huh? W where? Yasaka looked around to see both Malik and Grievous looking at her. She tried to escape, however her hands were cuffed, as Malik spoke with a grin. Don't bother, those are anti-magic restraints. You cannot move, now you are just stuck, like the others. Yasaka feared what these two were going to do with her, as Malik spoke with a grin, as he enjoyed seeing her suffer. Well, I would let him have a word with you. A man came out of the shadows, as he wore a black jacket, with red outlines, on his shoulder. Additionally he wore a white shirt, he wore black jeans, as he muttered in a cold tone. Hello Yasaka. Yasaka recognized him. It was Issei, the man that was once her savior, muttering due to disbelief. No, it can't be. Yasaka watched in horror, as she exclaimed in disbelief, Issei. Indeed it is me, Yasaka. It's not a pleasure to meet you. Issei spoke coldly. He hated her more than anything as she shouted in horror, assuming that Malik is controlling him. Issei. Please listen. You don't have to do this. You don't have to listen to him, and Yasaka was interrupted when Issei started to maniacally laugh at her, which made her widen her eyes in horror. You really think that I am being controlled by him? Are you really that dumb? Issei spoke with an evil grin, as he continued, every single attack, every single thing that Malik has done, I have done. I am responsible for everything. I am the mastermind of everything, Yasaka. Yasaka was in complete shock and disbelief, as she muttered in a sad tone, No, yes. I did everything. Dai's exposure as a false hero was all part of my plan, and the best part was that you all believed his lies, and now, you face this monster, Issei declared, as Yasaka had tears falling from her eyes. This was the consequence of her actions. A hero of the factions was now their worst enemy. They had no chance of winning against him, let alone fighting against him. Yasaka then tried to reason with him. Issei, please listen to reason. Wiping us out won't do you any good. You can still redeem yourself and make things better. You don't need to do this. Please, just come back. Yasaka shouted, as Issei only chuckled, as he came closer, pulling her chin towards her, and spoke with an angered tone. This is the reason why I hate you factions. You think that I would just ignore every single cardinal sin, every single action against me, every single humiliation. You want me to forget, but you know, I am not like you. That I will forget everything. I know for a fact that people like Zeus and Sarafal would never accept me, because I destroyed their pride completely. Those bastards think that I am entitled to serve them, that just because I am a human, I am compelled and must serve them, that I am nothing but a tool to meet their ends. But I am not like that. I am done being a tool. I am my own person and I will stay as such. No faction leader will control me, for I am a dragon, a being of power and strength. They underestimated me for so long, looked down upon me, but not anymore. You will watch as I destroy the factions once and for all, Issei declared as Yasaka's tears do not stop falling, seeing that she was one of the few responsible for creating a monster that will wipe them out. Issei brought out Alpheka Tyrant. Yasaka's instincts were telling her to flee, and this was due to light-based weapons, as he spoke with an evil grin. You see, light-based weapons are your weakness, and this sacred gear erases memories and personalities, right? You will be reborn as one of my slaves, and you will destroy your own faction along with your daughter, with your very own hands. Meanwhile, your real self will do nothing but watch. As you destroy your own faction with your very own hands, you will experience the same sadness and despair I did. Issei's words made Yasaka widen her eyes in horror, as she started to struggle even more to stop Issei. No, Issei, please! Yasaka shouted, pleading Issei to not do this. As Issei ignored her, he then threw multiple nails aimed at her, isolating her real self, and creating a personality that was subservient to her. Her eyes were starting to lose their shines, as she heard Issei's last words. The next time you open your eyes, you will be my first sleeper agent, Lady Yasaka. Issei's tone was mocking. Yasaka tried to reach out to Issei, but she was gone. She closed her eyes, as a tear fell from one of them. She knew that there was nothing she could do. Issei walked away. As he spoke, let's head back. There is something else I need to do. This earned nods from Malik and Grievous as they headed back to their base. Scene change. Ko Town PM. Issei and Miyuki were outside, as they decided to wear casuals. Issei wore a striped shirt, which had red and white stripes. He additionally wore beige jeans, with zipped pockets, and black shoes. Miyuki, on the other hand, wore a blue crop top, with a white skirt that reached right above her knee. It was a short skirt. She additionally wore heels and left her hair open. Well, where do you want to go? Issei spoke with a smile, as Miyuki spoke with a doubtful look. I don't know, I have no idea. This is the first time I have gone out. Issei raised one of his eyes as he spoke. How about I take you to a fast food place? You might enjoy it. Miyuki nodded, having no idea what it. The duo head inside the fast food store. It was a McDonald's store. As they sat down to eat their food, Miyuki watched her burger, wondering what she needed to do. Oh, you have to eat like this. Issei picked up his burger with both of his hands and puts it near his mouth, and spoke, garnering Miyuki's attention. He then opened his mouth and took a bite of it. Like this? Miyuki asked as she followed Issei's movements and took a bite of it. She immediately widened her eyes, noticing how tasty the burger was. I never had this in my life, Miyuki spoke in amazement, as she then turned to Issei and asked, this must have been expensive, right? Nope, it is cheaper than most restaurant foods. Issei shook his head and spoke with a smile. As Miyuki started gulping down in the food, Issei felt like her life was completely like prison, before he had rescued her. Indeed, partner, I can't even imagine how they could do this to someone so sweet. Drake spoke mentally with fury in his voice, as Issei nodded in agreement. True, Sarafal and Sona are gonna regret what they did to her. They are beyond mercy. Issei spoke equally angry. As he watched Miyuki eat her fries with her bare hands, she was able to eat it normally. And as for her drink, Issei had to teach her in a proper manner by sipping it from the straw, which she learned quickly. As they left the area, Issei decided to take her to the arcade. As expected, she was awed by whatever she saw, due to her being in the human world for the very first time. She entered the arcade. As she saw a racing game, she wanted to play it. You want to play this? Issei asks, to which Miyuki nods. Issei puts a coin as Miyuki starts to play. At first she struggles, but Issei teaches her on how to play it. She manages to grasp it. Just a little more, just a little, good job. Issei watches as Miyuki reaches third place in the race, as she happily exclaims, Thank you, Issei. Issei smiles in response. He was lucky she was found, else who knows whether she would experience the outside world or not. A few moments later, Issei had to go to the bathroom. As he spoke, Stay here for a while. I will just go to the restroom and come. Miyuki gave a nod. As he left, Miyuki continued playing on the arcade, but unbeknownst to her, someone else had entered the room. As she spoke, Working has stressed me a lot. I wonder if there are any games I could play. The voice spoke. She was Sarafal Leviathan, as she roamed around the arcade, to play with. However, from the corner of her eye, she sensed someone's familiar aura. Is that Sarafal turned her attention to the arcade that Miyuki was playing, as she grins maniacally. I have found you, sister. Sarafal walks towards Miyuki. As she grabs her hand, Miyuki was surprised by this action, as she struggles to let go of it. Hey, let go! Miyuki exclaims. Sarafal was happy she was able to find her sister, before it was too late, as she desires to teleport, before creating a barrier so that the humans present don't witness this. But Miyuki was not going to let that happen. Miyuki notices her sister, and pleads with her to not go home. I am not going back to that place. Miyuki begs her sister to let her go, but to no avail. Sarafal tries to activate teleportation, but Miyuki freezes everything due to her anguish. She emanates aura due to her anguish. This was picked up by a certain dragon. You are going back, whether you like it or not. Sarafal smiles. As she activates teleportation, Miyuki cries. She does not want to stay alone. She does not want to be isolated. For once she was enjoying herself, but she is not yet strong enough to stop her sister. However, unbeknownst to her, someone was rushing to rescue her. Sarafal was almost close to teleporting back to the Citri household, directly to her room. That was when her hand was grabbed as it forced to release her. She looked on in shock, as she exclaimed, So the bastard who took my sister. Sarafal looked to see the person, only to find the color of her face completely drained. She was afraid of the person in front of her. It was Issei, and he was furious. He punched Sarafal so hard that her jawbone was broken. It was dangling. As Issei looks at Miyuki and asks, You okay? Miyuki gives a nod. As he wipes a tear from her eye, she smiles genuinely. However, a magic ice attack strikes Issei, who blocks it with a holy magic shield. You have got some nerve to show yourself and attack one of the people I protected. I am going to put you down, permanently. Issei shouted with fury. Sarafal was afraid, as she pleaded with Issei. Nah, please, I was just wanting the best for my sister. Hear me out, spare me. Issei screamed in response. Shut your mouth, you filthy woman-child. Sarafal tumbled behind, as she was now completely afraid of Issei. You are no better than my brother Dai. I know what you did to your sister. You tried to imprison her, due to the fact that she had much higher potential than you. Both you and Sona Citri were complicit in what you did. Both of you lied to even your own parents, making them think that she was a threat. You took away her childhood, her life, and yet you admonish Dai. You are a hypocrite and a jealous coward. Sarafal Citri. You don't deserve the title of Leviathan. Miyuki was shocked at this. She was horrified by what her sister saw her as. She was jealous, as she spoke in surprise. Why, what did I do to you? Sarafal gritted her teeth, as she radiated her aura, as she shouted. She is a threat. Both you and her are threats to the devil race. And yes, I was jealous, because I worked hard to become stronger, while she failed to do so. I will take my sister back. Issei shook his head, while being even more furious. Miyuki was almost in tears. She saw the truth of what her family thinks of her. She did not ask for this power, yet she always wondered why her family kept her as a secret. They were manipulated by her sisters due to her potential, which they were jealous of. Issei spoke coldly in fury. In that case, today is your last day to breathe. Issei removed his true Longinus, and exclaimed. Sarafal feared this. As she watched in horror, Issei was going to kill her tonight. Balance breaker, Polar Knight Chakravartin. 7 orbs came behind him, as Issei commanded. Ithritana the orb fired a beam that took away the magical power of Sarafal, reducing her to a mere human. At the time, this will only last for a short while. You! What have you done to me? Sarafal shouted as Issei spoke coldly. Taken away your magical power. The treasure I use takes away a female's ability to do anything, including magic, for a short amount of time. It's time to end you, permanently. Issei looked at Miyuki, who was still crying, as he spoke. You okay? Issei spoke. As Miyuki gave a nod, she looked at her sister, with disdain in her eyes. Before looking at Issei, she was still soft-hearted as she spoke weakly, with a tone full of sadness. Sarafal wanted to escape, but she had lost all of her magic. She had tears, due to her fear of what Issei will do to her. Please, don't let me take her away. Issei understood this. he decided to show Sarafal that he is far stronger than her. It's time I show you the truth idea, Issei spoke coldly. As he started to chant, Sarafal then shouted, "If you kill me, the factions will make sure you suffer." Issei, however, ignored her and started to chant. The chant was different from the original. 6. O spear! The true holy spear which pierces through God. Suck the ambition of domination sleeping within me and pierce through the gap of blessing and destruction. Announce my will, and turn into a glow. A bright holy light was released. This was Issei's will manifested into reality. Miyuki was afraid that it would hurt her, but it gave her warmth and comfort. However, as for Sarafal, the light started to burn her skin. No. Sarafal begged in fear and mercy. As the light started to glow even brighter, her skin was burning in agony. As she watched in horror, her hand then fell apart, followed by her other hand, and her limbs, all of which started to disintegrate, leaving no trace of them. She screamed in pain, as her whole body was burning alive. Her torso was soon burnt, as she cursed Issei and Miyuki one final time. No! Damn you, Issei! Damn you, Miyuki! Ayaha! Sarafal screamed as she was evaporated into the light. Once the light left, there was no trace of Sarafal. Issei deactivated the orbs. As he looked towards Miyuki, he then asked, "You okay?" Miyuki looked at him and gave a nod. "Let's head back, okay?" Issei then teleported the two back to Hayate residence. Sarafal was no longer going to harass her. She was dead and she was never going to come back. He even made sure to destroy her soul as well. Scene change. Issei was waiting outside, as Miyuki was crying, being consoled by Quinella and Charlotte. As Charlotte spoke with disgust, "I can't believe she managed to ruin the only day that would make the Miyuki happy." Quinella nodded to her friend in agreement. "Even now I don't understand. How was she able to find out about her?" Quinella asked in surprise, as Issei explained. "I believe some of her aura was picked up by Sarafal's Citri, and that was how she was able to detect her." Quinella and Charlotte nodded. As Issei continued, "I think Sarafal finding her was pure coincidence. Despite that, how can you be so sure?" Charlotte asked in confusion. Quinella rubbed Miyuki's back, while muttering, "It's okay," as Issei responded. "Simple, 2 reasons. Sarafal often does not come to Ko, so she must have came here to play arcade. At the same time, I took her to that place, and the other was that if anyone was to find about her, it would have been Sona, due to her being present in Ko Academy." Issei explained to the 2 girls. They remembered how she was still the heiress despite her controversy, and Rias apparently can still live here due to Asia. Issei spoke in an exasperated tone. This was primarily true for most girls that once belonged to Dai Hayadu, and he was not a big fan of this. "Issei, can I make a request?" Issei turned to the attention of the voice. It was Miyuki. As she spoke, "I want you to train me so that I become strong enough to take down my sister and her family. Once and for all, I don't want to be weak enough to be locked up again. So please train me." Miyuki bowed in front of Issei. She wanted revenge. They took away her childhood, and she hated them for that. She wanted to become stronger, so that no one will ever try to do that ever again. Issei looked at her and asked, "Are you sure?" Miyuki responds with a nod. "I am. Sona took my childhood away from me, just like Sarafal did. I will never forgive them for that," Miyuki declared, in pure anger while rubbing her tears from her face. As she looked at Issei in the eye, she then spoke. "I desire to become stronger, so that no one can take advantage of me again." Issei understood and gave a nod. As he spoke, "In that case, I am not going to stop you. You will be trained, and when the time comes, you will have your revenge, and I have plans for that." Miyuki intently listened as Issei told her about the plan. He was planning to tell the whole world about this, effectively ruining the whole reputation of the Citri clan completely. The next day, Hayate residence, AM. Miyuki seems to be bowing in front of the other residents of the Hayate residency. She then spoke with a smile. "Please take good care of me." Miyuki scanned the room. She was happy that Sona Citri was not present. "Everyone, please welcome Miyuki Shiba. She will be staying here with us." Miyuki nodded, as the Hayate residents did not mind her presence. "Issei, where did you meet her?" Ingvild asked, to which Issei responded. "Oh, she was quite unfamiliar with the outside world. I just met her a few days ago, and we became quite good friends. Miyuki nodded to Issei's lie. As a result they managed to buy it, and only consider them as friends. The residents then dispersed doing whatever they were doing except those that knew who Miyuki was. Issei had given her a pendant that would seal away her devil aura, making people think that she was just an ordinary human. Well, now that you are here, you don't need to hide from anyone. Issei spoke, earning a nod from the devil. Indeed, speaking of which, where are Rias and her peerage? From what I have heard the house residents were high, so where are they? Miyuki asked, to which Nyx responded. Ever since the pillar of the faction's truth was revealed, they all are still mourning in their own homes. Although they will be back soon. Miyuki nodded. She had heard of Dai Hayata's deeds, which turned out to be lies, when two servants were conversing with each other. I see. Miyuki spoke with thought, as she then changed into a shrug. Well, they got what they deserved for believing the wrong guy. Speaking of which, would you like to go to Ko Academy? Issei asked. To Miyuki nodded immediately. Her sister Sona was there. As she spoke, I am in. Issei nodded. Quinella and Charlotte had a request. As Quinella spoke, Issei, we both have a request. Issei looked at them, and spoke with a smile. Go ahead. Charlotte then asked with a pleading request. We both want to join you in Ko Academy. Can you please let us come? Issei sighed, as he spoke. Fine, you two can come, but are you sure? My reputation there isn't the best. Quinella shook her head and responded with a sweet smile. Oh, we would be fine. Anyone talks ill about you, they would be on the receiving end of our wrath. Issei did not know why, but he felt fear for some unknown reason. Well, in that case, please look after Miyuki when I am not there. I don't trust the Kendo girls and Aika Kiryu. They are the ones that she needs to be weary of. Issei spoke with worry. They are known to be the ones that gave him the most trouble when it comes to the female population of the academy. Even if you didn't ask us to, we would be wary of them. And that glasses girl is a hypocrite. She is nothing but a menace that uses the female gender to her advantage. Quinella spoke with a smile at the start, before she changed into a cold tone. Thanks, girls, I know we can count on you. Issei spoke with a tone of gratitude, as the girls gave a genuine smile. Speaking of which, Nyx, do you want to also come? Nyx gave a nod, as she speaks. I will be coming in, not as a student. However, Nyx gave a smile, as Issei and the rest wonder what the primordial goddess of darkness was planning, as she gave Issei a wink. Miyuki, on the other hand, clenched her fist. She was ready to give trauma to Sona Citri, as she thought. I am coming for you. You better be ready, sister. Ko Academy, PM. Issei was sitting bored on the desk. He was back in the hellhole known as Ko Academy. Many wanted to ask where his brother Dai Hayata was, but he waited for the right time to reveal everything. Greeting everyone. Issei widened his eyes. Upon hearing the voice, it was Nyx. She no longer was wearing her casuals. Instead, she wore a black coat, with a white formal shirt and a black tight pants, that displayed her figure properly. Additionally, she wore shoes that was as dark as night. I will be your new homeroom teacher, since Miss Rossweiss cannot be present due to family emergency. My name is Nyx Mavros. It is nice to meet all of you. Nyx introduced herself. As Issei widened her eyes in surprise, many of the boys started to cheer, which included the perverted duo as well. Oh, look at that rack, she is a model. Matsuda spoke secretly. Her waist is CM and her waist is, she is good looking. Motohama also spoke in secret. This was unfortunately heard by Issei Hayata, who was furious at these perverted morons checking out on other girls, despite already having a girlfriend. He radiated some of his aura, which made many shiver in fear, forcing them to calm down. Nyx chuckled at her boyfriend's protective nature, as she gave a glare to all the boys and spoke with a smile, that Issei interpreted to be sadistic. I am already taken, although I won't reveal who it is. The boys who were single slumped in defeat. Now then, there are 3 additional girls I would like to introduce. Nyx spoke, as Quinella, Charlotte and Miyuki came in. My name is Quinella Clare. It is nice to meet you. Quinella spoke with a fake smile. She really hated the people of this room, except her allies. My name is Charlotte Browning. It is nice to meet you. Charlotte exclaimed with happiness, but internally, she wanted to sit next to Issei. And my name is Miyuki Shiba. It is good to meet you. Miyuki introduced, as the boys cheered in happiness, while the girls glared at the boys. Nyx then spoke. I believe that we are past homeroom, so take up any seats you want. The 3 girls nodded, and sat next to Issei. Much to the class's chagrin, Many wanted the girls to sit away from the pervert and underwear stealer. Matsuda and Motohama gulped in fear, worried about what would happen if the truth came out. Miss, where is Dai Hayadu? Kates asked to Nyx, who internally was disgusted at the mention of his name. She had heard of his reputation as the third prince of Ko Academy, as Nyx lied to the class. You see, he had an accident, and is right now in hospital, but he should make a steady recovery. This made the class or the human side of the class breathe a sigh of relief. Those that were unaware of the supernatural were the ones that breathed a sigh of relief. The others were surprised by what Nyx had spoken. They wondered what the goddess of darkness was planning. As Nyx started to teach the class Greek, a language that would be important later on, scene change. Sona, can I ask you something? Sona turned around to see Rias Gremry calling for her, as she looked at her and gave a smile, and she spoke. Go ahead. Rias then spoke. I believe you have heard of the new students and teacher that came in Isei's class, right? Sona nods. She had heard of them, quite recently. They were heading towards their next class, due to now them being in college. Indeed, two of them were Asmodeus and Beelzebub. Rias spoke with a tone that hinted jealousy. As Sona nodded, she understood that it was Hayadu that had brought. As Sona then asked, who is the teacher? Rias then spoke. It is Nyx. She is the new homeroom teacher that replaced Rosweiss. Sona nearly widened her eyes in shock. She wanted to do something about it, as she asked, what the hell is Hayadu thinking? Rias sighed in response, as she spoke. Issei brought her with him. You know what will happen if you try to do anything to her, right? Sona gulped in fear. She remembered how Issei dealt with 3 of the 4 Satans like it was nothing, which included her older sister. I know. Does he not care? Sona asked, but then stopped. She should have known of Issei's current nature. She was fearful of Issei, as she then asked, who is the third student? Rias then spoke. Her name is Miyuki Shiba. She is the third student that came with Asmodeus and Beelzebub. No sooner than Sona heard the name, she shivered when she heard of this. She knew who Miyuki was. It was her sister, and she was with Issei Hayadu. But despite this, she had to confirm who she is. Rias, can you describe how she looks? Sona asked with worry, which made Rias confused. As she spoke, she had black hair and blue eyes. Sona shivered when she had heard of this. She then exclaimed, that's not Miyuki Shiba, that's Miyuki Citri, my younger sister. Rias was confused, as she asked, but didn't you tell me that she passed away, Sona? Rias asked confused, to which Sona widened her eyes. As she realized that she would expose herself in front of everyone, she then spoke. I thought it was her. Sona spoke with fear. Rias felt sad. She was unaware of the truth as she spoke with a sad smile. Rias knew little of what her friend was hiding from her. She must look alike then. Well, let's go to class. I know wherever she is all right. Sona nods at Rias's words as they both head to class. Sona then thinks, I need to confirm this for myself. Sona thought with fear. If this was the real Miyuki or if this was a look-alike. Scene change. Hayadu residence, PM. Miyuki was walking to her next class. She was alone. This was due to the fact that Charlotte and Quinella had some job to do. This was asked by Issei Hayadu. The girl sighed in annoyance. Issei was right. The Kendo girls demanded the 3 to stay away from Issei, only to be sent flying by both Quinella and Charlotte, causing many to not mess with the 3 girls. However, she was stalked upon by Sona Citri, who wanted to confirm as she saw her to be looking the same as her sister did. She then thought, well, she does look like her. Sona thought with worry. She then walked outside as nothing wrong ever happened. You! Miyuki looked to see her older sister. Anger boiled inside of her. She wanted to deal with her right away. However, she promised Issei that he will give her the chance to deal with her. You are Miyuki, my sister, right? Sona asked seriously, to which Miyuki pretended to not know anything. Miss, I have never met you in my life. Who even are you? Miyuki spoke in a mocking tone. Sona tried to sense her devil aura, but she was surprised to see her human aura. But despite this, she refused to believe that this was not her sister, as she asked, You are Miyuki. I am your older sister, Sona Citri. Miyuki was internally fuming. She wanted to kill her right away, but she had to calm herself. She did not deserve to call herself as her older sister. I am the only child, Miss Citri. I have never met you before in my life. Miyuki lied to Sona, as Sona was starting to get angry, as she spoke in an angered tone. You are my younger sister, don't you remember? Miyuki starts to lose her rage, and starts to get happy, seeing her older sister get angry. My name is Miyuki Shiba, not Miyuki Citri. You've mistaken me for someone else. Sona then spoke with an increased tone. No, you sound and behave like my younger sister. You are Miyuki Citri. Come with me home, sister. Miyuki was ready to defend herself, however Issei came before a fight could escalate. Citri, she is not your sister. Issei came towards Sona, making her shiver, as she tried her best to maintain her composure. Issei sighed as he spoke. He needed to prevent a fight from escalating, since now was not the time. Look, she is Miyuki Shiba, my friend. She is a child of an ordinary couple, which have no siblings. You can go back to your class. Issei spoke seriously. But Issei looked at Miyuki, who asked, feigning confusion. She is calling me her younger sister. What is wrong with her? Issei then responded in a mocking tone. Oh, she has an older sister. I think she is cuckoo crazy. Miyuki then chuckled, while Sona was fuming with fury and embarrassment. Issei then turned her attention and spoke in a mocking tone, while feigning confusion and concern. I know you have an older sister, but you never told me that you have a younger sister. Are you okay? Sona just walked away from the situation with an embarrassing look on her face. Thanks, Issei. Who knows what would have happened if you didn't come? I hate her very existence. Miyuki exclaimed with pure fury, once Sona was out of the way. I was nearby coincidentally, but even then, you have got some amazing self-control. Issei appreciated her, causing Miyuki to smile. Issei then spoke with a smile. Well, let's head to the next class. Miyuki nodded in agreement as they both left for their next class. Meanwhile, Sona was completely in fear, knowing full well that it was Miyuki Citri and both Issei and the rest were hiding her from the rest of the world. But at the same time, she couldn't do anything given how strong he is. He was surprised by what happened. Issei was known to be very aggressive, yet he was calm when she was talking to Miyuki. She believed that Issei did not see her, tried to get angry. She breathed a sigh of relief that she was all right. I think I should go to class, Sona said, trying to get her mind off something else. She decided to look into this, Miyuki Shiba. She needed to tell this to her older sister. However, she wouldn't respond, since Issei had already dealt with her. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Issei getting along with Chibi BKRM. Remastered cast. Ko Academy, PM. So is that everything? Issei asked seriously, seeing the evidence gathered in front of him. Indeed. It was easy for those boys and girls to expose everything to us, using my charm ability. Quinella spoke coldly, as they all had plans for exposing the Ko Academy kids. It was Charlotte and Quinella's idea, as they were annoyed by those girls, who were demanding them to be separated from Issei, whom they started to love. I am not going to lie, I hardly care for those idiots. The only reason I wanted this to happen was because they started to go after you guys, especially Miyuki. Issei spoke with venom. He hated the Kendo duo the most, but now they have gone too far. They even went so far as to attack Quinella and Charlotte, only to be sent flying by the two girls. Well, we can't let them besmirch our lord for so long and get away with it, right? Quinella spoke with a smile, as Issei just shrugged. I guess. Well, the announcing booth opens up in minutes, so you might want to get in, before it is too late. Issei spoke, earning nods from the two girls. The girls head inside with all the evidence, as they vowed to make the lives that hurt their Issei for so long as miserable as possible. In an added bonus, this would make both the Gremory and the Citri heiresses' lives as miserable as possible, even in the Ko Academy, where they were still revered as Koa's great one. Samus. Are you ready for this, Charlie? Quinella spoke to her friend. Well, I am. Let's reveal the truth to everyone. Charlotte spoke in a cold tone, as Quinella used her charm to knock out the people guarding the booth, before they took to the stage to expose the real traitors. They uploaded the videos that they had collected, which included those that Issei had given them to, which included Issei showing himself to be much more innocent as opposed to what they anticipated. The reason for them using the school Wi-Fi was that it was much faster. Scene change. Issei was standing next to Nyx and Miyuki at a different location. No sooner than they stood there, everyone got a notification on their mobile phones. It only had 2 words, which were, the truth. They all, out of curiosity, clicked on the title. It revealed the video of when Issei decided to deal with the perverted duo himself, as well as Hyade. But it was not just the Ko Academy, the video was being broadcasted to the whole of Ko Academy. They saw on how the perverted duo stalked Issei, revealed that it was them that was spreading the rumors, and finally the mastermind showing up. However, they were surprised to see Issei fight back, making many surprised since they saw him as weak. The video made everyone widen their eyes in horror. As soon as the video ended, they all looked at the perverted duo in disgust and horror, as they all fell for their lies. They were the ones that spread the rumors about Issei, making his lives as miserable as possible. It also revealed the mastermind behind these rumors, Hyade. Many of the girls were heartbroken when they saw those videos. They soon realized that the one that they had a crush on was nothing but the scum of the planet. They wanted to be friends with him, so that they could go on a date with him one day. However, that fantasy shattered when his absence was there for days, and finally when his truth was revealed today. But there were additional videos compiled into the single one, where Matsuda and Motohama was not the only accomplice. Genshiro Saji and even Rias Gremory herself was involved in these videos. They saw on how Genshiro willingly agreed to spread the lies of Hyade, with even Rias doing the same. Both continued to spread the said lies not only to the entirety of Ko Academy, but also Ko Town as well. Once the videos were done, that is when Quinella and Charlotte announced from the announcer's booth. As you can see, all those videos are nothing but true. They were recorded in secret, and made into a singular compilation. Charlotte announced with anger in her voice. Many were disgusted at what the five did, and they looked at Motohama and Matsuda with anger and disgust in their eyes. They both feared and shivered what would happen next. Their whole lives had gone down the drain. Some were even feeling guilty of falling for their lies, resulting in them attacking Issei Hyade. And the worst part was that they did not even apologize for what they did. The worst affected was Aika. She should have seen this coming. She never helped her brother when he needed her the most, and she believed the wrong brother, resulting in this happening. Genshiro was also afraid of what was happening. He never thought that Hyade would come to know of the truth, and Zenobia and her student council were glaring daggers at Saji for his involvement in the mess. I was a fool to trust you, Saji. You should be ashamed of yourself. Zenobia spoke coldly and with spite in her voice. Genshiro could only look away. He feared that just like the others his world had come crashing down on him. Out of all the girls, Zenobia, Roswitha and Ravel regretted their actions the most, since they believed multiple people, even at school and in the supernatural. Same went for Ingvild and Valerie. However, they realized it much sooner than before. They all watched as Quinella shouted, "Oh, don't you dare put the blame on those two stains on society completely. You all are complicit in what you did. All of you are responsible for making his life a living hell." Quinella then continued, "You all disgust me, to the very core. All of you, students, teachers, everyone responsible for this." They all looked down in shame. Even teachers did not bother checking for the rumors, as they all fell for the lies the students were spreading, without actually bothering to check whether it was true or not. And the teachers, you are supposed to maintain discipline in the academy, but you always have punished the victim. You always fell for their lies and tried to make him the bad guy. You all should be ashamed of yourselves. You are a disgrace to every single teacher out there that is trying to do their job. Charlotte shouted with pure fury, causing some of the weak-willed teachers to cry. But don't you dare go to him, asking for forgiveness, thinking that he will forget and forgive any of you. 'Cause he is not going to. He will never forgive you, no matter what you do. You are all way past that. You can only be ashamed of yourself, and regret what you have done, 'cause he will never forgive you," Quinella announced, earning silence from them. The cries in the audience started to increase, even more. "However, there are 3 additional violators that are present in our school," Quinella announced, earning surprised looks from the cast, as they all wondered what she meant. "It turns out Murayama and Kates, our 2 kendo captains, are just like Hyade, nothing but frauds." This surprised many. With both the girls sweating nervously, they hoped that Quinella did not reveal what they were actually doing. They feared what would happen next. They are substance abusers, as well as use performance-enhancing drugs to improve their capabilities. "Don't believe us, let us show that to you," Quinella spoke, as another notification came on their mobiles. There were images of the two girls using performance-enhancing drugs to improve their strength and capabilities. This shocked several and angered many. While not comparable due to the crimes of Dai Hyadu, it was still nevertheless one. These are our protectors. Well, they at least did a good job in hurting the wrong person. While the real victims get away time and time again, I think you know who they are, right? Charlotte announced in fury, causing the girls to escape. However, they were surrounded, and they feared what would happen next. Quinella then announced, while sending images to all across Ko Academy. But there is another case in point. There is an actual pervert. Her name is Aika Kiryu. Aika Kiryu feared what would happen, as a final notification came, and this was Aika Kiryu, who smelled men's undergarments, and often used to even do some stuff among them. Aika was sweating nervously, as the male students moved away from her, out of fear. She was worse than Issei or any of the other perverts in this school. Quinella spoke, this is what happens, and she has been getting away with this deed for the past 3 years. And I know some of you male students wouldn't even mind this. You all disgust me. You all should be ashamed of this, and Aika Kiryu, you are a sex offender. You should be the most ashamed of this. Aika could only look away. All in all, it was a terrible day for everyone. Many of the students and teachers were bawling their eyes out. Issei, Nyx and Miyuki watched the scene coldly. They hardly had any empathy for them. Charlotte ended the speech by exclaiming, I hope you are proud of yourselves. You have been tormenting an innocent for all those years. You all should be burning in hell for your actions. Charlotte and Quinella ended the speech as everyone was crying. Issei, Nyx and Miyuki left the school, as they reunited with Quinella and Charlotte. So how was the performance? Quinella asked, as Issei spoke with a smile. It was good, and however, they were interrupted by Sona Citri and Rias Gremory, both having unpleasant expressions on their faces. A word. Issei's expression changed to that of annoyance. Even Miyuki and the others were not happy with this. Scene change. Sona and Rias were not having unpleasant expressions, as they were looking at the group. You do know that using magic is wrong, right? Sona asked seriously, to which Issei spoke with a shrug. Those are rules made by the factions, but I am not part of the factions, remember? Sona and Rias were not happy by this answer, as Nyx spoke in support of Issei. You are not mad that Issei used magic, you are mad because we ruined your reputation, right? Hearing this, both Sona and Rias clenched their fists in fury. However, they couldn't do anything, they had to stay down, otherwise Issei wouldn't hesitate to kill them. If you are here to waste our time, then we have got better things to do. Now if you will excuse us, we will leave, goodbye. Issei spoke, as they all got up and left the room, as Sona and Rias could only watch as the trio left. Rias wanted to stop them, but Sona grabbed her hand. She only shook her head, as they were at a tight spot. They had just got the news that the Yukai faction had fallen, and they will be having a meeting soon enough. What will it take to get his help now? Rias asked her friend in worry, as Sona spoke in response. I honestly don't know, he just does what he wants. When he wants, we would only annoy him, and you know what will happen, when that happens, right? Sona's words made the Gremory heiress gulp in fear. They knew that he was dangerous, and only hoped that Malik's madness could end. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei drinking his Diet Coke in celebration. Underworld PM. An emergency meeting had been called by Surzex, as soon as the fall of the Yukai faction had happened. What's worse, was the fact that both Yukai leader Yasaka was taken captive by the robot faction, and has not been seen since. The leaders present were Surzex Lucifer, Ajuka Beelzebub, Odin, Michael, Shemahazai, Azazel, Magari, Shiva, Zeus, and Amaterasu. The Yukai faction was completely devastated, with only Magari being the one that was present, due to her being the only high-level Yukai in the room. As for the others, they all had solemn expressions on their faces. Well, what now? Surzex's tone was grim, primarily due to the fact that the Yukai faction was now completely wiped out. Just like Grigori, things have been looking grim for the Alliance. The truth of Dai Hyadu coupled with the fall of the Yukai faction will forever have a permanent stain on the supernatural. Things are looking pretty grim for our kind. Yasaka-sama is missing, Kuno-sama is in despair, Nirarihayan-sama has been killed. It seems like Malik and his army are unstoppable. Magari spoke, while breaking down into tears. Amaterasu consoles her in this dark moment. It's gonna be alright. We will avenge what we have lost. But how, Amaterasu-sama? How will this happen? How can we stop his unstoppable army? He showed no mercy to any of our kind, Magari exclaimed before breaking down in tears. I really don't understand. What did we do to him? Why does he want to wipe us all out? What did we do to deserve this? Amaterasu was speechless. She understood Magari's pain, as she saw Nararahayan die in front of her eyes. The situation is truly looking hopeless. Ajuka trailed off. Many of the leaders had to agree. Issei did not budge from his decision. As he spoke, even Sarafal is nowhere to be seen. What do you mean? Shemhazai asked. Where is she at a time like this? Ajuka shook his head in response and spoke. We know nothing. All we know is that she went to the mall last night, and after that, there is no trace of her. Could Malik have been the one to attack her? Michael spoke with worry. As Serzex dreaded what he could do to her, she must have been imprisoned just like Yasaka, and hence there was no trace of her. Even Sona tried calling her, but the number was no longer present, nor could they sense her magic signature. Either way, we need to identify this. She went to Crom Mall last time, right? Serzex asked Ajuka, earning a nod from the man. We need to take the security recordings. That is the only way we can find what truly happened. Serzex spoke seriously, as Azazel spoke. That won't be necessary. I can get them right away. Azazel got up and teleported away. A few moments later, he had obtained the security recordings. He had used a mind spell to convince the security guards, and after that it was relatively easy. Well, here goes nothing. Azazel started to play the recording. There everyone was surprised to see Issei walk in with another girl. That awfully looked like Sona Citri. Is that Hayadu? What is he doing here? Serzex asked surprised, as Odin responded in a joking manner, probably taking one of his harem girls to a date. They continued watching. Moments later, Issei left out of the arcade, which made them understand that he must have been doing something. After a while Sarafal came in, and then, she never came out. They waited and waited, ignoring the other girl that came with him. Their focus was Sarafal, as the lights eventually had shut down, and this meant the mall had closed. This left the room in complete silence, as Serzex spoke, breaking the silence. It seems like Hayadu is the only one that knows where Sarafal is. Serzex spoke weakly. He did not desire a confrontation with the one that could easily kill him and his entire race. Serzex, I hope you are not going to ask him. Shiva exclaimed with worry. He knew that he would have to be stupid to ask him. Serzex spoke with a grim tone. We have no choice. If anyone knows where Sarafal is, it is him. Serzex's words did not sit well with the god of destruction, who spoke with a concerned voice. I hope you know what you are doing. One wrong move and you will. Serzex responded in a determined tone. I know, but if it is for my friend, I will do anything. Shiva shook his head in disappointment, knowing messing with Hayadu might result in a disaster. Either way, the /OG team is recovering very soon, minus Lavinia, so that is the only good news we have. Azazel spoke with a sad smile, remembering Quinella and Charlotte's words. He hated what he did to Issei, and he hated himself primarily for that. That's good. I hope they are doing all right. Michael spoke with a cheerful tone. As Azazel shook his head, 2 factions had fallen and there was nothing they could do. Malik and Grievous along with their armies had already rampaged across many lives. I hope so. Azazel's tone was grim. As he spoke, what now? We have to find a way to convince Hayadu. That is the only way we have. Otherwise all the factions are doomed. Shiva spoke wisely, causing some to be fearful. He then asked, I just hope that the people in our factions have calmed down. My faction still hates me for what I did with my daughters. They are on the verge of a civil war. They want me down. Zeus spoke sadly, earning a nod from Odin. They both have been suffering from this due to what had happened. Mine is in a similar state. The devils want Rias Gremory and Sona Citri to be executed for their crimes. I am only stalling this by telling them that even they were manipulated by Dai Hayadu's lies. Serzex spoke, to which Ajuka nodded in agreement. In the aftermath, Rias is no longer the heir of the Gremory clan, while Sona still remains the heir, due to the clan having no additional heir. My faction is much better, but seeds of distrust and anger have been brewing. It will only take a while before a civil war begins. Michael spoke with a grim tone, as Magari, Shemhazai and Azazel were silent due to their factions being wiped out by Malik and his armies. Shiva was also quiet, due to him only joining the alliance due to them needing to work together in order to seal away the beast of Apocalypse Trihexa. Well, either way, we can get Hayate on our side to calm the factions down, otherwise you all are done for. I guess that is all for the meeting. Anything else? Shiva asked, to which Surzex shook his heads. Very well, I hope we all can survive against Malik and put a stop to his madness, otherwise if this continues, the supernatural will be wiped out. Shiva spoke seriously, making several dread on what will happen. Many like Surzex, Michael, Azazel, Odin and Zeus were afraid due to them having families that are endangered by this new threat. They all then teleported thinking of ways on how Issei could rejoin the factions, so that he could help against this threat. They are, however, unaware that Issei is the mastermind of this threat, and soon everything will fall apart. Scene change. Hayate residence, PM. Issei was working on his plan to expose the Citri clan to the rest of the world. Sona will be a problem to him and Miyuki since she will want to know whether Miyuki is her sister or not. He may have taken Sarafal down, but the Citri clan still remains. He knew that they would be a problem, especially now that Miyuki has gone missing, and Miyuki Shiba was just a cover-up. However, his thoughts were snapped when a magic circle opened up, revealing it to be belonging to that of the Yukai. Huh! Yukai? Issei was on guard. He was not in a mood of dealing with any of them. However, he was surprised to see his guests. There were two of them. He recognized Kunu, as she begged Issei, "Please save my mother." Issei scoffed and spoke. "I told your mother and the rest of your faction once before, not my monkeys, not my circus. You can leave now." Issei walked away, as Kunu tugged on his shirt, refusing to let go of it. Moments later, the rest of the house residents also came, only to see Issei with Kunu and an unknown fox Yukai. We sensed the Yukai magic circle and Quinella spoke, recognizing Kunu. However, she was unable to recognize Haruheim, as she asked Issei, "Who is she?" Issei answered her question. "That's Haruheim Sanjuno, the handmaiden that belongs to this kid." Issei pointed to Kunu, earning nods from the ones that did not recognize Haruheim, that being Charlotte, Quinella and Miyuki. "You are my only hope, please rescue my mother, I beg of you." Kunu begged while tears fell from her eyes. She wanted Issei to save her mother, just like he once did. 6. Like I said, she is not my problem. If anything, I don't even care if she lives or dies. Issei's words were cold. As Kunu sniffled, she hated her past self for doing that to Issei. As Issei was about to walk away, he was easily able to remove Kunu's hands. As she was too weak, she kept crying. However, another hand stopped him from moving, as he looked to see Haruheim Sanjuno, the handmaiden of Kunu. She has long blonde hair, green eyes, and fox ears and a tail. She wore a red kimono. "I won't let you make Kunu cry anymore," Haruheim spoke angrily, making Issei laugh, as Haruheim pulled her hand back. "Your bravery is admirable, Sanjuno, but that won't change my decision. You made your choice a long time ago. Goodbye." Issei spoke. "While walking away, I have things to do. I would suggest you to head back home, before I send you back myself." Issei walked away, leaving Kunu completely breaking down in tears. Haruheim could do only little as she watched Issei leave, as she spoke to Kunu with a smile. "Kunu-sama, let's leave. I believe he is not in a mood now. He will help another time." Kunu looked at her with tears in her eyes and nodded. They both then teleported away, as Issei scoffed. He had better things to do than deal with a child and her lost cause of a faction. Many were surprised by how cold he had become. Some understood why he was this cold to them, but knew that he was in the right. He made it clear that he did not want to do anything with them. Aika wanted to voice her complaint as she shouted, "Brother, she is just a child. How can you do this to her?" Issei scoffed as he responded with a mocking tone, "She is not my problem. I am not Dai, her savior. That man is already a fraud." Issei spoke with an angered tone, remembering what Kunu had told him. "Mother and Daikun are right. You really are nothing but a pervert. I can't believe I believe someone like you." Issei knew that Dai had manipulated her, and she was just a child, but that does not excuse what she said to him. "How heartless can you be, brother?" Aika shouted, wanting her brother to see reason, at least now. Aika was right. He had become cold and heartless. The old Issei would not have thought twice and would have even fought against Malik and Grievous to save Yasaka, just like he did with the hero faction. But that man is long dead. The factions killed him. And pray tell me, whose fault was that? The factions made me into what I am today, they killed the man, and I am what remains of that man. Issei spoke as he walked away. He no longer wanted to deal with her. He was followed by Nyx, Charlotte, Quinella and Miyuki, as they all headed upstairs. Leave it, Aika, the Issei that once cared, was gone. Miki spoke with a sad tone, remembering all the times Issei had ignored her, and Aika, as she walked away with her. The only ones left were the girls that were engaged to Issei, as well as Ingvild and Valerie. I still can't believe that he has changed to such an extent. Mirana spoke in sadness. As Athena consoled her, Sikvera spoke with equal sadness. It is to be expected, the factions treated him like garbage. It is no wonder he does not want to help them. Latia nodded in agreement to Sikvera's words. And sure, I may not trust him because of his natural aggression, but I understand his reasons for not helping the factions anymore. Sikvera spoke with a neutral tone. She still held anger against the factions for giving her away. Even then, to see a hero change into a cold-hearted man, the factions have really screwed this up. Mirana spoke with sadness, as Athena responded, I agree with you, and yet they expect his help. Ingvild spoke, to which Valerie agreed to Ingvild, as she spoke seriously with hints of sadness. We made him this way, it is no wonder he does not want to help us, and the way it is going, I have a feeling that the factions might come to an end. And there is nothing that was going to stop the inevitable. Valerie's words brought dread to some of the members present. They only could hope things would get better. Hi to residents, AM. Issei woke up, however, he suddenly felt heavy all of a sudden, as he was not able to move his hands. Drake knew of the situation he was in as he was laughing his ass off. Partner, you might want to look beside you. Drake exclaimed mentally as he continued laughing, making Issei confused. Sighing, he decided to look sideways. He was about to scream, but kept his mouth to not wake them up. He saw both Quinella and Charlotte sleeping on either side of him, with Nyx taking his right hand along with Charlotte. But that was not the issue, they both were sleeping in a lingeries. Even Nyx was sleeping in a somewhat similar position. Couldn't you tell me this earlier? Issei spoke with slight anger in his voice. I could, but I chose not to. Drake spoke in a mocking tone, making Issei completely embarrassed. But you can't deny they are quite the looker. Even then, Tu was not expecting this. When did this happen? How did this happen? What is even going on? Issei spoke in disbelief. As he looked at the girls, Drake then explained to him. You see, the girls have developed a liking to you. Not just liking but true love, they care for you like your own. And I was expecting you to see it. Drake spoke in a cheerful yet surprising tone. As he continued, even Nyx saw it. The girls love you for who you are, Issei, and I believe this was the combined plan of the three girls. I see. Issei spoke with a little regret. He couldn't deny it, that both Charlotte and Quinella loved him. He started to develop a liking for them, something even he failed to notice. Moments later, Quinella started to pull him closer towards him, as Issei spoke in worry. Quinella, please wake up. Drake then spoke. Have fun, partner. Drake disconnected the connection as Issei shouted in worry, Hey Drake! Don't leave me alone! I see, please don't go. Quinella muttered in her sleep as she hugged him. He was in a weird position. His hand was being used as a pillow by Charlotte and Nyx, while Quinella pulled him towards him. Issei looked up to see her being worried. Understanding that she had a nightmare, Issei used his free hand to rub her head, making her be alright. Issei had an idea that she must have been abandoned in her childhood. Quinella calmed down. As she eventually wakes up, she groggily rubs her eyes. Issei looked at her, as Quinella speaks with a smile. Mourning, Issei looked at her and asked, Quinella, can I ask you something? Quinella smiled and gave a nod. Seeing that she had brought Issei close to her chest, she became flustered and released him. She sat up on the bed, as Issei asked her, Is it true? Have you fallen in love with me? Quinella looked away upon hearing this. She had a flustered look. As a blush creeped on a cheek, it was obvious, even to Issei, that she was in love with him. Why yes, I have fallen for you. Quinella tried to make eye contact with Issei Hayabu. As Issei smiled towards her, he looked at her and spoke. I guess that I am surprised, I am not going to lie, and I would like to apologize for not seeing this earlier, but I think I am also falling for you. Huh! Quinella exclaimed, in surprise as Issei spoke. You defended me from the factions, calling them out for the hypocrites they are. You even went so far as to expose the Co-Academy students. You and Charlotte both of you were one of the reasons why my life has become better, and I guess even I have fallen for you." Issei spoke with a slight blush. Quinella was silent for a while, before suddenly smiling genuinely, and with a smile that was completely filled with light. She was happier than ever before, as she spoke. Issei shook his head, as there was then sudden coughing, as it revealed a glaring Nyx, and an annoyed Charlotte. Nyx growled, making Issei shiver, as he exclaimed, "Wait! I can explain," and Nyx's expression then changed to that of a smile, as she then spoke. "Oh, I knew of their feelings. I actually encouraged them to confess one day, although I was not expecting them to go down this route." Nyx then changed into a sly smile. "So I see. How is my lingerie?" Well, Issei was a blushing mess. As he looked at the girls, their bodies were clearly seen in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but blush looking as the girls were happy seeing that their strategy worked. After a while, Charlotte asked, "Issei, do you see me as the same as Charlotte?" Issei gave a nod, making the girl beam in happiness. She was happy that Issei accepted her into her life. As Issei then spoke, "I think we should go to sleep." Nyx then responded, "Agreed, it is a holiday anyway." Quinella spoke soon. "Yep." They all then go to sleep knowing that today is a holiday, so they can sleep till late. Once they doze off to sleep, a magic circle opens up in their room. This was revealed to be Surzek's Lucifer and Rias Gremory. The former had a sly look on his face, while the latter was feeling jealous seeing those three next to the one she loved. "It should have been me," Rias angrily thought, not happy by what they were seeing. Surzek composed himself and spoke with a serious tone. "Hayadu, we need to talk?" Surzek tried to wake up Issei, but he did not respond. He was fast asleep. As Rias was not having any of it, she then shouted, "Wake up, Issei!" Surzek tried to stop his sister, however it was too late, as Quinella had her hand raised out, and exclaimed in annoyance, "Shut up! People are trying to sleep!" Electric current had been released from her hands, electrocuting Rias, and sending her flying. She was partially charred and completely knocked out. Her hair was completely ruined, as Surzek could only facepalm seeing this. Hayada Residence, PM. Surzek and Rias were seated on the couch of the room, with Rias having a sort of messed up afro-like hairstyle. Moments later Issei comes out with the girls, all fully dressed. As Issei spoke in a deadpan tone, "I don't even want to know about your choice of hairstyle." Rias was embarrassed as she looked away. With Surzek chuckling, Issei looked at them and asked, "Why are you even here? We just want to know what happened to Sarafal Leviathan." Surzek changed his tone into a serious tone, as Issei feigned surprise as he asked, "Why would I know?" Surzek shook his head and spoke seriously. "Don't misunderstand me, did you go to the mall on th of April?" Surzek asked, to which Issei nodded, as he responded, "Were you at the arcade around PM? "Yes." "And how do you know about this? Have you been stalking me?" Issei asked seriously with slight anger in his voice as Surzek shook his head. He did not want to anger him. "We saw security recordings of the mall, and we knew Sarafal came to the same arcade at the same time. That is why we assumed that you would know it." Issei shook his head and lied to him. "I didn't even meet her. If you think that I would, I was busy helping Miyuki with her games." "I see." Surzek spoke, however Rias ran her mouth. "If you lie to us," then Surzek tried to stop her from doing a mistake, as Issei glared at Rias and spoke, "Or else what, Gremory?" Issei spoke with anger in his voice. "Threatening me is not wise. Didn't you remember what happened last time?" Rias gulped in fear, and she started to fear. Surzek clenched his fist in anger. They remembered how Issei nearly killed them, and dared them to do something about it. "Is there anything else?" Issei asked, as Surzek calmed himself and spoke. "I was going to negotiate with you for your help against Malik, but I don't think now is the time, considering." Surzek gave a side glare to Rias, who shivered. Both Surzek and Issei were angry with her. "She ruined your mood. You would have been wasting your time anyway." Issei spoke in a mocking tone. As Surzek sighed expecting this, he could only teleport with Rias in tow. She had plans of coming back to the house sometime in the future. Miyuki, Artemis and Elizabeth came into the house soon later. As they spoke, "We sense the devil here?" Miyuki asked, as Issei responded. Surzek and Rias showed up, they wanted to know about Sarafal. Miyuki nodded, while controlling her anger, as she asked, "So what happened?" Issei responded, "Nothing much, they suspect nothing." "And what will happen if they do come to know?" Artemis asked with curiosity, as Issei responded, "Nothing, they can only sit there, clench their fists or grit their teeth. That is what they can do. They know what will happen if they try to even attack me or any of us." Artemis nodded upon this, as Elizabeth spoke. "Well, with the civil wars going on, the factions have to try and keep their reputation." Elizabeth spoke, remembering how the Seraphs are having a troublesome time due to handling the situation. "It is bound to happen. When the situation is done, there will be no factions, the leader's time is ticking, soon they will know that there is no escape, and their demise is unstoppable, and at this point, they are only delaying the inevitable." Issei spoke seriously as Elizabeth and Artemis nodded. Nyx then asked, "But what will you do about Valerie, Gondel and Ingvild? Unlike us who joined you willingly, they still have not joined you." Issei nodded. He couldn't deny that they may pose a problem sometime in the future. This also made Artemis and Elizabeth a bit concerned. They remembered asking to deal with Valerie herself, but Issei had decided to deal with her himself. "Now that you mention it, Gondel still has faith in the factions, but from what I have heard from her, her inner self is starting to lose their faith, and as for Valerie, she will die the moment she thinks of betraying me, and finally Ingvild, I am not so sure what she is thinking. She is willing to do anything for my approval, but honestly I don't give a damn what she does, and she cannot break her promise by revealing to anyone." Issei spoke with a shrug at the end, as he knew that they can't do anything. "Even then, I was genuinely surprised. Out of all the girls, these two are the only ones who are not trying to get me to like them." Issei spoke, remembering how most of the Gremry girls, along with Kuroka and Lefei, are apologizing, thinking that Issei will like them. They have been nothing but a headache to him at this point. Not to mention, I still remember Ingvild being the only one who has started to grow a spine. That's a first. I assumed the truth would break her down. Issei's words earned a shook head from Nyx, as she speaks with a little venom in her voice. "But that won't change anything. I doubt she would even destroy the faction she calls her home." Issei nodded in agreement to Nyx's words. "Exactly, Valerie is only with me because of the bet she lost. Otherwise I am pretty sure she would be beside Azazel right now." Issei spoke coldly, leaving the other girls in agreement, especially Charlotte and Quinella. "So what is the next course of action?" Quinella asked seriously, as Issei responded, "We lay low, relax ourselves for a while, and watch as the chaos in the factions take place. But I do believe that there is one faction that is barely affected by this." Issei spoke seriously. "What is that?" Elizabeth asked with curiosity, as he responded, "The Hindu faction." This was due to the fact that they joined the alliance only to deal with Trihexa. I remember Azazel talking to Shiva about asking him and the others to join the alliance, and I even met him once. He did not seem to be as dangerous when I first met him, and he was surprisingly mature, but then again, he was convinced by Dai's lies, and even ignored the visions of the future. If anything, he did the least damage, so his faction is stable. For now at least. If he or the other Hindu gods screw up, then even they are done for." Issei spoke seriously, earning nods from Elizabeth and Artemis. "Plus, even I want to have a vacation. I want to relax for a while, before we take down our next faction." Issei spoke with a smile, earning sweat drops from most girls, as they all sighed. Issei wondered what he should do for his vacation, while the other girls also decided to follow what Issei asked, and lay low, and watch the chaos unfold. Scene change. Hayate residence, PM. Ingvild and Valerie have been discussing on their next plan ahead, as the factions have not been doing well. Valerie then spoke. "So what now?" Valerie asked Ingvild. They were among the first to know about Issei being Malik's superior, as Ingvild spoke seriously. "I don't honestly know. Issei is only formal with us, and avoids us like the plague whenever he does not want to be near us." Ingvild's tone did hint of some sadness. She was not sure of turning against the factions like Issei and Valerie did, with the latter doing it out of force. "Agree, he really hates us, but then again, we are responsible for this, right?" Valerie spoke, with equal sadness. She never officially fell for Dai, but at the same time she did have feelings for the man that saved her, and she, along with the rest, also had looked down upon Issei. With both her and Ingvild attacking Issei, with Ingvild attacking due to Issei insulting her back then lover and Valerie doing this, out of anger and grief. Even then, we cannot just give up yet. Issei still kept us alive. He could have killed us, and not even anyone could stop him. We should at least repay him back, for everything he has done for us. Ingvild spoke in a determined tone, with Valerie nodding in agreement. Let's not make Issei like us. No, the girls of the Gremory, Kuroka and Lefei think by doing this, Issei will love them. But no, instead, let's focus on our efforts to make Issei, not love, not trust, but to tolerate us. Let's make him tolerate us first, and see what happens after that. Valerie suggested Ingvild, to which she nodded, as she speaks. I agree, like that once we can make him tolerate us, at least he will listen to us, and then we can see what we can do in order to repay his actions. Valerie nods in response. Both the girls were determined to make Issei at the very least tolerate them. They both then left to make a plan for that, hoping that one day, he tolerates them. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi BKRM. Ingvild scolds Chibi Ingvild for betraying Chibi Issei, while both Chibi Issei sigh in disbelief. 6. A few days later, Hayate Residence, PM. Things haven't been going well in Ko Academy. Due to what happened that day, several of the students were expelled, due to their actions. Among them was Dai Hayadu, as he was the primary culprit, not knowing that he was long dead. His mother accepted this, as his sister was even more devastated that he was scum even in school. The boys Matsuda and Motohama were expelled on the spot for being complicit in the rumors. There were petitions for the boys to be arrested, but the judge instead gave them a mercy plea, and sent them to a juvenile detention center, where they were to be kept until their education was done. It may not be like prison, but it was prison to them. Not to mention, the girls that loved him all broke up with him, while feeling guilty for being complicit in what they did to Issei, due to listening to their lies. Motohama was the worst affected as the girls slept with a man behind his back, which shocked and devastated him. Both the boys accepted their punishment, and hoped to be better men. The girls Murayama and Keitase were also expelled due to assault on fellow students. Their titles were stripped away, and they issued a lifelong ban on them from ever participating in kendo. This broke the girls internally, and when they were in the court, the judge did arrest them, and they were put on a day arrest, with a 6-month probation. Aika Kiryu was also expelled and put on a 12-month probation. Due to her actions, she was also asked to be away from any males, due to her actions, and was sentenced to go to a psychiatric facility. Either way, her whole life was completely ruined. There was little to zero chance her life will be the same again. This was true for all the human tormentors of Issei Hayadu. Their life was ruined, and their parents desired to have little contact with them, and would disown them if they did not change their ways. As for the devils, Genshiro Saji narrowly escaped being expelled, since it was his final year. The main reason was that the devils manipulated the school board preventing his expulsion, since if they had to do so, then several others would have to be expelled as well. However, he was given probation, which did not make him happy at all. He hated the two girls Quinella and Charlotte for ruining his life, and he will make them pay. After that he was sentenced to keep his distance from Issei and his allies, else he would be expelled and imprisoned in Tartarus, which did not make him happy at all. Rias and Sona, on the other hand, were not spared. Both of them had to suffer the consequences of their actions. Rias was the worst affected. She couldn't complete her studies in Ko anymore, which greatly hurt her. She hated the decision. Sona was also affected. Due to her lack of action, Sona and her peerage were called incompetent and worthless due to their lack of action, which greatly affected her. Sona was even more fearful due to Miyuki's presence, and Sarafal not showing up. This forced the Devil Elders to remove her, and the seat of Leviathan was left vacant. But that was not the worst part. Their reputation was as good as gone. People hated and looked down upon them, and it was not just Ko Academy, but the entirety of Ko Town. Any time they were seen on the streets, and that was to those that were not arrested, they were either being talked behind the back or they were hated completely, and people even sometimes booed or jeered behind their backs. Issei was working on something else, as Quinella came close to him and sat beside him, as she spoke to her lover. Hey, I see. Issei looked at Quinella, as he was working on his unknown dictator. As she looked at it, she rested her head on Issei's shoulder, as Issei spoke looking at her with a smile. What's up? Quinella looked at her with a loving smile, as she asked, I was wondering, can we go on a date today? Issei looked at her, as she wondered what Issei intended for her to do, as he spoke. Well, I have some work to do, and then we can go about the date. So tell me, where do you want to go? Issei asked, making Quinella happy as she spoke. I would like it if we went nearby. Quinella spoke with a genuine smile, as she then responded, but I would be happy with the places of your choosing. I see. Issei looked at her, and gave a nod. He needed to finish this quickly, and then head for his date. Well, let's try to go in the evening, alright? Quinella gave a nod. As she watched Issei work on the unknown dictator, he was planning to unlock the Sacred Gear's balance breaker, as he did not know any of the balance breaker's capabilities. Issei, why do you need a balance breaker for the unknown dictator? Quinella asked, as she received the answer. Every Sacred Gear has its own balance breaker, or at least every Sacred Gear that was known to the factions have that. The ones that are unknown still don't have this feature yet. Case in point, Nerid Kairi. Usually balance breakers are considered bugs in the Sacred Gears systems, right? Quinella nodded, remembering what she was informed about the Sacred Gears. I believe that certain factors can trigger this bug, as every Sacred Gear is connected to your emotions. Hence, if we can bring out this bug, then we can do anything. This I did with all the gears that I had copied and cloned, except for the ones that have just been created from scratch. The primary factors are a stimulus which triggers a strong emotional response, allowing us to do that. Issei spoke seriously, as Quinella responded, so these factors depend on our emotions? Issei nodded and responded, mostly yes, but you can forcefully trigger them. Even false emotions can work, as long as you have that sense of feeling. That was how Dai Hayato unlocked his balance breaker. Even though he trained, he never unlocked his balance breaker. So using emotions can be considered a way. Even myself, I unlocked the boosted gear, when I was overwhelmed by Rainier, and had the desire to protect Asia, years ago. I see, so that means if you have the correct emotion, and/or the correct amount of emotion, you can achieve balance breaker? Issei nods again, as Quinella watches him work on something. As the phone then glows, the phone was the form unknown dictator had taken. It's working! Issei exclaimed, as Quinella also had a happy look on her face. As the glow stopped moments later, Issei activated the book, as he spoke. Balance breaker, game breaker. Issei spoke, as he commanded a nearby television. He realized that he can not only hack and control the technology. Issei also gained full autonomous control over the device, meaning he can control the television. To convert them into its basic stage, for instance, he was able to turn a smart television into a television from the S, meaning he could rewind the device back in time. Issei tried reverting it back, and he decided to transform into its most advanced stage. As the television disappeared, and it turned into several rods as they all started to glow, he then activated the television, and suddenly some projections started to come in front of it. So this is the most advanced version of the television? Quinella asked with awe and surprise, as Issei responded, I guess, judging by the looks, I think this is the most advanced version, and I think that this would be the maximum version of what you can call a television, since technology is used to shorten the size, rather than increase, and become more convenient. So I think it is the maximum version, and I think it will be a small device. Issei explained, as he can watch anything he wants at the most high definition, meaning it is the most advanced television. He also found out that there are several other features. Issei theorized that this is not the full potential of this balance breaker. It could affect anything with metal. More testing would be required. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei trying to figure out everything with the game breaker. Co-outskirts PM. Issei was waiting for Quinella. As he wore a regular blue shirt, with a white jacket, he wore blue jeans, and his hair was well trimmed. He also wore red shoes. Now where is she? Issei was waiting for her, as he looked around to see where she was. Moments later, Quinella showed up. She wore 2 lavender earrings. Her hair was left open. She wore a purple dress skirt, black leggings, which covered her legs, knees, thighs and lower legs, and lavender heels. She also had a headband on her hair, as it matched her clothing. Her purple skirt had frills, which had extended all the way till her hips. She had a blush on her face, as she called out, "I see?" Issei turned around to see Quinella, which was his date. He knew that unlike Rainier, this date wouldn't end in a disaster. Issei had a slight flushed look. Quinella looked beautiful. As Issei spoke with a smile, "You look breathtaking." Quinella had a blush upon this, as she spoke. "I hope you liked it. I decided to go with simple, since a much complicated dressing would be too much." Quinella turned away, as she spoke with a pout. "Stop staring, you are embarrassing me." "Heh!" Issei spoke with a grin, as he asked, "So where do you want to go?" "Anywhere you want. I think we should go on a simple date, not a complicated one." Issei agreed to Quinella's words, as she came close to him, and pulled his hand towards her, and embraced it. To an outsider, they seemed like lovers. As Issei had a blush on his face, he promised to make this date as good as he could, and thanks to his experience with taking Nix on one, he knew exactly where to go. They first headed to a local restaurant, where they ordered some Japanese food. Moments later they dug into the food, and they had an enjoyable meal. A while later, they ordered some dessert, and once they were done, they paid for the bill and left. Once they left, they decided to go to an amusement park, where they decided to do some shopping for Issei. Quinella practically dragged him to the apparel shop where they made sure he got some clothing. She made him try a lot of clothing. She made him wear several of the clothing that she liked, and purchased. Issei understood that she was more of a commanding type, as most Asmodeus were. That was a primary thing she had inhabited. Either way, he enjoyed and liked the choices she had made for him. They headed to the arcade finally. As soon as he entered, Issei remembered the time when he had to deal with Sarafal when she had tried to kidnap Miyuki. He shook his head, with Quinella asking in concern, "I see, is something wrong?" Issei then spoke. Nothing is wrong. Say, what game would you like to play?" "I will probably go for a claw game. Haven't tried that ever since, well you know." Quinella spoke. As Issei chuckled, he then responded, "Well then, let's go." Issei pulled her to the claw game, making the Asmodeus girl confused. As Issei put in a coin, as he released Quinella, she composed herself, moments later, and started to move the claw. She managed to get the toy within the first try. It was a plushie which she had wanted. As she was careful in not dropping it, she managed to pull it to the location. As she dropped it, and moments later the toy was in her hands. "You did it!" Issei exclaimed in surprise, even though he couldn't do this in the first try. "Congratulations." "Quinella?" Issei congratulated her, making the girl blush. "Thank you." Quinella gave the plushie to Issei, as he was surprised by this, as he asked, "You are giving this to me?" "Why?" Quinella responded. "Is it not obvious? You gave me such a good time, and have been there with me from day one. You are the reason why I am so happy. I wanted to give this to you as a memento." "So to remember our date?" Quinella spoke with a blush, making Issei completely speechless. She suddenly realized that they were in a public place, and spoke something else, to alleviate the situation, trying her best to maintain her composure. "And you should be happy that I showed you my skills." "Of course, Quinella-sama, of course." Issei spoke with a sly smile, making the girl lose her composure, and become a blushing mess. She kept her hands on her face, to hide her blush, making Issei chuckle seeing her like this. All in all, this has been a good day for Issei. Issei accepted the plushie and kept it in his pocket dimension. They soon played some other games and then they headed back home. Scene change. Hayate residence, PM. Issei rested for a while. The date will be remembered in his heart for a very long time. He was happy as he knew that while he could rest, the factions were having trouble. The chaos that they managed to do, RageRevan would have been jealous if he were still alive. He wanted to release Trihexa and even God did not know what his intentions were after all. He only revealed to release Trihexa. Issei wondered why did he always want that? Like if he wanted to create chaos, then all he could do was just attack and make the faction leaders desperate. Then again, he was not the smartest amongst he devils. It's ironic that the one that desired to perform chaos was now performing less chaos than the once unsung savior of the factions ever did. He wondered if he never got involved in the supernatural what would have happened. Speaking of RageRevan, he remembered a conversation that had happened between them, a year ago. He never truly understood how was he going to control Trihexa, let alone release them. But he had a few ideas. He believed that by using the holy relics it could be possible. But why? Why was he so adamant on doing it now, and why he never tried this before. There has to be a reason. His answers were told by the man. According to Issei, and like many of the Lucifer descendants, RageRevan was a battle maniac. To some extent that was, he desired chaos for the sole purpose to satisfy his true devil nature. He always believed the devils to be evil, wicked, brutal, bad, scum, wrong, brutes, as well as vicious, and it is the role of a devil to kill every single person they don't like. And he was a devout follower of that. Issei even lost twice against the man, before finally killing him for good. In his dying breath, he asked why did he protect the ones that looked down upon him, that humiliated him, and even tormented him. He had lost everyone to his brother, and when he had taken him down, he also stated that if Issei wanted to, he could take down the faction leaders if he so wanted to. When he responded that Issei wanted to be the hero, RageRevan called him an idiot. He stated that he doesn't need to be a hero for people that hate or look down upon him, and don't appreciate him. If he continues this, then he will prove that he has no self-respect or self-worth. Issei ignored this, and still desired to be the hero, as there was peace and tranquility for the next few months. However, RageRevan's words started to leave some doubts in Issei, primarily the fact that no one appreciated him, and always gave his brother the credit. They hated and looked down upon him, even bullied and humiliated him for that. However, there were two incidents that finally broke the camel's back, and that was when his brother along with his perverted friends, finally taunting and goading about his achievements, that made him snap, and Ingvild choosing Dai's words over his, even after he tried to explain. After that, he realized the factions never cared or loved him. They wouldn't even bother if he died, or if he was in the hospital. This was true when even his family did not visit him. He tried his best to prove himself to be better, but that never happened. The worst part was when he found out the truth for himself. They were partying when he was literally fighting for his life. After that, he decided to never help them ever again. Eventually, he saw how far the factions had fallen. Many devils and other supernatural creatures still looked down upon humanity. And while making the alliance, many of the supernatural creatures ignored the grievances that many minority groups have experienced. This was true during the Exorcist Rebellion, where several had turned against the alliance, due to them hating the fact that they have to befriend those that were potentially responsible for the death of their loved ones and family members. Not to mention, wherever Issei went he was either welcome in his house, the supernatural world or even the school. Due to Dai Hayato making his life miserable, he saw how the women he once loved were spending time with him, as he only saw them for trophies. He even remembered his words that he had said to him. This is something you will never enjoy. Issei took a deep breath. He remembered how when Rainer killed him, he was shocked. For once he hoped that things would be better. If she did kill him, he didn't mind dying, since that would free him from this hell. But as fate loved to screw with him, as he was saved by Rias Gremry, it was revealed to be his younger brother's doing. He believed that he cared for him, but that was just to maintain his reputation. And then every girl he had a crush on hated and or rejected him. Even those that he genuinely loved weren't spared. He still remembered their words, and he won't forget them no matter what happens, especially their words. He did everything imaginable for them, and yet he was treated like garbage. Partner! Drake screamed into him, making him snap out of his memory. Issei realized this, and calmed down. Thanks Drake, to which the concerned dragon nodded in gratitude. He was happy as Issei calmed down. Those memories often caused him to go on near-aggressive fits. He nearly activated the Juggernaut drive multiple times due to his fury. Speaking of which, what should we do with Dai's gear? Issei asked, to which Drake responded. You can either release him, where he will go to the next host, or you can do what you can to take him. Crom has even stated that he doesn't mind joining us. Issei nodded as he spoke. I think it would be best to find a way to release him from his prison. Issei spoke, as Drake wonders, this question. How will you achieve it? Drake asked incredulously and was surprised as Issei responds. I will find out a way. There needs to be a way to reverse what the biblical God has done. Drake nods, as Issei lies on the couch, thinking of all the ways he can to release Crom from his prison. Scene change. Outskirts, vampire territory AM. A girl was sitting on the tree of the territory. She still remembered how there was one person who made her life filled with happiness. But to save him, she had to fake her own death. I wonder if Ikuin even remembers me, the girl spoke with a sad tone. Given how much she cared for him, she looked around, as her white hair flowed in the background, due to the air. Hey sister? Another girl spoke from a distance. As she looked at the white-haired girl, the girl had pink hair. Yes? The white-haired girl responded, as the pink-haired girl responded. Do you think Ikuin will remember us? The pink-haired girl responded, as she spoke. He should. I hope he does. The white-haired girl only looked towards the dark sky, hoping that her love interest will remember her one day. Unbeknownst to the two girls, the Ikuin that they loved was long gone, and replaced by someone whom they would never expect to see in a man they loved. The next day, Greek Pantheon, Mount Olympus AM, a black-haired woman, was talking with Artemis. She had long eyelashes and blue eyes. She had long black Heim-style hair, in a two-tail hairstyle. Additionally, she wore red ribbons, and she wore a blue kimono decorated with floral patterns. She also had a red outer cape. Like most of the gods of the Greek pantheon, she was also angry with Zeus for literally giving away his daughters to the red dragon. This was Hesita, the virgin goddess of the hearth, the right ordering of domesticity, the family, the home, and the state. Additionally, like Artemis and Athena, she is considered a virgin goddess. In addition, she also ensured that the house had the highest level of moral values that she embodied were observed, that being rectitude, kindness, and generosity. It's been days, and Athena has not even talked to any of us. Hestia spoke with a tone that hinted at sadness. I think that the only one that knows about Athena is Artemis, since they live closer. Hermes spoke in response. A few moments later, Artemis came inside. As she looked at her fellow gods and greeted them, who returned her greeting, she did not want to be here, primarily due to the fact that she saw the reality of the Greek gods. However, it was because of Issei's sake that she is even here. The only one she did have care for was Leto, her mother, and Apollo, her brother. Artemis heard everything, as she spoke in response. I can keep an eye on the Red Dragon Emperor, and if that does not work, I can ask my faithful followers to do so. Artemis's words were agreed by everyone. Plus, I cannot let her be near that man like him, even less a dragon. Artemis spoke, feigning fear and disgust. She couldn't show that she admires him in front of her fellow gods, otherwise things would be difficult for her lord. This did not make anyone suspicious of her. As she looked around, she saw that Hestia was not happy with the situation, as she exclaimed angrily, "Things have been like this since Malik attacked us." Artemis wanted to shoot her for insulting her ally, but kept an angered look on her face. This was to remove any suspicion. Either way, we can't do anything. Artemis, can you tell us what kind of a man Hyde is? After all, you do live with him. Hermes asked Artemis. Artemis wanted to reveal all the good qualities, however she spoke with a calm voice. She couldn't reveal that she has started to have feelings for him. He seems nice and calm. He did not try anything with us, but I don't trust that man at all. Artemis spoke with a serious tone, however it was feigned. If there was anyone she trusted more than anyone else, it was Issei. I see. Hestia spoke seriously before changing into a smile. If that is coming from you, that means he seems to be better than most men. Artemis had to agree. Comparing Issei to most men would be disgraceful. As they all discussed what they needed to do, they knew that Haida would not listen to them, or anyone, due to his profound anger towards Zeus, primarily because of his attitude. Haida Residence, PM. Ingvild Leviathan was sitting on the couch with an annoyed look on her face. The one in front of her was Sona Citri, who had to mask her aura to enter inside, so that Issei does not sense her. For the last time, I decide what I do, and when I do. Ingvild exclaimed with an annoyed tone, as she spoke, if I want to join Issei, I will, and you will not stop me. I don't understand how you can do this. Sona exclaimed with equal anger in her voice. He does not support the factions, and you doing this will only mean you are turning your back, just like he did. And? How is that a problem? Tell me. I listened to all of you, thinking that Dai Haida was the one to save me, not his brother Issei Haidu, and you force him to work for you, even after everything you did to him. Ingvild exclaimed. Her anger was close to snapping. One of the changes that happened after Dai's truth was revealed, coupled with Issei's completely changed personality, had an effect on her as well. I don't even know you anymore. Sona spoke with disbelief, as she saw her getting closer to Issei. However, Ingvild did not intend to do that. She was lied to and she realized the truth first, and it devastated her. Many told her that Dai spoke the truth and Issei, the lie, and she fell for that. It was the biggest mistake of her life. The worst part was that Sona did not even research the rumors or lies spread by Rias, and just accepted it. She was supposed to be smarter than Rias, but it turned out, she was even more foolish than even Ingvild could realize. What are you trying to say? Ingvild spoke with surprise. I have learned the truth, a long time ago. I matured, I am still learning from my mistakes, and only an idiot repeats the same mistakes again. Ingvild spoke seriously. But he could be toying with your feelings. Sona spoke seriously. He is not a good person for you, Ingvild. He is just like Dai. First, don't you dare compare Issei with Dai. Ingvild spoke with her hair covering her eyes. It was Issei that saved me, not Dai. He risked his life, for my sake, and do you know what was the cost? Sona shook her head. Due to fear, he nearly got killed, and would have even died for my sake, and despite what I did to him, he even cured my illness, without expecting anything in return. And what did I do to him? I treated him with inhumane treatment. Ingvild shouted at Sona, who flinched in fear. But even then, I am equally saddened that it is my fault as well. Ingvild spoke sadly, as Sona spoke, trying to defend herself. Ingvild, he does not want to help the faction. Ingvild did not respond as she grabbed her by the throat. Sona looked in horror, as Ingvild started choking her. Let go of me, please. Ingvild has had enough. As she releases her, Sona smiles in relief. However, before she could react, smack, Sona was sent flying towards the wall. The sound was loud enough to gather the rest of the house residents, who were all shocked to see what has happened. Issei is right. You factions only see him as a tool, nothing more, nothing less. Ingvild exclaimed with fury in her voice. How dare you? Did you see me as a friend, or as a tool for breeding? Tell me, Sona Citri. Sona could only look away, as Ingvild dropped her. Mickey then asked, what just happened? Ingvild spoke to her in a cold tone. Nothing much, the talk is over. Ingvild stormed out of the room, as Quinella watched the scene with amusement, yet there was some disappointment in her looks. This is too tiring. Maybe it is time to switch things up, Quinella muttered, as she looked surprised by Ingvild's changed attitude. Quinella was aware that the usual destroying the factions was a bit outdated, not that she was against it, but she believed that if there were more inner agents, it could be useful. She looked at Issei, and pondered on all possibilities. Well, I wonder if I can destroy the factions. I have a few ideas in mind. I wonder if Issei will let me. Quinella thought with a smile, as she saw Issei approach Sona, and grab her by the collar, and he spoke. What the hell are you doing in my house? Issei spoke with anger laced in his voice, with Sona gulping in fear, as she muttered, You am well? Issei was not having any of it, as he shouted, If I see you again, I will make sure to kill you myself. Sona gulped in fear, while some of the house residents were worried about what might happen. Now, get the fuck out of my house, Issei screamed onto Sona, who was nearly about to pass out. She managed to teleport out of there. Issei calmed down, as he looked at the residents. A little harsh, don't you think? Valerie asked in confusion, to which Issei sighed and responded, I just hate her very presence. Both her and her sister, I hate them. Issei spoke angrily, making some of the audience gulp in fear. But why? Valerie spoke with small hints of fear, as Issei calmed down, and spoke. I will tell you another time. Now if you will excuse me, I need to do some work, Issei said. Valerie nods, not intending to anger him even further, as he left the room. He needed to work on the sacred gears belonging to the Shroud of Turin, and the Crown of Thorns in attempt to unlock their balance breakers, as well as Starbuster, Star Blaster, and Aeon Baylor, which he had recreated. The only ones that understood his hatred were the ones that were affiliated with him, minus Valerie, and Miyuki, who equally hated Sona. They all left. As there was nothing they could do, Quinella decided to talk to Issei later about her requests, since his mood was spoiled due to Sona Citri entering his house without permission. Scene change. Hayate Residence, PM. Quinella entered Issei's room, as he was working on the Crown of Thorns. He was seen next to Nyx, who was also helping him make the crown into a sacred gear. This is harder than I thought, Issei spoke with slight frustration in his voice, as Nyx was next to him, as she responded. You need to have a little bit more focus. I think what happened today must have irritated you. Nyx spoke with a tone in worry, causing Issei to groan. He is unable to focus on the sacred gear, due to this, as Quinella asks, did I come at the wrong time? Issei and Nyx turn their attention to Quinella as she looks at Issei, who has a look of worry. Not really, just unable to focus on this. Issei spoke with a tone hinting of sadness. I see. Quinella spoke looking at the crown of thorns, as Issei speaks. This can give you visions of the future depending on the path you have chosen, Issei explains, as he then continues, I still wonder why the angels haven't used this. I guess they still believe that they are in the right. Nyx explained with a tone of annoyance, as she looked at Issei, who sighed in frustration. Speaking of which, where is Charlotte? Issei asked with concern, causing some jealousy to brew in Nyx and Quinella. Oh, she is with Ophis. She had some things to do. Ophis needed her for some talks. Quinella spoke with a pout, as Issei sighed. This was jealousy that the girls experienced. Don't worry, you girls are as important to me as she is. Issei spoke with a smile, causing a blush to creep among the girls. Issei then spoke, and on the bright side, none of you are insecure. Issei spoke with a sad smile, which caused Quinella and Nyx to turn their attention to Issei in confusion, as Nyx asked, why? Why would we be insecure? Quinella nodded in equal confusion, to which Issei nodded and responded, well, the girls that belonged to Dai Hyadu, or once belonged to them, always fought with each other. They wanted to take Dai for themselves, and this sometimes even escalated into magic duels. Issei spoke, surprising the two girls. This has resulted in me having several sleepless nights thanks to them, causing me to change rooms. I see, so they were insecure thinking that Dai wouldn't love them? Quinella asked, to which Issei nodded. Exactly, they often used to fight, even in school, that was no exception, and well, you know how much trouble the girls caused me, right? Issei spoke as both Quinella and Nyx felt slightly sad for him. I see, well, I see. I and Charlotte see each other as sisters, and me and Nyx too, as sisters. I don't know if Nyx sees us that way. Nyx responded to Quinella's words. I do, we are all family, and we all will stick together. I even consider Malik and Grievous as family. Nyx spoke with a smile, turning to both of them, causing Issei to genuinely smile. There were only a few he could trust with his heart and soul, and Nyx, Charlotte, and Quinella were a few of them. Speaking of which, when do we head back to the Underworld? I really want to meet Hades and Persephone again, Nyx asked in an excited tone. Never did Issei expect to see the primordial goddess of darkness ever consider Hades and Persephone as someone she cherished, as Issei responded. In a few days, since right now the factions are watching me, and any problems that happen because of this, well, we might have to destroy the factions sooner. No torment will take place. Issei spoke with a sigh, as Nyx nodded. They then continued to help Issei work on the Crown of Thorns, and make it operational as soon as possible. Scene change. Hyadu residence, PM. Team/Dog had recovered from their wounds. They were with the Vali team, and Azazel, who all had managed to recover themselves to the point they could move properly. Rias and her peerage were also present to celebrate. Their friends gave them a small recovery party, as they settled down, but none of them were happy, since the loss of Cookie Saint-Jima and Baraquil was well known at this point. Furthermore, Lavinia Rennie being in this condition was almost too much. Malik and Grievous' attacks left a complete scar on them, which may never recover. Damn him! Not only were we unable to hurt him, but he sent all of us to the slaughterhouse. Tobio thought with frustration, as he saw Valerie approach him. Hey guys! Valerie greeted them, however none of them showed the same enthusiasm as Valerie did. Many were furious, internally. One of them was Natsum. She was furious that she was helpless and was unable to do anything against him. Shigen was saddened by what was going on. Lavinia only had a few years to live, and many were killed during their assault on Grigori. She blamed herself for being weak. Suzaku, on the other hand, was furious by what happened to Lavinia. She vowed to hunt Malik down, and make him pay in the worst way possible. She was going to make him and Grievous suffer for what they did to Baraquil, Cookie, and Lavinia. Issei felt the worst since she was helpless against the fight which caused Cookie to die from the aftermath. She did not know what to do now. To add insult to injury, none of them would be in fighting condition for at least a week. Is there any way to take down the droid army? Suzaku spoke with frustration. At this point, it was well known in the factions that the droid army is what they are called right now. I am afraid now, the only one that could take Malik and Grievous along with the army down is Issei. But even now he refuses to help. Biko spoke with a sad tone, causing Suzaku to clench her fists. She wondered what it'd take for Issei to help them now. And that was not the only thing that had happened. Lefei spoke with a sad tone, as she went on to explain everything that had happened while they were in the hospital. The /OG team was horrified at what happened during this time. They did not know what to think, or how to react due to Issei being revealed as the true hero. Please tell me that it is not true. Natsum spoke with tears forming in her eyes. She did not want to believe Dai was a liar, to which Lefei shook her head. It is, Dai was a fraud, while Issei was the real hero. He tried telling us about it, but we didn't listen. I didn't listen. Lefei spoke with tears in her eyes. Tobio and Suzaku clenched their fists in anger, due to being betrayed and toyed with by Dai, but at the same time, they blamed themselves for falling for his lies. No doubt I won't be surprised if it turns out that Issei would side with Malik at this point. Tobio's words surprised many, as Suzaku responded. Are you serious? Suzaku exclaimed with fear and surprise at the possibility of their only hope turning against them. I hate to say this, Suzaku, but what we have done. We have treated him like garbage. Worse, we listened to that damned liar and fraud, while he did the work for us. Even after knowing that he had the strength to defeat Malik, we still treated him as a weapon or a tool, rather than an actual human being. We have really screwed up. Tobio spoke with an angered tone for falling for the lies of a fraud, a liar. So what now? Issei asks in fear, as Tobio responds. We can only hope that Hayate considers helping us, in the near future. Even though it won't happen, we can still hope. The other members of Team /OG could only nod, despite knowing that Issei won't help them. I am sorry guys, I may be forced to kill you in the future, Valerie thought with tears in her eyes. She was afraid that all Issei has to go is to give her the command, and then she will have to kill those she considered as a family. You brought this on yourself, Valerie, even though I hate what Red has become. But his goals were understandable. Albion spoke mentally with equal sadness. He viewed Vala as his own daughter, and hated that she was being controlled by Issei. She had no choice. She accepted the bet between her and Issei, and lost. I know, Albion, but I don't know if I have the strength to even kill them. When Lord Issei gives the command, Valerie responded to Albion, with the latter hoping that Issei would come to at least tolerate Valerie in the near future. Valerie watched in silence, as the team were saddened by all the possibility of what would happen soon. There is another bad news that I need to give, Ria said, gathering the attention of everyone. Ingvild Leviathan is planning to leave the DXD team. Ria spoke with a sad tone, causing some to clench their fists. If they hadn't listened to Dai, none of this would have happened. Out of all the people, Azazel had a look of sadness. He remembered Quinella and Charlotte's words, and he knew that he was also responsible. Although he did not intend to see Issei as a weapon, Issei could clearly see it as that way. Furthermore, Sona and her peerage couldn't show up, primarily because of the fact that Issei threatened her this morning. She was afraid of showing up, due to Issei and Ingvild, both of whom now terrify her. Not to mention, Sarafal has been missing for days now, with no contact. The search parties have doubled since her being missing, unknown to everyone that Issei had long killed her. The day she went to the arcade, the Satans and the Devil Council had no choice but to declare her dead and replace the Satan position with someone else. They were considering Ingvild Leviathan, since she was the only one worthy of taking up that position, but wondered what Issei would think, since all of them came to an agreement that they shouldn't anger him. Not to mention, both Beelzebub and Asmodeus are dating him. Rias spoke with a tone of annoyance, to which Tobio responded, Damn, now all that remains is the relationship between Ingvild and Valerie, and he will be dating against all 4 satanic descendants. Valerie only looked away at this, and thought, he won't, Tobio, he hates me, he hates all of us. Valerie thought with tears in her eyes. She hated herself for believing Dai over Issei, and everything that they had done to him. Is there a chance we can ask or beg for his help against the droid army? Suzaku asked, to which Valerie shook her head and responded, No, he won't help us. He ignored Kuna's pleas for help against the army. he has become really cold to our suffering. Valerie spoke with a tone of sadness, while the others remain equally sad. He no longer wants to help them, because of what they did to him in the past. Although I am surprised by his attitude, he can literally do anything, and dare the faction leaders to do something about it. Azazel spoke with a tone of amusement, but he was saddened by what had happened. He did not expect Issei to become this aggressive. True, but how did he manage to release Nyx from her prison? Tobio asked with surprise. That was one of the few actions he still did not believe. How was this possible? You won't believe it, Azazel spoke, remembering how Shemhazai told him about the incident. However, before they could do anything, Issei had come alongside Quinella, Nyx, Charlotte and Miyuki, all four of whom were surprised by the amount of guests in the house. Wow, this seems like quite the party. Nyx spoke with a mocking tone, causing many to have their guard up in front of them. The guests did not trust her due to her past actions, as Rias demanded the group. You better go somewhere else, Nyx. However, Issei walked towards her, causing her to lose her confidence. As he spoke, he was not going to let her insult Nyx, his girlfriend, right in front of their eyes. This is my house, Rias Gremory. She can go wherever she wants, and if anyone should go somewhere else, it is you. Rias gulped at this and went wide-eyed, as Issei saw her as nothing but scum, yet she had the galls to insult someone he cared for. He was not going to allow it, no matter what happens. Rias tries to reason with him. But don't you know she can be? Issei was not in a mood to deal with this idiot as he grabbed a nearby donut and flung it in her mouth, silencing her. This is how we deal with idiots without wasting much effort. Issei spoke with a mocking tone, earning nods primarily from Miyuki and Nyx, as he then became serious. On a serious note, Rias Gremory, let me tell you right here and right now, I can bring out the true Longinus, and use truth idea on you, erasing you from existence completely, or I can use the hallucinator, and give you hallucinations of Dai Hyadu. If you ever disrespect Nyx or any of my other girls, if you have a problem with them, talk to me. Any questions? Issei spoke coldly, to which Rias looked at him in fear. He was not the man she loved, she was terrified of him. As the donut dropped from her mouth, she thought that Issei was joking on erasing her, but she knew that he wasn't. After all, he did nearly kill them before, and she was testing his patience. He then looked at the donut and spoke, feigning sadness. What a waste of that donut. Issei then became serious, as he responded, I am in a good mood, so that is why I left you with a warning. Test my patience at your own peril, and not even your older brother will save you from me. Issei walked away, with his girls leaving a shivering Rias at wake. Well, he only shows kindness to those he deems close to him. Azazel spoke with a neutral tone, sighing, seeing the shivering Rias Gremory. Her attitude was going to get her killed, as she was basically asking Issei to kill her. Scene change. Hyade residence, AM. Issei, Nyx, Quinella, Charlotte and Miyuki were present, sitting on one of the couches, as on the other side, Ingvild Leviathan was sitting across them. This surprised them, as Ingvild constantly requested to talk to them. Upon Drake's suggestion, Issei decided to talk to her. I really hope I don't regret this. What do you want now, Ingvild? Issei spoke seriously. He made sure to prevent anyone from intervening or spying on them. I wish to join you. Ingvild declared herself to Issei, which earned a look of surprise from everyone. Even Issei himself was shocked at Ingvild's declaration. Ingvild, this is no time for jokes. You desire to join us, even when you know what we are doing right now. Miyuki looked at Issei, remembering when she found out his real truth of being the leader of the faction that is destroying the other factions. Instead of rejecting him, she joined him without hesitation. Like Quinella and Charlotte, the reasons were similar to why she desired to take revenge from the Citri clan. Ingvild shook her head in response, as she spoke. I do wish to join you. Ingvild spoke with a determined tone. You know, today Sona showed me the truth. Like you, I was also nothing but a breeding stock. I was also a tool to them. If anything, I do not desire to join a faction like this. I want to join you, and that is my choice. Ingvild, we are destroying the factions, your friends, they will all die by our hands if you wish to join us. Even after hearing this, Issei was not able to complete. As she speaks, I know you can't tolerate, and perhaps won't tolerate me, but I would rather die than be used as a tool for the devils. Quinella and Charlotte can relate to the situation. They were also aware of being used as a breeding tool, Although they did not trust Ingvild, they could relate with her, and they believed that Valerie would also be going through this. Ingvild, look, you can live your life normally. I am not going to force you to join. If you don't want to, find another who would love you for who you are. Nobody is going to judge you. Issei spoke almost on the verge of getting up, as Ingvild exclaimed, "Stop!" Issei stopped momentarily. As she spoke, "The devils won't leave me in peace. They want me to be affiliated with the Leviathan clan. And not only that, since Dai Haida was ousted as a fraud, they will want me to marry someone who I don't even know, a high-class devil, who is strong, resulting in strong children. I don't even have freedom to choose who I want to be with." Ingvild spoke with a sad tone, making Charlotte and Quinella relate. They knew that they would be suffering the same fate had the devils found them first. This made them even more happy and grateful that Issei found them first. Ingvild then spoke with a sad smile. In a way, being Dai Haida's queen allowed some protection from this. But with him gone, I don't have that. It is only a matter of time before I fall into this. I see. Issei spoke, as he then asked, "So they won't let you live in peace, unless you go into hiding?" Issei knew of this, but he wanted to see whether Ingvild would be willing to kill those she once deemed as friends. "They won't, Issei, they won't." Ingvild spoke with a tone of anger. She couldn't even live in peace without soon the devils demanding her to become engaged. Issei was pondering if they should accept her or not. However, someone surprised him. As she spoke, "I think we should let her join." It was Quinella who spoke. She was serious, as she then turned to Issei, and spoke, "I know you don't trust her, even I don't, but we can make sure, if she tries to betray us, or even exposes us, then we can eliminate her. She will be in the same situation as Valerie." Ingvild gulped at the prospect of being killed. However, she understood the lack of trust they had in her, as Charlotte then spoke seriously. "If you are willing to accept these terms, then only you can join." Ingvild then responded to it in an equally serious tone. "I accept them, and besides I haven't told anyone about you guys, even when Ophis showed me the truth, didn't I?" Ingvild's words had some weight. She kept her word. Issei sighed as he spoke. "Fine, then, you are." And Issei spoke. As he got up, he then turned to her, and gave a glare. "If you even think about turning against me, or telling anyone about our conversation to anyone, I will make you beg for death. Is that clear?" Ingvild gulped at this, but nevertheless nodded. As she saw the group walk away, she sighed. As a small tear came from her eye, she rubbed it, and was determined. She would definitely make him tolerate her one day. That was the goal she and Valerie set up. They will make Issei tolerate them first, and then they will see what can be done next. Scene change. Timeskip brought to you by Chibi Issei and Chibi Quinella watching the Haida residence burn in a blaze of glory. 2 days later, Haida residence, AM. Issei had completed the sacred gear Crown of Thorns, which he had called Crown of Future, which could give him foresight and prophetic visions. This allowed him to predict what his opponents would do, and can see who and what will happen in the next few days. It works similar to AM Baylor, another of his sacred gear, but except this one sees what the factions are doing without letting anyone sense this. This also gave him a severe advantage on their planning, allowing him to plan his next attack, and see all the possible outcomes. 6. What the Issei sensed a presence. He recognized Artemis, but an additional presence came along with it. He then teleported to the entrance to see who it was. Meanwhile, Artemis and Hestia were near Haida residence. As they started to enter, a voice then called out to them, "I believe you are supposed to let me know when you bring guests, Artemis." The duo then turned around, to see Issei with an amused look on his face, as he spoke. "I never thought that Hestia would herself visit my humble abode." Issei spoke with a mocking tone, as he then continued, "So, what brings you here, after all this time? I thought the Greeks wouldn't care for the two of you, after what Big Daddy Zeus did." Issei taunted her in a mocking tone. Hestia got angry that the Red Dragon compared her and the rest of her kin to her brother, but soon calmed down. She knew he could take her down if he wanted to. "We are here because you have kept Athena against her will." Issei looked at Artemis, who had a look of apology. He understood that Artemis has to play her part of hating men, so he let it be. "Look, Hestia, I am no Bowser, and Athena is definitely not my Princess Peach. I have no reason to lock her up in a cage." Issei spoke seriously, as Artemis spoke in slight anger. "We are here because she shouldn't be with you, you damned man thing." Issei pretended to be slightly offended. She has been playing too much Resident Evil, it looks like. As he spoke in response, wow, it seems like even after years, your scuffle with Orion has taken over your head, you man-hating goddess. Issei spoke, to which Artemis wanted to cry, as she thought. Too far, Lord Issei. Hestia was angry at this, as she then shouted, how dare you! You don't even know the pain she went through. Issei shrugged in response, as he spoke in a mocking tone. Not my monkeys, not my circus. Issei did not want to waste time with this goddess. As he walked away, Hestia then shouted, wait! Issei looked at her slightly annoyed, as he asked, what? We need to talk to Athena. We want to ask her, how is she doing? You think that we don't care for her, because of what Zeus did, but can you let us talk? Hestia did not want to do this, but she pleaded from a dragon, something a goddess would think twice before doing. Please, we beg you. Hestia fell to her knees, and kneeled in front of Issei, with the latter being taken aback by this. Never in his life did he expect this from a goddess, a Greek goddess, who are known to be prideful in nature. He knew that they are known to be extremely reserved, and expect everyone else to worship them or bow to them. Hestia was embarrassed to do this, but it was necessary, since this was the only way she could talk to Athena, without provoking or angering Issei, who could kill her without hesitation. Artemis was equally surprised, as she thought, you care for her. I am surprised by this, Hestia. Artemis looked at Issei, expecting an answer from him. Issei looked at her for a moment, and decided to let them be, as he spoke. Upstairs, you might want to go now, since after a while, she would be busy. Issei teleported back to his room, as the two goddesses headed to Athena's room. Hestia wanted to talk to Athena, and she was happy that Issei did not stop her. Artemis wanted to talk to Issei sometime in the future. Scene change. Athena was inside her room, reading a book as she then suddenly heard knocks on the door. She looked at it, as she muttered, Lord Issei? Athena thought that Issei had shown up with some advice seeking her wisdom, as she opened the door, only to expect a surprise on the door. Athena! Hestia shouted as she hugged Athena. The latter was completely overwhelmed by Hestia dashing. They twirled around for a moment, after Athena was able to calm down as she spoke. Hestia! Athena looked down to see Hestia being worried. Athena was surprised, but she was nevertheless happy that someone came to see her. The three virgin goddesses were always close, and seeing Hestia here meant that she cared for her, despite what Zeus did to her. She looked at Athena with a smile, as she asked, how have you been? Athena looked away and smiled, as she spoke. Sit down, Hestia, I am glad you are here. Hestia nodded. As the trio settled down, Athena then spoke. When I came here, I was not happy at all. Both me and another one cried endlessly for the first few days, and truth be told, what Zeus did still haunts me. Will never forgive him for abandoning me like this. He never even came to visit me. Athena spoke with anger in his voice. A tear fell down, as Hestia hugged her to calm her down. After calming her down, Athena then continued. Back then, I thought I had no one. I was engaged to the brother of the faction's pillar, and sold to him, without hesitation. I knew he would violate and toy with me, even assault me. Athena spoke with slight sadness. This sadness was directed at herself, since she did not know what kind of a person Issei was, and she hated herself for doubting Issei. So did he? Hestia spoke with worry, to which Athena shook her head, as she responded. He never did. The first time I came here, he asked me that I could leave whenever I wanted to, but I had nowhere to go, and I will not return to my father, who didn't think twice in leaving me. He gave me my own room, and let me settle in his house, and he gave me time to adjust. Athena spoke with a smile, as she continued, when I met Latia, who was in a similar situation by me, we all decided to stick together, to only trust the ones that are engaged to him. You can ask Artemis about this. Even Issei was no exception. The reason was because he had hatred towards all of us. Athena spoke with a slightly sad tone. She understood Issei's hatred at this point. With Artemis being well aware, she despised Zeus, and will not hesitate to kill him, if Issei asks her to do so. Hestia also understood, to some extent. After all, the factions did not treat him well. After that, we came to know of the truth, and we had one interaction, and that showed me what kind of a man he is. Athena spoke with a smile, remembering that he gave Athena privacy. When I came from bathing, he was there. But upon realizing the situation, he went out to give me some time to change. He respected my privacy, something which most male gods in Greek don't do so. Hestia and Artemis nodded in agreement. They had to agree that some gods don't know when to not stick their privates into other women, case in point Zeus himself. After that, he asked me a question, and kept a respectable distance from me. He then left, and thanked me, and truth be told, he never forced me to be in this house, or forced himself on me. Athena spoke with a smile. To her, being with Issei seemed to be more of a blessing at this point. Even I can't deny that, whenever we talked to each other, he always kept a respectable distance from me as well. Artemis spoke with no lies, as Athena agreed to her words. Hestia then responded. I see. Hestia spoke with a smile, as she looked away. I guess I was worried for nothing then. He is taking good care of you. Hestia got up and was ready to teleport, as Athena speaks. Oh no! I am actually glad you visited me. Unlike some others, I was sometimes expecting. Athena spoke with a smile, as Hestia genuinely smiled at her. Artemis then joined her as they both teleported back to the Greek pantheon. That felt good, meeting someone I loved. Athena looked around. As she lay on the bed, she then spoke. Well, I should thank Issei for this. He really let me meet Hestia. Athena spoke with a blush on her face. As the necklace glowed for a while, her eyes changed color as it reverted back to normal. Am I falling for him? No way. Athena shook her head, as she still had a blush. Unbeknownst to her, she was falling for him. Scene change. Malik's base PM. Issei, along with Artemis, Elizabeth, Gondal, Quinella, Miyuki, Charlotte and Nyx, headed to Malik's base, as he looked to see Malik and Grievous waiting for them. Both Valerie and Ingvild were spying on the Vali team, and Team/Dog, and Ingvild towards the Hyadu residence to make sure they are updated. So which faction are we attacking this time? Grievous spoke with an excited tone, as Issei spoke. Not exactly a faction, but more accurately a very influential family. In the supernatural, the Pendragon family will be our next target. Issei spoke seriously, to which Gondal asked, why the Pendragon family? I mean, they are not that strong, right? Gondal asked with a confused tone, as Issei responded, you see, but they are influential. Two of the members can be a problem, that being Arthur Pendragon and Lefay Pendragon. Our aim is to break their morale, by capturing one of the people he cherishes, that being Elaine Westcott. Issei explained to the group, you see, Elaine is cared for by both Arthur and Lefay, and if we capture her and turn her into our side, we can break the Vali team completely. And besides, I wonder what kind of effect dark light would have on ordinary humans. Issei spoke with deep thought, earning nods from several. So you want to break the Vali team, one of the most prominent teams in the DxD team? Gondal asked, earning a nod from Issei, as he spoke. Valerie is already on our side, and Kuroka is mentally broken due to Dai's betrayal. The only people we have to deal with are Biko, Fenrir, Arthur and Lefay, even though one might argue that Lefay's mental state is not the same. Issei explained, as Artemis then asked, so who do you want us to go for the assault? Issei looked at her and spoke. Grievous and the droid army, along with Malik, and this time, even you, Artemis will join them. Any questions? Issei looked at his team, as Elizabeth asked in an annoyed tone, why can't I go? Issei responded to her, because Michael and the other Seraphs have had their hands tied. They are desperate to make their faction have faith in them, and you have to pretend to have that. Issei spoke seriously, as Elizabeth did not seem happy with Issei's words, as she exclaimed in slight sadness, but I don't want to be near those men. They are nothing but deceitful angels, Lord Issei. I beg you. I don't want to be with them anymore. Elizabeth's eyes became watery, as Issei also felt slightly sad because of what happened. His hatred for Michael and the other Seraphs was already high, but he understood that Elizabeth couldn't handle it much longer, as Artemis calmed her down, understanding that she is also having the same thoughts as Elizabeth is. Just a little more, you just need to tolerate them for a while longer, because after we deal with the Pendragons and their respective allies, we will go after the angels next. Sounds good? Issei spoke with a small smile, to which Elizabeth reluctantly nodded. Artemis then gave some words of her own. Even I hate being among Zeus, but all you need to do is just keep some distance from them, and you can visit the Hyadu residence anytime you want. Nobody will stop you. Even Michael can't stop you, remember? Elizabeth looked at them, and rubbed her eyes as she looked at Artemis, and gave a nod. Gonda looked at her inner self and spoke mentally. You see, the factions have broken this poor girl, and look at how she is crying. Don't you see that they won't care for you? No, I don't think Lord Odin would do what Michael did to her. I still have faith in him. Inner Gonda responded angrily. She had a little faith in Odin, but that was soon going to disappear. See for yourself then, you will realize just like Artemis and Elizabeth have, sooner or later, and you will ask Lord Issei to willingly join you, just like they did. Gonda spoke to her inner self before cutting off the communication. I understand, Lord Issei. I won't disappoint you. Elizabeth spoke with a determined tone, as Issei nodded. He then remembered a certain fox they had managed to capture. He looked at Malik and asked, Speaking of which, what happened to our fox Yasaka? Issei asked Malik, who gave the signal to 2 battle droids, who went inside. Moments later they brought the captive Yasaka in the room. She looked the same, as she was captured, however her expression was completely gone. Her eyes were completely dull and her facial expression was almost lifeless. It was almost as if the woman in front of her was a broken husk of her former self. Even her movement was almost sluggish, as if there was no life to her. This was the first sleeper agent. Furthermore, she looked at Issei. Her lifeless eyes and expression unnerved Elizabeth and Charlotte. However, the others were unaffected. Issei then commanded coldly, Yasaka, you shall go on the mission to deal with the Pendragon clan. Any objections? No, Lord Issei. I do not have any objections. Anything you asked me to do, I shall fulfill, and any request you have, I shall fulfill to its completion, and see to it that happens. Even if you asked me to die, I shall follow as you demand me to do so. Yasaka spoke with an emotionless tone, as Issei had a sadistic grin, and spoke. Good, you may leave now. Yasaka nodded. As the bee releases her, she then walks further into the base to prepare for the attack. I would suggest you guys prepare. The attack will begin in a few hours. Today is the day the Pendragon family falls. Issei spoke seriously, earning nods from Malik, Grievous and Artemis. They all then prepare for the assault on the Pendragon family. They won't have much time left. The sound of several screams, laments and pleas were heard throughout the mansion. This place was none other than the Pendragon residence, in England, where Grievous watched with a cold gaze, as his droid army massacred anyone that stood in his way, showing no mercy to anyone that got in his way. General, I have some bad news. One of the OM droid commanders approached Grievous, as he asked, What? The commander responded, The servant has escaped and is being escorted to a safe location. Grievous growled in response, as he spoke in a furious tone, I will deal with them myself. Grievous removed his cloak as he jumped into the battlefield. Before he could go to deal with them, Issei approached him and spoke, You will be wasting your time. Issei spoke in a neutral tone, as Grievous looked at him surprised as he asked, Then what should we do? Issei responded to Grievous' question as he spoke, You see, castles like these have hidden entrances. Thankfully I managed to foresee every single location of them. With relative ease Issei showed the several pathways, and their exits. Understanding this, Grievous sends the locations to his droid commanders and commands. All units head towards the different locations, blockade them, and capture the target alive. Roger, Roger. All the droid commanders responded, as they headed their units to the location. Grievous, I want Elaine, and her companion alive. Is that clear? Issei asks seriously, to which Grievous gives a nod. As he heads to the location, he then looks at Gondal, as he informs them, Well, it's a good thing you could come. Issei spoke seriously, as he continues, Elizabeth couldn't make it due to helping Michael and the other seraphs trying to calm the seeds of rebellion taking place in the factions. She would have, but she had a job to perform so that Michael doesn't get suspicious, right? Gondal responded with a smile, as she continued, So what is my role? You are backup, along with Miyuki, Quinella and Charlotte, and if Elizabeth manages to make it back, then inform her that she will join the assault as well. Gondal nods, as they watch the droid army mercilessly kill anyone that got in their way. Even magicians and knights did not stand a chance against them. Pendragon residence PM, a young British woman in her early 20s. She has black hair that is tied above her head and wears a maid outfit. They both were outside, as they managed to leave through one of the unguarded exits. This was Elaine Westcott, the love interest of Arthur Pendragon, and the guardian of Le Fay Pendragon. Among her was another woman, a very beautiful pale-skinned girl with hip-length silver hair that had bangs hanging over her face where it mostly hangs over on the right side and clear sky-blue eyes. She wears a jacket-like trench coat, with a white button-up shirt and black skirt. She is seen wearing a blue pendant gemstone with red ribbons, possibly indicating her royalty status. She also has golden chains looped around her left shoulder. These droids are everywhere. They know almost all of our secret escape tunnels, Elaine exclaimed with worry. As the woman gritted her teeth in fury, she tried fighting them with magic weapons, but it had no effect on them. They had barely escaped. These droids are everywhere. They know almost all of our secret escape tunnels, Elaine exclaimed with worry. As the woman gritted her teeth in fury, she tried fighting them with magic weapons, but it had no effect on them. They had barely escaped with their lives as they went through the secret tunnels. Earlier they were talking about the attacks that have been happening around the factions thanks to the newly named droid faction, as well as the bad reputation due to Le Fay contracting Dai Hyadu as her contracted magician. But that was when they heard a loud explosion, and moments later a whole battalion of B&B super battle droids had showed up. They gunned all the guards and magicians mercilessly. Lord Uther Pendragon tried to stop them, but he was overwhelmed by the relentless horde of battle droids. The last thing they saw was him trying to defend himself and his wife from the battle droids. The two girls were traveling as they watched the battle droids mercilessly gunned down, when Elaine stopped them all of a sudden, sensing something was wrong. She looked around, as Elaine asked, "What's wrong?" La Folia looked around. As she spoke, "The silence is unnerving, it is quiet, too quiet. I can't feel anyone's presence, but I feel like we are being watched." She then sensed something, as she pointed her gun to the shadows. Moments later, an arrow came by as the girls dodge. The arrow barely misses her. It was an energy arrow. Moments later, someone comes from the shadows. It was Goddess Artemis that showed up. "Bravo! It seems like you managed to dodge an arrow I fired as a simple threat that caused them to stop," Artemis spoke in a mocking tone, clapping, as the girls were shocked to see her in front of them. The dusk light shone on her face, revealing her complete look. "That's impossible, you're with them!" Elaine exclaimed in shock and fear that a goddess had joined their side. "You were with the Greek faction, right?" Elaine asked with fear. "I was, but then that bastard Zeus abandoned me," Artemis spoke with slight anger in her voice. "Besides, it's nothing special. I was just a mere pawn. You could say that I am a traitor to the faction," Artemis spoke after calming down. "So you are with the droid faction?" La Folia asked with horror, as Artemis merely nodded, and exclaimed with excitement and a touch of mockery, "Ding! Ding! Ding! We have a winner!" La Folia and Elaine were on guard, as Artemis muttered to Grievous her location. "Why are you even doing all this?" La Folia asked with anger in her voice, to which Artemis responded with annoyance. "I told you before, I hate Zeus for what he did to me. And besides, Malik removed the blindfold that was on my eyes. I thought that I was on the path of peace, but I couldn't see a lot of things. Malik showed it to me, and ever since I have been grateful to them." Artemis spoke in gratitude, not wanting to reveal Issei yet, since they would meet him soon. "Just because of this, Malik is only using you," La Folia shouted, as Artemis shook her head as she spoke with slight fury in her voice. "No! He showed me the truth. He showed me how bad I was, and made me realize the error of my ways. And how dare you doubt him, when you know nothing about him?" Artemis spoke while reading her bow. "You have become his slave." La Folia aimed her gun at the goddess. As she spoke, where was the goddess that hated men? La Folia tried to make her see reason, but Artemis only shook her head, and responded, "That fool long died. Malik made me see how foolish I was. He showed me that all men are not like him. At first I did not see, but he showed me the error of my ways. I resisted, but he never gave up, and I joined him on my own accord." Artemis spoke with a smile on her face, as La Folia and Elaine tried to look for a way out of this situation but couldn't find any. They gritted their teeth in fury for being in this situation. "Like it or not, we are leaving here, and then we will reveal everything to the." La Folia couldn't complete as suddenly a telekinetic push sent her behind. "Lady La Folia!" Elaine shouted in fear and worry, rushing to her aid. La Folia managed to get up, as 3 more figures came from the shadows. La Folia widened her eyes when she saw who they were. She knew her chances of escaping were next to none, as she recognized them to be Malik and Grievous. But what surprised her was the fact that even Gondal was here. Roswei's grandmother being involved in this horrified her to no end. As she was a master magician, their chances reduced to next to nothing. But even then, La Folia spoke angrily. "I would rather die than be killed by any of you." La Folia's tone was cold, as Gondal responded. "Not really, someone wants you alive. We don't need you, but we cannot let you escape." Gondal spoke with a smile pointing to La Folia, as Malik speaks. "But we can't let you go and warn the factions, it will take away the fun." Grievous spoke with a mocking tone, as she was surrounded by several others. "Damn all of you!" La Folia shouted at the top of her lungs, as Grievous twirled his hands and brought out his 4 light blades. "It's time to take care of you, permanently." Grievous spoke with a cold tone. "In that case, Gondal, join with Grievous and take care of her, and I and Artemis will handle Elaine," Malik commanded. As Grievous nods, he and Gondal prepare to deal with La Folia, who points her gun at the metalloid monstrosity, and fires a light missile. Grievous deflects it. To him the bullet was in slow motion. Malik commanded. As Grievous nods, he and Gondal prepare to deal with La Folia, who points her gun at the metalloid monstrosity, and fires a light missile. Grievous deflects it. To him the bullet was in slow motion. A/N. "I don't own this GIF or strike the blood." Angered, La Folia keeps firing more bullets, aiming her gun at the metalloid monstrosity, who keeps deflecting them with ease. Gondal had a smile throughout the battle. "Don't underestimate me," La Folia exclaimed, as Grievous cackled in response. His laugh unnerved her, but she was resilient. She refused to give up. The fight between the 6 was watched by Issei at a distance. After a while, Valerie, Ingvild and Elizabeth teleported next to them. "Why are you attacking the Pendragon residence?" Valerie exclaimed. She and Ingvild were both unaware of this, as Issei asked a simple question. "Is it not obvious? They are my enemies, remember?" Valerie calmed down, as she looked in horror. Issei then responded coldly. "And you do know that this would happen? Be grateful I did not send you to do the deed." Valerie gulped and nodded. She understood that Issei was dealing with them himself. "I have performed my task, as you wanted. Lord Michael and the others suspect nothing." Elizabeth spoke with a smile, to which Issei smiled at her and responded. "Good job, Elizabeth. We watched the fight. It is anyways coming to its conclusion." Elizabeth watched, as Valerie and Ingvild also joined Issei. Ingvild then asked, "So who are the targets this time?" Issei looked at her and responded, "Elaine Westcott and La Folia Rehavian." Valerie paled, as Issei spoke, looking at her pale look. "Relax, we intend to capture them alive. I have some purpose for them." Issei spoke, as Valerie nodded. She understood another will be joining them. "I always wondered what will happen if dark light touches a human body." Valerie was confused at this, as she asked, "Dark light? What is that?" Issei looked at her and spoke, "Another secret that Lucifer has kept to himself. It is a light that is designed to convert an angel into a dark angel." "I didn't know of this." Valerie spoke with a tone of surprise as she asked, "Who else knows of this?" "As of now, no one, except for me, and probably Lucifer. But if you want more detail about them, ask Elizabeth." "Yes, I will explain it to you sometime in the future, but for now, let's watch. The battle is coming to its conclusion." Elizabeth spoke seriously. "Speaking of which, how did the spying missions go?" Issei asked both Valerie and Ingvild. "No, they suspect nothing. They are unable to do anything, because now they are trying to convince you to help them." Valerie spoke as Ingvild continued. "They are convincing me to stay in the DXD team, and they are not paying attention to you anymore." Ingvild spoke seriously. She seemed to be devoted, as compared to Valerie. "I see very well. Let's watch. The match is almost done anyway." Issei and the remaining watched the final moments of the fight. Meanwhile, La Folia was on her knees. Her clothes were partially torn, as her body had several burnt wounds. She couldn't move, as Gondal used gravity magic to prevent her from escaping. "Not as can't be." La Folia spoke with fear, as Grievous twirled his blade and kicked her towards a distance. She was knocked out cold, as Gondal approached her and carried her. Elaine is in a similar situation, as she was breathing heavily. She was out of mana, as Artemis used her bow and arrow, as she unleashed an arrow of light energy. A/N. I don't own this GIF or Fate franchise. Elaine took a direct hit. As an explosion took place, she was on her knees, as she tried her best to get up. She then looks at them, and shouts, "Why? Why are you even doing this? I have never done anything to you." Malik cackled, as he brought out dark light infused with nails from a Feka tyrant. As he spoke, "Your biggest mistake is to trust a liar of the factions. It's a shame that you failed to see the truth, until it was too late. What will you do to me?" Elaine spoke with fear, as Malik responded, "You will be seeing it soon. You will kill your own lover Arthur, while you can't do anything about it." Malik brought dark light closer. As Elaine started to pass out, her vision became blurry, as she looked up, looking at the moon, muttering, "Please, save me, Arthur." Elaine lost her consciousness as a tear fell from her eyes. She wondered what the droid faction would do to her. Malik then carried the knocked-out Elaine, as he then proceeded to perform the final command. Her apron fell down, signifying what had happened. "Yasaka! Destroy the castle, leave no trace of anything!" A voice boomed from the entire arena, as Yasaka showed up in her giant fox form, which was meters in height. Malik and the others along with their armies teleported back to the meeting location. "As you wish, Lord Malik." Yasaka unleashed a giant bomb made of foxfire at the castle, destroying it to smithereens, leaving no trace of it, except for a burnt ground. No one survived the blast, as no trace of a human or anything else was present. Yasaka was then teleported out of there, with the help of Malik. Scene change. Timeskip brought to you by Chibi Issei playing Shelly in Brawl Stars and winning the tournament. The next day, England AM, the leader of the fallen angels, Shemhazai along with Azazel watches the home for the Pendragon family in sadness, the complete annihilation of the Pendragon residents, gathering the attention of both the human and the supernatural world. There was only one thing that remained, and that was Elaine's tattered maid apron. "That cursed Malik is a monster for doing all this," Shemhazai exclaimed furiously. "Worst of all, there is no trace of them, to know what happened." Azazel exclaimed as anger was present in his voice. Valerie Lucifer had a look of anger on her face. She hated what happened to Arthur and his family, as both Lord and Lady Pendragon were confirmed to have been taken out due to the blast. They are both dead. Azazel knew that she was not going to rest until Malik was slain by her hands. "I can't imagine the pain they are going through," Azazel thought with sadness, knowing how much Valerie cared for her team. "This shouldn't be happening. How dare that bastard attack my family?" Arthur exclaimed with fury in his voice, as he controlled his tears falling from his eyes. "Don't worry, we will destroy that bastard and find your maiden in love." Biko spoke, trying to cheer him up, but Valerie only retorted angrily, "This is not the time to make jokes. We have to plan the next move, if we need to beat him." Biko rubbed his head. As he looked away, he was equally sad and furious at what happened. Scene change. Malik's base. Sam. La Folia Rehavian woke up in the Malik space. She rubbed her head, in pain remembering what had happened. She looked around to see that she was in a dark room. She remembered how she fought against Grievous and Gondal. Their attacks were too overwhelming, and Grievous either deflected or dodged her attack, while Gondal gave her difficulties in maintaining her form. She eventually fell as a result. She tried to move, but was unable to do so. "Ah!" she exclaimed in pain. She looked to see that her wounds were still healing. "I would suggest you to not move." La Folia looked to see a purple-haired woman, sitting on a chair. "So you are a traitor too?" La Folia angrily exclaimed, as the woman, identified as Quinella, spoke with a smile. "Traitor? I was never part of the alliance to begin with." La Folia got angry at this. As she spoke, "The faction leaders will realize who their enemies are, and they will win and eliminate you." La Folia shouted, "That's funny, you should work as a comedian, and the best part is that you don't even know who the biggest enemy is. You will lose." Quinella spoke with a chuckle, as La Folia retorted, "Don't sing of victory." La Folia retorts, however, she was quiet when she heard pairs of footsteps. The voice, who was that of a man, spoke. "Do you die a hero, or as a villain?" The man spoke. As he entered, La Folia widened her eyes in shock, as she saw who the people were. It was Issei Hayadu and Charlotte Beelzebub. "No." La Folia spoke in disbelief. As she continued, "You were the hero, why are you even doing this?" "I am sorry, never was the hero. I tried to be, but I was always the bad guy. Issei spoke coldly. That's not true, everyone knows you are the hero. La Folia retorted, as Charlotte responded coldly. The reason was that Issei revealed the truth. I am pretty sure, if he did not, the factions would have been under the blind faith that Dai was their hero. That's right, but that's only now, before they saw me as trash or a threat. Issei spoke mockingly, to which La Folia remained silent. That's what I thought. Everyone wants me to be a hero. Why should I be the hero to hypocritical people like you? I am sorry! I am sorry for coming to think you are a nuisance. La Folia spoke with tears in her eyes, as Issei shouted with fury. See! You are sorry now, because I am a mass murderer, the villain and the enemy of the factions. Once I wanted to help people, and defend them. And what did they do to me, you know? La Folia shook her head in confusion. They turned their backs on me. And I broke my bones and hands for nothing, Issei shouted in fury, as Charlotte and Quinella calmed him down with a worryful look on their faces. But this is not the way. We can talk to the La Folia tried to reason with Issei, as he interrupted her. I refuse. I will take revenge against all those that ruin me. Why are you doing this? Is it revenge? La Folia asked fearfully as Issei responded. Revenge is one of the goals. I desire to create a beautiful world, where humans and supernatural beings coexist, but that cannot happen with the factions around. They will not accept it, and that is why I am carrying out my plan, eliminating those people, and carrying out peace in this world. Issei declared with a smile in his words, as tears appeared in his eyes. You are going to kill innocent people for your stupid war? La Folia asked angrily, to which Issei looked at her coldly. Innocent people, Issei scoffed, the same people, who saw me as a nuisance, who humiliated me and never gave me the opportunity to show what I am capable of. Issei spoke coldly. Are we talking about those innocent people, Miss Rehavian? Issei spoke, to which La Folia kept her hands on her face, and tears started to fall from her eyes. Issei, Quinella and Charlotte leave the room, closing the cell as La Folia remains in prison. As she cried endlessly, Issei did not know what to do with her. He would think of her fate later on. Scene change. So what are going to do with La Folia? Issei asked his allies, to which Malik responded. I would suggest killing her. We see no reason to keep her alive. If anything, her abilities can be used by even Elizabeth, and myself. Malik spoke, as Elizabeth responded. Her skills can be useful as a sleeper agent. She can be used to turn against her loved ones. Malik was surprised by this, as Grievous spoke. I agree, with the angel. I will personally train her, and we can use her skills against Pendragon's allies. You sure about this? I could easily take her place if you wanted to? Malik asked with a tone full of surprise that Grievous spoke this, knowing his personality. It would be fun to turn her against her own family. The grief would be so enjoyable. The cyborg general exclaimed, earning sweat drops from everyone. But Elizabeth is correct. Our chances of victory will be higher, since she has insight of the Pendragon allies. Her memory will be useful to us, since she can give us access to many of the Pendragon's secrets. General Kalani spoke with an insightful tone. I see, then even I don't mind. Malik responded with a neutral look. I do not see a reason to kill her. The more sleeper agents we have with us, the more advantage we will have against the factions. Artemis spoke in agreement, as Gondal nodded in agreement. Valerie and Ingvild were absent because they weren't trusted enough to be a member of the table. Same went for Yasaka, since sleeper agents are more or less slaves meant to listen to commands without hesitation. Miyuki was absent because she was training. Well, then it's settled then. We will let her remain in consciousness for a while, before we perform the conversion. Speaking of which, way is Elaine? Issei spoke with curiosity. She is unstable. The best way to describe her is an angered rabid dog. The dark light is not compatible with human blood, it seems. The good thing is that she can be kept under control. But she has lost all sense of humanity, and has become a feral beast, Kalani explained. To Issei, who nodded, he then spoke. Very well, report me any changes in her. We will be leaving. We cannot let the folks at home suspect us. Malik, Grievous and Kalani nodded, as Gondal and Elizabeth teleported, and Artemis, Issei, Quinella and Charlotte headed outside the base to head back home. Scene change. Hayata residence, PM. Athena was walking towards Issei's room, As she wanted to ask him for something, she knocked the door, as she asked, "Issei? Are you there?" When she got no response, she knocked again and called his name. However, she once again got no response. As she entered the room, she looked around to see the room darkened, with no lights on. His quilt was on the bed, unfolded. She checked the bathroom next, only to find that there was no one present. "I am glad there is no one in the bathroom." Athena spoke with a little embarrassment. As she remembered their previous encounter, she had no choice but to wait for him in this room. While sitting in the room, she wanted to ask Issei about some things. She wondered what he thought of her. As she thought, "Should I ask Issei about this?" Athena looked worried. Issei did not show any hatred towards her, or anger towards her. She was even more happy that Issei let her talk to her fellow Olympian Hestia, as she remembered how much he could have stopped her or eliminated her. Athena remembered her past, as she became furious with Zeus for giving her away to Issei, but in reality, it turned out to be a blessing. Issei never forced her or forced himself on her, which made her happy. She started to be grateful to him, but she wondered what he really thought of her, given that she tried to prove that he was with Malik. Furthermore, she was also one of the few that agreed with Zeus of making Issei bind to the factions. Such things caused immense regret in her heart. She did not want to do this, but had no choice. She had to follow the decision of her father and the others, and she hated that. Sighing, she decided to leave. Since Issei was not present in the room, she got up, ready to leave, and decided to talk to him at another time. Once she got out of the room, she was caught by an unexpected person. "Lady Athena?" It was Sekiruuyetei, who had a look of surprise as she asked, "What are you doing in Issei's room?" Well, Athena was embarrassed. Being caught like this, Sekiruuyetei would misunderstand her. As Athena tried to explain, "It is not what it looks like." "No, I know Issei is not in the room." Sekiruuyetei shook her head and responded. She was the one of the few that she trusted without a problem. She looked around as she spoke. "So why were you in his room?" "I just wanted to ask some questions," Athena responded as Sekiruuyetei looked at her. Athena then asked, "What's your thoughts on Issei now?" "He is not that bad. He never tried to do anything with us, and gave us freedom to do so. He is a good friend." Sekiruuyetei spoke with a smile, before changing into an expression of slight fear. "But I fear he hates us, even if it is a little. He hates me and Latia because we are devils, even if he does not hurt us, physically or mentally, or intends to do so, but he might hold some animosity against us. I know you fear him, but he is nice. Just talk to him, Sekiruuyetei, and if he does hurt you, you can come to me. You should conquer your fear on your own." Athena spoke seriously, earning a nod from the Agar's heiress. As she spoke, "I will give it a try, maybe in the future, but not now." Sekiruuyetei spoke, earning a smile from Athena as she responded, "You should, believe me, you won't regret it." Athena spoke, as she left to head to her room. Zeus giving her to Issei actually benefited her rather than harm her. Scene change. Hayate residence, PM. "Things are looking pretty complicated," Issei said, while he was creating gauntlets that were meant for his two sacred gears, Innovate, Clear, and Tell Us Karma. He remembered the information he had received. It seems like this Mitsuya Kanzaki was able to perform this, from the information I had gotten from Grigori, before it was destroyed by Malik's hands." Issei spoke, remembering the information he had gotten. It seemed like Grigori was not a big fan of this Mitsuya, as he was deemed dangerous. But when he found out more about him, he was surprised to see that he was a human. But what surprised him was that he was the first known person to have two Longinus with him, that being Innovate, Clear, and Tell Us Karma. Both gears are known to make him impersonate God. The first was capable of creating an ideal dimension, allowing him to create his own ideal world, with even living beings involved in it. The second one, on the other hand, can manipulate the probabilities to the user's favor. He wondered what would happen if both get involved. "Partner, are you sure of this? Using two sacred gears that are polar opposites of each other? That's crazy!" Drake exclaimed in surprise, as Issei responded, "Well, this ain't my first rodeo, right, Drake?" Issei spoke with a grin. As Drake gave an exasperated sigh, he remembered how he was able to create the vanishing Welsh dragon balance breaker. It was a struggle, but he was able to do it. "Although I wonder if I use the balance breaker of all Longinus sacred gears at once, I wonder how powerful I will become." Issei spoke, which made Drake wonder what his partner was thinking. He also wondered what would happen and how strong would Issei become. Issei continued working on the gauntlets. He could use both Innovate Clear and Tell Us Karma. But he wondered if he could achieve the full power of both the gears at once like Mitsuya Kanzaki has. He deemed him as a problem, since he could alter the probabilities of his victory. But judging by his past records so far, he has not found any attacks from him or his organization cross times against Malik or his allies. But I must prepare. He can be a potential problem. Issei spoke. He would be a fool if he did have preparations against him. He then remembered a certain someone who had managed to find a way to nullify sacred gears and render them useless. I wonder if RageRevan would help me with this. Issei spoke and thought, if he didn't he would just extract the power from him. Issei worked on the gauntlets. He had two choices if Mitsuya were to ever become a problem in his plans. The first was to use his power against him, or to manage to get his access on the sacred gear canceller, which can perform as intended. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Issei making Chibi Mitsuya and Chibi Tobio get along. Malik's base, PM. Issei entered La Folia's prison cell along with Nyx and Malik, as he had a recording orb with him. As he opened the door, La Folia looked at him with surprise in her eyes. Her cheeks have been dry due to the endless crying, as she had dull eyes looking at Issei's cold eyes. Nyx then commanded, "Get up!" La Folia did so, but her movement was sluggish. She was dull, as she looked at Issei, and asked in a weak tone, "What do you want?" La Folia looked at him. Her hair was partially ruined due to the fact that she did not care for it. "You don't believe how far the factions have fallen, right?" Issei spoke, as La Folia retorted. "The factions will soon know about you, and will stop you." Hi to Issei. "They will find a way." Issei chuckled as he spoke. "Oh, I plan on doing the great reveal myself, but there is still a lot of time for that." Issei spoke, in a mocking tone, "And besides I am not aligned with any faction, so how am I a traitor? You must be stopped, you are a threat." Issei got a bit annoyed, as he spoke, with anger in his voice. "Oh, this reminds me, remember when I had come to your place, and asked your family something? Did you know what your family did?" Issei exclaimed, as La Folia started to have tears in her eyes remembering the incident. She remained silent. "Tell me, what did they do to me?" La Folia was quiet, remembering what happened. Issei then screamed, "Answer me, damn it!" La Folia started to cry. "We did nothing. We left you to your fate and ignored you." La Folia shouted as Issei started to make a small laugh and spoke. "You see, it wasn't so hard, now was it?" Issei looked at her, as he continued. "They were just interested in power, and yet they failed to see someone who could have helped them." Issei spoke coldly. "I could have saved many people, if it wasn't for him." "I don't understand, what do you mean, save many people?" La Folia asked in confusion, as Issei spoke. "Do the names Rondo Rehavian and Pascalia Rehavian ring a bell?" La Folia widened her eyes, as she nodded. "They do." "Good, you remember the attack that RageRevan orchestrated on your clan that cost their lives?" "My sisters, what do you mean, you were able to save them?" La Folia asked in confusion, as Issei spoke. "I would have, or could have, if it wasn't for someone interrupting me." Issei spoke with slight frustration in his voice. "Was it Dai Hayadu?" La Folia asked with confusion, as Issei responded. "Exactly, he knocked me down to hog the glory, and because of his foolish actions, it cost the lives of your sisters. Here, take a look." Issei activated the memory orb. It activated as she saw everything. Recording. Issei was looking around. Several stray devils were surrounding him. He was breathing heavily, as he was using hand-to-hand combat defeating several of them, but they were too overwhelming. He looked around, to see several of them chuckling seeing his condition. "I guess I have to use my sacred gear," Issei mutters. Looking around the scene, he begins to cover himself with an attack. However, someone struck his leg with a black flash, causing him to kneel. His leg became injured, as he looked at his attacker. "Thanks for doing my work again, you moron." Dai spoke with a sinister grin, as Issei shouted in anger, "Damn it, Dai! Now is not the time to hog glory, people are dying here." "Oh, I know, that is why I thank you, now let me take it from here." Dai tried to fight the devils, but he was overwhelmed. He was overwhelmed by fear as he spoke. "Wait! Don't kill me!" Dai exclaimed with fear. "Kill them, kill those two girls." Dai pointed to Rondo and Pascalia, as the demons pointed towards them, who were unconscious as Issei watched in horror. The demons brutally mauled the two girls to death. Recording end. I could have saved them, had I activated my boosted gear, but couldn't because my brother wanted to hog all the glory. I can't believe that your family, and Lefay's now deceased family, would let some demons in your castle. Issei spoke with disappointment. At least be happy that we haven't taken things further. Yet Issei spoke with mockery. My sisters. La Folia spoke with sadness, as Issei spoke, and the worst part was that the Pendragons declared them to be martyrs. Just some children that lost their lives. Such a shame, it had to end for them this way. Issei spoke, feigning sadness, as tears fell from La Folia's eyes. I am sorry. Oh, don't you dare apologize. You remember what you did to me, right? Issei shouted, causing her to cover her head, as she begged. Please stop. Issei nevertheless continued, you told me to never step foot in your house ever again, and I would regret it. No, please, I am sorry. La Folia exclaimed in regret, as Issei looked at her dead in the eye. He had his Alfeka tyrant ready to make her serve him. However, as he was ready to remove some nails, he heard a surprise exclaim. Wait! La Folia asked, as Issei stopped momentarily, as he responded, What? I am willing to repay you. You tried to help us. We didn't listen. I didn't listen. La Folia spoke with sadness, before pleading, so please give me a chance? Issei looked at her. He identified that she was not lying, as Issei spoke. You didn't listen, so why should I listen? Issei asked coldly, as Nyx and Malik wondered what she was going to do next. Just this once, I promise you won't regret it. La Folia pleaded Issei. However, he was not in a mood. He was ready to turn her into a sleeper agent. But a hand came in front of him. Nyx? Issei asked, to which the primordial goddess looked at Issei, as she spoke. What do you propose? If you tell us something that is valuable, then we may change our plans, otherwise we will turn you into a sleeper agent just like Yasaka is. Nyx's tone was cold. It even brought chills to Issei and Malik. She was dead serious at this. La Folia shivered. She gulped in fear hearing the battle droids talk about the sleeper agents. They are more akin to slaves that Issei would turn her into, even committing suicide for his goals. She feared having that fate. My family is quite influential in both the supernatural side, as well as the human world. We also know about how and which companies the devil families operate on. We can help you in ruining them financially, so that they can no longer receive income, and then you can use that to attack them, wiping them out with ease. La Folia spoke with fear in her voice, as Issei scoffed, in response. You think I wouldn't know? That is why I want to wipe out the Pendragon family as well as the Rehavian family, along with any of their mage family allies, Issei exclaimed in annoyance, as La Folia shook her head in response. No, I mean, I can convince them to your side. I want to avenge my sister's demise from the factions. La Folia spoke coldly. I can bring them to your side, and have them as an ally, Lord Issei. I can even serve you as a knight, if you so wish. I want to make amends for my actions in the past. Won't you give me the chance? La Folia spoke with regret, as Issei did not see much weight in her voice, as he spoke. That's not enough. I will only be satisfied till your family falls down. Goodbye, La Folia. You will be my sleeper agent. Issei spoke with a cold tone, as he brought out several nails to make her into a sleeper agent, as La Folia begged for a second chance, as she begged. I don't mind serving you, but I want to serve you willingly, and not by this method. La Folia pleaded Issei, as she continued. I would rather die than let an impostor serve you from my body, than my own free will. I desire to serve you on my own accord. La Folia spoke seriously as Nyx, who saw her resolve, spoke. Issei, wait. Issei stopped, as Nyx crouched to her level and spoke. So you really think that your family will listen to you? What if they are blinded by loyalty? Tell me then, should we kill them then, just like we originally intended to do so? No, my family is one of those families that repays debts, no matter what happens. We have that as our family motto. If I tell them what happened to my sisters, they will be convinced they will be. La Folia pleaded, as Issei looked at her. None of her words were of lies, as Issei was still in disbelief. Nyx sensing this and spoke. I think we should let her talk to her family. If she can convince them to join us, then it would make our job much easier. Issei looked at her and responded. You sure? Nyx nods as she continues, otherwise we will wipe out their family using the Leviathan. Malik nods in response. As La Folia felt a little bit hope, Issei then sighs and responds, very well, but if you do betray me, you will die a horrible death. And to make sure you keep your promise, Issei generated a small dragon shot and compressed it into a ball. As he enchanted the ball then went inside her body, as she felt something off. If you do think or try to betray me, this ball will explode, killing you before you can do anything. You will die in a horrible way. Issei spoke seriously and coldly, as La Folia gulped in fear. She was even barely trusted to have faith. As Malik, Issei and Nyx leave the room, leaving the cell door open, as he speaks, when you head to your residence, I will be joining you. In an event the negotiations don't go as planned, I will personally eliminate your parents, and wipe out everyone from the Rehavian family. Is that clear? La Folia nods in response, as she decides to leave as soon as possible. As she speaks, you won't regret this. La Folia exclaims. However, Issei was long gone from the location, along with Nyx and Malik. Say, why did you want to give her a chance, Nyx? Issei asked. He was not expecting Nyx to do this, given her nature, as she responded. Her skills will be useful to our goals, and her not being a sleeper agent like Valerie and Ingvild will manage to bring one of the most influential families in both worlds to our side. And if La Folia claims what she is capable of, we can use this to our advantage. We can ruin the Devil faction completely, and coupled with Miyuki's truth they will be in complete tatters. Issei nods to Nyx's explanation, as he speaks, so we can bring their riches to our side. Interesting. Issei spoke with a deep thought, as Malik asks, should I prepare the army in case Rehavian's choice does not work? Issei nods as Malik leaves to do so, with Issei and Nyx walking into the darkness of the base, planning their next move. Scene change. Issei and Nyx were walking throughout the base. It had increased in size compared to before as Quinella and Charlotte interrupted them. As Quinella asked, Issei, can we ask you for a favor? Issei looked at them and smiled. What is it? Issei asked as Charlotte responded, we want to help you destroy the factions. Issei was surprised as he asked, how so? Charlotte and Quinella responded, we want some of the holy nails from Alpheka Tyrant. We want to bring in more sleeper agents. Quinella spoke, as Charlotte asked, would you please let us do so? Issei looked at the girls and responded, you don't need to plead here, just give me a minute. I will have to make some changes, since the two of you are half-devils, alright? The girls nodded and grinned, while Nyx smiled sweetly. Issei shivered when he sensed that as two battle droids spoke. Oh! It seems like the Supreme Leader is in trouble. One of the droids spoke, as the other responded, this is called a marital spat. We will be seeing a lot of those here. Nyx turned to them, and exclaimed, I would suggest the two of you not to get involved in other people's matters, otherwise I will make you regret it. Is that clear? Nyx generated her aura, making Issei look at them with fear. They both understood that Issei will not save them, as they exclaimed, Roger! Roger! Both the battle droids ran as fast as they could, leaving everyone bewildered at what just happened. The others did not bother speaking due to the situation. Once he was done creating the nails, he gave each to both Quinella and Charlotte. Once he was done, he turned around and embraced Nyx, making her lose her smile and become a blushing mess. As the girls behind him pouted, Issei then released her, and turned to the girls, as he hugged them as well, making them both blush. They kept the nails down. Issei sighed in relief. Look, I love all of you, so please, don't be jealous for such things, cause you kind of scare me, please. The girls chuckled at this, as they knew that Issei really loved them. Issei had a wry smile on his face. As the girls calmed down, Issei then asked, speaking of which, what candidates have you chosen? Issei asked, as Quinella spoke with a smile. I was thinking of going after Gasper and Kuroka, from the devils. Then we have Gabriel from the angels, she can be useful. We can use Penemu from the fallen angels. Quinella responded to her series of targets. Let me take some from you. I can go after Aquino and Zenobia, Valerie from the vampires, and we can use Rosweiss as an additional support for the Norse. Not bad choices, but won't Gasper be a problem? I discovered that his forbidden Baylor view can turn into a Longinus. Quinella shook her head as she responded, once we have found a way to ambush him, we can easily turn him to our side. He has been even more introverted ever since Dai's betrayal. he will easily be turned to our side. Cornella spoke, as Issei responded with a nod. And we do have infiltrators in the Greek faction, and we can deal with the Hindu if necessary, since there is a chance that they may pull out from the treaty. So I hope you don't mind. Issei shook his head, and responded, No, make sure to bring them to me once you are done, and plus Valerie was supposed to be one of the engaged girls given to me. I always wondered where she was. Issei spoke with surprise, as he was not going to waste his time asking Elmenhild about this. I assumed that they managed to find a way, since you didn't bother asking, so she did not come. Nyx responded, as Issei nodded. He was certainly going to enjoy her as a sleeper agent, along with her friend Gasper. Well, I think I should be heading towards La Folia's residence. I believe the negotiations will begin soon. Issei spoke as Nyx nodded. She then commands the droid army to cloak themselves and surround the mansion. As if the negotiations go south, he would eliminate the whole family. Issei left the room. As the girls began their tasks to deal with the factions, Nyx decided to prepare in taking down the angel faction. She wondered what happened to Gabriel. Her distraught expression would no longer take it, and soon she might turn into a fallen. Scene change. Vampire territory PM. Gabriel was talking to the pink-haired girl and the white-haired girl. She remembered that she was one of the few that knew of their existence. As she spoke, So you want to meet Issei, right, Mocha? Both the girls looked at the seraph with a serious tone. As the white-haired girl spoke seriously, she was Mokiura Akashiya. She was the colder one of the twins, and won't hesitate to hurt anyone that threatens her family. She is sadistic of the two twins as well. We do, but what brings a seraph like you here, and how would you let us meet him? Mokiura spoke seriously. She did not trust Gabriel or any of the faction leaders. And how do you know of our status? We clearly faked our deaths, and we even wiped out Ikun's memory so that he would not come after us, because of our clan. Mocha Omok Akashiya was the pink-haired girl. She spoke in a sad tone. She was not someone to hurt others, only doing it when necessary. I have my ways. I have my ways. Gabriel spoke with a sing-along tone, as she then changed into a much more formal and serious tone. I can let you meet him, with nothing in return. It is my way of thanking him for his help. Gabriel spoke seriously as she then warned the girls. But he is not the same Ikun you once knew him as. Gabriel's warning brought shivers to Mocha Omek, as Mokiura glared at Gabriel, but even she was nervous about it. What do you mean by that? Mokiura spoke seriously, as Gabriel spoke with a sigh. Things have changed in the supernatural, and he is one of the changes that will shock you. Gabriel was being cryptic, but she was not wrong, as she continued. But even if you want to meet him, then I will help you with that, even after seeing his changes. We accept. Both sisters spoke in unison. As Gabriel smiled, she then spoke, In that case, meet me tomorrow at sundown. I will take you to his house. Both the sisters nodded, as Gabriel teleports away, leaving the two girls excited as Mocha Omek exclaims in happiness. I am so excited to meet Ikun. Mokiura smiles at her twin's happiness, as she responds. Me too, sis, me too. Mocha Omek hugs Mokiura in happiness, who returns the hug, as they both were happy with what happened. Unknown to them, Gabriel's warning would come true, shocking the girls, as their Issei has changed a lot since the last time they saw him. Rehavian Residence PM. Both the lords have heard about the fall of the Pendragon mansion, and were horrified on the news. The incidents with the droid faction have now been targeting anyone that has even remote connections to the supernatural. The fall of the Pendragon mansion was proof that the droid faction really hated the supernatural. But they wondered, why? Why do they hate them so much? What did they do to deserve all this? And what will happen to them now? Their answers will soon be answered. But both the lords were fearful of when the droid faction attacked them. However, they were surprised when someone opened the door to their throne room. Mother! Father! A voice came from darkness. The voice seemed to be familiar. The mother, Polyphonia Rehavian, was described to be identical to her mother, with long silver hair and green eyes. She wears a blue business suit. She wears a blue business suit. La Folia! Polyphonia exclaimed with happiness, as La Folia came into the room. Her mother hugged her in happiness, as her father came to her. He was a large and well-built man who had brown hair and beard and yellow eyes. Similar to his daughter, La Folia, he wears a black coat. La Folia returned the hug of her parents, however. Her tone changed into a serious tone, something that her parents failed to notice, as they were happy to see her alive after the fall of the Pendragon residence, and the death of Lord and Lady Pendragon. I am glad you are all right, but are there any survivors? Lucas asked his daughter, to which La Folia shook her head. She was not happy with the Pendragons martyring her sisters, although she did not hate them. She started to have a strong distrust and distaste for trusting and believing in them. No, father, but I am here to tell you the truth. I was captured by the droid faction. La Folia spoke seriously, earning a look of confusion and worry from the both of them. What do you mean? How did you come out? Polyphonia asked with confusion as La Folia spoke the truth. I was getting to that. You see, droid faction, they are not our enemies. La Folia looked, as their parents widened their eyes. They hoped that she did not join that faction, abandoning what they had taught her daughter. What? Both parents exclaimed in surprise and shock, as La Folia did not hesitate, and tell her everything that had happened during her captivity. And that is why he has given me a chance to talk. They are not our enemies, father, mother. La Folia spoke in a determined tone, as both Polyphonia and Lucas were horrified by this, as Lucas spoke in disbelief. I can't believe this. Lucas spoke, as his tone changed to anger. Why would you choose to betray the Pendragon household? Do you know what they have done for us? Polyphonia herself was crying as she couldn't handle it. La Folia then shouted in response to Lucas. Don't you think I didn't know? It was because of them. Our family was killed, my sisters were martyred by them. It was Dai that had gotten my sisters killed. Lucas was taken aback, as both were horrified by this. As La Folia continued, I would never abandon my beliefs. But they showed me the truth. They showed me the factions let this happen. They put the blame on Dai, but they are equally complicit for this. Both were taken aback. They needed to know whatever happened to La Folia. In just one night that would change her drastically. I believe I could answer that. Another voice came from the darkness, as it was revealed to be none other than Issei himself, as he spoke with a smile. Hello there. Issei looked at the parents. He wore a gray-black suit, a white shirt, a matching formal gray pants and black shoes. Don't tell me you are? Polyphonia asked with shock and horror, as he responded. The true leader, and de facto creator of droid faction, Issei. It is not good to see you again, Lucas and Polyphonia. Issei spoke with a tone of slight anger, as he changed into a smile, causing dread and fear in the eyes of the Rehavian lords. Issei took a seat near La Folia as both Polyphonia and Lucas sat opposite to them on a table. Issei then asked, So, what do you want to know? Issei asked, as Lucas spoke with a little worry and fear. Did everything that my daughter said to you, is it true? Lucas was worried. Issei had some animosity given the family's treatment towards him in the past. To the last word? Yes. Your daughters Rondo and Passacalia were killed due to the inaction by the factions? Issei spoke seriously, as he continued, My brother is the one responsible for their deaths. Polyphonia had tears remembering what had happened 2 years ago. As Lucas clenched his fists, he remembered Dai betraying them. They blindly listened to the Pendragons, and this is what it cost them. Lucas held his wife, as he asked, May you show us what happened? Issei looked at them, and nodded. He activated the memory orb that had the situation well recorded. Recording. Issei was looking around. Several stray devils were surrounding him. He was breathing heavily, as he was using hand-to-hand combat defeating several of them, but they were too overwhelming. He looked around, to see several of them chuckling seeing his condition. I guess I have to use my sacred gear, Issei mutters. Looking around the scene, he begins to cover himself with an attack. However, someone struck his leg with a black flash, causing him to kneel. His leg became injured, as he looked at his attacker. Thanks for doing my work again, you moron. Dai spoke with a sinister grin, as Issei shouted in anger, Damn it, Dai! Now is not the time to hog glory. People are dying here. Oh, I know, that is why I thank you. Now let me take it from here. Dai tried to fight the devils, but he was overwhelmed. He was overwhelmed by fear as he spoke. Wait! Don't kill me! Dai exclaimed with fear. Kill them, kill those 2 girls. Dai pointed to Rondo and Pascalia, as the demons pointed towards them, who were unconscious as Issei watched in horror. The demons brutally mauled the 2 girls to death. Recording end. Your daughters would have been alive, right in front of your eyes, Issei spoke with a sigh, after changing into a cold tone. My brother wanted to hog the glory, and it cost your daughters' lives. I would have saved Biotoel. Issei spoke with a shrug. Both Polyphonia and Lucas had tears in their eyes. Polyphonia put her hands on her mouth as she saw the fates of her girls. She then was in the embrace of Lucas, as she cried, "No! Pascalia Rondo, why?" Lucas clenched his fists while crying. Even La Folia was crying by this, as she remembered how they were mauled to death. "You believed the wrong one, and look what he did. Your girls would have been here. It's a shame that they died." Issei spoke coldly, before turning to them and giving them a glare. "I wanted to save them back then, and this is what happened. Your actions, and your choices caused shame to their deaths. They would have been rolling in the graves, had you known what you did." Issei spat coldly, causing the RageRevan family to cry even more. "I am so sorry!" Polyphonia exclaimed, as she apologized to her daughters. Lucas shouted in response, "Damn you! Die Hyade! Damn you!" Lucas cursed the former pillar of the factions as he was equally devastated. Issei waited for a while to settle things as he spoke coldly. "Had your daughter not convinced me that your family was of some use to me, I would have your whole residence wiped out completely, just like the Pendragons." Issei spoke, causing them to shiver and fear what Issei had said to them. "The worst part is that the factions put the blame on him, even while they are equally complicit in being involved in their demise. They trusted the wrong person, and told this to everyone, that their daughters died with honor, mere children, died because of what lies resulted in. So tell me, do you still have empathy for people like them?" Issei spoke, starting to anger all three members. However, the anger was not directed at Issei, but at the factions. "The factions look down upon humans like you. Many of the supernatural think that they are superior to humans, just because they are not as strong as them. They have this pride that makes them think that humans are inferior to them, in every shape and form. That is what I detest. I was looked down as well, not only because I was a human, or deemed as such by these factions, but they believe the lies of a fraud, and then blame on that said fraud. When they are unable to combat this new enemy, they pin the blame on him. That's what the factions have become, disgraceful, deceitful and cowardly," Issei declared, as La Folia was furious, while both of the parents were angry, and this time, they realized what Issei was saying was true. He did not lie to them. Issei was ready to leave, as he spoke. "Make your choice in hours, and tell one of my droids if you want to do anything." Issei spoke seriously. La Folia would know how to contact them, just let her know. Issei walked away, as Lucas exclaimed, "Hayate-sama, wait!" Issei turned around, to see a very angry Lucas, as he responded, "I desire to join. I want to see my daughters receive justice." Issei was surprised. He did not expect to receive an answer so soon as he spoke. "We both want to honor and avenge our daughters, but even if we wanted to, we are nowhere as powerful as some of the faction leaders, but we want to return the favor to you." Polyphonia spoke in an angered tone. She wiped her tears. Her daughters were killed for nothing. They died due to the faction's pillar, and they were told that they died with honor. They were lied to, deceived by everyone. They cared for their daughters, and were devastated after they learned of their demise, as Lucas continued in the same tone. "That is why we want to join the droid faction. We can lend you connections to all the devil companies, and destroy their financial growth. We also have access to the fallen angels companies, and we are primarily the ones that have influence across many locations in the human world. We can help you destroy the supernatural factions." Lucas spoke. He was going to avenge their daughter. He remembered how Michael had told him that their daughters are in a better place, and their sacrifice will be remembered forever. "I guess La Folia lives by her word then." Issei spoke seriously, as La Folia spoke, "And I can serve you, with the rest of the droid faction." La Folia declared in equal anger. She was going to make Le Fay, and perhaps Rias pay for what happened to her sisters, as Lucas calmed down, and asked, "La Folia, are you sure about this?" La Folia nods in response and speaks seriously. "I am. The motto of the RageRevan family is that a RageRevan always repays their debts, no matter the cost." La Folia spoke seriously as both her parents widened their eyes in surprise. They couldn't help but be proud of their daughter, as La Folia continued, "I will serve Lord Issei until the end of time to repay my debt to him, and I will make all of his enemies fall by my blade. He helped us, and tried to save my sisters, but I was deceived, I was fooled. But never will that happen again. Lord Issei's enemies are my enemies as well, La Folia declared in a serious tone. As both of the parents had smiles on their faces, Issei was serious, as Polyphonia spoke with a slightly happy tone. Take care of yourself, La Folia, and make us proud. La Folia nods. As she leaves the room, Issei then speaks. Well, you better let me know about those companies as soon as possible. If we can get access to their financial growth, I can eliminate them, and make them suffer. Issei spoke seriously, as Lucas spoke. I will not let you down, Hyedadano. Issei walked away, giving them a nod, leaving the two of them alone. What should we do now, Lucas? Polyphonia spoke with worry. She hated the factions as her daughters were killed, due to letting Dai Hyedu do what he wants, and they executed him, only to appease Issei, which they clearly failed in doing so. We must not let the factions know about our involvement. We need to pretend that we are on their side, and help Lord Issei in doing what he needs to. We were kept in the darkness for so long, and we should be thankful for Lord Issei to open our eyes. It is time we repay the debt we owed him. If it was for him, our girls would be among us, but we trusted the factions and did not help him when he needed it. Lucas spoke, remembering that Issei had come for their help in gaining some holy light weapons that he could against the Cow's brigade, but he was ignored by them. We didn't help him back then, so we can help him now. We will make the factions know that humanity can be as capable as them, and we can destroy them, if we wanted to, Lucas declared with slight anger in his voice, to which Polyphonia responded with sadness and anger. I agree, and with Lu Fei and Arthur still being alive, the Pendragons were also complicit in what they have done. All of us believe them, and we paid the price for that. We will never again be deceived. Lucas nods as he speaks. I agree. Let's hope that La Folia is able to serve Lord Issei, and not hold back his faction. Lucas spoke, as he and his wife both grieved the death of their daughters. Scene change. Outside the Rehavian residence, PM. I told you, my parents would understand. La Folia spoke seriously, hiding her happiness, that her parents were spared, as Issei nodded and spoke with a serious tone. Very well, once I get their hands on their information, I can easily destroy the factions from within, and with Quinella and Charlotte handling the sleeper agents, I should have enough time to slowly and steadily wipe out the factions. La Folia nodded, as Malik disabled his cloaking device and spoke. So are they Dash? Malik asked, as Issei nodded, and responded. They are on our side. Report this to Grievous. We can take our armies out from here. The Rehavian family is now an ally. Malik nods. As he reports this to the droid general, Issei then asks, and one more thing, I need you to train this girl, and make sure she is ready, right Malik? Malik looked at La Folia, and saw a resolve, as she spoke with a bow. Please take care of me. Malik almost chuckled, as he spoke to Issei. Never did I think I would get an apprentice of my own. He then turned his attention to La Folia and spoke. La Folia, right? La Folia nods. My training will be hard. And it won't be easy. The factions have god-class beings and super devils. If you can face them, are you ready for this? Malik asks seriously, to which La Folia nods, as she responds. I accept. I won't disappoint you, teacher. La Folia bows as Malik nods, as he sensed the droid army leaving, as they all teleported back to base. Scene change. Hyeda residence, PM. Quinella and Charlotte were sitting on the couch. They were waiting for their victim Asia Argento to show up, as they spoke. I heard that the negotiations with the Rehavians went well. Quinella spoke calmly, as Charlotte nodded and spoke with a cheerful tone. And I even know that Malik has gotten his apprentice, just like we have, in the form of Miyuki. Quinella smiled at her, as she noticed that there was no one left. However, she then heard running. They both were horrified when they heard of this. They both got up and started to rush to their location, as Charlotte spoke. We need to deal with whoever that is as soon as possible. Charlotte spoke, as Quinella responded. Yes, if they come to know, Issei will do anything to see us safe, and he may even ruin his whole plan just to see us safe. We won't let that happen. We need to deal with this problem ourselves. Meanwhile, a woman was running from Quinella and Charlotte as she exclaimed with worry. She was outside, she with long blonde hair and green eyes, and her hair flowed all the way down to her back, with split bangs over her forehead and a single strand sticking out from the top and sloping backward. Quinella and Charlotte. Traitors. The girl was identified to be Asia Argento. As she was rushing to the Occult Research Club, where Rias was, however, she was intercepted by 2 magic blasts that cornered her. The dimensions changed before anything could happen. Ah! Asia exclaimed as she fell to her knees. The attackers were revealed to be Quinella and Charlotte, who were flying using their bat-like devil wings. You just made our job much easier, Quinella spoke with a smile, as Charlotte used the magic seal to prevent her from summoning Fafnir into the fight. Now even Fafnir will not help you on this one. Charlotte spoke with a smile, a sweet smile, as Quinella spoke. I am afraid that we can't let you tell this to anyone. Asia looked at this in fear. She was defenseless against the Satan descendants. She tried to use wind and fire magic to save her, but due to her fear, she missed it. Quinella just stood there as she watched the attacks miss. She sighed as she spoke. Let's end this. Quinella spoke. She was disappointed in her. As she spoke, you know the disappointing part is that Issei saved you many times, and yet you gave yourself to him. How does it feel to realize that you've harassed your own brother? Quinella spat, as Asia looked down in shame, as she wanted to cry. Oh, don't cry! He will never forget or forgive your actions. Quinella spat with anger. As Asia started to sniffle, she regretted supporting Dai and hoped that Issei would forgive her. Quinella then had a better idea. She was going to make her serve Issei, and turn her against her friends. But I have a better idea. I will make you repent your sins. Quinella spoke with a sinister smile as she brought out the holy nails and threw it at Asia's both hands and head. There were 3 of the nails. You will soon serve Lord Issei. Quinella spoke, as the color in Asia's eyes left, and she started to lose her consciousness. In her last moments, she remembered the time when she had gone out with Issei, and became his friend, but she was easily manipulated by Dai and Rias, both of whom lied that it was not Issei that saved her, but Dai. She was even told that Issei would take advantage of her trust and faith. As she fell for their lies, and became disgusted, that disgust changed into hatred for him, and now she will become a pawn of the one that is destroying the factions. Asia soon passed out. Charlotte then flew to Quinella's location and spoke. Well, that was easy. Charlotte spoke in an innocent tone, as Quinella responded. She is not even that strong. And without Fafnir, she is nothing. Let's take her back to Malik's base. Charlotte nodded, as she carried Asia like a sack of potatoes, before teleporting as the dimensions resolved to normal. Scene change. Hayate Residence, PM. Athena looked around. As she entered Issei's room, she wanted to talk to him, and she couldn't wait for much longer. She looked around to see nobody in the room, as she looked down again, and spoke with a sad tone. Not again. Athena wondered where Issei was at this time. She was unable to sleep. As she looked at Issei's door, it was not opened and she couldn't sense Issei or Nyx in the room. It has been hours since he was gone, and she wondered where he was. Those Greeks sold me to Lord Issei. They won't even care that I am here, Athena thought angrily, remembering her past. At least Hestia cares for me. Athena sat on the bed. As she thought, I wonder what it would feel like to sleep next to Lord Issei. Athena's pendant glowed, as slowly and surely she was being surged with dark light's power. Her eyes glowed momentarily, as she was starting to develop feelings for the chestnut. Athena knew that Issei was not a bad person. Artemis found him tolerable, which was a lot since she hated men before, meaning that Issei was not a bad person. She decided to lie down, waiting for Issei, as she covered herself with the quilt. If Issei comes, I will just get up and tell him the truth that I wanted to talk to him, Athena thought with a neutral tone. While suppressing her smile, due to the quilt, she smelled some of Issei's scent, making her have a blush. She knew that her plan was foolproof, except there was a problem. She fell deep asleep, no sooner than she lied on the bed. She also hid her presence to not let anyone find her, unless they tried harder. Moments later, Issei came into the room. As he changed into his night clothes to go to sleep, he failed to notice Athena in the room. Nyx also came in hours later, and as she slept, she noticed a person on the bed. Thinking that it was Issei, she smiled. Knowing that he must have been exhausted due to today's attack and being too tired to check who it was, she opened the quilt and slept, not knowing that Athena was also sleeping next to her in the room. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi Athena trying to smell some undergarments of Chibi Issei while Chibi Nyx spies on her, with a smirk. Next day, Hayate residence, AM. Nyx opened her eyes. She stretched her body knowing that she slept next to her boyfriend. She saw him sleeping peacefully. As she smiled looking at him, she couldn't help but smile, while being happy seeing him. As she came closer though, she felt a bulge, as she turned around and looked to see some purple hair. The hair, it's too dark, this is definitely not Quinella, since her hair is too light, Nyx muttered looking at this hair. Nyx opened the sheets, as she saw Athena sleeping in the middle of her and Issei. She was not happy, and being the jealous girlfriend, she thought in annoyance. Okay, I can accept her staying here, but she is not sleeping on our bed. Nyx approaches her, trying to wake her up. However, as she was about to wake up, Athena pulled her closer, with her face being stuffed in her chest. Like a teddy bear, Athena hugged her tightly, as Nyx made a muffled sound. Upon this situation, Nyx tried to escape from Athena's grasp, but she was unable to. She kept struggling, as she spoke with a chibi tone. You better let go, or I will show you why they call me the primordial goddess. Without measuring, Athena only hugged her tighter than before. She could teleport, but was unable to do so. She could only blush deeply at the awkward situation she was in. This went on for minutes. On the other side, Issei had woken up with a sluggish look on his face. He was still sleepy. Where would Nyx be? Issei felt that someone was sleeping on his hand. As a pillow, Issei assumed this to be Nyx, as he pulled her towards him, and decided to wake the woman up, with a on the lips, not knowing the one he had was the goddess of wisdom Athena. Athena, upon realizing someone was ing her, woke up with a jolt, and she realized that it was the brown-haired man ing her. A few seconds passed, as Athena couldn't help but reciprocate the, "That is mine," Nyx thought with jealousy, as Athena was rubbing her ass on her head, and hugging her. After a few seconds, Issei broke from the, and to his surprise he saw that it wasn't Nyx he had, it was Athena that he had. Addition Issei spoke with surprise. "Hey Athena?" Athena blushed as she began to scream internally on the inside. She was embarrassed at what she did, as a flustered look came on her face. Even Issei was a blushing mess. But after a few minutes she felt a pillow near her ass. She looked down, and was greeted by a very annoyed Nyx. "So you love to steal partners?" Nyx spoke in an annoyed tone, as Athena shook her head and hands, and responded, "No, it's not what it looks like. It was an accident." Athena spoke, trying to explain herself while being embarrassed. "There are no accidents." Nyx spoke in an emotionless tone, "And if you him back, then there needs to be a reason for this, so tell me, what is that reason?" Athena was getting embarrassed by the second, as she put her head in a nearby pillow. She wanted to leave, but couldn't. This is not what she wanted to do. She never wanted to do this. She felt guilty for taking Nyx's place. "Nyx, let her be. You will kill her out of shame." Issei spoke seriously, to which Nyx pouted. He hugged her possessively. He then turned her attention to Athena, and spoke. "Look Athena, I am aware if it wasn't your intention to sleep next to me, since I know you and your sister are not the type of people to do this. Just let me know if you want to talk to me, or you can call me with the cell phone mobile you have received, okay?" Issei spoke calmly, as he continued, "I am not mad at you, and this is not a scolding, understood?" Athena nodded. She was still guilty of taking Nyx's place, as he hugged her, surprising her with Issei's action. "Don't blame yourself, you shouldn't feel bad. I know you are not the person to do this." Athena felt warm lying on Issei's body, as she allowed herself to melt in the hug. Athena was speechless by this. It has been a long time. She had never experienced compassion since a very long time. Athena nods at Issei's words. "Come here, Nyx." Issei turned to Nyx, and at her on the head, as he looked towards her. "Jealousy doesn't suit someone like you. I will always love you, you know that, don't you?" "Then why be jealous of this?" Issei spoke with a smile, as Nyx looked at him for a moment. "You know I hate people like her." Nyx points at Athena, as she continues, but Issei keeps his finger on her mouth, as Issei speaks. "I understand that you don't trust her, for the fear of harming me, but I understand perfectly that if you want to gain my tolerance and perhaps trust, they have to perform with actions, and not with words. Issei speaks, with a smile, as Nyx responds, I like that, but I fear that they may hurt you, and you would show a fake smile, saying that everything is fine. Nyx's voice was filled with fear, as Athena watched the scene and thought, he really loves her, but why do I feel hurt when I see them like this? Athena thought with confusion, as she saw Issei and Nyx fall into their own pink world. Moments later, Issei was able to notice that Athena was feeling uncomfortable seeing the scene, as he spoke looking at her in a serious tone. Look, Athena, I am not going to lie to you. I don't love you, I hardly know you, and I don't think you want to form a relationship with me right now, especially what happened to you. The first thing is that you need to know each other, and if something is born, then we can try to be something else. Issei ended his words with a smile, to which Athena spoke in response. I would love that. Athena settles into Issei's arms, as she sleeps into it. Issei and the company sleep. Issei does not go to the academy, since he hates the place, as he lies with his goddesses. From the point of another's view, it looked beautiful. A few hours later Rias and Serzex enter the room. As they do, Serzex was silent, as he remembered Issei having sleeping next to Quinella and Charlotte along with Nyx, the last time. However, this time, it was Athena, as he knew that Issei did not have a relationship. Issei was sleeping at the center while Nyx was sleeping on one side, and Athena was on the other side. They were sleeping peacefully. This time they were here, primarily because Asia was missing. Rias often checks on her peerage every night. However, Asia was missing. They looked everywhere for her, even questioned Aika and Mickey, and now they questioned Issei. Rias was once again jealous seeing this. She desired to sleep next to Issei, unable to realize that he detests her to her very core. Rias, don't even think about provoking them. You know what happened last time, right? Serzex spoke seriously, as Rias retorted. But Serzex glared at her, causing her to be silent. She clenched her fist in anger, as Serzex spoke. Let's just sit on the couch, and wait for them to wake up. Serzex spoke with a sigh, as Rias reluctantly agrees. They then leave as moments later, Issei wakes up, as he realizes someone else also came in the room. Scene change. Issei comes downstairs, with Nyx and Athena, both of whom were surprised to see Serzex, as he asks with a mocking tone, at the very least, you don't have your ass haircut. Rias glared at Issei, remembering the afro haircut that Quinella had given her. As Serzex looked silently, he would stop her from making a mistake. Athena was confused while Nyx was laughing at the top of her lungs. Remembering what happened, Rias was getting even more embarrassed, as Issei asked, period head girl's new haircut aside, what is the reason you are here? Serzex coughed as he spoke seriously. We want to know what happened to Asia. Did you do something to her? Issei and the others were confused. What do you mean, what happened to Asia? That is what I am asking you, what happened to Asia? Serzex spoke seriously, as Issei knew that Quinella and Charlotte knew that she was a sleeper agent at this point. I don't know, and I don't care. Issei spoke with a shrug, as Serzex was not happy with the response. If you are lying, I swear, Serzex threatened, as Issei spoke with a glare. I don't think so, the only one who can beat Malik is me. You don't even stand a chance to that man, and you think threatening me is wise? I can kill you before you know what will happen. Hey! Don't threaten my brother like that! Issei Hayada! Rias exclaimed in anger, as Issei turned his head to Rias and spoke coldly. Quiet brat. I am superior to you in every way. We are not the same, keep that in mind. Rias recoiled upon hearing those words. There was a time, I wouldn't think twice in helping you, but you guys are monsters. Monsters that I will never transform into. Serzex also was angry at this, as he let his Siscon nature take over. Don't threaten my little sister. Or else. Issei has had enough, and he disappeared, surprising everyone. The next thing Serzex saw was Issei grabbing him by his clothes, with one hand, and holding a light blade near his throat. Threatening me is not wise. Serzex looked down to see a holy light blade right beneath his head, aimed at his neck. He could decapitate him in an instant. Rias was frozen by fear, as he taunted. It seems like you Gremries are idiots. Even when I nearly killed you before, you did not listen, otherwise you would have been covering in fear of me. But no, you did not learn. Issei brought the holy blade closer, as Serzex grunted in pain due to the effects of the holy light. As he spoke, maybe, I should make an example, by starting to kill you guys, starting with you. Siscon Lucifer Issei spoke with a dark grin. He brought the blade closer to his neck. The blade started to touch his neck, making him yelp in pain. He made sure to move the blade slowly, as it would hurt him slowly and steadily. Serzex kept quiet, his eyes had fear. The blade was piercing through his skin, and was starting to enter his flesh. However, Nyx and Athena kept her hand on him. Athena hugged his waist, as Nyx tightened her grip, as they tried to calm him down. They didn't want him to do a mistake. Nyx believed that now was not the time to take down Serzex, while Athena was worried that Issei would do something crazy that would make him into a target of the factions. Issei dropped the Crimson Satan, who was breathing heavily due to fear. He deactivated his holy light blade. As Rias rushed to help her brother, Issei then spoke. It will only take me a second to kill you. Like I said before, threaten me again, and you will not be spared. You only have 3 lives, and 2 are gone. 1 more and it's game over for you. Issei spoke seriously and coldly, as Rias shouted. Don't forget that it's your duty to play the piper, after Dai Hayadu. Issei gave a menacing glare to Rias as he spoke. Don't kid yourself. I told you once, not my monkeys, not my circus. Issei spoke, as he was starting to release his aura. As he spoke, let me tell you a secret, or give you a hint. Let's just say that the dream and infinity reside within me. Issei spoke mockingly. As Serzex widened their eyes, he was truly unstoppable. Gritting his teeth in fury, Issei responded. And besides, I don't know where Asia is. And I don't care where she is. I hardly cared when Dai died. And don't care if she is dead also. Let me tell you this as well. Remember this. Issei spoke coldly, as Serzex clenched his fist in fury, as going with war against him would be like fighting against Ophis and Great Red. But how? Your aura and presence was equal to that of a human. When did it become this? Rias spoke, refusing to believe Issei's words. I am not lying, Gremry. I refused to show it before the incident at the raiding game, where I only showed a portion of my aura and you all were on your knees. You even passed out, as I recall. Issei spoke with a grin. I could have been an ally, but it seems like we walked different paths. Issei spoke with a mocking tone, feigning sadness, as he continued, in a cold yet an innocent tone. You chose my brother, and this is what happened. Athena was surprised by this. However, instead of backing with fear, she only moved towards him, as she wanted to feel safe near him. As Issei spoke in anger. My brother just wanted them for their bodies. And you only want me to become the raiding game champion. Rias was silent. She backed down, not wanting to provoke him. She looked at him, as Serzex teleported them out of there, not wanting to provoke him. I believe we should begin the fall of Ko Academy. Issei looked at Nyx, who only wondered what Issei was thinking. He was going to achieve 2 goals at the same time. The first was the fall of Ko Academy, and the second was the destruction of heaven. Scene change. Dimensional gap, PM. Ophis and Great Red were looking at information that Great Red had researched using his abilities. Great Red, as he looked at the information, he then spoke. Ophis, why did you even need this information about the Phoenix clan? Great Red announced in confusion as Ophis looked at the data, and responded. I want to create a proper faction for Issei Hayadu, and a proper peerage. Ophis spoke in an emotionless tone, as she continued. I want to look out for proper candidates. More like candidates for the hatchling's harem. Great Red announced with a deadpan tone. As his sweat dropped, Ophis only smiled, confirming his suspicion. Either way, this is a surprising thing. The Phoenix family was able to save one of their children by using the Phoenix tears in exchange for altering the information to the devil public. Ophis spoke emotionlessly, as Great Red responded. Indeed, they changed the gender of the second child from female to male as shown in the records, saving her from being betrothed to another devil. Great Red responded, with a surprise, as he was not expecting this tactic to be used against them. Her name is Clare Phoenix. She is the younger sister of Revel Phoenix, and the older sister of Riser and Revel Phoenix. Ophis spoke in an emotionless tone. I am aware. Her appearance is similar to Revel Phoenix, almost as if she was copy-pasted, and her appearance was increased. Great Red exclaimed in a mocking tone, as Ophis glared at Great Red, who continued laughing at his own joke, making the lowly goddess rub her head in frustration. They watched her talk to her mother. 6. Scene change. Bar, America, PM. A beautiful, voluptuous woman who had blonde hair. She wore a school dress, and had her hair tied in 2 twin tails and blue eyes. This was Clare Phoenix. She was in the human world to learn more about them, as well as to protect her from any engagements. That is why she was here. She has been living in the human world for years now. She was disconnected from the supernatural world, but thanks to some friends, she came to know what happened about Malik, and was fearful of what was going on. She was, however, unaware of Issei's actions. Right now, she was discussing things with her mother, as there has been a lot of problems in the Phoenix family, as she asked, "Mother, we have a lot to talk about. How is our family facing a problem?" Clare asked as her mother Layla looks at her and responds, "You see, our daughter was the manager of the program Die Hayatu stares in, and after his exposure, problems come from everywhere." Layla spoke Dai's name coldly, as Clare responded with a surprise. "So he was a fraud, but people should know that we were deceived as well." Layla shook her head in response. "I don't think that's how it works. I think you are familiar with Malik, right?" Clare nods in response. She feared his power. "Then you also know that the only one who could beat him is Issei Hayatu. But he won't help us, he refused to do so, and that gave way to fear, and he will blame the people who treated him like the black sheep, useless and other horrible nicknames. He even did not hesitate to injure his own father. When he tried to manipulate Nyx." Layla spoke with fear, as Clare asked in disbelief. "And don't tell me, the Phoenix family was one of them?" Clare asked, as Layla looked away in shame, as Clare gritted her teeth in anger. This was a grievous mistake they had made. "I can't believe this. It's no wonder he has animosity against us, against all of us," Clare exclaimed, as Layla looked down in shame, as Layla then continued, "Not only that, you see Riser tried to taunt Issei Hayata back when Dai was still the hero, a year ago, and even went so far as to beat him up. However, that was when Issei snapped and pushed back. Riser would have killed him, had Lord Lucifer not intervened." Layla spoke with sadness, as Clare slammed the table and exclaimed, "Of course he did. I should have expected that moron to do that. Now he hates us even more, thanks to that moron." Clare was angry, as Layla pleaded. "But daughter," Clare interrupted her mother, "no buts, you screwed up, at least own up to your mistake," Clare angrily exclaimed, as Layla looked away. "Besides, what's done is done, mother, there is no crying on spilt milk." Clare spoke coldly before sighing. "How bad is the situation in the underworld?" "And sorry for the outburst, just angry at what Riser did." Clare spoke while rubbing the bridge of her nose. Layla then spoke. "Your father is trying his best, but he can't handle the weight." Clare nods, and speaks sadly. "There has to be a way for the family to not sink into all this. Tell me, please, that there is a way." "No, I am afraid not." Clare looked at her mother, and sighed, as she asked, "And this boy Issei Hayatu, would he be able to help us in this problem?" "I believe he does have to do something for his brother's actions." Clare spoke seriously. "No, Clare, you cannot do that. He is our only hope, to defeat this enemy of ours. He should not get involved in our problems. We can even make him angry because of this." Layla responded coldly, as Clare spoke. "But he is not part of the factions, remember?" Clare responded to Layla seriously, as Layla gave a bitter laugh, as she revealed to everything on how Issei was the true hero from the shadows, as she also revealed Dai's lies to everyone. Everything was his doing and Dai was only the credit taker. Clare listened to everything intently, as she had a solution for the problem. "In that case there is only one way out." Clare narrowed her gaze as she spoke. "We have to compromise with him. He does not know me, so I believe I can talk to him, and if it makes him satisfied, I will compromise myself." Clare spoke while looking away, as Layla exclaimed in disbelief, "You can't do this, daughter. Do you know what all we had to do to save you from being engaged by the council to another devil, and you will?" Clare interrupted her mother again, as she spoke coldly. "I have made my decision, mother. This is the only way we can save our family from this unfortunate condition. It is either this, or we face even more trouble." Clare spoke, as Layla only looked away. They had to also have to make a decision like this. Scene change. Dimensional gap, PM. "So what do you think of her office? She is willing to sacrifice herself to make sure that our hatchling would be satisfied? She loves her family a lot despite her flaws." Great Red spoke, wondering the answer from Ophis, as she looked at Great Red, and gave a nod. The two dragon gods were watching everything that had occurred in the conversation between Clare and her mother. She would make a wonderful ally, she would willingly join us, if her family is in danger, and Issei wouldn't even need to corrupt her, like we did, with some of our current allies. Ophis spoke emotionally with a smile on her face. I like her too for my hatchling. Her abilities will prove useful for the droids. Just imagine if she understands our situation. Great Red announced, as Ophis agreed to it, as they continued to see what their next allies were. I think our next potential allies are the daughters from the Neruz family. However, unlike Clare, they need an attitude adjustment. They are a tad bit aggressive. Great Red looked at Ophis, who had wondered what her intentions were. Indeed, the older one, Mio Neruz, even hates being compared to Rias Gremry, especially after her involvement with the former Pillar Dai Haidu. Ophis spoke with an emotionless tone, as Great Red announced. I believe for now, these allies will be enough. All three are influential in the core of the Devil Society. If we can get them to infiltrate, everything they do, we can control. That will be our primary advantage. Ophis nods in agreement, as she then speaks. I will tell this to Issei. He will be having his own candidates to infiltrate the factions, so we can converse. I am aware that they have brought Asia to their side. Great Red nods, as Ophis teleports herself out of the room. Great Red watches Ophis leave. He was happy that Ophis was living a normal life. She views Issei as someone important to her, and was doing well, after a very long time. Haida Residence, PM. Ophis, are you sure that these girls are useful? Issei asked. He still questioned the usage of the three girls. He knew Clare's regenerative abilities would be useful, but the other two, he was not so sure. Indeed, you have my word. The other two have influence in the Devil Council, so we can use that to our advantage. Ophis spoke emotionally, trying to convince Issei. However, the latter was a bit skeptical, as he wondered what she intended to do about it. Issei was not alone. There was even Miyuki, Quinella, Charlotte and Nyx also checking on the girls, as Miyuki responded. I think we should see what she thinks, since I do see Clare, even willing to give herself. If we would give the clan a chances for the other girls, having them on our side will increase our chances of ruining the other devil families. Miyuki's words made Issei nod. She was also interested in bringing these girls. I can understand Clare, but how will we bring Mio and her sister to our side? They don't have a reason. If anything, they fear you for your actions at the raiding game. Quinella spoke, as Charlotte responded. I agree, and as far as I am concerned, the Devil Council often prioritizes devil pure-blood relationships, making sure that any devil descendants are affiliated with the Underworld and maintaining their reputation. But they are also fearful of anything that is not under their control. Case in point, Issei. Charlotte spoke seriously, as Issei nods in agreement. That was one of the reasons he disliked and eventually hated the council. So what is the decision, girls? Nyx asked seriously as Issei speaks. Either we can make them join, or we force them by using the holy nail. Issei's words are confirmed by everyone else. As this was going on, everyone sensed a magic presence. Angel? Charlotte asked, as she remembered Elizabeth's presence is not the same, as Issei teleported to the location. Moments later, Issei and the rest of the girls were teleported to the location, as this was confirmed to be a magic circle of the angels, as Quinella spoke. This is definitely not Elizabeth. Quinella spoke seriously, as everyone got on guard. They did not know what an angel was trying to do here. Issei had his boosted gear on his hand, as he wondered who it was. The person was revealed to be Gabriel, which caught everyone off guard, as Issei asked, Gabriel? Issei looked her dead in the eye, as he continued, What the hell are you doing here? I think someone desired to meet you. Haida. Gabriel spoke with a smile. However, Issei and the others were skeptical of her presence, as he threatened. I swear, if you think about using any of the dirty tricks to Gabriel shook her head and responded, No! I am not your enemy. Here, let her meet you instead. Gabriel spoke, as immediately from the portal, a pink girl suddenly rushed towards Issei and exclaimed, Aikun! The girl immediately hugged Issei, and started rubbing herself on him. Issei was blushing and confused, while Quinella, Charlotte and Nyx looked at the scene in a flabbergasted look, which soon changed into a jealous look. Isaiwo is she? Nyx spoke with a sweet smile, making Mocha Omoke look surprised, as Issei looked at her and shook his head. I really don't know her in any way. Issei tried to explain himself to the girls. Can you please get off me? Whoever you are, Issei requested the girl, who got off with a pout. Soon afterwards Mokiura also showed up as well. It is good to see you again, Aikun. The white-haired Azophis was the only one who knew about these girls. As Moka Omoke spoke, do you not recognize us? Issei shook his head, and spoke, except for Gabriel, I have seen the two of you for the first time. Both girls were saddened by this. They remembered how painstaking it was for them to take away his memory of that incident. They made sure that even Drake lost his memory to make sure that he was safe, who agreed to do so, just so that his partner could survive. Even Nyx and the girls wondered what relationship he had with the twins, as Nyx thought on who these girls were. But she was unable to recollect. She knew that the girls were vampires, and strong ones at that. However, she wondered what their connection her boyfriend has to these girls. Issei, do you not remember your time in Romania? Ophis asked emotionlessly, as he continued. Of course, how could I forget Elmenhild and how she treated me? She treated me like garbage. Like many of the other vampires, Issei spoke with anger and disgust. Issei vividly remembered what Elmenhild had said to him, during his time in Romania, when he helped them against Marius Teeps and had his first fight against RageRevan Levon Lucifer. Engrave this in your head, we will never be a couple. I will never choose a low-born human as my husband. Issei grits his teeth remembering this part of his. While he was nearly dying, these faction leaders were celebrating the defeat of Marius and his allies, as well as the involvement of the vampires into the alliance. He remembered Elmenhild speak to him, whilst he was in a terrible condition. Both Mokas and the other girls knew about this and were worried about what had happened, as Nyx held his hand to calm down. Issei calmed down moments later and thanked Nyx with a genuine smile. Thanks, Nyx. Nyx smiled, as she asked, Issei, do you really not know or remember these girls? Issei shook his head, as Mokiura responded. It was because we erased your memory. I can return it to you, if you want. Issei looked at her, his instincts were telling him to believe her, and he obeyed it. Mokiura brought her and Issei's head as she held it. She then connected the heads together. As memories started to enter his head, after a while, Mokiura split him up, with Moka Omoke speaking. Do you remember now? Aikun? Issei had tears in his eyes, as he muttered. Is that you, Moka? Issei looked at the girls, who both had tears in her eyes, as they both rushed to him. Issei hugged the girls. They were his good friends. When he was in Romania, they looked after his wounds, and even helped him, but things forced them to separate. Issei separated from them, and asked, How have you two been? Both girls looked away, as Mokiura spoke for them. We have missed you, we always wanted to come, but we feared that they might do something to you. Mokiura spoke with sadness and anger. As Issei remembered most of the time they were together, they became really good friends. While the girls were starting to develop feelings, Gabriel then spoke, while teleporting back. My job here is done. Issei then turned around as the girls were confused. He saw their bewildered attitude as he spoke. I believe you girls need an explanation. Let's go inside, we have a lot to catch up to. Issei spoke with a smile, a genuine one. Hayate residence, PM. Issei and the others settled down, as both Mokas took a side of him, right next to Nyx, who was on Issei's left, while Quinella and Charlotte took his right. So where do I begin? Issei asked, looking at his friends, as Nyx spoke. How did you meet these two? And why did you never tell us about them? Issei shook his head, as he responded. It was because they took away mine and Drake's memory. It was the only way they could protect me back then. I was not strong enough to protect myself back then, not from Surzex or any of the top strongest beings, so it was the only way. Moka Omoke then continued. We hate ourselves for making this decision, but we had no choice. It was for the best. We fake our deaths, and let ourselves be separated from Aikun. Moka Omoke spoke with a sad tone, as Mokiura continued. It was primarily because the vampires came to know of our friendship, and were not happy, especially Elmenhild. Mokiura spoke the name Elmenhild in disgust. They did not like the girls associating with Dai Haidu, so they, along with Rias Gremory, threatened them to leave me, and start talking to Dai, and as a result, we came up with this idea. Issei spoke in a sad and angry tone. They had made his life miserable before, and no one will be spared. We are strong enough to deal with them, but when the threat of Surzex Lucifer getting involved got, we had to stand down, and I am not going to lie, those bastards threatened my sister, and I was not going to let that happen. Mocha Omoke exclaimed angrily, but I reluctantly had to stand down, since I was not strong enough to fight Surzek's Lucifer. Mokiura spoke sadly. So we came up with this plan. We would remove Ikuen's memory of ever meeting us, and fake our deaths, as well as no one would ever try to find us. And it worked. Dai Hayato and the factions declared us dead, and left us be, and after that, we lived our lives in solitude. So that's how our story went. Issei spoke with a smile, as Charlotte spoke. I knew that risk memory was bad, but this is a new low, even for her, forcing others to be a part of her lover's harem, and then ruining her own brother's chances of being with someone he cares about. That's beyond disgusting. Charlotte spoke with disgust. Honestly, I feel like killing her right away. Quinella spoke with equal anger, as both Mochas agreed to Quinella's words. Either way, how did you come back? And why now? Nyx asked her final question. We were in hiding. That was when Seraph Gabriel visited us. We were surprised by how she knew we were alive. But I believe she is acting behind the scenes. I didn't understand what her intentions were. But when she told that we can meet Ikuen, we took the risk. Mocha Omoke answered Nyx's question. But we were told by her that Issei was not the same, which made us worry about what was going to happen, so that gave us even more will to actually go and see for ourselves. Mokiura spoke in worry and sadness. I figured you would say that. Are you familiar with Malik? Issei asked. As the girls shook their heads, they, like Clare, seemed to be out of touch with the supernatural world, and due to them remaining in hiding, they were untouched by the droid faction. Well, you might hate me after this. Issei decided to show his memories of what happened after they faked their deaths. The girls were horrified and saddened by what had happened. They were even more saddened when they found out that Issei has changed drastically, in years, due to the constant betrayals. They should have found an alternate to their plan. Seeing someone they care for in such a condition was devastating. Mocha Omoke started to cry seeing this, while Mocha Yura was furious. Her aura was radiating, as Nyx put a barrier to prevent anyone else from discovering their existence, especially someone like Elmenhild to sense them. As they watched Issei finally fall into despair, as he saw Ingvild fall into the hands of Dai Hayato, time passed, and Issei realized the factions never cared for him, and eventually created the droid faction and their number one enemy, as they ravaged through the factions. Despite this, the factions still tried to use Issei, and even sold them some of the girls to appease him, and that infuriated Mokiura. Even Elmenhild was involved as she brought Valerie into the mix. Her aura was radiating even more. Eventually the truth was revealed, and even now the factions are still trying to find a way to appease him. Those bastards! I will take down that Elmenhild! Mokiura yelled with hatred in her voice. She has now completely lost any and all respect for that vampire, as Mocha Omoke begged her sister to calm down. Sis, I am mad at what they did to Ikuen, but please, getting angry here won't achieve anything. Mokiura looked at her sister and took a deep breath, and she calmed down moments later. Now you see. Look, I understand if you even hate me for wiping out several supernatural and human beings. But Mocha Omoke kept her hand on his lips as she spoke with a smile. You are still the same, even though you have changed. You only give kindness and gratitude to those who even deserve it. You even helped Ingvild despite what she did to you, and you gave life to Quinella and Charlotte. You saved Miyuki and Nyx from their prisons, even going against the faction leaders. All the girls agreed to what Mocha Omoke spoke, as Mokiura continued. That's true, you only have changed for those that never loved or cared for you, but to the rest of us, you are still the same Issei Hayato, who became our friend, and I wouldn't mind joining you. Issei widened his eyes as he asked, You sure? Mokiura nods, as Mocha Omoke spoke. I am not so sure about wiping out several thousands. Mocha Omoke spoke, as Issei shook his head and responded. I understand you are not the type to kill people, Mocha, you always hated violence, and I am not going to force or convince you to do this. Issei smiled, as Mocha Omoke nods, with a sad tone, as Mokiura speaks. And we plan on living here. I hope you don't mind. Issei chuckled and spoke. Of course I wouldn't. Come, I will let the two of you settle here. Issei spoke, as he led them to their rooms. Nyx disabled the barrier. They all then settled down, as they caught up to several things that had happened when the two girls, as Nyx noticed the twins liking Issei, decided to talk to them at a later date. Scene change. Hayato Residence, PM. Issei was working on the final touches of the gauntlets, as he was ready to use them in battle. Once he does, not even a god-class being can hit him. With their attacks, he would be truly unstoppable. He knew this thanks to the minimum information he had about Mitsuya Kanzaki. I see, what are you working on? Nyx approached Issei. As she sat beside him, she was looking at the gauntlets. Are those Innovate Clear and Telos Karma, in physical form? Indeed they are. Nyx looked at the futuristic gauntlets in awe. They covered the entire arm, and they had glass openings, both of which would glow a different color. Issei then looked at them, and placed the gauntlets. Nyx, can I ask you for something? Issei looked at her, as she spoke with a smile. Anything. Once I activate the Telos Karma gauntlet, I want you to strike me with the strongest darkness attack. Nyx widened her eyes at Issei's request, as she exclaimed, No, I see. I am not going to hurt you in any way. Nyx's eyes started to water, as she continued, Please, don't ask me to make a request like this. I will be fine, your attacks are strong, but I can take it. Issei spoke while hugging her to calm her down. She was fearful of even thinking about injuring Issei. Nyx melted herself into his hug, as she sniffled, out of fear. After a while, Issei asked, Do you trust me? Nyx nods, as she responds, Of course I do. Then have faith in me, nothing will happen. I assure you that. Issei spoke with a genuine smile, as Nyx looked at him, and nodded. She hated doing this, as she spoke, but only this once. Issei nods, as Nyx charges a darkness in her palms as she flings at Issei once. It was strong enough. Once the ball gets closer, Issei activates the Telos Karma. As the gauntlets glow a bright golden yellow, the ball misses Issei, as it hits a nearby wall, exploding, leaving no trace of it. See, unharmed. Nyx nodded. She was happy that Issei was unharmed, as Issei fixed the wall, making it just like it was before. Nyx then asked, So is that the power of Telos Karma? Issei nods as he speaks. It is called the History Breaker, for a reason. I can make any probabilities, no matter how impossible they are, possible. Like for instance, if I did not activate the Telos Karma, it would have hit me, right? Nyx nods in response. As Issei continues, Telos Karma, in a way prevented that. I asked to change the probability to completely miss me. As a result I am completely unharmed. And the reason I asked you to do this, was that you are the best person to ask, since you are a primordial goddess. And I am sorry, if I worried you. Nyx shook her head as she spoke. I am glad I could help, and I am glad you are alright. Nyx approached as she immediately hugged him. As Issei returned the hug, he then carried her bridal style, as he put the gears back inside his pocket dimension. The two then dozed off as sleep cradled into their arms. Scene change. Time skip brought to you by Chibi. Issei accidentally meeting Chibi Arifureta. John. The next day, Student Council, PM. Saji was sitting across the Student Council bench, on a sofa, and on the opposite side was Sona Citri, with a disappointed look on her face, as she never got the chance to talk to him, thanks to her dealing with fixing her reputation. Her reputation was bad due to her being involved with Dai Hayadu and looking down on Issei Hayadu, and now her listening to Saji blindly was the nail and coffin to her reputation across both the human and the supernatural world. Look down upon her, or blame her, she was almost shunned everywhere. You know, because you spread those rumors. How much have I suffered? Sona exclaimed in anger. That, coupled with her sister being declared missing and the presence of Miyuki Shiba, took almost the last of her sanity. She couldn't maintain her normal attitude. Like you have room to talk, had you checked the validity of those rumors, your situation would have been much better, Genshiro retorted. He had nothing left to lose at this point. Even his own siblings Keiho and Gengo look down upon him and don't want to be associated with him. I see, so that is how you really are. I regret reincarnating you. Then Sona spoke with anger. As Genshiro scoffed, he responded, My life is already ruined. There is nothing that can be done to make it worse. Genshiro spoke. As Sona sighed, Tsubaki was ready to discipline him, but Sona stopped her. She shook her head. I can make your life even worse than it is. You are still in this school because of me and not in prison like the rest of the others. Saji gulped in fear due to this, as Sona walked away, along with the rest of the peerage minus Momo and Rhea. Damn, that Quinella and Charlotte, it was because of them my life is ruined. Saji exclaimed angrily. As he continued, They will pay. I will make them pay. Both Momo and Rhea were disappointed, This was the man that they fell for. They hated themselves, as Momo muttered. Was Genshiro-kun always like this? Rhea shook her head, as she continued. I believe so. We were blind just like our president was. We chose the wrong person to have a crush on. It is a good thing that we did not fall for him. Momo nodded in agreement, as she spoke sadly. And he wants to hurt Quinella and Charlotte. He will only get himself killed. Rhea looked at Saji and spoke. Hayato is cruel, cold and vindictive. I have even heard that the president is trying her best to expose him as part of the droid army. She suspects him to be an enemy, and the one responsible for her sister's disappearance. Momo widened her eyes, as she responded. If Hayato-sama is the main one then, we are all done for. He will take revenge against all those who wronged him, and will make our lives end in one of the most painful manners to ever occur. Momo's words brought fear to even Rhea. Him being an enemy would be the end of all factions. President and Genshiro will just doom us all, if they continue this path. I have heard that they even came close to killing Lord Lucifer twice. Rhea spoke with fear, with Momo agreeing to her, as they spoke. Let's just leave. Genshiro will get himself killed, if he continues down this path. Rhea nodded. As they both left, Saji, on the other hand, was plotting on how he can take revenge against the two girls. Scene change. Malik's base, PM. Issei was walking alongside Quinella and Charlotte, to see their new sleeper agents. They had managed to nab two of them successfully. The first one was Asia Argento, and the second one was Gaspar Vladi, the latter being much easier, since he was easy to locate and deal with. Well, if it isn't the ex-nun and the transvestite vampire. Issei spoke with a mocking tone. Seeing his two new sleeper agents, their eyes were completely hollow, as Issei commanded, "Get up!" Issei's commands made the two get up. Gaspar was even more attentive, as light returned in his eyes, as he first commanded. First, Gaspar, I will be changing your clothes to that of a regular man. Issei snapped his fingers, and Gaspar's look changed. He now wore boy's co-uniform, similar to what Kiba had worn. Second, and this command is to both of you, you two will be going back to the Gremory Peerage, and reporting to me or one of my allies, everything that your master and Sona Citri and her peerage do, Issei commanded, as they both nodded. Is that clear? Issei commanded as a bright light entered into the pupils of the two sleeper agents, as they both exclaimed, Yes. Lord Issei. Issei teleported the two away, as he then turned to Quinella and Charlotte and spoke in gratitude, giving them a genuine smile. Thanks, you have been a real help. Both the girls blushed at this, as they spoke. It was nothing. Charlotte spoke with a flustered look, as Quinella spoke with a smile. We were glad to help you, but I think you should also reward us. Quinella spoke, as Issei asked, Reward? Charlotte then remembered, yeah. Charlotte then exclaimed with an annoyed expression, You didn't even give me my first, unlike Quinella and Nyx, and even went so far as to Athena. That was an accident, I didn't know that it was her. Issei spoke while shaking his head with slight worry. I swear, I assumed that it was Nyx. However, Charlotte was not convinced. As Issei looked down, he was embarrassed by what had happened yesterday, as he knew what he needed to do, as he pulled Charlotte towards him, and lifted her in the air. Hey! Put me down! Charlotte spoke feigning anger, as she was blushing. Before she could do anything, Issei had ed her on her mouth, in the form of a French. Charlotte couldn't help but reciprocate while Quinella exclaimed in jealousy, Hey! However, Charlotte and Issei were too deep in as their tongues intertwined, they maintained until Charlotte separated due to the lack of air. Charlotte was a blushing mess. She had a flustered look, as she looked at Issei, returning to her regular state. Issei looked at her and smiled. You know, I care about you three, along with Mocha Omoke and Mochayura the most. From the girls, you shouldn't fight. I love all three of you, and nothing is going to change that. HMMH. Charlotte covered her face in embarrassment, as Quinella spoke. What about me? Issei approached her. As she started to blush, she then asked, What? Issei ed her on the forehead, making her blush completely as she exclaimed, Quinella was left agape, with her cheeks being completely pink, as she looked at Issei, with a look that feigned annoyance, as Issei spoke. You know, on the lips might be assumed as of lust, but a on the forehead signifies true love. People often say that if you love another, that meant that you don't love your original. But I disagree. There are people that can love multiple people at once. It is the relationship of the original that needs to be maintained. That is why harems don't work most of the time. In the human world, Issei spoke with a genuine smile, leaving both the girls blushing. However, Issei did not stop there. He then hugs both of the girls closer, making them exclaim in surprise. To me, both of you are special in my life, and nothing is going to change that. You two and Nyx taught me how to love, and I love the two of you more than anything else. Issei spoke with a genuine smile, causing the two girls to smile in response. They melted into his hug. They stayed like this for a while, without anyone interrupting them, as they then split up. Quinella then recovers herself, as she speaks. So, who should we go next? Quinella looks at Charlotte, as she responds. I think you should take on Rosweiss. If she is on our side, then we can even get Gondel completely on our side. She still believes that the factions can be better. Her faith in Odin is the strongest. Charlotte speaks seriously as Quinella spoke. I am surprised by her devotion, even if it was for that All-Father. Quinella spoke, naming Odin with disgust, as Issei responded. The Valkyries' devotion to the people they love and cherish is the strongest, even stronger than the angels. But even Inner Gondel is starting to have doubts with Odin. It is only a matter of time, when she realizes that he is only seeing her as a pawn. Issei spoke seriously, earning nods, as he then spoke. Coincidentally, the supernatural faction is holding a party for the new devils, in just a few hours, and I need the two of you to do a favor. Issei spoke seriously. As the girls nodded, they were worried about the request. They will be introducing the new High Devils. I know you hate the devils, but just introduce yourselves as Satan descendants, and watch as the Devil Council falls on your feet. I know you hate them, but if we get the hands on the evil pieces, then we can use it to learn more about them. Issei spoke with worry. As both the girls shook their heads, they then spoke. We will be fine. Those high-class devils wouldn't even dare to mess with us. Charlotte spoke with a smile, as Quinella nods and responds. And even if they do try to hurt us, we know that you will save us. Quinella smiles as she then asks, but how will you enter the party? Issei only chuckled, as he then told, remember I told you that Supernatural is holding a party, and talked about the Valkyries' devotion. Issei spoke with a smile, which soon changed into an evil smile. Well, let's just say that a certain Valkyrie has gotten an invitation. Both Quinella and Charlotte understood what Issei was trying to say, and smiled. He managed to find a way in the party. They knew that Issei will protect and be there for them, no matter what happens. So what do you want us to do? And who else will be joining us? Quinella asked as Issei spoke. I want you to act like your prideful selves like you did back during the fight, and make sure that you praise Beelzebub and Asmodeus, as they were your ancestors. However, even if you pretend, I don't mind. Your acting should be believable. Aside from that, you will have gazes from many of the male high-class devils, but you have to reject them coldly, and make sure to use violence if you want to defend yourself. All right? Issei spoke seriously, as he earned nods, with Charlotte speaking. We both belong to you, and will never go after those boys, who will never love us. Issei nodded as he hugged the girls closer, and ed them on their foreheads, making them blush. They knew that Issei would protect them, no matter what happened. Scene change. Occult Research Club, PM. Rias was growing worried sick for both Asia and Gasper, as they had never appeared, for the past few hours, with Asia being for a day. Where could they be? Rias spoke with worry. As Zenobia spoke, we will find them. They have only gone for a day. Dai's betrayal has left a massive impact on them, since Gasper looked up to Dai. And well, Asia is self-explanatory. Rosweiss regretted listening to Dai, and Rias blindly. Although she didn't insult or harass him like Rias and her peerage did, she did hated him, and looked down upon him. Moments later, a magic circle opened up, revealing to be Asia and Gasper. As they both showed up, Rias exclaimed with tears, Asia! Gasper! Rias hugged the both of them, with worry. As both of them were surprised, their surprise soon changed into disgust, but they pretended to be happy and returned the hug. After a while, they split up, as Rias asks, where have you been? You were missing for hours? We were just moving around. Dai's betrayal still affects us even now. Asia spoke while feigning sadness, while Gasper spoke. Issei-senpai was the one that tried to help me, but Dai took the credit. I hate myself for trusting the wrong brother. This is all my fault. Gasper spoke while crying. They had to play their parts well. As for now, they serve Lord Issei. They needed to pretend that they cared for Rias Gremry and her peerage, and they will do, as Issei asked them to. Rias then soon noticed Gasper wearing boy's uniform as she asks, Gasper, why are you wearing a boy's uniform? Gasper shook his head and lied. President, it is that I want to change myself. Dai's betrayal opened my eyes, and the first thing I want to do is to show that I am not a naive shut-in that can be manipulated. Gasper spoke with a serious tone, causing Rias to be proud of him. And I don't want to be naive. I remember Issei's time spent with me, and had I not fallen for Dai's lies, we would have been together. I regret everything I did to him, and that is why I won't fall for anyone's lies. Asia lied, but her tone was serious enough to make Rias nod. To her, Dai's betrayal changed them completely. They met the same fate as Akino did. Only with her, she became her doll-like self before Dai's truth was even revealed. Rias hated herself. She could neither be with Dai nor Issei, since the latter nearly killed Surzex twice, and herself once, as she feared him at this point. She, however, blamed Dai completely for his actions. She fell for the lies of a handsome man, and was completely toyed like a puppet. She did not know what to do. She wanted to be with Issei, but she feared that he would kill her without a second thought. She was terrified of his power, and did not dare to mock or trouble him in any way. Well, I think you all should dress up. We will all be going to the party. It will introduce the new devils, some of whom I am even surprised to see. Rias spoke. As Asia and Gasper nodded, Rias then teleports her whole peerage to the Gremry residence to prepare herself towards the party. Scene change. Norway AM. Issei teleported himself to Norway. He knew that unlike Japan, the time was morning. He looked at a winter cabin, located in the Norwegian winter forests. As he rang the doorbell, he asked, Hey Drake, what do you think about my clothing choices? Drake thought for a moment and responded, I would say, too formal, but then again, many devils have some interesting fashion sense, so I shouldn't judge. I see, although I wonder if she is there? Issei asked. Moments later, the doorbell opened. This was revealed to be Gondel herself. Gondel wore a red jacket, a white in-shirt, revealing her chest. She wore matching track pants as well as sports shoes. Ah, Lord Issei! You came to visit me? Gondel happily exclaimed, as Issei spoke with a smile. Indeed, after all, I always wanted to visit Norway, but wasn't welcome due to Odin and the other Norse gods. Issei ended sadly, as he spoke, since you needed a partner to join you for this party. Do you mind if I join? No, of course not. If anything, I would be glad if you joined. Gondel spoke with a smile, as he then asked seriously, If you don't mind, can I have a chat with Inner Gondel? Gondel nods in response. As Issei removes Alpheka Tyrant, he then sees Inner Gondel still in chains, as he asks her now, So what are your thoughts on Odin now? Inner Gondel looked at him. She had lost most of her strength. She knew that Issei wouldn't visit her, unless he wanted something. I am not going to lie. I am starting to doubt him. Issei smiled hearing her response. As she spoke looking down, I believe him, but I fear that he would abandon me. But I still have hope that he trusts me. Issei sighed. Her loyalty was the strongest. As he spoke then, see for yourself. The leaders will do anything to save their skin, and then, you will willingly join me. Can I ask you something? Issei looked at her, and responded, Go ahead. By mass genocide, what will you achieve? Do you wish for people to cry in despair? I know what you went through, but that doesn't consider the fact that your actions will end the supernatural faction. That is why I want to know, what is your end goal? Issei looked at her, and responded, Indeed I do. The people were manipulated by lies, and made my life a nightmare. But you knew that, didn't you? Inner Gondel gives a sad nod. I want a world where there is peace and calmness. But that won't happen with the factions around. The devils and many supernatural creatures look down upon humanity. Even Norse have the unfortunate trait of looking down on humans. I was an ordinary human once, a simple human that was toyed and betrayed, looked down upon, shunned because of lies and my life. They didn't even care if I existed or not. From Rainier, all the way to Ingvild, all have betrayed me. And I kid you not, Gondel, back then I would have done anything for them, just to keep them happy. That is why I desire, A world where the supernatural and humanity are truly united, as one, but that won't be possible with the factions around. That is why I want to make sure the factions fall, and when that happens, then only true peace can be achieved. Everything that I do is for the sake of peace and silence, and I will make sure all those that made my life miserable, all those that looked down upon me, will pay in suffering. That is something I promise you. Inner Gondal couldn't help but be amazed by his words. His experiences made him into the faction destroyer he is today. Even then, he desires to make a better world, even if he has to kill millions, if not billions of innocent people to do so. The hero of the factions is long gone. He will become the one that will make a new world, where he can live in peace. Does that satisfy your answer? Issei speaks as Inner Gondal nods, as he says, you will see tonight, whether Odin cares for you, or you were just another pawn for him. Inner Gondal watches him leave. As Issei enters into the real world, he then speaks seriously. There are some doubts, but soon, even she will willingly realize that the supernatural factions are her enemy. Gondal nods. As she prepares herself to be dressed, the party is within hours and they didn't want to be late. Scene change. Near Ko Academy, 6 p.m. Nyx, along with Mocha Omoke and Mocha Yura, with Elizabeth and Artemis were near Ko Academy, as they all looked at the place in disgust, with the exception of Mocha Omoke looking at this place with anger and sadness. So this is the place? Where Ikuin was tormented? Mocha Yura asked with fury in her voice, as Nyx nodded, with her responding. We will be blowing this place up tonight. Speaking of which, Artemis, have you lured all the names that you remember from Isei's memory? Indeed. I used hypnosis magic on all the kids, and have brought them to the same location. I even removed the memory of everyone involved with those kids except their loved ones. Artemis spoke seriously with anger in her voice. She was going to make them pay for what they did to their lord. So what is our next plan of motion? Elizabeth asked, to which Nyx spoke. The staff and the principal have not left yet, so we can trap them. As for the students, they have already reached the academy and are sitting inside motionless. Nyx spoke coldly. As Elizabeth looked at her, the girls then all head inside as they deal with the staff and the principal. Everyone was complicit in the torment of someone they cared for, and they will all pay. Scene change. Naru's residence, p.m. A young devil girl was preparing herself to be dressed. She was a stunningly beautiful young woman, shorter than someone for her age, with long crimson hair reaching her waist and pink eyes. For someone her age, she has been noted for having a distinctly slender yet curvaceous figure with enormous, bouncy and sizable buttocks. This was Mio Naruz, the older twin of the Naruz family, and the daughter of the leader of the council, Wilbert. What should I wear? What should I wear? Mio looked around at her clothing. She was unable to find anything she liked. She decided to wear something that would surprise everyone, since it was her debut in the Underworld, along with several others. As she was looking at her wardrobe, trying to find anything that would suit her, as she did, someone else called her as well. Sister! Are you there? Another woman called her, as she is a beautiful young woman of average height with a beautiful face, white skin, and ruby eyes. She has long crimson hair tied into twin tails using yellow ribbons. She has a bewitching body. Her boobs are very, very big and a voluptuous figure. She was Stella Naruz. Both sisters are known to be having a behavior that inclines to that of a princess. She was Stella Naruz. Both sisters are known to be having a behavior that inclines to that of a princess. Ah, Stella, so have you decided? Stella shook her head, as she responded. Not yet. Stella looked at her sister. Speaking of which, what do you think about the situation in the Underworld recently? It's bad. Everything went downhill, since Hayate refused to help us? Not that I blame him, we weren't the best to him after all, and then, it only became worse and worse. Mio spoke with a sad tone, as Stella continued. I agree, sister, things are getting worse, and father, he fears Hayate, the name of his, either makes him curl his lips in disgust, or he shivers in fear. He nearly killed Lord Lucifer and dared us to do something about it. Stella spoke, as even Mio shivered remembering the memory. All devils fear him, they know what they have done to him, Stella. And now this is the consequence. Mio spoke seriously, as she spoke with a neutral look. I even asked myself to be engaged to Hayate Issei as a joke, but he only denied me, like he had seen a ghost. What's worse is that Malik and his droid faction have attacked every single location, Every faction fears that they are unstoppable, and they might be next. Stella spoke with fear. And without the true hero, the peace is coming to an end, and we will all be wiped out by the droid faction. Mio spoke, equally terrified of what would happen. Stella decided to change the subject as she speaks. Speaking of which, what is your condition on the contracts with those magicians? Aren't you seeing them? Stella spoke with a smile, to which Mio shook her head and responded, I barely have any. Apparently being the leader of the Devil Council brings a bad image, so they don't give any contracts. Mio spoke with frustration, as she continued, not to mention, there are only 3 magicians that I can consider making a contract. One of them is Lavinia Rennie, but she only has 5 years of her life remaining. Her status is in a comatose state, right? Stella asked, to which Mio nodded. The other is La Folia Rehavian, right? Stella speaks, as Mio responds, yes, both of them are great magicians, but I can't contract any of them. Mio spoke with a sad tone, as she continued, then we have La Fée Pendragon, but now, she has a bad reputation nowadays, and this can result in trouble for our family. Moreover, La Folia has chosen a contracted partner, or that was what the Rehavian family has told the supernatural. Mio spoke, with Stella agreeing. It can't be helped, they seem to be friends, and I also think that La Fée planned to share die with La Folia, if I recollect. Stella responds, to which Mio nods. They then decide to change their clothing and wear something good for the party that would introduce them to the Underworld, as they were happy for their introduction. Unbeknownst to them, however, someone stronger is going to turn this party of celebration into despair and horror. Gondel's residence, PM, Miyuki, are you sure of this? Issei looked at his student, and she had a stern look on her face. She heard of Issei sending both Charlotte and Quinella to the party, and she also wanted to join as well. I am strong enough to handle Sona right now. I can hold myself pretty well. Issei narrowed his gaze, and responded in a stern voice. It's never too nice to have this much confidence, Miyuki. Miyuki gulped in agreement. She got carried away, as she apologized. Sorry, Lord Issei. Issei sighed and spoke with a slightly serious tone. Never let vengeance control you, Miyuki. Always let it guide you, else you may never achieve it. Miyuki nodded intently. She was the most attentive student that was a part of the droid faction. Furthermore, she was able to learn all the spells that Charlotte and Quinella managed to teach her. I understand, Miyuki nodded and responded, as she spoke, but my decision remains unchanged. Issei sighs. The girl was stubborn. He will give her that. Once she makes up her mind, she does not give up. He then spoke. Very well, but you will be introduced as Miyuki Citri, which will be your original name. Miyuki nods in agreement. She wanted to bring ruin to the Citri clan, as Issei speaks, but bringing you into the New Devils, that may be an issue. Issei spoke with a thought. I think you should do it the same way you introduced both Charlie and Quinn, Miyuki suggested. Issei, who nodded, as she spoke. I will even remove my pendant, and show some of my power to prove I am from the Citri clan, and then we can handle the 4 New Devils. 4? I thought there were only 3, that being Stella and Mio Neruz as well as Clare Phoenix. Miyuki shook her head, as she responded. It just turned out that recently even Iryuka Glaciolabalas has decided to receive her evil Picesso. The Devil Elders have approved her request. Miyuki spoke with a smile. As Issei nods, he knew exactly what he needed to do. He had the unknown dictator. It was time to show what the balance breaker is capable of. Well, in that case, get ready. Tonight is your big debut, and beginning of the fall of the Citri clan. Miyuki beams at this. As she smiles, she nods, happy due to Issei giving her a chance. The supernatural world, especially the devils, will be shocked by my appearance. And yours, Issei spoke, as he grins evilly at what he had planned. This is the first step to ruin the grand party of the supernatural. He had planned several more programs to completely destroy the bonds of the supernatural faction. Moments later, Gondel comes in, with a new dress. As Issei and Miyuki was surprised by this, as she asks, Are you ready for this, my lord? Issei nods, as he also teleports, but not before changing his dress. Indeed we are, so shall we? Gondel nods, as Issei asks, I wonder what your granddaughter would think when she finds out that I am your partner. Gondel responded with a smile, as she spoke with a sarcastic tone, Hee. She would be surprised, when she finds out that her future grandfather Issei chuckled at the joke she made as he responds. Her face will be shocked that her supposed lover is now with her grandmother. Gondal chuckled at the joke as she continued, but I believe that her face would end in a disaster, along with her mood. I am not going to lie, she messed up big time. Issei spoke with a slight anger, as he then continued, well, let's not think of her, and move with the party. I wouldn't have it any other way. Gondal speaks, as she locks her hand with Issei's arm, with them teleporting to the location in the Underworld. Miyuki also soon teleports alongside them, wearing a completely different formal dress to show herself to the world. Grand Party, Lucifer Territory, Underworld PM. In the Underworld everyone was preparing for the party, where the waiters began to receive everyone that had come to the party. All members of the demons had come, as they wanted to see the girls. They only heard that members were coming into the party. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Sona spoke. While she sat down, she saw some devils looking at her in pity, while the others look at her with a mocking look on her face. Her reputation was as good as gone, in both the human world and the supernatural world. I believe her time will come. A devil spoke with a mocking tone. No, I think the Red Dragon will settle all her accounts with her sooner than later. Another devil spoke with a mocking tone. I understand that he did not kill her out of pity, but I think that will soon change. A third demon spoke. These were the comments Sona Citri was getting, as she grits her teeth in anger. Some of these comments were even directed at Sarafal, who was declared a runaway, and would be declared dead. Sona couldn't do anything to silence, she couldn't blame anyone but herself. She hated what was happening to her. She looked around, to see even Rias was facing a similar issue. She couldn't show herself without people mocking her or looking down on her. Adding insult to injury, she started to hate Issei for his actions. It is a great pleasure to have all of you come forward for this event. Today is the day several devils will be announced as high-class devils tonight. Serzex spoke with a happy tone, as Ajuka then looked at the datapad. However, he was surprised by what he saw. There should be only 4, but how can there be? Ajuka muttered loud enough for only Serzex to hear, as he speaks. But there should be only 4? Who could be the 3? Serzex spoke silently, as he looked at the screen. Ajuka tapped the names, and was shocked by what he saw. No way, it's them. Serzex spoke, seeing Charlotte Beelzebub and Quinella Asmodeus, and the third name he saw made him agape, and it can't be Miyuki. Serzex turned his gaze towards Sona, who was confused at this. She was not aware of this, as he then turned away, as Sona became even more confused. How can she be alive? Serzex looked at Ajuka, as he spoke to his friend. I don't know, and I believe that she was the only person that knows about this. Could this be Hayata's doing? Serzex spoke nervously, to which Ajuka responded, I believe it is him. We can't do anything. Well, just announce, he will be coming soon. Serzex muttered, to which Ajuka nodded. The other leaders wondered what was Ajuka thinking, as Ajuka announced. Sorry, there was some technical difficulties, but I believe that instead of 4 candidates, we will be having 7 candidates. Each one will be having a set of evil pieces delivered to them. Ajuka spoke, shocking everyone, but it was a welcome surprise. The devils smiled arrogantly, knowing that the 4 girls were chosen by them. However, before anyone could say anything, a muffled scream was heard. The leaders and some of the devils quickly walked to the location, as the guard pointed out that and a familiar magic circle opened up. It had the circle of the Welsh dragon. The leaders recognized who this was, as Zeus grits his teeth in fury, along with Sona Citri, who weren't happy in seeing him here. A while later, Issei Hayata stepped out wearing a formal suit. He had worn a black suit, a gray jacket, a white shirt and a purple tie. However, what surprised her was that who came along with him. She was a white-haired woman, who had her hair tied up. She wore a yukata, with her shoulders were bare. The edges of the yukata was fuchsia, with the main color being purple, and having a floral pattern on it. The bow around her waist was colored with gray with a diamond pattern on it. You are one lucky boy. You are one lucky boy, Odin thought in amazement. In just a few months, he was able to turn his life upside down. The person who had come with them was none other than Roswei's grandmother, Gondal. Foo, Gondal chuckled as she continued. It seems like we are attracting a lot of attention. Gondal spoke as she pulled Issei towards her. After all, he was her partner to this. What is the meaning of this? Rosweiss asked her grandmother with a tone full of surprise. Since when did you know him? Rosweiss was surprised to see her grandmother behave so affectionately with someone whom she barely knew. Well, my granddaughter, since I did not have any partner to come to this grand party with, I asked Lord Issei to come, and he approved of this. Gondal spoke with a smile, as she asked with an innocent face, did I do something wrong? But he can't be here, he is forbidden. Sona spoke with a bit of fear and anger, as Issei shook his head and responded, did you see a sign where it states, Red Dragon Emperor Issei Hayato is prohibited from entering? Gondal spoke with a mocking tone, as Sona looked at her with a murderous look. She, however, had the fear that Issei may hurt her if she tried anything with Gondal. Issei ignored Sona, and asked in a mocking tone, and besides, you did receive my gift, didn't you, Ajuka? Ajuka nods. Upon Issei's questioning, he and Serzex wondered what Issei was doing here, but despite this, he wanted to ask, but even then, why are you even here? Why does this party interest you, since you have had no intention of being involved with the factions? Ajuka spoke seriously, as Gondal answered him, I told you, Lord Beelzebub, I wanted to bring him here, on my own accord, so what is the issue? Did I do something wrong? Ajuka was silent. He got his answer that Issei was here to only enjoy the party, as Rosweiss then asked, Granny, does that mean you are wanting to have a relationship with him? Rosweiss asked incredulously, as Gondal gave a smirk. Issei decided to give her an answer in his own way. He decided to bring Gondal towards him and give him on her mouth, which caught everyone including inner Gondal off guard, as she looked at Issei with a flustered look. After splitting up, leaving Gondal agape by what just happened, even she had a blush on her face, as Issei spoke. Does this answer your question? Rosweiss was beat red upon seeing this, that it put Rias's hair to shame. Some of the group like Rias Gremry, Sona Citri and Rosweiss watched the scene in disbelief. Others like Latia Astaroth, Sigvera Agars, and a few watched the scene in surprise. They never expected this to happen. This relationship cannot happen, she is already a widow. Brother Ika spoke trying to reason, but Issei looked at her and responded, Dai dated Yasaka, and she was already widowed, with a kid, so I don't think you should judge me, Ika. Issei spoke coldly, to which Ika realized this and apologized for her actions. Issei sighed, as he spoke. Some like Valerie Lucifer and Ingvild Levite looked at the scene in amusement, as they knew that Gondal was on the side of Issei, but they weren't expecting a relationship. Either way, they were happy to see the faces of the faction leaders. Others like Keisha Abandon and Coriana and Riofus watched the scene in surprise, as they gave a disappointing glare to Issei, who ignored them, while Seorg stopped them and tried to divert their attention to some other location. Granny, it's unhealthy to have a relationship with someone so young, especially someone who is almost younger than me. Rosweiss muttered the last part, while trying to make her grandmother see reason, as she tried to make her reflect on her current choices, as she did not bother looking at Rosweiss and spoke with a smile. 6. This is a party, right? And I chose him as my consort, and it's best if they continued with party. Gondal spoke, while she took Issei by the arm. As she walked ahead, Odin then spoke with a mocking tone. It seems like he is building up a harem. Odin spoke, as he watched the scene in a smile, as Sona muttered with disbelief. This can't be true. How can someone this cruel have a harem? Sona spoke as Odin spoke while narrowing his gaze. That's your problem. I would advise you to leave him alone. Odin spoke while leaving to have a drink. Well, forgetting the incident with the Red Dragon Emperor, I believe it is time to start up with the party. Ajuka pointed towards Issei and Gondal, who did not seem guilty about this, as he continued, let us continue with the presentation of the 7 new devils. Ajuka said with a smile, earning the nods of all the devils, as they all watched the door with interest. Moments later, the door opened up, where beautiful women came. Sona widened her eyes. When she saw the last woman, she started sweating profusely. She knew this was Miyuki Shiba, whom she believed to be Miyuki Citri. This was noticed by Issei Hayato, who thought with an evil grin, the show is just getting started, my dear Sona Citri. The first girl was Stella Neruz. She wore a pink yukata, with yellow and orange flower engravings. The bow was red, and the hair was tied in 2 coves by 2 yellow bows. Many blushed when she showed up like this. The next one was Mio Neruz, who wore a red yukata that faded to black, with an engraving of pink flowers. The sash around her waist was pink with a red thread tied to her waist. Her hair was tied up with black waists. The next one was wearing a deep blue gown, with matching evening gloves, with gold hoop bracelets, some sort of white flower tied at her waist, with a golden necklace, her hair adorned with black ribbons. This was Irioka This was Irioka 6. The fourth to be seen was Clare Phoenix. She wore a strapless red dress. Her blonde hair was tied with ribbons of the same color as her dress. Many blushed on how the two girls looked. The fifth was the one that surprised the most. It was Quinella Asmodeus. She wore a party dress, which is black in color with a light purple ribbon. She emitted some murderous intent, as she hated the beings in the room, except for her Issei, and a few of the people present. Additionally, she brought a sword as an ornament. Many knew that she belonged to the Red Dragon Emperor, and they feared what would happen if they tried to flirt, or even go near her. Beside her was Charlotte Beelzebub, who wore a beautiful white shoulder dress that reached above her elbow, gold jewelry, and a tiara, a red ribbon edged in gold. They looked away from Charlotte as well, since they both did not want to mess with her. Despite this, she had an aura of peace and love, however it was only directed to the one she truly loved. She looked at the scene with an annoyed look. And the final girl was Miyuki Citri. She wore a black empire-cut dress, with white details. She used a simple pearl-shaped necklace with a flower-shaped pendant. They outdid themselves, Issei muttered while having a blush looking at Quinella and Charlotte. Even Miyuki was looking attractive tonight, as Gondel kept her hand, knocking him out of his trance. He remembered that this was not the time to party. These 7 are the center of attention tonight. Can you all please give them a round of applause? Ajuka spoke, earning a round of applause from many present in the group. Give it up for these women. He is not wrong, Issei spoke, as he noticed Sona's nervous expression, along with several of the others widening their eyes in surprise, seeing Miyuki among the ones in the party. Lord Issei? Serzex looked towards Issei, who turned his attention to Serzex, as he asked, Is that Miyuki Citri? Why don't you ask Sona Citri about this? Issei spoke with a smile, as Serzex nods. So far Issei has not lied to him, even once. What Serzex doesn't know is that Issei is good in hiding the truth at this point. Sona, I believe you can recognize her, right? Sona gulps. As she looks at Serzex, she knew that Issei knows what they have done, and believed that he was the one that rescued Miyuki from her house. I asked you a question, Sona, would you please answer? Serzex spoke with a stern tone. He had an idea that Sona and the Citri clan, with Sarafal, had lied to him about her death. Why, yes, that's her. Sona spoke the truth. She had no choice but to speak the truth, otherwise she would be in trouble. Serzex narrowed his gaze, as he asked in a stern tone, Then, why did you lie about her? Serzex spoke with a tone of anger, as the other leaders were also looking at her with this point. She sweated nervously, as Serzex spoke with the same tone of anger, but at an increased volume. I asked you a question, Sona Citri. Why did you lie about her? Sona was almost on the verge of a mental breakdown. As Serzex glared at her, Issei came from the sidelines and spoke. I will tell you the answer. Issei spoke, looking at all the leaders, as Odin asked, What is that you know? And these devils don't? Issei chuckled at Odin's question, as he turned to Miyuki and spoke. Or how about this? Let's hear it from the horse's mouth, right, Miyuki? Miyuki nodded with a smile, as she spoke. I am not going to lie. Every word I say will be the truth. If you don't believe me, you can check my memory, right? The leaders nod in response. I was kept hidden by the Citri clan for the past years. Lord Lucifer, I have never experienced the outside world of the supernatural, let alone the human world. Miyuki spoke with a sad smile. Many were surprised by this. Some felt pity for her, while those that hated Sona Citri glared at her, who was on the verge of crying, as Miyuki looked at her sister, and spoke coldly and seriously. But this was all a devious plan, conjured by Sona Citri and Sarafal Leviathan. They wanted me imprisoned. They wanted me to never see the light of day again. They kept me here on purpose. It was all their purpose. Miyuki's words caused many to discuss among themselves. Sona was close to losing it. But your words, Miyuki, don't get us wrong, but your words are hard to believe. Serzex spoke in disbelief. As Ajuka nodded, he did not want to believe the words, as Rias exclaimed, Why, you're lying! Sona would never do something to her own sister. Rias exclaimed in a completely tone of disbelief. She was thinking that it was Issei manipulating her younger sister against her best friend. Rias has already almost lost everything, her status, her lover and her reputation, all of which went down the drain, ever since Issei revealed everything about Dai Haidu to her. She hated what happened to her, but couldn't blame everything on him. She now did not want to lose her best friend. Issei, on the other hand, hardly felt any sympathy for her, seeing her despair-ridden face. He was happy seeing her in this condition. He lost any sympathy for her a long time ago. Now, all he sees is a crying spoiled brat, who lost everything. He also knew that the Rehavian family are also assisting him in the information, and he would soon receive all the shares and money of the Devil and Fallen Angel companies, since without funding they all would suffer, big time. In that case, why don't you see her memories for further proof? Issei spoke with a smile, causing Rias to stand down. She looked at Sona, who was already in despair, as Issei asked, or I have a better idea. Gabriel? Why yes? Gabriel looked surprised by Issei calling her. As he spoke, read Sona Citri's heart. Rias will believe me after that. Yes, I will. Gabriel spoke sadly. She knew that Issei is not lying, since she knew or had an idea about his true intentions. As she sensed her heart, she widened her eyes in shock, as she exclaimed, You are a monster, Sona Citri. Michael was surprised by this tone of Gabriel, as he asked, Sister, what happened? Everything Miss Miyuki spoke is true. Sona Citri and Sarafal Leviathan did all of this. But that is not all. They feared what she was capable of. She was a potential candidate to a super devil. Gabriel exclaimed, looking at her brother. She never liked Sarafal because of her childish nature and attitude, as well as her rivalry, but this is where she was disgusted at her, for her jealous actions. Now you see, Rias, this is the truth, but I am not done yet. The whole Citri family was complicit in this, Issei declared. As many were shocked at this, they all glared at Sona Citri, who was immensely crying due to this. Her whole reputation, her whole status was gone. Nowhere will she be respected. To add insult to injury, the whole Citri clan will be taken down due to Sona and Sarafal's actions. As they all watched in horror, some booed and jeered at them. They hated her even more, and at this point almost everyone wanted her gone. Serzex and Ajuka were in disbelief, as Issei spoke. I can show you her memories, shall I proceed? Serzex shook his head and responded, Nahat won't be necessary. Serzex spoke with an emotionless tone. His best friend lied to him about something important, and this will not go unpunished. However, before he could speak anything, the leader of the council, Wilbert Nerus, spoke. He was not happy with what was going on. He was described a well-built man with red hair and matching colored eyes who has horns that seem to be twisted near the tip, elf-like ears and tattoos that appears to be on a portion of his face and goatee. He is also shown to be dressed in noble clothing. He glared at Sona and spoke. Lady Sona Citri will no longer attend this party. Wilbert spoke coldly as he looked at her with disgust. Your punishment will be decided tomorrow, since today is a day of celebration, not sadness. Your leave will take place immediately. Do I have any objections? Sona shook her head, still under the stress, as she walked away. Her movement was sluggish and lifeless as there was pin-drop silence. Once she left, Serzex spoke. I apologize for her actions. I hope this does not hamper our alliance in any way. The leaders shook their head as Shiva spoke. I wouldn't say much, but her actions have jeopardized the alliance. And had Lady Leviathan. Shiva was interrupted by Wilbert, who spoke. I am sorry for the interruption, Lord Shiva. Sarafal will no longer be considered as Lady Leviathan. Serzex and many devils widened their eyes in shock due to this. However, they stayed silent. I hope you don't mind. Serzex nods, as Wilbert looks at him. The man was never a fan of the Gremry clan due to his past with them. Serzex and Ajuka clenched their fists, not only due to Sarafal's dismissal, but also on her betrayal. Shiva nods in response. I agree, very well. Where was I? Oh yeah, Sarafal Citri. Had she kept this hidden, then this would have caused major problems for everyone. You had a potential devil, who could have made a better candidate for the Leviathan position, and this is why you lost someone important. Wilbert and Serzex nods, as Wilbert then asks with slight worry, Hayate-sama, I hope that you don't have any problems. Issei shrugs and responds, like I said for a lot of times, not my monkeys, not my circus. Wilbert nods as many sweat drop. This dialogue has been quite remembered across the factions, as he continues, your problems aren't mine, and Miyuki will be under my protection. Does things clear up? Wilbert nods. He did not want to provoke him in any way, they wouldn't have ever know about Miyuki. And now, they have lost a very strong devil. He knew the three girls were only there to reclaim what is rightfully theirs. Mio was surprised by this. Due to her arrogant nature, she looked down upon many devils, due to this, as well as beings of the other races, to see her father terrified of him. She looked down on every being. This included everyone except the devils, or more accurately higher class or beyond. However, she did show respect to those that deemed respect. Seeing her father act like this still surprised her. Basically, her father seemed to not risking to anger Issei. She knew he was strong, and she had to also follow her father, lest she not meet the same fate as many who dared taunt or defy him. Stella gulped, seeing the situation. She may be a princess, but unlike her sister, she was not that arrogant. Nevertheless, she was surprised that her father, who used to gain respect one way or another, showed worry and fear against him. Hopefully, she manages to get out of this situation safely. Claire sighed. She had a feeling this would happen. She knew that Issei was cruel. She wondered whether even giving herself to Issei would be enough. She knew Issei was not perverted, as he did not show interest in the girls that were offered to him, and she knew that Issei did not take advantage of him. Furthermore, she also knew that Issei did have hatred for the Phoenix family due to what majority of the clan members had treated him. This would be difficult than she had anticipated. Iryuka was quiet. She never tried to talk to her friend Latia ever since she was given to Issei Hayato. She feared that Latia may hate her, primarily due to her actions. But she feared that if she visited Hayato, Issei might intercept and kill her. She was afraid that if she would try something wrong, Issei may kill her. Charlotte and Quinella smiled, seeing the leader's state, as they were aware that Issei has already created tremors in the supernatural. Even Miyuki was happy that she will soon get justice, and the architects of her pain would suffer. The three girls knew that Issei would be there for all to see, that they are all safe and sound. That was the trait Issei had, for those that he truly cared for. Issei watched as the party settled down. The good thing was that Wilbert dared not oppose him. He then spoke silently and mockingly. Apparently those old people are too scared to make a move. Gondal nodded as she responded. You can't expect much from them. They are always like that. But they are not as stupid as before to try something against you. Gondal spoke as she rested her head on Issei's shoulder. Inner Gondal blushed at what her other self was doing. She was happy that Issei did not try anything with her. But love, that was a whole different story. It takes time to develop. Well, aside from that, you should be concerned about your granddaughter. She is too horrified by what she is seeing. Issei spoke mockingly while looking at Rosweiss, who was jealous at this. She was beet red and was glaring at Issei. You can't do much for her. If she continues living the way she is, she will always remain single. Gondal spoke calmly. As Issei sighs, even Inner Gondal had to reluctantly agree with her counterpart. Rosweiss was too rigid because of her attitude. I understand, but let's just let it work out for now. Issei spoke normally, to which Gondal nodded. She then got up as she watched the devils conversing with the main attraction of the party. Meanwhile, as this was going on, there was a conversation that was happening between Clare and Revel, who were catching up, with the former having a bored look on her face, while the latter desperately and miserably tries to change the subject. It was all Dai's fault. He cheated on me. Clare only shook her head as she responded coldly. You can't put the blame on him, Revel. That's not how it works. How can you screw this up so badly? Revel retorted angrily. But even then, he deceived and betrayed me. This earned a glare from the second oldest Phoenix child, as she spoke coldly. Don't play the fool, sister. Now thanks to that our clan is history. Clare then spoke angrily. Also don't pretend that you are not at fault. You went with him just because he was good looking. Revel looked away in response. But sister, if I can explain it to the people, they will understand my motives. Clare shook her head and responded seriously. That's not how it works. You know that the people blame the DXD group and the pillars primarily because they have no one else to blame for what is currently happening. Clare glared at Revel, who widened her eyes in surprise as she countered. That means if we defeat Malik and the droid faction, then everything will go back to normal? Revel asked with a hopeful smile. as Clare facepalmed. Even if they somehow, keyword being somehow, managed to fix this situation, the stain on the clan is irremovable, and it will never go away. 6. It doesn't work that way. You can't defeat Malik and his faction, especially Grievous, since they have moped the floor with all of you more than once. Clare spoke seriously, to which Revel looked away. And even if you did defeat him somehow, the clan's reputation is tarnished to the point of no return. It would take a miracle to even recover the current status, let alone improve its influence. Clare sighed. She understood her sister was betrayed and fooled by Dai Hyadu. She could only blame him for what had happened. But even then, everyone that looked down upon Issei, everyone that treated him like garbage and humiliated him were all responsible. Latia was looking at the scene. As she sighed, she was approached by Iryuka, as she spoke nervously. You am Latia. Latia turned her attention to Iryuka. She looked away immediately, except Sekiruuyetei. She hated the four Satans for pretty much making her Issei's fiancée, without her consent. No one came for her. Aside from that, this included Iryuka as well. She had heard her parents contact her, but they never visited the Hyadu residence, and she started to hate them for that. Latia, please wait! Iryuka exclaimed, as Latia looked at her coldly, as she spoke in a similar tone. What do you want, Iryuka? Latia then continued in the same tone. You abandoned me before, so why can't you do it again? Iryuka looked away, as she spoke. I was afraid that Hyadu would attack me. Latia scoffed at this. She heard that Hestia visited Athena without a problem, yet they couldn't. Besides, how are you doing? Better. I have been in a better state since I lost my own self, thanks to my uncle. Latia spoke coldly and with spite in her tone, as Iryuka continued. I am glad. Iryuka spoke, as Latia was ready to walk away. Wait, what? Latia glared at her. As Iryuka flinched, she then spoke. I was wondering, should I visit you sometime later at the Hyadu residence? Iryuka stuttered in slight worry, as Latia turned away as she spoke. Do whatever you want. Latia walked away, as she reached Sekiruuyetei, who spoke. That was kind of cold. Latia sighed. She still had a little care for Iryuka. She understood her fear, but she did abandon her. In Latia's eyes, Iryuka abandoned her, and she will never forget that. It hurts. Even now I wonder what would have happened, had we been engaged to someone like Zephador? Latia spoke with a tone hinting of fear, as Sekiruuyetei gulped at the prospect. She was happy to have been engaged to Issei instead, as over time, living with him, her fear of him started to go. She felt a small tinge of pain in her heart, when she noticed Issei spending time with either Nyx, Charlotte, Quinella, or even lately Mocha Omoke and Mocha Yura. She decided to talk to him, once this party gets over. For once, I am glad that Issei was our engaged partner. He never took advantage of us, and even then, he refused to even talk to us, for a few days, knowing that we would be uncomfortable with him. Sekiruuyetei spoke with a genuine smile, as Latia spoke. I agree. I even heard that he gives space to others, but at the same time he cares for others. Latia spoke with a genuine smile. In agreement, she heard what happened with Athena, allowing them to have a proper respect for the man. He never forced anyone. And I pity Rias. Look at her. She will never get Issei, knowing that she screwed her only chance with him. Latia spoke coldly, as Sekiruuyetei nodded in response. She tried to get us to like Dai, and we had a feeling that something was wrong with him. She told us that we would regret it. Sekiruuyetei shook her head as she continued, and look how the tables have turned. Sekiruuyetei spoke with a mocking tone. Indeed. Well, let's enjoy this party. Sekiruuyetei spoke, as Rias was being consoled by her parents Venelina and Zeus, both of whom were disgusted with Sona and her family for doing this to a mere child. Meanwhile, another conversation was taking place, and this time it was between Mio and Stella. I still don't understand. Why would the Red Dragon attend a party like this? Mio spoke, remembering the Red Dragon was barely interested in what happens in the supernatural world. Even his words were well remembered. Not my monkeys, not my circus. Mio and Stella hated being called monkeys, but they had to stay quiet, since to the Red Dragon, they are nothing but ants, as they watched Issei chat with Gondel, Quinella, Charlotte and Miyuki and having a proper fun time with them, as if nothing ever happened. I think he is only here as a consort, as the Valkyrie said. Stella spoke, as Mio nodded. She then responded. He is not normal, sister. We need to be careful of them. Stella nodded on Mio's words. They then saw some of the faction leaders having sad or angered looks seeing Issei like this. One of them is Zeus. His relationship with the Olympians were getting worse every second. He completely blamed Issei for this, but knew that he would get killed if he did not keep his mouth shut. As he gritted his teeth in fury seeing Issei enjoy his time here. Scene change. Ko Academy, PM. The director of Ko Academy could be seen being tied on the chair, as he struggled to free himself. He seemed to be looking at terror at what seems to be a screen. He desperately tried to free himself, but unfortunately he was not being tied with ropes, but with chains. On the screen placed on the table, the screen was green with red numbers. It indicated a countdown of hours, as time was ticking. Grand Party, Lucifer Territory, Underworld PM. Issei and Gondel watch as the girls prepare to enter the rooms. As they do, they converse for a while. We wait, the 4 girls will prepare us for the real fun. Issei spoke with a smile, to which Gondel nods. She watched with intent. She then spoke. So what do you suggest? Issei shook his head on Gondel's question as he spoke. Not now, we are being watched. Issei spoke seriously, as he eyed the elders of the Devil Council and Zeus, both of whom were worried about what he would do next. To the elders, Issei was unpredictable and cold-blooded, because of his ruthless tendencies, as well as his cold-hearted nature. He did not care what happened to them, as they were not his problems anymore. They were always conceited, haughty and arrogant in nature, as they looked down upon reincarnated, low and middle-class devils. Even some half-devils were no exceptions. The only reason Valerie, Ingvild, Charlotte, and Quinella were exceptions was because they were related to the 4 Satans. As for Zeus, he hated Issei, not because of his ruthlessness, but because of him. He lost Athena completely, along with losing almost every support from his own faction. He was happy that Artemis had returned, but he blamed Issei, primarily for putting him in this situation. To him, Issei was the source of all of his problems, and he wanted to make him pay. But he fears Issei. Only a few can terrify the Greek god of thunder, and Issei was one of them. He remembered the trauma Issei had put him through. He gave him an hallucination of being assaulted and beaten up, while having no powers, as well as having his insides being ripped over and over again, until he begged for forgiveness. The good thing was that Issei only saw this. The bad thing was that his pride was hurt, and he could only watch as Issei happily chatted with Gondel, who was enjoying her time with him. Moments later, everyone then turns their attention to Wilbert, who decides to make an announcement. In a few moments, all the young women present will go inside a room, where they will pass and tell us their dreams or goals. Wilbert had a smile on his face. He was proud of his daughters, despite him being very of Issei. I believe now would be a time to use it, Gondel whispered. As Issei understood her referring to the gauntlets that he had made, he had already told the plan to her and the rest of the girls. Yes, but for now, let us continue the fun. Issei spoke with a smile, as he pulled Gondel by the waist and attracted her to him. Era, aren't you a possessive dragon? Gondel spoke with a seductive tone, to which Issei only chuckled. Well, I can't say much. You are pretty beautiful. How could I not be? Issei spoke as he brought Gondel closer with them each other, not caring they were in public. This was seen by Rosweiss, who was red for 2 reasons. One was that someone she saw as her grandmother was doing an embarrassing thing in front of the public, and 2 was that it was out of jealousy on how happy Issei was with her. This is not fair, and even less so with him, Rosweiss thought seriously. She looked at Issei, remembering how someone this cold could behave so lovingly with her grandmother. In that time, someone tapped her shoulder. This was revealed to be Irina Shidu. As her black wings shone behind her, she hid it, remembering her former status as Michael's ace, who had no choice but to remove her, due to her being a fallen. He still kept contact with her, despite this. She was depressed, due to her abandoning her childhood friend. Rosweiss noted that she had completely lost any motivation to do anything, as noticed by her sad expression. I don't think it would work, for you to see them in jealousy. Irina spoke, as Rosweiss shook her head, and responded. That's not true, it is just that their relationship might be under fire, due to my grandmother's status. Rosweiss spoke seriously, as Irina responded. You only say that because you don't approve, since they don't care about your opinion. Irina spoke sadly, as Rosweiss defended herself. That doesn't matter. I assure you that their relationship won't last long, and will end sooner than you realize. I wouldn't be so sure of that. The two girls were surprised by the unknown yet familiar voice. It was Gabriel, who continued, judging by that, their relationship seems to be serious. And even though you may think that it would end, she has something that you don't. And what is it that she has that I don't? Rosweiss spoke while crossing her hands in an impatient tone, as Gabriel responded with a smile. That she has confidence in herself. Rosweiss fell hard on hearing Gabriel's words, as she retorted after a while. But Gabriel had already left with Irina, as she asked, You think it was okay for you to say those words to her? Irina asked as Gabriel responded as she watched Rosweiss, with her mouth open in shock. It was good, since she wants to take her grandmother's place, and be the center of attention. Gabriel spoke calmly, as Irina was thinking. Gabriel then continued, By the way, Irina, don't forget to follow your heart, and what I dictated to you. Gabriel spoke with a smile, while thinking coldly, Since I am doing just that, if you say so. Irina spoke as Gabriel walked away, leaving Irina thinking to herself on what she should do next. Meanwhile, Issei was watching as the girls prepared to go into the rooms. The first to pass was Stella, along with her twin sister Miyuki. Then it was Iruka, followed by Clare, then Miyuki, and finally Quinella and Charlotte, whom both look at Issei and give a side glance to Issei and nodded, implying that they will start their part of the plan. These rooms will be so easy to infiltrate, Issei thought mockingly, and nobody would even notice us. Issei looked towards Gondal, who only was waiting for her orders. He watched as the event began, smiling as he anticipated for his chance to begin. Waiting room, grand party, Lucifer territory, Underworld, PM. Mio and Stella were looking across their fellow devils, as they all wondered what their wishes were. As they looked across, they had some plans for their future, especially three of them, who were with Issei already. Apparently everyone seems to be thinking about their dreams. Mio thought as she looked at the others, This is hard, I don't have any dreams of myself, and my father will be making fun of me. Stella thought sadly, as Iruka thought with a determined tone, I only want this to get over, so that I can visit Latia and fix my friendship. I think that in the end the Red Dragon is interested in a harem. This might be my chance, Clare thought with a smile, which changed into a sad thought remembering Gondal. I only have one dream, and that is the fall of the Citri clan. Miyuki thought with a determined tone, We just have to get along with these people, before they join us, one way or another. Quinella thought coldly, to which Charlotte looked at her and nodded. They had the same thought. Each one of them thought of how they will be reviewing the message. Some felt nervous, others just smiled with some arrogance, while some were thinking different things, apart from what a great night it will be. Minutes went by, almost 30 minutes, as Issei looked at his watch. It showed him the time before the big event. Only an hour, man, I can't wait for the big event. Issei spoke silently as Gondal looked at him, and asked, So only an hour remains till midnight, huh? Issei nods, as he then speaks loud enough, Well, Gondal, how about we go somewhere private? Issei spoke seductively as Gondal and Inner Gondal both had a slight blush on this. As she spoke, I am in. Gondal got up as she tugged her arm in his. They both started to move upstairs in the party, as they headed to the roof. However, Rosweiss followed them. She wanted to see for herself on how close they are, as she did not want Issei to date her grandmother. She wanted to be with Issei, and she was jealous that her grandmother was taking her place. As this was going on, they were being watched by the three, formerly four great Satans. Surzex was watching this with a smile on his face. Ajuka was watching the scene with a serious look on his face. And finally Falbium was asleep, wearing a hat and glasses to not show that he was sleeping. He eventually fell on the floor. Each one of you will be going through the door to enter the rooms one by one, Surzex instructed the girls. As they all entered the rooms, the girls entered the rooms one by one, as the first one to enter was Mio, followed by Stella, then Clare, then Iruka, then Quinella, then Charlotte, and finally Miyuki. The three girls smiled as they began their plans. The plans for the party to turn into a disaster were soon to begin. It seems like the rooms are well monitored. Mio spoke, since she was able to sense multiple presences. True, after all, the droid faction will attack us at any time, that is why these precautions. Quinella spoke, feigning anger in her voice. But shouldn't it be earlier if Malik wanted to attack us? Charlotte asked with disbelief, to which Stella responded, I think it is his intention to catch us off guard and strike us when we don't expect it. Quinella then spoke, as she smirked internally. You have a point, it is doubtful that he will attack now. Quinella feigned worry, as they all entered the rooms. Scene change. Roof, Grand Party, Lucifer Territory, Underworld PM. Issei and Gondal were at the roof. They had a feeling that Rosweiss would follow them. Due to Issei sensing her presence, she would be spying on them. As Issei spoke with a smile. Aeon Baylor. Issei's eyes became similar to that of when Gasper activates his balance breaker. Issei's eyes became similar to that of when Gasper activates his balance breaker. And now, balance breaker. Time control. Issei activated one of the balance breakers of Aeon Baylor, as he did not have any need for darkness manipulation right now. Time stopped for everyone, minus Gondal, Issei, Quinella, Charlotte, Miyuki and the other girls. Issei looked at Gondal, as he spoke. Well, it's time to transform. Issei transformed into Malik, as he and Gondal started to head to the different rooms, as he spoke in a mocking tone. It's showtime. Issei grinned maniacally as he headed to the rooms the girls were in. His command reached the 3 girls inside, all of whom were ready for their plan. Their goal was to take down and turn all 4 girls to their side, either by turning them into sleeper agents, or by asking them to willingly join them. The 4 girls were Iryuka Galagiolabalas, Clare Phoenix, Mio Neruz and Stella Neruz. They all looked around, moving as if nothing wrong ever happened. They eventually felt a presence, an unnerving one in face. What the Clare spoke, as she turned around, seeing the girls all stopping dead in their tracks, all of whom were widening their eyes. Are you girls all right? Clare looked at the direction as she also widened her eyes in shock. The one in front of her was just like she had heard, a bald head, a red tight shirt, and a metal jaw. The man in front of her was none other than Malik. Good evening, ladies. Malik greeted the ladies, all of whom widened their eyes seeing who was in front of them. Malik. Mio spoke with slight fear. Is this some kind of a joke? Mio exclaimed as Malik chuckled and spoke. Oh no, my dear ladies, tonight is no joke, and it is a pleasure to meet all of you ladies. Both Quinella and Charlotte had a blush knowing that it was Issei in the guise of Malik, but kept it in. Miyuki also had a small flustered look, as Malik spoke, and besides, you are not going to scream or something? The leaders are outside, and all we have to do is just shout. Quinella spoke while pretending to be angered, as Mio responded. That's right. All we need to do is go back there, and tell the leaders. Mio spoke angrily with a grin, trying her best to be brave, as Malik internally face-palmed. How stupid can these girls be? Issei thought, as he got back into his Malik character. He scoffed and spoke with a joyful tone, like they will help you in this situation. Not to mention, I should be thankful for the feast they have given me. Malik looked at the girls as they planned an escape, and I thank 3 people for offering me this feast. Don't think you will get away with this. Clare spoke coldly as Malik responded. If your Dai Hayata did not stand a chance against me, what makes you think you will? Malik spoke with a mocking tone. You girls go, I will stall him off. Charlotte spoke as Quinella internally squealed in jealousy, knowing what Charlotte's real intentions as she spoke seriously. Contact the Red Dragon Emperor, only he can stop us. You Clare spoke with a growl, as she accepted the situation. Fine, we will get help as soon as you can. Clare spoke seriously, as Malik turned to her, and spoke. Well then, Beelzebub, let's dance. Malik spoke mockingly, as Charlotte looked at him seriously. The girls ran off, as Malik scoffed, and returned to Issei. Not bad, not bad, you put on quite a believable show. Issei spoke with a smile, as Charlotte blushed. He then pulled her closer to her, and made out for a while. Moments later, they split up and she spoke in a mocking tone. I believe we should continue this show. Charlotte was happy that she stayed back, as they both started to teleport to where Gondal was assigned. Issei then spoke. Let the fun begin. Scene change. Outside the castle, Lucifer Territory, Underworld PM. The 6 girls managed to make it outside, as they then heard screams that belonged to Charlotte. Beelzebub. Aha! Nuh! Quinella and Miyuki would have been horrified if they knew this was Charlotte actually in danger, but they knew that it was a lie. Damn, what chance do we even have against him? Quinella spoke, feigning fear, as Clare responded while looking away from her. We still have the communications, but we need to get to a location, since we can't teleport. Clare spoke while trying to teleport, but failing, The other girls also hated this, but Mio spoke with fear. So in the end we have to return to that place. Mio pointed to the castle, as Clare responded. We have no choice. It is the only way we can contact Issei. Clare spoke seriously, earning reluctant nods, as Stella spoke scared. In the end all that remains is to return to that ugly place. Clare sighed, as she responded, so are you with me or not? They all nodded again, as they headed inside, not knowing that they were being watched by Gondal, who spoke to Issei. They are coming inside, Lord Issei. I wish to join you guys as well. Gondal spoke with a smile, as she teleported inside. Scene change. Inside the mansion, Underworld PM, Clare and the rest of the girls entered the mansion. They were vigilant, to make sure to not alert Malik, as he would be nearby. They checked every corridor, to hope that he was not there, as Clare spoke. We are safe. For now. Clare then looked around as the girls helped her locate anything that could let them contact the leaders or the Red Dragon. Is there anything that you girls found? No, nothing. We must keep looking. Hopefully there is a contact device. Quinella spoke, feigning worry, as Mio spoke with worry. You're kidding. Mio spoke, as everyone looked at her and responded, Malik will locate us before we even realize what is happening. We don't have a choice, Mio. This is the only plan we have. Clare spoke with worry. As Mio reluctantly agreed, they had no choice, this was their last resort. Unbeknownst to them, Issei, Gondal and Charlotte were watching them, as Issei had a blue gauntlet on his hand, which was glowing. This was Innovate Clear, and he had absolute control of the castle, which was the dimension he had created, no sooner than they entered. This included his allies as well, since he did not need to shape-shift into Malik anymore. This will be much easier than I thought. We outnumber them by two. Issei spoke seriously, as he then continued, we all take one each, me and Gondal will take on Clare. She seems to be the strongest amongst the four. As you wish. Gondal spoke, as Charlotte asked, but I may have to show some injury. So should I? Charlotte's words made Issei stop her, as he spoke, don't even think about hurting yourself, Charlie. Charlotte blushed at this, as Issei realized this, and released her, and spoke, I can make them see the false injuries. Although this may include Miyuki and Quinella. I understand, I can take it from here. Charlotte spoke with an assuring smile, as some injuries appeared on her face and legs, due to Innovate Clear. Charlotte then leaves. Seeing her condition, Quinella and Miyuki were worried, as they assumed that Charlotte must have hurt herself to prove that she was attacked. They rushed to her, but she then spoke silently. Issei stopped me, these are fake. Quinella and Miyuki felt relieved, as Charlotte exclaimed, feigning anger. I told you guys to leave and contact the others, then why are you here? Quinella spoke with slight worry. We had no choice, we had to return back, since we can only contact the Red Dragon from here. Charlotte sighed, as she looked around, with Clare speaking. I will be looking for a way to connect to Haidu. Until then, you guys stick together, and don't move. Clare spoke as she left, with Miyuki speaking. I will join too. Both the girls left, leaving Charlotte alone with Quinella, Mio, Iryuka and Stella. So what now? Stella spoke, as she and the other girls waited for a moment. Charlotte had fallen asleep due to her injuries. The other girls seemed to be sad by what was happening. There was truly no hope. A few minutes later, Charlotte pretended to be half asleep. As she woke up, she then spoke. There is something I need to tell you girls. Charlotte looked at the others, as she continued. Malik is not hurt, he is still in the castle. The girls were shocked, except Quinella, who was feigning the emotion, as Stella spoke. You're kidding, right? Charlotte shook her head and responded seriously. No, he is here. Judging by the tone of Charlotte's voice, Malik seemed to be nearby, as Mio asked, where? Charlotte then spoke with a tone of mockery. Why don't you look behind you? The girls turned around behind to see Malik sitting on one of the couches in the castle. When did you reach here? Mio spoke with slight fear in her voice, as Iryuka asked, how could we not sense you? You didn't, and well, what was I expecting from you? Malik spoke as he got up and started to walk closer to the girls, as they backed away, but when they did, a purple magic blast, and some flies struck them from behind. The three girls turned around to see their attackers both having smiles on their faces. They were none other than Quinella Asmodeus and Charlotte Beelzebub. Issei, who was in the guise of Malik, then used Innovate Clear to make sure no one escapes from his dimension. Mio looked at the two girls, as she knew that the three girls came together. They were the new girls, since originally the party was only meant for her sister, Clare and Iryuka, no one else. That only meant one thing: Miyuki was also one of the complicit. No way, that means Stella asked her sister, in worry. Sister, what's wrong? Miyuki is also one of them. Mio spoke with fear, as Malik, Quinella and Charlotte were surprised by her deducing skills she had, as Malik spoke while clapping. Bravo! You really are something. While Stella and Iryuka were angry by this, Mio was still thinking as she muttered. All three of them came with Hayadu, even Charlotte and Quinella, and if all three are traitors, then that means... Mio looked at Malik, analyzing him. She wondered what his real intentions were, as she asked, Does Hayadu know about you three betraying the factions? Mio looked at Quinella and Charlotte with a glare, as Charlotte spoke. Bravo! You really are a fortune teller. Charlotte spoke with a mocking tone, as she continued, but a failed fortune teller. Tell me the truth, damn it! Mio exclaimed. She was furious at what was happening. Gee, relax, don't get your hopes up. No, he doesn't know. Mio wanted to sigh in relief, but a nagging feeling told her that something was wrong, horribly wrong. This was not Malik's normal strategy. He always attacked full frontal when he would deal with the factions. Him infiltrating and attacking them like this was not something he used to do. A lot of people don't know, but Mio was very deductive in nature, which was overlooked by her arrogant nature. Her deduction skills were pretty good, however, she failed to notice a few flaws. She remembered the attacks Malik did against Grigori, Kyoto, Olympus and Heaven, but none of them were sneak attacks, unless you consider one when he attacked Heaven again. But even then, they did eventually come to know about the attack. This was different, as they knew that Malik was not like that. He wouldn't attack unless he had to show his prowess. In a way, where a lot were watching, nobody knows Malik is here, and nobody will. Mio's thoughts were snapped when Iryuka opened her mouth. So you abandoned your own forefathers, and attacked your own kind? Iryuka exclaimed with anger in her voice, as Charlotte responded. I was once a fool that would have fallen for the lies of the factions, but don't worry, you will soon betray your own people, and because of Malik we saw the truth. Quinella spoke, as Iryuka angrily retorted. Just because of a bloody terrorist, I will never turn my back on my kind. You hear me? Stella agreed, as she glared at the two traitors as Malik looked at the two girls. Mio was still in thought. Her gut was telling her that the one in front of her was not Malik. But if that was the case, then who was it in front of them? You have no choice, my dear. Your devotion to me will be eternal. Now, ladies, if you may? Both Charlotte and Quinella nodded. They started to use their magic, however, a voice called them out. Wait! They stopped for a moment, as Mio then asked, Who are you? I don't understand. I am Malik, the one who is attacking you right now. Malik responded confused, as Mio shook her head and responded, And oh, I have a feeling that you are not Malik. Mio then asked with a serious tone, Who exactly are you? Does she dash? Issei was surprised by this, as Drake responded to him mentally. She was deductive, but this level of deduction, this is new. She would be useful to us in planning strategies. Charlotte and Quinella looked worried. Did they come to know who really Malik was? However, despite this, it would make Issei's job more easier, as Stella asked, Sister, what do you mean? The one in front of you is Malik? Mio shook her head and spoke seriously. He is not. Tell me, who are you? Malik shook his head as he spoke. Does it really matter? It won't change the fact that you girls will soon join me. Malik spoke with a sinister grin. As with Innovate Clear, holy chains started to appear, as they were being bound to the ground. Mio, Stella and Iryuka were slammed to the ground. They grit their teeth in pain. And no matter what you do, we will never betray our kind. Mio exclaimed in anger, as the three girls struggled to break from the chains. As Alpheka Tyrant was summoned, he brought out a few nails as he spoke. You know, I found something interesting about your father, Mio, Stella. Malik moved towards her, as they both nervously turned their heads away. Well, it turns out the two of you began as Gremory. Don't you dare, Malik! Stella exclaimed with tears in her eyes. Issei made sure to put a barrier to prevent Clare from hearing anything, as she continued, You don't know what we have gone through. I figured as much. You hate the Gremories, primarily because of Zeoticus Gremory, didn't you? Or more accurately, your father hates the Gremory clan, doesn't he? You! Mio screams. But then she looks away. She vividly remembers her father being a former Gremry member, and the humiliation she and her sister went through was too much. She also started to cry, while Iryuka, Charlotte and Quinella wondered why she was like that. I love a good story. Malik spoke with a mocking tone, as he continues, my information states that Wilbert Neruz was once called Wilbert Gremry, the older brother of Zeoticus Gremry. Malik spoke with a mocking tone, causing Iryuka, Charlotte and Quinella to widen their eyes, as Mio and Stella start to tear up, but from what I heard, something happened that caused him to be exiled and disowned. He was admonished, humiliated and even beaten up, because of what the Lord Gremry, as well as Lady Kaisis Gremry did to him, right? Everyone was silent, leaving a sniffling Mio and Stella. They remembered the grief their father went through, as Malik continued. But I must give him props to that devil, he built his own clan from ground up, and even made a name in the Devil Council, being their leader. Malik's tone had some admiration in it, as he then changed to his mocking tone. Despite this, he became no better than those fools in the council. A foolish man became the same as those fools in the council. It almost felt like he never learned. What an idiot. Don't you dare! Mio screamed, as her hair covered her face. Stella was glaring furiously at Malik, as they hated him admonishing her father. Mio then shouted, Don't you dare speak about my father, when you know nothing about him. Mio continued in the same tone while crying, as she glared furiously at him. People have hated and looked down upon my father, because of them. You don't know the grief he faced, you don't know the suffering he has faced. Mio took a deep breath as she continued, You are just a cold-blooded murderer, you are just a being of destruction, a megalomaniac. You know nothing of suffering. And you never will! Mio shouted. Malik narrowed his eyes, as he gave a cold glare. His glare was like they were looking at a predator, and they were the prey. Before she could react, Issei grabbed Mio by her kimono and yelled, You think you know suffering? You don't know what it feels like to be looked down upon every time, just because you are an average being. I was hated just because I never had a power that would be well known. Malik's outburst caused Mio to nearly pass out. She was terrified of him. Stella and Iryuka were frozen by fear. Mio's eyes were filled by fear, as he yelled, Your father sure suffered, but he never learned from that. He was a fool that never learned from his suffering and changed. He became the same rotten being as the rest of the Devil Council. Malik calmed after a while and he spoke, Even you too were influenced by your father. That is why you will ruin your father. With your very own hands, all three of you will turn against your own family, and you will serve the droid faction with full loyalty and admiration. Malik had a sinister smile. As the girls widened their eyes, Mio then begged, And no, please, and my father and sister is all I have. This privilege, please I beg you. Iryuka also joined in the pleading with Stella. However, Malik removed 9 holy nails, and threw 3 each on the girls. Do not resist, you will soon realize that the supernatural factions are your enemies, just like my allies have. Iryuka then spoke, as her eyes started to fall droopy. And now whyw what did we? Their vision started to blur as they fell unconscious. Iryuka was not even able to complete her words. The illusion fell off and Issei took a deep breath, as he tried to not remember his past. He looked down, remembering what made him into who he is. Are you okay? Issei jolted up, as this was revealed to be Quinella and Charlotte, both of whom had worried looks on their face. Issei nods, as the girls came closer. Just remembering my past, Wybert's suffering is nothing compared to mine. Just because she suffered, or her father suffered, they haven't learnt. Wilbert has a little of my respect, but he is no better than any of those prideful and arrogant devils. Issei shook his head, as Quinella and Charlotte looked at their 3 targets. As Charlotte spoke, So what should we do with them? Issei looked at them and spoke, By the time they wake up, I have already put my memories into their bodies. That was why I used the 3rd nail for that. They will be loyal sleeper agents once this should get over, although I wonder, where is Clare? Right here! Miyuki's voice boomed as she and Gondal showed up, with Clare being carried by Gondal on her shoulder. She then drops the unconscious Clare on the ground. So what is the plan? Gondal asked Issei, as he looked at her and spoke, Let us begin her final act. Issei spoke, as all the girls nodded. Miyuki, Issei and Gondel went into hiding, but not before creating holy chains using the Rock of Jerusalem, binding her completely. She soon woke up. As she looked around, "Huh!" Clare exclaimed, as she saw Quinella and Charlotte, looking after the now unconscious Mio, Stella and Iryuka. She was unable to notice the chains, due to her fear for what she saw in front of her. The chains had left her wide open. "I would suggest you to not scream, since Malik is nearby." Clare nods, as she speaks. "I know, Miyuki is one of them." This caused Charlotte and Quinella to feign surprise as Quinella spoke. "What?" Quinella exclaimed in surprise, as Charlotte responded. "We refuse to believe you, you have no proof." Charlotte responded, as Clare tried to make them believe, but her hands were tied to chains. Looking around, she tried to move them but was unable to. The chains were disabling her magical power. The chains did not penetrate her skin, otherwise it would have caused pain. "What the dash?" Clare exclaimed in surprise. "Why are my powers not working?" Clare struggled to break free, not noticing the smiles on Charlotte and Quinella. "I will explain that." A voice from the shadows garners the attention of the three girls, as it was revealed to be Issei, along with Miyuki and Gondel, all of whom had a look of coldness on their faces. Clare's eyes widened when she saw Issei. She was shocked to see Miyuki and Gondel approach behind him, as she exclaimed to him, "Hayate, listen, they are not your allies. They are your enemies." Clare tried to reason, as he spoke. "Enemy, how so?" Issei pretended to be naive, as Clare looked at him in horror, as she spoke. "They are the ones that put me in this prison. Gondel and Miyuki are traitors to the factions. Hayate, please listen." Clare was surprised, when Issei was unaffected, as he spoke. "Clare Phoenix. I am not affiliated with any faction, so how are they my enemies?" Clare widens her eyes, however. She soon realizes this. She understands that Issei was never part of any factions. She looked away, as Issei started laughing maniacally. "Why are you laughing?" Clare asked, confused, as Issei looked at her and spoke. "Oh, Clare, didn't you realize the obvious? I brought the girls." Remember, Clare widened her eyes in disbelief. Issei telling her this meant that he was aware of the girls' betrayal. "That means you knew about them being part of the droid faction?" Clare exclaimed in disbelief. Issei nodded, after which Clare got furious at Hayate Issei's betrayal, as she exclaimed, "You bastard! How many have the droid faction killed? I told you once and tell you again, not my monkeys, not my circus, and honestly, I hardly care if your family dies by their hands. After all, they are my enemies." Issei spoke as Clare widened her eyes. She then asked, "Why are they your enemies?" Issei shook his head and responded, "Is it not obvious?" Phoenix. Issei spoke the word Phoenix with spite, as he glared furiously at Clare. Even though she was not involved in his suffering, she was still part of the Phoenix. Clare looked down in regret. She would have helped him, as she knew of Dai very well. She did not have fallen for Dai immediately. Unlike Ravel, she would know him and then seen what kind of a person she was. Like Gondel, she would not have believed the lies of Dai Hayate. And besides, you don't even know who the real enemy is, don't you, Clare? Clare looked surprised, as she asked, "Who is our enemy?" Issei chuckled, as he looked at her dead in the eye and spoke. "You are seeing him right in front of your eyes." Clare widened her eyes, as she muttered in disbelief, "No. Out of all the people to be a villain, Issei being one of them terrified the factions the most. His threats of joining the droid faction brought fear into the hearts of many, and now, that threat is going to be a reality. And the best part is that the factions don't even know that the one they expect their help from is one of their enemies." Issei spoke with a mocking tone. Clare started to tear up, sniffling. Their true savior was now their worst enemy. You really are a monster!" Clare exclaimed in anger, not caring or knowing that Quinella and Charlotte had joined him. They and Miyuki along with Gondel wanted to punish Clare. However, Issei stopped them and spoke with a grin. "You are right, I am a monster. Well, at least you didn't call me a traitor." Issei chuckled, as he looked directly in Clare's eyes, who shivered. She was still angry, but was worried about what would happen next. "But then again, you all made this monster. Think about it, Clare. I became a monster, not because of what you did, but because of your family's actions. Your family and the rest of the supernatural created me. Remember this, Clare Phoenix," Issei declared, as he looked at the girls. Clare was silent. Issei was not wrong in any way. She took it upon herself to fix the problem her clan had created. She watched as Issei continued. Think about it, you may be innocent, but both of your siblings are complicit in their actions. And let's not forget what Riser Phoenix did to me. Issei shook his head and spoke. You really expect me to forget all of that? I told you before, I see no worth in saving a pathetic clan like yours, or protecting the clan like before, so why the hell should I show them mercy? Please, I will do anything. Clare pleaded to Issei. She knew that even with her power she stood no chance against him, as Issei laughed. Oh Clare, don't you remember that you figuratively gave yourself to me? Issei had a mocking smile, as Clare widened her eyes and asked, Why you knew? Clare's tone was horrified, as Issei smiled in response. I have eyes and ears everywhere, you should have been more careful in keeping your secret. Clare was in despair. She and the rest of the Phoenix clan were being watched. That meant that Issei, even though not being part of any faction, had tabs on everyone, and knew who he could target. NNOP, please spare my family. I beg. Why you? Clare begged Issei. As she spoke, please don't do this. Issei shook his head. He put his hand up and Alpheka Tyrant was summoned. He brought out a few nails from it. Clare's instincts were telling her to flee, the weapon he wielded, as he spoke. Don't worry, Clare. I won't touch your family. Clare started to smile, as she hoped that her pleas would reach him, only to see him grinning maniacally. You will kill them yourself, with your very two hands. Your actions will bring in the downfall of the Phoenix clan, Clare Phoenix. Issei's evil grin was menacing. It almost felt like a cat was almost about to wipe out a prey, and they were taking their time to make the prey believe that they are safe, only for them to strike at a later time, when their guard is down. NNOP, please. WHYWY, do you want to torment me? Oh, like this? Issei shrugged. His experiences with the factions made him apathetic, and cold to those that were involved with making his life a living hell, even those close to his tormentors. I am altering the deal, pray I don't alter it any further. Issei spoke coldly, as he started to aim the nails at her neck and chest area. As he continued, soon, you will see that I am a good person, and I am not your enemy. No! Clare screamed. The thought of her killing her brothers, sister and her parents, it terrified her. She was away from them for so long and now, she may have to kill them. The memories she had with her family were all being erased and rewritten, and replaced by the ones Issei had designed. Even her own personality was being rewritten. There was only one thing that she thought before closing her eyes, as a tear fell from it. I am so sorry, Clare muttered, as her vision started to blur, and the next thing that happened was that she passed out. Issei had secretly used the third nail to insert memories that belonged to him to all four girls. After a while, Issei commanded everyone to get up. As they all got up, the four girls he had targeted had woken up. Issei removed the chains off Clare, and she was able to move properly. The light soon returned and a growing disdain for the factions started to grow in the four girls. Issei had managed to completely perfect Alpheka Tyrant. This allowed him to even erase the personality of his victim, and replace it with a personality he so wants to do so. However, he planned this for a certain someone that made his life problematic for a very long time. Why were we his enemies? Mio thought she now had a lingering disdain for the factions. She felt like she wanted to wipe them all out, especially the devils. Same went for Stella and Iryuka. Their inner selves now were wondering what Issei would ask them to do. I don't want to be close to these people, Clare thought coldly as she looked at Issei with admiration. She now knew how much he suffered at the hands of the Phoenix family, as she became disgusted by them. Her inner self agreed to her outer self. As she wanted to teach them a lesson, she planned to at the very least convince Issei to spare them, and in return she would diligently serve him and the droid faction. Now I want you all to go back and head outside. Act as if nothing ever happened, alright? The girls nodded. As they left out, he then looked at his two girlfriends, as he responded. The final act for this party will soon begin. I will alert Malik to begin his speech. Tonight is the night Ko Academy will fall. Issei spoke with a sinister grin, earning nods from the girls. They both Issei's cheeks, and walk with the rest of the girls, leaving a pouting Gondel who returns back to her normal self. Shall we return back? Issei spoke with a smile, to which the Valkyrie nodded, as they both headed to the roof. Issei reactivates Aeon Baylor and reverts time back to normal. He then starts to play his part. Scene change. Ross Weiss was watching them, Unbeknownst to her that time had been stopped and resumed, she looked as Issei started to bite Gondal's nape, as she moaned in pleasure, as she exclaimed, "Oh Lord Issei, please it, that's my sensitive spot." Issei kept sucking on it. He saw the grandmother of Rosweiss, no longer having a dignified expression, like she usually did. She had a flustered look. As she was breathing hot air to Issei, her expression seemed to be panting. She was exhausted. Her breath was intoxicating even towards Issei. Had it not been for Drake suppressing his dragon instincts, he would have done it with the Valkyrie right then and there. He mentally thanked his best friend for not doing something he would regret. Inner Gondal was also blushing, as she exclaimed to her outer self and Issei to stop this. She was embarrassed by what she was witnessing. "Gee, grandmother." Rosweiss muttered in disbelief. She had never seen her like this, especially her expression. To Rosweiss, her grandmother was strict and dignified. This seemed to be a completely different person. "Ah, is that all the great Gondal has gotten?" Issei spoke in a seductive voice, as Gondal was unable to move. As Issei was ready to make out with her, only for Issei to stop, he narrowed his eyes, as Gondal asked, "I see, what is the matter?" Gondal was confused as Issei looked at the direction. It only took a moment to sense her. She also narrowed her eyes. Even she was angry, as Issei exclaimed, "Rosweiss, come out!" Issei glared at the scene, and the next thing Rosweiss came out she had a flustered look, as Gondal spoke. "Ross, why are you against my relationship?" Gondal glared at Rosweiss, who shivered from the glare, as she spoke. "But grandmother, look at him, this is just wrong." Rosweiss tried to defend herself, as Issei responded, "If you think dating your grandmother is wrong, then you are wrong. You are under the delusion of thinking you can be with me, despite your relationship with Dai." Rosweiss was silent. She glared at Issei, as he narrowed his eyes. "Here, look, see how happy your grandmother is with me." Issei turned to Gondal and ate her on her lips, as he looked at Rosweiss, who had her mouth agape. She had a blush on her face, but her smile seemed to be genuine for him. Inner Gondal also blushed. This was the only time that Issei actually was close to her outer self, and that was also an act. He was professional and charismatic, something that caught the attention of the Valkyrie. She did not want to tell him, since she was already had a child and a grandchild. She felt attracted to him, but she was not sure how he would react to her proposal. "I am not going to lie. If I had a choice between you, Rosweiss, and your grandmother, I will definitely go for the latter." Issei spoke, causing Rosweiss to look down sadly. "She drags herself out of there, as Gondal speaks." "You are so mean." Gondal spoke with feigned sadness, while Inner Gondal sighed. Seeing this, she knew that her granddaughter was too affected by her guilt. She was guilty of her actions in the past, but she knew that she lost someone that would care for her, at all times. She should know. If she thinks I am going to care or fall for her, it will never happen. Issei spoke coldly. As Gondal recovers herself, they then have a moment together, as they make out for a while. This was to make sure that no one suspects what is happening. Meanwhile, Inner Gondal was considering joining Issei. Since she was losing faith in Odin, she had doubts on whether she was a pawn, or someone that Odin cared for. She noticed that times like these often show a person's true character. All she needed was a catalyst to affirm her decision. They spent 30 minutes watching the night sky. As they headed down, 30 minutes had passed, with the girls soon coming from the rooms. The devils had looked at them with an analytical look, as they had to make sure that the devil girls did not make them in front of the other faction leaders. "Very well then, one by one all of you will be announcing your names and your dreams, when your name is called," Wilbert announced to the group as he continued. "The first to go shall be Iryuka Glaciolabalas." Iryuka stepped forward. As she looked at the leaders, the once leader looked at the rest with a smile, but she was internally disgusted at them. "Stop pretending, cause I know you hate Lord Issei." Iryuka looked at Mio and Stella, who were also looking serious, but they seemed to be disgusted with their father. Clare also now had similar thoughts, as she glared furiously at Ravel, who did not seem to notice. She now knew what Issei had suffered and will not hesitate to kill her if need be. "Now then, I hope you have a dream, heir of Glaciolabalas." Wilbert spoke with a neutral look as Iryuka spoke nervously. "I wish to serve my clan and make sure my clan is well recognized everywhere." Iryuka's words earned nods from everyone, as Mio and the other girls also said something similar. "I wish to honor my father, and lead the Naru's clan." Mio spoke with determination, earning a smile from Wilbert. I will do the same and support my sister. Stella spoke seriously, as Wilbert seemed to be proud of this. My goal is to save and protect the Phoenix family and restore it to its former glory, Clare declared seriously as Quinella was the next to speak. My goal is to reclaim my clan's rightful place, one day. Quinella spoke, pointing to Falbium, as Surzex and Ajuka narrowed their eyes. There would be a day when they would step down from their position as Satans. They sighed, knowing that they are arrogant, just like their predecessors. I wish to fix the damaged reputation Shalba Beelzebub destroyed due to his desire to rule. He even damaged the true hero once. And I desire to fix the clan's reputation. Just like Phoenix. Charlotte spoke with slight sadness, as Issei narrowed his eyes, remembering how he died by Shalba's hands. Even the others were surprised by what she said, as Surzex asked, Shalba's actions have left an irreparable stain on the devils. How will you fix them? Charlotte spoke, I have no idea. But I will restore my clan to its full glory. I may be a half-devil, but I will do it, no matter what it takes. Surzex nods, as Issei smiles in happiness. She has already proven herself as to be nothing like Shalba. Her heart was not evil like his, and I wish for equality, between both men and women. Miyuki spoke, however, minus probably Charlotte and Quinella. None of them spoke their real dreams. The elders started chuckling. Miyuki's dream is foolish, as the Devil Society did not see women as their own beings. They still lived in the past, and believed in men's superiority. This was true for many of their actions throughout their time, from influencing forced marriages, even harems, and even looking down on them, thinking that their only job is to breed children for their future. This was why many of the forced engagements existed for the time being. Miyuki clenched her fist in anger. These old men only annoyed her even more. Them laughing at her reminded of her sister's actions towards her in the past. The only one who wasn't laughing was Wilbert, who narrowly gazed onto Miyuki as he asked, Pray tell, how will you achieve this, Miyuki Citri? The world as you know it revolves around pure blood supremacy. Sooner or later you will be engaged to someone. Miyuki was left speechless. She knew that she was not strong enough to protect herself, at least not yet. The elders continued to laugh, with some of the gods, primarily the Hindu faction, glaring at these old men. Issei and Gondal heard everything. They were not going to take lightly. When an ally of theirs was insulted, he looked at the watch. Only minutes remained for the final act. He had already asked Malik to get ready for his grand speech, which will happen soon. Both stepped down, as they saw Charlotte and Quinella equally angry at the elders. Issei soon stood in front of Miyuki, surprising her. As he spoke, I will help her in achieving her dream. The elders scowled seeing him here, as they spat towards Miyuki. You see what you have done, whose attention you have gathered. Issei interrupted the elder, who spoke with a cold glare. I came here on my own accord. I can speak for myself, and I think you know she is under my wing, thanks to the Citri clan. If you question that, I won't hesitate to put you old hags 6 feet under. Why yes, Lord Issei. The elders spoke fearfully, as Miyuki nodded, with a smile. She was happy that Issei was looking out for those he cared about. Surzex and Ajuka looked at him with controlled anger. He did whatever he wanted to do, and nobody even dared to stop or control him. He looked at the timer. The countdown will begin soon, Issei thought, as suddenly the lights went off. A screen then showed up with a timer, with a countdown that began. A/N. I don't own this GIF. A face then showed up. Many looked in horror, as it was none other than Malik himself that had appeared. Good evening, supernatural factions. Malik's words caused many to start panicking and fearing for what might have happened. The man in front of them terrified them, and neutralized them on many occasions. The man who knows about their weakness and exploited them on so many occasions. Quite the party you got there. Am I right? Biblical, Nordic, Greek, Hindu. Although I can't say the same for Shinto or the Yukai faction. Malik's tone was mocking, as many glared at him with anger, especially Surzex, Ajuka, and even Falbium, who was now awake. They knew that Yasaka was taken by them, and ever since that day, her whereabouts were unknown. As Malik spoke, Oh, don't be like that, you have brought this on yourselves. Malik grinned, as Ingvild muttered to Valerie, So this is the final act Lord Issei had planned. Valerie nods, as she continued, Indeed, but for what reason did they need the Ko Academy for? Ingvild also wondered, as she watched Malik speak. In her time, she was still in the process of being tolerated by Issei, and same went for Valerie. You see, It is nice to see people spending time with their family, but you can't have everything in life. Malik spoke sadly, as he continued, You know I hate the people, like you leaders, you failed to see what is in front of you, and you refuse a simple demand. Malik spoke with a mocking tone, leaving everyone confused. Shiva was trying his best to find what his real intentions were. You are good people, or at least some of you are, but as long as you are allowed, protecting your beloved peace will only cause more war. Malik spoke in a cold tone, some gritted their teeth, only to see Malik walk closer to the front desk. Now you all must be wondering, why do I hate you guys so much? Why do I hate the faction leaders so much? Malik spoke as he sat on the desk. He closed his eyes. As he spoke, I don't hate them, I just pity you fools. I realized it was not worth saving people like you. The screen changed, as some started to tear up upon seeing this. Others were confused as to what happened. They saw the hollow expression of the students, as they were unable to move. The teachers were all taped, struggling to break free. They watched the students being all lifeless. Even those that were in prison were present. But that's not all. All students that had graduated were also present. This horrified many. Malik then spoke, as the screen changed to him. You have manipulated my race, the human race, turned them into selfish, repulsive beings. And you all are responsible for this. Yes, I am looking at you, Rias Gremory. And even Sona Citri had a hand in it. Rias covered her mouth in horror. Some looked at her, and they saw her tearing up at this. They have enslaved us. They made us believe that we needed them. Otherwise we would be lost. But in reality, they need us. And I am the only one that does something about this. Malik declared angrily, as he glared at the angels and devils primarily. Slowly, Malik removed something from his pocket. He took out a switch. Upon closer inspection it was a detonator. The leaders widened their eyes in shock and horror. Some of the girls were crying due to the people whom they saw as friends and classmates. They did not want to see, but were forced to see this scene. I hate doing this, especially to my own kind, but if you want to blame someone, blame Dai Hayadu, like you usually do. Malik spoke with a shrug, as many had a disgusted look remembering the former pillar of the factions. Malik then started to float in the air, using the unknown dictator that Issei had given him. He had full control of the systems. As he started to play music, but before the big event, let's put on some music. A/N, play this song, refer to, and for when Malik speaks, and when he says the final part refer for it. I don't own this video or V for Vendetta. Now wait, here comes the strings. Malik spoke, and moments later, here comes the metal. And at the right time, Malik speaks as he looks onto everyone. And now here comes the big boom. Malik clicked the detonator, when all of a sudden, explosions took place. Slowly everyone saw the corridors of Ko Academy, the classrooms with students who believed Dai Hayadu were killed. They were disintegrated and those unlucky were burnt alive. The only ones that could feel the pain were the teachers, and they screamed in pain. Even students that were in university were also not spared. Heartbreaking screams of people were heard. Windows were breaking. Everything was covered with explosions, including the corridors. The leaders felt defeat and they couldn't handle it. They did not understand the feeling, except for some. Ko Academy had fallen, collapsed. The student council building was completely destroyed. It had turned into rubble. But there was an image that made the leaders clench their teeth in rage. It was Dai Hayadu's face. The leaders were silent, processing what had just happened. But what hurt them the most, or rather Sirs X Lucifer, was the fact that the place where the Ko Treaty took place was now destroyed.